Chapter 162. Now that I'm a three-pulse saint, one is the sword-will Saint Meridian, the second is the heavenly fire Saint Meridian, and the third is the poison Saint Meridian. I wonder what the fourth Saint Meridian will be. Su Yan was enjoying the joy of advancing to a three-pulse saint. At the same time, he was confused. Su Yan had embarked on a different path of Saint Meridians from ordinary people. Ordinary people formed Saint Meridians from a single Saint Meridian. It was difficult for them to find their own Saint Meridian when they were at the peak of the life-soul realm. If they found a Saint Meridian, forming a Saint Meridian was just a matter of cultivation. As long as they had sufficient spiritual energy, they could form a Saint Meridian at any time. However, Su Yan was different. Su Yan had embarked on an unusual path. Every Saint Meridian was different. Every time Su Yan formed a Saint Meridian, he had to make a new choice. He had to search for the source of his Saint Meridian, just like when he had just advanced from the life-soul realm to the Saint Meridian realm. Every time he searched, it would naturally be much more difficult for Su Yan to form a Saint Meridian. Thinking about it, Su Yan could not help but smile bitterly. I don't know if this is a blessing or a curse. After all, forming different Saint Meridians would give Su Yan unexpected effects when he fought against experts of the same level in the future. However, this would also make Su Yan's cultivation path more difficult. No matter what, at least I've successfully formed a third Saint Meridian. Su Yan thought and soon forgot his confusion. Instead, he recalled the time since he had stepped into this place. In just a few days, Su Yan had advanced from a one-pulse saint to a three-pulse saint. If such a rapid advancement were to spread to the world and the hidden demon region, it would definitely cause a sensation. Ordinary people might not be able to form a single pulse in a few years or even decades. However, Su Yan had formed two pulses in just a few days. How could such a cultivation speed not be amazing? Of course, Su Yan knew that the reason why he was able to condense these two meridians in such a short period of time was inseparable from this dangerous place. When Su Yan had devoured the heavenly fire, the boundless power of the heavenly fire had forcibly split open a Saint Meridian in his body, allowing him to form a Saint Meridian. As for the third Saint Meridian, it was because Su Yan had survived the calamity that he had gotten the opportunity to obtain it. Thousand-legged centipedes, green-furred heavenly toads, seven-colored demonic snakes, and blood-colored spiders were all extremely poisonous creatures in the world. The venom released by one of them was enough to kill a venerable spirit sea expert. Not to mention that there were hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands of these four poisonous creatures gathered together. The amount of poison it emitted was enough to drown an entire city. However, who would have thought that when the four poisonous creatures gathered together, not only did they not kill Su Yan, but they also achieved an unprecedented effect, allowing Su Yan to successfully form a third poisonous Saint Meridian. Of course, Su Yan also knew that if it were anywhere else, it would be impossible for him to form a poisonous Saint Meridian. This was because even if he did not die from the poison, there would not be enough poison for him to absorb. There was only this place. Only the gathering of tens of thousands of these four poisonous creatures, the constant flow of poison, and the intense pain that was enough to drown an entire city, or even devour a continent, allowed Su Yan to successfully form a Saint Meridian. It could be said that all these conditions were indispensable. At the same time, Su Yan also knew that all these conditions were inseparable from the effects of his cultivation method. If the Vairocana-colored glazed sword scripture could not absorb the sword essence, convert the heavenly fire, or turn the poison gas into spiritual qi, then everything would be in vain. The Vairocana-colored glazed sword scripture is so mysterious, I wonder how many memories are left behind. Su Yan muttered to himself, rotating the Vairocana-colored glazed sword scripture. After thinking for a long time, he still could not think of a reason. He could only secretly admire the mighty person who created the Vairocana-colored glazed sword scripture in his heart. While admiring the mighty person, Su Yan looked at the front of the passage, and a burning light flowed in his eyes again. He smiled slightly and said, "Although this place is dangerous, it is indeed my blessed land. It is precisely because of this dangerous place that I can become a saint with 3 veins in a few days." Su Yan looked at the passage in front of him, his eyes burning like torches. He was even more interested in what was in front of the passage. Immediately, Su Yan yelled out loudly. He activated the cultivation method in his body and a wave of spiritual qi surged out. His entire body immediately leaped out of the pool. In an instant, he took a step forward and did not care about the pool of water behind him that exploded into countless splashes due to his strength. The moment Su Yan used his strength to explode the pool, it immediately formed a powerful whirlpool. It suddenly spun and a strange power surged out from the pool. Su Yan was now only thinking about what was in front of the passage. He did not notice that behind him, just as Su Yan was taking a step. Suddenly, a dragon roar came from behind Su Yan. This dragon roar was domineering and majestic, and in the roar, there was suddenly a powerful force. Su Yan could not help but tremble, and in an instant reacted, hurriedly turning back. Looking at the scene in front of him, Su Yan was completely stunned. Dragon. Su Yan looked at the scene in front of him in surprise. It was a huge dragon, but Su Yan soon discovered that it was not a real dragon, but a bone dragon. No flesh or blood could be seen on the gigantic dragon's body, only the eerie white bones. The whole dragon's head was just a skeleton. But even so, the eerie white bones still exuded the powerful majesty of the dragon clan, especially when the dragon's head looked at Su Yan. Under the empty eyes of the dragon without eyeballs, there was a coquettish aura. Su Yan could not help but tremble. Dragons were like divine beasts, and even the super-powerful human beings might not be a match for dragons. Although Su Yan had just condensed his third holy vein, he was only a holy vein expert. Now, in front of the divine dragon beast, only death would await him. Su Yan was afraid for a moment, and at the same time, his mind was spinning rapidly. He thought to himself, how can there be a bone dragon here? If I encounter such a divine beast, I will definitely die. I just don't know if my bone dragon does not have the majesty of a divine beast. Obviously, Su Yan was thinking too much. The moment the bone dragon looked at Su Yan, it suddenly roared, and in an instant, a powerful force was emitted from the roar. This powerful force was not something that Su Yan could resist. Su Yan felt the blood in his body tremble, and his whole body was sent flying. He immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. At the same time, the huge dragon's body rotated and was about to attack Su Yan. Su Yan's heart trembled when he saw the bone dragon's attack. Although he knew that he had no power to resist the bone dragon, it was obviously not Su Yan's style to let Su Yan wait for death. The moment the bone dragon attacked, Su Yan's sun-colored glazed sword scripture quickly circulated, and at the same time, his blood-red eyes suddenly shrank, and a red light burst out. Suddenly, the bone dragon's speed slowed down a lot in Su Yan's eyes. Unfortunately, it was still useless. Although the bone dragon's speed was much slower than Su Yan's, it was still as fast as lightning, and in an instant, it was in front of Su Yan. The huge dragon's head tried to swallow Su Yan. It emitted a strong wind, and Su Yan could not help but roar, "Ah!" Unfortunately, it did not happen. In the face of this powerful bone dragon, Su Yan had no power to resist. He could only use his hands to protect himself and watch this scene with wide eyes. Just as the bone dragon was about to swallow Su Yan, it stopped in front of Su Yan. The white dragon's huge, empty eyes stared at Su Yan. It looked at Su Yan and emitted a strong sense of resentment. However, when the bone dragon saw Su Yan's eyes, its resentment slowly subsided. Su Yan looked at the bone dragon in horror, but he quickly recovered. He frowned and thought to himself, why didn't this bone dragon devour me? Is it because of my blood dragon pupil? During his time in the Hengduan Mountains, Su Yan knew that the blood dragon pupil had a suppressive effect on monster beasts. However, Su Yan knew that this was only effective against some low-level monstrous beasts. It had no effect at all against some high-level monstrous beasts, just like how it had no effect against the bone dragon. If he used it rashly, the deputy general manager would use it. After all, the world of powerhouses could only accommodate one person. Therefore, when Su Yan saw the bone dragon just now, he had never thought of using his blood dragon pupil to restrain it. Now that he saw the bone dragon suddenly stop, his heart was full of doubts. Could this bone dragon be related to the blood dragon pupil? Su Yan stared at the bone dragon dumbfoundedly. He did not dare to move. He could only guess in his heart why the bone dragon suddenly stopped. Before Su Yan could understand, the bone dragon, which had been staring at Su Yan, suddenly jumped up and let out a trembling and mournful wail. Su Yan was shocked and wanted to escape. Unfortunately, Su Yan was only a saint now. How could he escape the bone dragon's speed? When the bone dragon saw that Su Yan wanted to escape, it roared and rushed towards Su Yan. Before Su Yan could react, the bone dragon's body directly drilled into Su Yan's body. In an instant, Su Yan felt a huge pain in his body. His face was twisted because of the pain. Su Yan turned his head and was instantly shocked. He saw that the bone dragon had drilled into Su Yan's body. At the same time, a tearing pain spread throughout Su Yan's body. Su Yan instinctively wanted to use qi to resist. Unfortunately, no matter how hard Su Yan tried, he could not summon any qi. He could only enjoy this boundless pain. Chapter 163. A tearing pain came from his back. Despite Su Yan's willpower, he still let out a blood-curdling scream. This sound echoed throughout the entire passage. It was so shocking and so miserable. Pain, excruciating pain, this kind of pain was far more painful than when the two dragons entered his eyes and blood entered his body. Because of the pain, Su Yan's entire body was trembling. His whole body was drenched in sweat, and his eyes were emitting a bewitching red. However, the bone dragon did not stop because of Su Yan's pain. Its huge body directly drilled into Su Yan's body. Even though Su Yan's willpower was amazing, under this great pain, he also wandered between unconsciousness and consciousness several times. Because of the pain, Su Yan had just fainted. However, the moment he fainted, Su Yan woke up again because of the pain. In this endless pain, all of his beliefs and willpower seemed to be destroyed. At that moment, Su Yan even thought of death. Along the way, no matter how dangerous Su Yan had been through, even if he was forced into a desperate situation, Su Yan had never thought of fending for himself. He had never given up resisting. However, the great pain coming from his back now made Su Yan think of death. Only death could free him from all of this. Su Yan let out a low roar and immediately slapped his own body with both of his palms. No. No. Just as Su Yan raised his palms, Su Yan's unswerving willpower immediately sprouted and stopped Su Yan. Why not? As long as I slap you, you will be free of this pain. At the same time, another voice urged Su Yan to kill himself. Soon, two voices appeared in Su Yan's mind, arguing. Su Yan, slap yourself. Once you slap yourself, you will be free. No, Su Yan, you have to hold on. You still have so many unfulfilled beliefs. The two voices of dispute reverberated in Su Yan's mind. Su Yan groaned in discomfort. In the end, his will to live prevailed. I can't die. I can't die. Su Yan roared, and his whole body suddenly erupted with a powerful force. Su Yan's arms spread out as he roared towards the sky. The majestic aura emitted from his body soared into the sky, and the huge bone dragon's body also drilled into Su Yan's body. Roar! Su Yan raised his head and issued a dragon-like roar. Then, his entire body went soft, and he fell to the ground, unconscious. The bone dragon's body, which was dozens of times larger than Su Yan, entered Su Yan's body and disappeared. Only Su Yan was left lying quietly on the ground. An unknown amount of time had passed. Su Yan still hadn't woken up. Only his body was undergoing subtle changes. A white bone slowly appeared on his head. The white bone grew longer and longer with the passage of time. Gradually, it grew into a horn on Su Yan's head. Above the water chestnut horn, there was a faint majestic aura. After the water chestnut grew, a few more days passed before Su Yan, who was lying on the ground, slowly opened his tightly shut eyes. Su Yan opened his eyes and looked at the top of his head. He didn't rush to stand up. Instead, he recalled the memories of the past few days that he was in a coma. In these memories, Su Yan understood many things. Just as Su Yan had expected, this bone dragon was related to his blood dragon pupil. This bone dragon was the skeleton of one of the dragons in his blood dragon pupil. It was also because of the existence of this blood dragon pupil that Su Yan didn't lose his life to the bone dragon's huge mouth. Not only did he not lose his life, but he also obtained the bone dragon. The dragon bones refined his body, making his muscles and bones 100 times stronger than before. This time, Su Yan could be said to have hit the jackpot. However, Su Yan wasn't happy at all. This was because from the information left behind by the bone dragon, Su Yan knew of the existence of this place. This place was one of the 3 most dangerous places in the 5 counties, the 10,000 Ghosts Cave. Although the 10,000 Ghosts Cave was as famous as the Hengduan Mountain and the East Sea, it was one of the 3 most dangerous places. However, the 10,000 Ghosts Cave was ranked first among the 3 most dangerous places. Not only that, the 10,000 Ghosts Cave had never appeared in a fixed place. Only those who were unlucky, or perhaps fated, could see the 10,000 Ghosts Cave. 10,000 Ghosts Cave. I really didn't expect this place to be the 10,000 Ghosts Cave. Su Yan thought of the description of the 10,000 Ghosts Cave in the ancient books and couldn't help but smile bitterly. However, this bitter smile quickly disappeared. Su Yan's scarlet eyes suddenly turned and shot out a bright light. So what if it's the 10,000 Ghosts Cave? I, Su Yan, have entered this place and obtained the inheritance of the bone dragon. Why should I be afraid? When Su Yan thought of this, he suddenly felt enlightened. Previously, when Su Yan had just learned about the 10,000 Ghosts Cave, he was stunned by the ferocious reputation of the 10,000 Ghosts Cave left in the world. However, now that he came back to his senses, Su Yan also understood. Not to mention that he now knew that this place was the 10,000 Ghosts Cave. Even if he didn't know it was the 10,000 Ghosts Cave, there was no reason not to explore it. Moreover, Su Yan had already broken through the illusion realm and was chased by the 4 poisonous creatures. Apart from the memories of the 10,000 Ghosts Cave in his heart, Su Yan was more concerned about the water caltrop on his head. From the memories left behind by the bone dragon, Su Yan understood that this was because he had received the inheritance of the bone dragon and grew the water caltrop. A person grew the water caltrop of a dragon. Su Yan walked to the side of the pool and looked at his reflection in the pool. He looked at the water caltrop and was worried at first. Then, he touched the water caltrop and couldn't help but smile. This water caltrop is not ugly on my head. Moreover, I want to go to the monster palace. If I have this water caltrop, it will be twice the result with half the effort. The reason why the monster palace only existed in the East Sea was that it rarely went in and out of the East Sea. It was precisely because the monster palace was self-contained. All of the disciples in the Supreme Demon Palace were monstrous beasts. No, to be more precise, they were all monstrous beasts that had cultivated into spirits and turned into human form. Therefore, there was a condition to join the monster palace. That was, the disciples who entered the monster palace had to have the blood of monsters in their bodies. No matter what kind of monster it was, as long as they had the blood of monsters. Of course, this was the most basic condition. It was impossible for a real monster to join the monster palace. At that time, Su Yan wanted to avoid the pursuit of the Guyu sect and hide in the monster palace. Su Yan didn't know how to disguise himself as a monster. Now that the bone dragon had entered his body and suddenly grew water caltrops, it solved a lot of Su Yan's problems. Su Yan thought about the water caltrops that suddenly grew water caltrops and didn't care about it anymore. He muttered to himself, this time, there won't be any problems entering the monster palace. As he spoke, Su Yan looked in front of the passage. His eyes immediately emitted a bright light. Since this is the 10,000 Ghost Cave, then if I want to leave this place, I have to break the 10,000 Ghost Seal. I just don't know where the 10,000 Ghost Seal is. Previously, Su Yan didn't know that this was the 10,000 Ghost Cave. He only knew that if he wanted to leave this place, there was only one way. Now that Su Yan knew that this was the 10,000 Ghost Cave, he naturally knew the strongest place in the 10,000 Ghost Cave, the 10,000 Ghost Seal. If a person wanted to enter the 10,000 Ghost Cave, they had to break the 10,000 Ghost Seal in order to leave. Legend has it that no one has ever broken this seal. I, Su Yan, don't believe this. Since Su Yan knew about the 10,000 Ghost Seal, he naturally knew how powerful it was. There were records of the 10,000 Ghost Cave in the scripture pavilion of the Immortal Sword Peak in the Hidden Sword Tomb. The 10,000 Ghost Cave was ranked as the first of the 3 danger zones. Not only was it because the 10,000 Ghost Cave was unpredictable, but it was also because of the 10,000 Ghost Seal. It was said that for hundreds of years, no one had been able to successfully break the 10,000 Ghost Seal and leave safely. Su Yan didn't believe this at all. His eyes were like torches as he suddenly stepped forward. Su Yan had just advanced to a 3-vein saint expert and his body had been refined by the bone dragon. His physique had been greatly improved compared to before. With a single stride, he swiftly rushed forward without the slightest hesitation. Since he knew the way out, Su Yan naturally didn't want to waste any more time. Of course, as he quickly moved forward, Su Yan was constantly on guard against everything around him. After all, this was one of the 3 danger zones. Fortunately, although Su Yan encountered some dangers along the way, they weren't life-threatening. Su Yan successfully solved the problems. Not only that, but Su Yan also gained a lot of benefits. Of course, these benefits couldn't be compared to the benefits that the Green Lotus Core Fire and the 4 poisons brought to Su Yan. It was just some spiritual herbs and some elixirs. Although they were expensive, Su Yan didn't care. What Su Yan was most concerned about now was the 10,000 Ghost Seal. It wasn't that Su Yan was anxious to get out of here, but that Su Yan was looking forward to the 10,000 Ghost Soul Pearl under the 10,000 Ghost Seal. Although Su Yan had never seen the 10,000 Ghost Soul Pearl before, Su Yan didn't take it. The 10,000 Ghost Soul Pearl contained the souls of 10,000 ghosts and had the effect of reviving the dead. Su Yan didn't have anyone he wanted to help now. However, the effect of the 10,000 Ghost Soul Pearl alone was enough to make people jealous. After all, such a treasure was worth at least a few 100 million spiritual stones in the world. Moreover, it was priceless. A few 100 million spiritual stones. Su Yan's heart was trembling as he thought about it. One must know that Su Yan was currently penniless. If he could obtain this 10,000 Ghost Soul Pearl, he would no longer need to worry about spiritual stones in the future. Not only that. After leaving the Hidden Sword Tomb, Su Yan knew more about the benefits of spiritual stones. Especially after learning the way of sword forging from Uncle Cho, Su Yan understood the importance of spiritual stones. If one wanted to forge a good sword, spirit stones were an indispensable resource. Of course, if it was only a few 100 million spiritual stones, it wouldn't be enough to make Su Yan so excited. After all, Su Yan wasn't a greedy person. What really made Su Yan excited was the spiritual power contained in the 10,000 Ghost Soul Pearl. Su Yan, who had just advanced to a 3-vein saint, was still worrying about how to condense the 4th saint vein. After knowing that this was the 10,000 Ghost Cave, Su Yan's blood immediately surged as if there was a mysterious force guiding him. Chapter 164. This was a very mysterious force that was guiding him. When Su Yan found out about the 10,000 Ghost Sealing Formation, a strong desire flowed out of his body. This strong desire far surpassed the temptation of the hundreds of millions of spirit stones. The combination of the two naturally made Su Yan worship it in his heart. Along the way, Su Yan went straight down, constantly clearing the obstacles in the 10,000 Ghost Cave. The further he went, the greater the danger he had to face. However, after Su Yan had walked for a while, Su Yan suddenly realized that the 10,000 Ghost Cave seemed to be missing a dangerous place. Su Yan had walked for almost an hour and still hadn't encountered any danger. The 10,000 Ghost Cave was like a peaceful place without any danger. If Su Yan didn't know where this place was, then he wouldn't have bothered. But now, Su Yan knew that this was the 10,000 Ghost Cave. The 10,000 Ghost Cave was the first of the 3 dangerous places. Here, every inch of land was filled with danger. Every step was filled with hidden danger. However, everything was calm and tranquil. Su Yan could not help but feel suspicious. Did I go the wrong way? Su Yan frowned. After thinking for a while, he realized that something was not right. Along the way, he did not find a second way out. Su Yan carefully observed his surroundings. His eyes instantly widened as he looked at a small corpse on the ground. Su Yan suddenly understood, I'm not the only one in the 10,000 ghost cave. The further Su Yan went, the more small corpses he saw. His eyes were filled with surprise. Although the small corpses on the ground were the size of mosquitoes, Su Yan wasn't unfamiliar with them. They were sky silkworm plague bugs. Although the sky silkworm plague bugs were small, they were extremely poisonous. Once targeted, even a spiritual sea realm cultivator would find it hard to deal with them. More importantly, the sky silkworm plague bugs didn't fear death. Every time they attacked, they came in groups. Even a peak spiritual sea realm cultivator wouldn't be able to escape unscathed if surrounded by the sky silkworm plague bugs. But now, these heavenly silkworm plague bugs had all died on the ground. How could this not surprise Su Yan? After all, along the way, Su Yan had never heard any sounds of fighting, nor did he feel any spirit chi fluctuations. This was also what surprised Su Yan. At the same time, looking at the corpses and abnormal phenomena on the ground, Su Yan was even more certain that there was more than one person in the 10,000 Ghosts cave. Everyone knew about the existence of the 10,000 Ghosts soul pearl in the 10,000 Ghosts cavern. However, very few people were willing to enter the Myriad Ghost cavern to obtain the Myriad Ghost soul bead. After all, the Myriad Ghost cavern was the first of the 3 great danger zones. The dangers within were endless. How many people would be willing to risk their lives for it? Not only that, but more importantly, the Myriad Ghost cave was ever-changing. No one knew where it would appear. Only the fated, or the unlucky, could step into the Myriad Ghost cave. When Su Yan found out that this was the 10,000 Ghosts cave, he was immediately tempted by the 10,000 Ghosts soul pearl. Actually, this was just something that Su Yan had no choice but to do. After all, Su Yan was already in the Myriad Ghost cave. If Su Yan was not in the Myriad Ghost cave, Su Yan would definitely not enter the Myriad Ghost cave for the 10,000 Ghosts soul pearl. This was what confused Su Yan the most. Based on the fighting, it seems that there is more than one person. Moreover, they are well prepared. They did not enter rashly like I did. Su Yan continued forward, looking at the traces of battle on the ground, as well as the corpses of some of the deadly creatures that had died. He continued to speculate. If these people did not enter rashly, then they must have entered of their own accord. As Su Yan thought to himself, his eyes flashed with surprise. Just who could find the Myriad Ghost cave and dare to enter? As Su Yan thought to himself, he unconsciously began to look forward to this group of people. Of course, Su Yan also became more cautious. After all, from the corpses that kept appearing along the way, Su Yan knew that these people who came in were definitely not ordinary people. Now, he still didn't know the identity of these people, and he still didn't know if they were enemies or friends. Naturally, he had to be careful. Because almost all the obstacles on the road had been cleared, Su Yan was able to walk smoothly, which saved him a lot of time. He just kept walking forward. As he walked forward, there was only one path, so he was not afraid of getting lost. After Su Yan walked like this for nearly half a day, the entire passage suddenly changed, becoming countless paths. Each path was the same, pitch black, and he could not see what was ahead. Not only that, but the traces of fighting and corpses that he saw along the way had all disappeared. This caused Su Yan to fall into confusion. Why are there suddenly so many paths? Just which path is the exit? Su Yan looked at the countless paths in front of him and could not help but frown slightly. This passage didn't just represent the exit, it also represented the location of the 10,000 Ghost seal. Only by choosing the correct path could one reach the 10,000 Ghost seal and walk out of here. If he chose the wrong path. Su Yan frowned again. He did not know what would happen if he chose the wrong path. After all, the Myriad Ghost Cave had always been a mysterious existence, and there were only a few records about it. Just now, there was only one path, so it was fine. Now that he was suddenly faced with so many paths, Su Yen was confused. Although Su Yen had the intention of randomly choosing a path to try, due to the fearsome reputation of the 10,000 Ghosts Cave, Su Yen did not dare to wander around carelessly. He could only slowly observe the strange phenomena in front of each path, trying to determine the correct path. Unfortunately, there were too many paths here. Su Yen spent an hour and only checked a few paths. If this continued, he did not know how long it would take for him to truly find a way out. This is not a good way to go after all, Su Yen frowned and muttered to himself as he looked at the path in front of him, trying to find a fast way. Bang! Right at this moment, a loud explosion suddenly sounded. Su Yan's heart trembled. At the same time, he quickly reacted. The spirit chi in his body surged as he gripped the ghost howl sword in his hand tightly. His eyes emitted a bright light as he scanned the surroundings. As his gaze turned, Su Yen saw a graceful purple figure descending from the sky. Su Yen focused his eyes and quickly realized that this figure was probably the person who had entered the Myriad Ghost Cave on their own accord. He thought about how these people had come all the way here as if they had overcome all obstacles. Su Yen was not in a hurry to go forward. Instead, he was careful and hid in the path he had come out from. At the moment when Su Yen dodged, a few figures immediately entered his sight. Aside from the owner of the purple and lithe figure who had just landed, there were also two other young women. Both of them were dressed in white and were equally pretty. However, at the moment they landed, their pretty faces looked at the young woman in purple who had landed first. Both of them had worried looks on their faces. With a wave of their hands, a majestic spirit chi surged. The two of them rushed toward the girl in purple at the same time and asked nervously, "Young Palace Master, are you okay?" The girl in purple steadied herself with the help of the two girls in white. She shook her head and said, "I'm fine." At this moment, Su Yen was able to clearly see the face of this purple-clothed young lady. She had a perfect oval face, a pair of clear eyes, and emitted an alluring aura. Her red lips were slightly parted, and there seemed to be a fragrance drifting out. As for those tightly furrowed smooth eyebrows, at first glance, it gave rise to a desire to protect her. Su Yan's mind shook when he saw this. Immediately, the image of the forever proud and aloof red figure on the heavenly sword peak of the hidden sword tomb flashed across his mind. He could not help but smile bitterly. When he looked at the young lady in purple again, he was no longer as excited as before. "Young Palace Master, what should we do now?" The two people around the girl in purple looked at her and spoke in an extremely respectful tone. Obviously, they were the maids of the girl in purple. From this, it could be seen that the girl in purple had a noble status. When the girl in purple heard the words of the two maids, she frowned slightly and looked up at something. After a moment of silence, she opened her red lips and said softly, "The 10,000 Ghost Seal has been opened. Even if we want to go out, I'm afraid it's too late." When the two maids heard the girl's words, they also frowned slightly. They looked up for a while and one of them said, "Young Palace Master, why don't you hide first and let the two of us open this 10,000 Ghost Seal?" As the two maids spoke, they began to circulate their cultivation methods. Suddenly, a surge of majestic spirit chi surged out. When the powerful spirit chi came, Su Yen could not help but be stunned. Emperor Tianxiang. She has reached the strength of an Emperor Tianxiang at such a young age. While Su Yen was surprised, he hid himself even more tightly. Although Su Yen had jumped 2 levels after coming to the 10,000 Ghost Cave, Su Yen was now only a saint with 3 bloodlines. If he encountered an Emperor Tianxiang, he would not be able to resist at all. Although these people looked delicate, he did not know whether they were friends or foes. It's better to be careful. As Su Yen muttered to himself in his heart, he took a few more steps back. However, when he saw the 3 of them raising their heads to look, he was extremely interested in what they were looking at. He could not help but whisper to himself, "The 3 of them are constantly raising their heads to look. Could there be something extraordinary above?" While Su Yen was puzzled, he heard the girl in purple say, "That's not right. Sister Ping, Sister Ju, the strength of this 10,000 ghost seal is far beyond our imagination. Even the three of us might not be able to open it, let alone the two of you." But, when the two maids, who were called Sister Ping and Sister Ju, heard the girl in purple's words, there was obvious anxiety on their faces. Chapter 165. As the purple-clothed girl spoke, she suddenly opened her hands and a strong spiritual aura spread out. Su Yan looked at the strong spiritual aura and was shocked again. A heavenly emperor, she is also a heavenly emperor. This girl is probably younger than me. How can she have such strength? Although Su Yan didn't admit that he was a proud son of the heavens, he wasn't a genius either. However, Su Yan had always been confident in his cultivation. Along the way, Su Yan had not seen many people of his age who were stronger than him. Now, he suddenly saw a girl who was younger than him but stronger than him. How could Su Yan not be shocked? "Young palace master, you can't." Before Su Yan could recover from the shock, he heard the two maids cry out and hurriedly stood in front of the purple-clothed girl. "Young palace master, you are not yet 18 years old. If you use the Supreme Demon's secret method, I'm afraid." Before the maid could finish speaking, the purple-clad young lady shook her head and said, "Elder Sister Ju, Elder Sister Ping, the two of you shouldn't try to persuade me. This time, we entered the 10,000 Ghosts cave because the two of you disobeyed Mother's orders. If I caused the two of you to lose your lives here, how would I, Chu Ling, feel?" Su Yan heard the girl's words and couldn't help but be shocked. From the conversation between the three people just now, Su Yan already knew that the purple-clothed girl was obviously the two maids. Moreover, the two maids had been respectfully calling her young palace master. Obviously, this girl's status in the sect was quite high. Now, this girl was willing to use a secret method for the sake of the two maids. This made Su Yan feel moved. Looking at the purple-clothed girl's graceful body, he could not help but recite her name. Chu Linger. Chu Linger. Not a bad name. Just then, at the place where Chu Linger was, a loud noise suddenly surged. A hurricane came, and the clothes of the purple-clothed girl and the two maids fluttered. At the same time, the two maids activated their cultivation methods and a majestic spiritual aura followed. At the moment of the loud noise, the two of them flashed and blocked the purple-clothed girl Chu Linger. "Sister Ju, Sister Ping, you..." Before Chu Linger could speak, the two maids immediately said, "Young palace master, the two of us were born to serve the monster palace. Today, it is our honor to break through the 10,000 Ghosts seal with young palace master. How can we let young palace master use the Supreme Demon's secret method for the two of us?" Although the three of them were all emperors of heaven. However, judging from the spiritual aura fluctuations, it was obvious that the strength of the two maids was much higher than that of the purple-clothed girl. However, because Su Yan was only a saint with 3 bloodlines, he could know that the 3 of them were emperors of heaven, but he could not see their specific strength. While the 2 maids were talking, they looked at each other. The moment a majestic spiritual aura surged, the purple-clothed girl's entire body was immediately blasted away. At the same time, the 2 maids, with the tip of their feet, the 2 of them spun up at the same time and rushed straight into the sky. No, the purple-clothed girl was blasted out. Seeing the 2 of them rushing up, she shouted sadly. Su Yan could not see the outside scene because he was hiding in the passage, so he did not know what was going on. However, from the conversation of the 3 of them, Su Yan guessed something. He also knew the identity of the 3 of them. The 3 of them belonged to the Monster Palace. Thinking of the Monster Palace, Su Yan was less surprised and shocked by the strength of the 3 of them. After all, the Monster Palace was one of the 3 major sects in the 5 counties. It was normal for there to be such young talents. Not only that, but Su Yan also knew that the 3 of them were probably facing the seal of 10,000 ghosts. Su Yan did not know why the seal of 10,000 ghosts existed above this, but Su Yan was sure that the 3 of them were definitely not a match for the seal of 10,000 ghosts, which was why they were in such a situation. The 3 of them were all emperors of heaven, but the three of them were not a match for the seal of 10,000 ghosts even if they joined forces. Su Yan could not help but gasp. He secretly rejoiced, the three emperors of heaven were not a match for the seal of 10,000 ghosts. How could I, a little saint of the holy bloodline, resist it? Fortunately, the three of them came in. Otherwise, I'm afraid I would have died here. How could I talk about the soul pearl of 10,000 ghosts and spirit stones? While Su Yan was thinking, he heard the purple-clothed girl jump up and shout, Sister Ju, Sister Ping, I know you two are doing this for my own good. However, since today's matter was caused by me, Chu Linger will naturally not leave the two of you behind and drag out an ignoble existence. As Chu Linger spoke, her graceful body suddenly rotated. As her purple dress fluttered, it was very beautiful. Su Yan's heart could not help but skip a beat. At this moment, the two maidservants shouted in mid-air, Young Palace Master, don't. If you activate the Taiyao's secret method, the two of us will kill ourselves here today. When the voice fell, no one knew what had happened. Chu Linger, who was spinning, stopped. She cried, Sister Ju, Sister Ping, why are you two doing this? With your strength, you are definitely not a match for the seal of 10,000 ghosts. Only if I activate the Taiyao's secret method and cooperate with the Taiyao classic method can I resist it. No, young palace master, you can't do this. The two maidservants shouted anxiously in mid-air again. When Chu Linger heard the words of the two maidservants, she raised her head. More and more tears flowed down her face, making Su Yan's heart ache. At this moment, Chu Linger gritted her teeth, jumped up and shouted, Sister Ju, Sister Ping, since you two don't allow me to use the Taiyao's secret method, fine. Today, I will fight against the seal of 10,000 ghosts with you two. As she spoke, Chu Linger was unusually decisive. As her spiritual qi surged, it surged up into the void. The three figures all disappeared in front of Su Yan. Su Yan couldn't help but frown. His mind was working quickly. These three people are obviously from the Monster Palace. According to the maidservant, Chu Linger is the young palace master of the Monster Palace. Should I help or not? If I can save these three people, it will definitely help me enter the Monster Palace. The three of them are emperors of heaven. If they can't deal with it, how can I? If I don't help, the three of them will be killed by the seal of 10,000 ghosts, and I won't be able to get out. But if I help, the three of them won't acknowledge my kindness. With the three of them, it will be easy for them to kill me. Su Yan looked at the empty space in front of him. His eyes were confused. After all, this decision was too difficult. If the three of them weren't as strong as him, Su Yan would have already taken action. After all, if he wanted to get out of the 10,000 ghosts cave, he had to break the seal of 10,000 ghosts. The difficult part was that the three of them were stronger than Su Yan. When the time came, they would open the seal of 10,000 ghosts together. If the three of them didn't acknowledge Su Yan's kindness, then even if Su Yan had 100 lives, it would be impossible for him to escape the pursuit of the three emperors of heaven in the 10,000 ghosts cave. Should I help or not? Su Yan's heart was in a dilemma. Just as he was in a dilemma, a delicate snort came from midair. This delicate snort was accompanied by the anxious shouts of the two maidservants. At the same time, a purple-clothed figure appeared in front of Su Yan. The moment the graceful body landed, the devastatingly beautiful face was facing Su Yan. Looking at the beautiful face, the clear eyes that made people unable to look straight at it, there was also a trace of pear blossoms. All of a sudden, all of the hesitation and confusion were removed from Su Yan's mind. Su Yan's eyes suddenly shrank. The moment a red light surged, the cultivation method in his body was activated. His body rushed out like an angry beast, directly flying towards Chu Linger and catching Chu Linger. When Chu Linger saw Su Yan suddenly appear, she was stunned. Probably because her injuries were too serious, she fainted. At this close distance, Su Yan saw Chu Linger's face clearly. She was even more beautiful than when he saw her in the passageway. However, Su Yan was not moved, because Su Yan's mind had already imprinted the red-clothed figure on the sky sword peak of the hidden sword tomb. Su Yan's sudden appearance obviously stunned the two maidservants in midair. Just as they were stunned, the two maidservants were suddenly entangled by the thousand-ghost seal, and there was a wail. Hearing this wail, Su Yan could not help but frown. He carefully placed Chu Linger on the ground, and then looked up at the void. Just now, Su Yan had been in the passageway, listening to the conversation between the three of them. He had been puzzled about what was happening in midair. Now that he looked up, Su Yan's body suddenly trembled when he saw it clearly. The moment he raised his head, he could hear countless whistling sounds in his ears. Waves of chilly wind drifted towards him, causing him to involuntarily feel a chill in his heart. Not only that, the continuous whistling sounds were like the cries of ghosts and the howls of wolves. It was several hundred times louder than the whistling sounds of Su Yan's ghost howl sword, causing ripples in the hearts of those who heard it. The thousand-ghost seal is indeed powerful. Su Yan was stunned when he saw this, but he quickly recovered and muttered to himself. He saw that the two maidservants were entangled in a black fog. Obviously, this black fog was a lone soul in the thousand-ghost seal. At this moment, Su Yan did not hesitate. His eyes flashed, and a red light floated up. He grasped the ghost howl sword in his hand and rushed into the air. The moment he approached, Su Yan felt the power of the thousand-ghost seal. If it was just Su Yan's strength, he might not even be able to stop a lone soul black fog, let alone 10,000 ghosts. Thousand-ghost seal, I want to see how powerful you are. Since Su Yan had chosen to stand out, he was no longer of any use. His eyes condensed into a bright light and he stood on the sword dragon, slashing at the lone soul black fog. In an instant, the ghost howl sword flashed with a cold light, splitting the lone soul black fog, entangling the other maidservant. Chapter 166. Su Yan did not have time to look at the two falling maids, because the countless black fog of lonely souls in front of him had already pounced on Su Yan. The black fog of lonely souls was unpredictable. As long as a lonely soul touched his body, he would fall into a state of eternal damnation. Moreover, the black fog of lonely souls could also absorb the spiritual power in the warrior's body. Not to mention that there were so many of them. The 10,000 ghost seal. Now Su Yan truly understood why this formation was called the 10,000 ghost seal. With so many ghosts, if it was not called the 10,000 ghost seal, it would not be worthy of this name. The power of this formation will always surpass all the formations I have broken in the past. Su Yan looked at the black fog that was constantly attacking, his eyes flashing. He did not dare to be the slightest bit careless. This formation could not be broken even by the joint attack of the three emperors of heaven phase. Su Yan was not arrogant enough to think that he could break the 10,000 ghost seal by himself. However, Su Yan's character made it so that the stronger the opponent, the more Su Yan's potential could be stimulated. Just like now, Su Yan knew that he was not the opponent of the 10,000 ghost seal, but his eyes were still like torches, without the slightest intention of retreating. Su Yan knew that today, he would either fight or die. There were only two choices. 10,000 ghost seal, I want to see how powerful you are. Su Yan instantly split open the black fog of lonely souls. In an instant, he let out a low roar and jumped up. The ghost howl sword in his hand instantly emitted a shrill sound, which combined with the wailing of the ghosts. 10,000 ghost seal. Then taste my 10,000 ghost rush. Su Yan shouted coldly and jumped up. The ghost howl sword in his hand followed and slashed out horizontally. Suddenly, it turned into a huge black fog and attacked to the side. Sword technique. This was the second sword technique that Su Yan used in conjunction with the ghost howl sword, 10,000 ghosts rush. In the blink of an eye, the wailing of ghosts and howling of wolves turned into a black fog and spread out. The black fog that was surrounding Su Yan suddenly exploded under this huge amount of spiritual energy and exploded to the side, creating a loud sound. The two female servants, who were still standing on the ground, were shocked when they saw Su Yan's move. One of them looked at Su Yan and muttered, "Who is this kid? He's only a saint of 3 bloodlines. How can he release such a sharp sword technique?" The three of them were all celestial emperors, so they naturally knew Su Yan's strength with a single glance. Hearing this person's words, the other person also echoed, since this child can enter this myriad ghosts cave, he is definitely not an ordinary person. It's just that we don't know how exactly he came in. Yes. The other person nodded and looked at Su Yan. No matter what, the two of us and the young palace master are indebted to this child for saving our lives today. Now, although this child's attack is sharp, it's obvious that his strength is not enough to break the myriad ghost seal. Let us give him a hand. As this person spoke, the spiritual chi in his body surged and he was about to go forward to help Su Yan. However, he was pulled back by the other female servant. Sister Ping, don't be anxious. Let's see what else this child can do. Hearing this person's words, Sister Ping was stunned. Then, she frowned and looked at her. Xiao Ju, you mean? The female servant called Xiao Ju nodded and revealed a wicked smile. You see that this child has abundant spiritual chi. Obviously, he can still resist. Let's see how much more he can do now. The female servant called Sister Ping looked at Su Yan, who was fighting with the myriad ghost seal in the air, and nodded. She stopped circulating her cultivation technique and looked meaningfully at Su Yan fighting with the myriad ghost seal. Damn it! Why aren't these people helping? Of course, Su Yan did not know what the two female servants were thinking. He was using all his strength to fight against the myriad ghost seal. When he did not see the two female servants coming to help, he was secretly anxious and did not shout. For Su Yan, coming out to help these people was a gamble to begin with. He was betting that these people would be willing to join hands with him because of the favor he had shown them. If these people did not help and wanted to kill him, then Su Yan could only admit that he was unlucky. Of course, Su Yan now knew that his greatest enemy was the myriad ghost seal in front of him. As the saying goes, if you don't try, you won't know. When he was not fighting against the myriad ghost seal, Su Yan was only thinking about the myriad ghost soul bead. He even wanted to use the myriad ghost soul bead to exchange for spiritual stones. He even wanted to open his fourth Saint Meridian. Now that he was facing the 10,000 ghosts sealing array, Su Yan finally understood how foolish and ignorant he was. Since the 10,000 ghosts cave was the most dangerous of the three, how could the 10,000 ghosts sealing array be something that ordinary people could deal with? Of course, even if Su Yan knew this, Su Yan did not have any intention of giving up. Su Yan knew that giving up was equivalent to death. Only by working hard would he have a chance. Su Yan did his best to resist the myriad ghost seal. The black fog of the lonely ghosts surrounded him, and the spiritual energy in his 3 Saint Meridians kept surging out. When the 2 maids on the ground saw this scene, they were also surprised. This child's explosive power is indeed shocking. I'm afraid we are not his match in this realm, Xiao Ju said softly. Yes. Sister Ping looked at Su Yan and nodded continuously. Looking at this person's age, he seems to be around the same age as young palace master. His strength is indeed shocking. It is a pity that this person doesn't look like someone from our supreme demon palace. No matter how strong he is, it is useless. No. When Sister Ping said this, the other servant, Xiao Ju, immediately shook her head. Sister Ping, look at this person's head. He has 2 horns. Sister Ping didn't look carefully just now, but when she heard Xiao Ju's words, she took a closer look and immediately noticed the 2 horns on Su Yan's head. Hey, this person has 2 horns on his head. Could he really be from our supreme demon palace? But why haven't I heard of someone like this in Monster Palace? Xiao Ju shook her head and said with a smile, Sister Ping, this person has horns on his head. I'm afraid that he has the bloodline of a demonic beast from our supreme demon palace. However, this does not mean that he is a member of our supreme demon palace. After all, there are many people with the bloodline of a demonic beast in this world who have not joined our supreme demon palace. When she heard Xiao Ju's words, Sister Ping suddenly understood. She said, Xiao Ju, are you saying that this person is a rogue cultivator? Yes. Xiao Ju nodded and smiled. Sister Ping, this person has the blood of a monster, and he is so strong. If he joins our Monster Palace, do you think it will be a good thing for Monster Palace? Sister Ping also smiled slightly. She looked meaningfully at Chu Ling, on the ground, and said meaningfully, "That is indeed the case. Moreover, looking at this child's delicate appearance, perhaps he can become the palace master of our Supreme Demon Palace in the future." As the two of them chatted, they looked at each other with smiles on their faces. They ignored the fact that they were still in a dangerous situation and laughed heartily. Xiao Ju stopped laughing first. She said, "Sister Ping, since we have the same idea, shouldn't we help him now?" "Yes." Sister Ping nodded and looked at Su Yan. She was shocked and hurriedly shouted, "Oh no, Xiao Ju, hurry and help him." When the maid, Xiao Ju, heard Sister Ping's words, she was startled. She looked towards the sky and was shocked. The black fog of the seal of 10,000 ghosts turned into a huge cloud of fog and rushed towards Su Yan. It surrounded Su Yan's entire body. It was as fast as lightning, making whistling sounds. Sister Ping and Xiao Ju had dealt with the black fog of the seal of 10,000 ghosts before. Even the two of them, Emperors of Heaven phase, found it difficult to deal with a single wisp of the black fog of the seal of 10,000 ghosts. Now that the black fog was all over the place, Su Yan could only face one path, death. The two of them wanted to save him. Unfortunately, the black fog of the seal of 10,000 ghosts was too fast. It spun and surrounded Su Yan. When the two of them were looking at Su Yan earlier, they saw the strength that Su Yan had displayed. The more they looked at Su Yan, the more satisfied they were with Su Yan. Now that they saw that Su Yan was going to die in the black fog, the two of them blamed themselves. If the two of them had acted earlier, they might not have been able to break the seal of 10,000 ghosts, but at least they would not have let Su Yan fall into it. Now that Su Yan was surrounded by the black fog of the seal of 10,000 ghosts and could not be seen, the two of them blamed themselves deeply. "Young man, although I don't know who you are, Sister Ping swears today that I will avenge you." While blaming herself, Sister Ping clenched her teeth and secretly swore. She suddenly jumped up and emitted a majestic amount of spirit force. At the same time, Xiao Ju also jumped up and shouted, "Today, I will bury this seal of 10,000 ghosts with you." Pudong, just as the two of them jumped up, a loud sound burst out. Suddenly, a red light flashed and the black fog of the seal of 10,000 ghosts that surrounded Su Yan suddenly exploded and scattered in all directions. Su Yan's body suddenly appeared in front of the two maids again. When the two maids saw Su Yan being surrounded by the black fog, they thought that Su Yan would definitely die. Now that they saw Su Yan's body again, they could not help but be stunned. When he saw the red light surging on Su Yan's body, the corners of his mouth could not help but curl up into a smile. At the same time, his admiration for Su Yan in his heart increased. However, the two of them did not talk anymore. They jumped up and each took out their own magic treasure to help Su Yan resist the seal of 10,000 ghosts. The red light on Su Yan's body slowly receded. This red light was none other than the invincible golden body that Su Yan had obtained from the Su family's #1 inheritance. The moment the red light dissipated, Su Yan was gasping for breath because of the huge consumption of spirit qi. However, seeing the two maids coming to help, Su Yan also felt relieved. Looking at the two maids who came to help after a while, he couldn't help but scold, finally willing to come to help. Of course, Su Yan was cursing, but he was not chatting like the two of them. Chapter 167. This 10,000 ghost seal is indeed extraordinary, far more powerful than I imagined. With the help of the two maids, Su Yan breathed a sigh of relief. Looking at the 10,000 ghost seal, he frowned, but he did not relax like the two maids. Su Yan had come all this way, although he was not old, but it could be said that he had experienced hundreds of battles. At such a critical juncture, how could Su Yan be in a daze like the two maids? Although the 10,000 ghost seal was powerful enough and had many changes, no one knew what kind of changes it would undergo next time. But Su Yan knew that no matter what, sitting still and waiting for death would always lead to death. No matter how strong the opponent was, no matter how strong the formation was, as long as he fought to the end, there was still a glimmer of hope. 10,000 Ghost Whale. Su Yan looked at the black fog that was constantly entangling the lonely souls, and with a shout, the ghost howl sword in his hand slashed out horizontally at the same time, using the sword technique to complement the ghost howl sword. This sword technique was not very powerful, but because it was a sword technique that complemented the ghost howl sword. Now that it was unleashed by Su Yan, its power was naturally astonishing. At the moment when the sword was swung, there was suddenly a loud ghost howl, the sword light flashed, and a powerful spiritual power was emitted from the ghost howl sword, suddenly turning into a thick black chi. In the void, the black chi instantly condensed into a huge ghost head, and attacked the lonely souls. Bang! Suddenly there was a loud explosion. Such a huge power was released from the hands of a three-bloodline saint. The two maids were stunned again. They admired Su Yan from the bottom of their hearts. At the same time, they couldn't help but be stunned. Su Yan saw that the two maids were in a daze again, and couldn't help but shout, "What are you two still thinking about? Hurry up and attack." At such a critical juncture, the two maids were in a daze several times. As he shouted out, Su Yan's anger involuntarily increased. His stern face emitted a powerful and imposing aura that had never been seen before. Even though the two maids were both emperors of heaven, the two of them were stronger than Su Yan. As long as they wanted to, they could take Su Yan's life with a wave of their hands. However, at this moment, in the face of Su Yan's shout, he was stunned. The two maids weren't angry at all. Instead, they were startled. At the same time, they couldn't help but blush. However, they reacted quickly. He saw a mass of orphaned souls turn into a huge machete and attack him. The two of them shouted at the same time. At this moment, the full power of Emperor Tianxiang erupted. Powerful spiritual qi surged, and the two of them immediately turned into streaks of light that surged forward. When he saw the two attack, Su Yan did not hesitate. He patted his storage bag and swiftly retrieved a soul-gathering pill and swallowed it. Just now, the invincible golden body still consumed a lot of the spiritual energy in Su Yan's body. In addition, he had used the sword technique twice in a row. Su Yan's spiritual energy at this moment was not enough to support him for too long. After all, Su Yan was only a three-meridian saint. The invincible golden body and the sword technique were all ultimate moves that consumed a lot of spiritual energy. Swallowing another soul-gathering pill only restored a little bit of spiritual energy in Su Yan's body. It was like an ant trying to shake a tree. It was not enough for the next battle. Su Yan couldn't help but frown. While resisting the black fog of orphaned souls, he pondered. This 10,000 ghost seal is so powerful. No matter how we kill these orphaned souls, it still doesn't help. If this continues, even if we don't die in the hands of these orphaned souls, I'm afraid that we will die from the depletion of spiritual energy. Su Yan muttered to himself, and his frown deepened. No, I have to find a way to break it. Su Yan waved his hand and split open a cloud of orphaned souls. His body suddenly jumped up and looked at the entire 10,000 ghost seal, which was rotating like a universe. And the black fog of lonely souls was being emitted from the surroundings of those universes. Since the 10,000 ghost seal is a formation, it naturally has a formation eye and a way to break it. Su Yan frowned. At the same time, a bright light surged in his eyes and spread out, observing the entire 10,000 ghost seal formation. All of a sudden, Su Yan's eyes flashed. He saw a bright spot among the countless lonely souls. Could this be the formation eye? Su Yan looked at the bright spot, and his frown deepened. After all, the 10,000 ghost seal formation was too strange. Su Yan didn't dare to determine whether this was the formation eye or not. As Su Yan hesitated, he saw that the attacks of the two maids were getting weaker and weaker. Obviously, even if they had the strength of Emperor Tianxiang, facing the endless 10,000 ghost seal formation, they would still run out of spiritual qi. Forget it. If I continue to fight like this, I won't be able to escape death. Why not give it a try? Su Yan looked at the two maids and immediately made up his mind. Spiritual qi suddenly burst out from his body, and he clenched the ghost howl sword in his hand. The long sword was like a black snake surging out. Spiritual chi surged out and the sword hummed. In an instant, it was like a surging wave rolling out. Su Yan's body was blocked by the black fog of the lonely souls, and a path was immediately opened. Rumble, rumble, the moment Su Yan moved forward, more and more orphan souls pounced on him, giving up on the two maids. Seeing this, Su Yan couldn't help but feel happy. I guessed right. This bright spot is probably the formation eye of the 10,000 ghost seal. Otherwise, these orphan souls wouldn't give up on the two maids and attack me. Because the lonely souls and black fog had all gone to attack Su Yan, the two female servants let out a sigh of relief. Seeing Su Yan continue to rush up, the two of them looked at each other in confusion. What is he doing? Xiao Ju asked. Sister Ping looked at Su Yan's figure, and at the same time, frowned. She looked carefully, and suddenly her eyes flashed. She said in surprise, could it be that he found the formation eye? The two of them didn't see the bright spot. It wasn't because the bright spot didn't exist, but because it was mysterious. The reason Su Yan could see it was because Su Yan had the blood dragon pupil, which no one in the world could resist. It was because of the blood dragon pupil that Su Yan was able to see the formation of the 10,000 ghost seal. Of course, Su Yan didn't know this. Ju Ping and Xiao Ju didn't know either. Sister Ping was only guessing based on her experience. Since it was a formation, there must be a formation eye. Since there was a formation eye, there must be a way to break it. Although there were all kinds of strange formations in the world, these were all eternal principles. As a cultivator, they were all able to understand this principle. The two monster palace maids had been resisting, and they were also looking for the formation eye. But because they were surrounded by the orphan souls, they couldn't find the formation flame. Now that she saw Su Yan rushing forward, Sister Ping immediately deduced from her accumulated experience that Su Yan had most likely found the array core of the lone soul black fog. Of course, this was only her conjecture. Sister Ping looked at Su Yan's advancing body. She turned to Xiao Ju and said, Xiao Ju, do you dare to trust this young man one more time? When Xiao Ju heard her words, she could not help but be stunned. She turned back to look at Su Yan as a gentle smile appeared on her face. Sister Ping, if it wasn't for this young man, I'm afraid both of us would have died here today. Although he's only a saint with 3 bloodlines, I'm afraid he's our savior. Since he's our savior, why can't we trust him? Sister Ping nodded in satisfaction when she heard Xiao Ju's words. She looked at Su Yan's advancing body and the orphan souls blocking Su Yan's path. Sister Ping couldn't help but shout, okay, Xiao Ju, since both of us choose to trust this young man, we'll help him break the 10,000 ghost seal today. Okay. Xiao Ju also shouted out. At the same time, the spiritual aura on the two of them exploded as they leaped into the air and charged towards Su Yan. The two of them didn't go past Su Yan. Instead, they helped Su Yan block. Su Yan couldn't help but be taken aback when he saw their actions. When Sister Ping saw Su Yan's gaze, she smiled faintly and said, Young man, I don't know if you've discovered the array core, but today, Ju Ping and I will be here to assist you. Xiao Ju looked at Su Yan and nodded. The strong naturally had the pride of the strong. Since Tianxiang emperors were emperors, their strength surpassed saints in terms of status and status. Now, 2 Tianxiang emperors were willing to help a saint with 3 bloodlines. Moreover, they didn't have any relationship with each other. If this spread, people would think it was a joke. Even Su Yan couldn't help but be stunned when he heard the maid's words. However, Su Yan reacted quickly and nodded. His eyes flashed with determination. The sun-colored glazed sword manual in his body quickly revolved and the spiritual chi in his body burst out. Seal of 1,000 ghosts. Let's see how strong you are. Su Yan shouted as he stepped on the sword dragon. The Buddha sword in his hand immediately emitted a bright light. At the same time, a sword cry shook the area. That's right. When Su Yan thought that the bright light was the formation eye, he had already switched the ghost howl sword for the pagoda sword. It wasn't because the pagoda sword was stronger than the ghost howl sword. It was because the ghost howl sword was similar to the ghost howl sword. Naturally, it couldn't restrain the ghost howl sword. However, the pagoda sword was different. The moment Su Yan leaped up, his spirit chi circulated and the Buddha sword flashed with a golden light. In an instant, it pierced through the lonely soul black fog. Although the light could not harm the lonely soul black fog, although the ghost howl sword couldn't damage the ghost howl sword, it was enough to see the pagoda sword penetrate the ghost howl sword. Su Yan didn't care if the two maids could see anything from the pagoda sword. Now that the two maids were here to help him, Su Yan completely trusted them. With their help, Su Yan could see the ghost howl sword. Su Yan wholeheartedly rushed towards the bright spot, completely ignoring the black fog that was attacking him from the side. Chapter 168. Su Yan had absolute trust in the two Monster Palace maids. He didn't care about the lone soul black fog that was constantly attacking him. He looked at the faint light emitting from the barrier and focused all of his mind power on it. However, there were too many lone soul black fog in the 10,000 ghost seal. Even with the help of the two Monster Palace maids, there were still many lone soul black fog blocking Su Yan's path. Moreover, these lonely souls and black fog were much more powerful than the ones Su Yan and the others had faced earlier. They emitted a sinister and sharp whistling sound that shook people's hearts, causing their minds to involuntarily ripple. Fortunately, Su Yan's willpower was strong, so he wasn't confused by the lone soul black fog. However, the lone soul black fog that blocked Su Yan's path emitted a strong stench. In addition to the continuous attacks, it was still a big hindrance to Su Yan. Moreover, the lone soul black fog seemed to have intelligence. Seeing Su Yan's continuous attacks, several lone soul black fog instantly condensed into a giant ghost head. It bared its fangs and brandished its claws as it rushed towards Su Yan. It was so fast that it was going to swallow Su Yan in an instant. Be careful. When the two Monster Palace maids saw this scene, their hearts couldn't help but tremble. They hurriedly warned him. Although the two of them wanted to help, there were too many lone soul black fog around them. The two of them couldn't help Su Yan at all. They could only worry in their hearts. It's either I succeed or I die trying today. However, when Su Yan saw the giant ghost head rushing towards him, his expression didn't change at all. His face was cold. He didn't care about the ghost head's attack. He used the technique in his body and stepped on the sword dragon. He didn't have any intention of stopping. Bang! In the blink of an eye, Su Yan wielded the pagoda sword and slammed it into the ghost head. A gust of chilly wind drifted in the surroundings, and countless lonely souls condensed on Su Yan's body. These lonely souls were like vampires, attaching themselves to Su Yan's body and constantly absorbing Su Yan's blood and spiritual power. At the same time, it brought about waves of boundless pain. Su Yan's entire face was twisted because of this. However, Su Yan did not make a single sound. His distorted expression returned to normal in an instant. He was still as cold as ever, and his eyes flashed with a bright light. The two maids in the Monster Palace looked at Su Yan's appearance and couldn't help but be surprised. At the same time, they admired Su Yan even more. It could be said to be admiration, but at the same time, it could also be said to be veneration. At this time, they completely ignored the fact that Su Yan was only a saint with 3 bloodlines, and his strength was even lower than theirs. They only saw Su Yan's strength. That's right, he was strong. Perhaps Su Yan's strength was not as strong as his, but the tenacity and perseverance in his body made the two of them admire him. This was because the two of them had experienced the pain of the lonely souls attaching themselves to their bodies. Now that Su Yan's entire body was being sucked in by the lonely soul, how much pain would he have to endure? Just thinking about it made the two of them tremble uncontrollably, not to mention that Su Yan was currently enduring this pain. Su Yan endured the great pain on his body, and at the same time, the spiritual power in his body slowly disappeared. Soon, Su Yan felt a wave of fatigue attack him, and his head fell into a daze. It was as if Su Yan relaxed a little, he would fall asleep. No, I can't admit defeat. I can't die here, I can't. Su Yan gritted his teeth and persevered. He kept shouting in his heart, "I can't die here, I can't," Su Yan shouted from the bottom of his heart. At the same time, the spiritual power of the three holy meridians burst out at the same time. One of them contained countless sword essences, while the other contained the immense heat of the heavenly fire. The other emitted a strong stench, which was highly poisonous spiritual power. When it burst out, it directly swept toward the lonely souls blocking in front of Su Yan. Not only that. The moment the spiritual power and the three bloodlines burst out at the same time, Su Yan shouted again, "Break!" Around Su Yan, in an instant, several rays of light flashed, like lightning, directly exploding towards the black fog of lonely souls. Flying swords, yes, flying swords. 6 flying swords. That was the maximum number of flying swords that Su Yan could control. Not only that, but at the same time, Su Yan gritted his teeth and shouted. The pagoda sword in his hand suddenly burst out a sharp light. The golden light flickered, and the sword whistled loudly as it attacked directly. Its speed was like a bolt of lightning. Su Yan's entire body was like a gust of wind as he pounced forward. Break the cauldrons and sink the boats. Su Yan used all of his moves in order to break the seal of 10,000 ghosts. Bang! 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 Under Su Yan's all-out attack, the surrounding black fog of lonely souls was constantly being blasted apart. Black rays of light surged out, illuminating the entire area as if it was daytime. The two maids in the monster palace were completely shocked when they saw Su Yan launch so many attacks. Looking at the attacks that Su Yan launched, their faces were full of surprise. They even forgot to block the lonely souls that were constantly surging toward them. The two of them were celestial emperors. Their strength would always surpass Su Yan's, and they were confident that they could break through the ghost head just now with their own strength. But after that ghost head, what about the intense pain caused by the lonely souls being possessed by the black fog? And now, there were so many attacks. Although they were celestial emperors, they knew that under such circumstances, they would definitely not launch so many attacks. They looked at Su Yan. In addition to admiration, there was more disbelief in their hearts. Normally, the two of them would not even spare a glance at a three-line saint. However, he was able to launch so many attacks at this moment. Perhaps the two of them were confident that they could withstand these attacks. However, they knew that it was impossible for the two of them to launch so many attacks so fluently under such circumstances. Therefore, they were completely stunned, and they even forgot about the black fog that was constantly attacking them. Be careful. At that moment, a warning came from underground. The two maids in the monster palace only reacted when they arrived. They looked to the side and saw that the dense black fog of lonely souls had already drowned them. The two of them could not help but be shocked. They shouted and hurriedly tried to block it. Unfortunately, the black fog of lonely souls was too fast. In addition, they were already close to them. They could not resist at all. As long as the black fog of lonely souls came, they had no chance to escape. The two of them closed their eyes in fear, waiting for death to come. Bang! 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 At this moment, just as they were thinking about waiting for death, a series of explosions suddenly burst out around them. The black fog of lonely souls that were baring their fangs and brandishing their claws all exploded at this moment. The continuous sound spread throughout the entire passage. The two maids, who had escaped death, looked at each other. Their eyes were full of doubts. However, the two of them quickly reacted. Both of them could not help but smile excitedly. They even forgot their identities and shouted, "He did it, he did it." At this moment, Chu Linger, who had just reminded the two of them to be careful, came in front of the two of them. After resting for a while, Chu Linger recovered a lot of physical strength and woke up. When she woke up, she saw the countless black fog of lonely souls rushing toward the two maids. She, who had a deep relationship with her maids, could not help but remind them in a panic. Now, she did not have time to care about the black fog of lonely souls that had suddenly disappeared. She stepped forward and looked at the two of them with concern, asking, "Sister Ping, Sister Ju, are you okay?" We're okay, we're okay. The two of them shook their heads. They could not hide the joy in their hearts and cheered, "Young Palace Master, he did it, he did it." Chu Linger had been unconscious the moment Su Yan appeared. However, in her mind, she vaguely remembered that at the moment when she was unconscious, someone seemed to have caught her. As for who caught her, she couldn't remember clearly. Hearing the two maids' words, she frowned slightly and asked, "Sister Ping, Sister Ju, what did he do? Who is he?" When Sister Ping and Xiao Ju heard Chu Linger's words, they were slightly startled. They glanced at each other and laughed lightly. Then the two of them fought to be the first to tell Chu Ling about Su Yan's heroic actions and how he had saved them. How he broke the 1,000 Ghost Seal Formation. A saint from 3 branches broke the 1,000 Ghost Seal Formation. Chu Linger naturally did not believe the two maids' words. She looked at the two maids in confusion. The two female servants did not pay attention to Chu Linger's puzzled expression. They kept nodding and said, "Young Palace Master, it's like this. You didn't see how strong that person's explosive power was and how strong his endurance was." Chu Linger looked at the two of them who were like love-struck fools. She shook her head with a wry smile and asked, "Where is he?" "Him?" Hearing Chu Linger's words, Sister Ping and Xiao Ju realized that the 1,000 Ghost Seal Formation had disappeared. Unfortunately, they did not see Su Yan. The two of them hurriedly looked around, but they could not find Su Yan. "Where is he? Where is the young man?" The two of them could not help but panic. At the same time, they blamed themselves. "It's our fault. We were too happy and did not pay attention to that young man." When Chu Linger heard their words, she knew that Su Yan was nowhere to be found. She frowned slightly. Although she did not believe that Su Yan, a saint from 3 branches, was so powerful, she still believed that someone had saved them after hearing Sister Ping and Xiao Ju's words. After all, Chu Linger knew very well that it was impossible for the 3 of them to break the 1,000 Ghost Seal Formation. Of course, they did not know that the reason why they could not break the 1,000 Ghost Seal Formation was not because they were weaker than Su Yan. The 3 of them were all Emperors of Heaven phase, while Su Yan was only a saint from 3 branches. No matter how powerful Su Yan was, he could not surpass Emperors of Heaven phase. The reason why they could not break the 1,000 Ghost Seal Formation was because they could not see the formation eye. Chapter 169. Of course, the reason why Su Yan was able to open the 10,000 Ghost Seal wasn't just because he could see the seal. It was more because of Su Yan's perseverance and calmness. How many people could remain unmoved under such great pain? Now that the 10,000 Ghost Seal had been opened, Su Yan had disappeared. Sister Ping and Xiao Ju had completely accepted Su Yan in their hearts. They didn't even know that there were some feelings in their hearts that had never sprouted before. When they thought of Su Yan, they secretly sprouted. Although the two of them were both female servants of the Supreme Demon Palace, their appearances were also 1 in a million. On their delicate and pretty faces, there was not a single flaw. Now that the two of them saw that Su Yan had disappeared, they couldn't help but panic. Chu Linger was also worried about Su Yan. However, because she didn't believe that Su Yan could be so powerful, she also didn't see Su Yan. She was still suspicious of Su Yan. Even though she was worried about Su Yan, she was still much calmer than the two maids. She looked around and said, "Sister Ping, Sister Ju, don't worry. This place isn't big. Let's look around." "Okay." When the two maids heard Chu Linger's words, they suppressed the worry in their hearts and carefully searched the surroundings. Unfortunately, they searched again and again and still couldn't find Su Yan's figure. They even wanted to dig 3 feet into the ground. "Where did he go? Where did he go?" Xiao Ju and Sister Ping looked around. At this moment, their faces were like pear blossoms. If it weren't for the fact that they were usually strong, they would have cried out loud. Although Chu Linger didn't believe Su Yan, she also felt bad when she saw their sad faces. She frowned and looked around. This place is only so big. According to Sister Ju and Sister Ping, that person has already broken the 10,000 Ghost Seal Formation. Where did that person go? Could it be? Chu Linger couldn't help but be startled. Looking at the two maids who were sad, she didn't dare to tell them this. She just sighed helplessly and shook her head. She was about to find a place to rest and prepare to go out. The moment she turned around, she saw something flickering in the void. Chu Linger looked at the flashing ground, and suddenly thought of something. She hurriedly shouted to the two maidservants, "Elder Sister Ping, Elder Sister Ju, quickly look over there." Xiao Ju and Elder Sister Ping were still sad. When they heard Chu Linger's words, they came back to their senses. They looked at the flashing ground and immediately became wild with joy. They excitedly shouted, "Passage! That's a passage! That's right! It's a passage!" Xiao Ju also echoed. "That must be a passage. That person must have gone out through the passage. Yes, he must have gone out." Elder Sister Ping also nodded. The sadness from before had also disappeared. When Chu Linger saw that the two of them had recovered, she smiled and said, "Elder Sister Ping, Elder Sister Ju, since that person has gone out, let's go out too." Yes. This time, the two of them didn't have the slightest objection. They nodded and the three of them went into the passage. But was it really a passage to the outside world? I succeeded. Did I succeed? Su Yan slowly opened his eyes. He looked at the pitch-black surroundings and muttered to himself. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. At that moment, a mournful laughter floated in the air. This voice was frightening. Just the laughter alone made Su Yan's heart tremble. Su Yan couldn't help but tremble. He hurriedly stood up and shouted, "Who is it?" He instinctively tightened his grip on the Buddha sword. Unfortunately, the moment he broke the 10,000 ghost seal, he had used up all his spiritual qi. At that moment it was difficult for Su Yan to stand up. Even the Buddha sword in his hand was trembling slightly. However, Su Yan's eyes were still filled with determination. He shouted, "Who? Who is it? Come out." Ha ha ha, who? Who am I? I don't know who it is either. Just at this moment, a burst of laughter rang out, causing Su Yan's heart to tighten once again. However, this time, he was no longer as flustered as before. He calmly looked at his surroundings. Other than the pitch-black darkness, he could not see anything else. Su Yan couldn't help but frown. He muttered softly, "Where is this? Didn't I break the 10,000 ghost seal?" As soon as Su Yan finished speaking, the mournful laughter rang out. It was followed by a disdainful voice. "The 10,000 ghost seal? Kid, do you really think that a mere saint like you can break it?" "What? A mere saint can break it?" Su Yan couldn't help but be stunned when he heard this. His eyes were filled with confusion. He suddenly shuddered. Could it be that what I just broke wasn't the 10,000 ghost seal? After that, the disdainful voice rang out again. "Huh, you're dreaming if you think you can break the 10,000 ghost seal." Before Su Yan could react, the voice shouted again, "Kid, since you said you broke the 10,000 ghost seal, I'll show you what the real 10,000 ghost seal is." As soon as the voice finished speaking, a ghostly howl immediately rang out in the surroundings. The ghostly howl was much more mournful and sharp than the howls of the lonely souls that he had witnessed in the 10,000 ghost seal. It seemed to be omnipresent in his ears, sometimes near, sometimes far, and constantly changing. It was deeply rooted in his heart. Even with Su Yan's mental fortitude, he couldn't help but growl. He shouted, "What the hell is this?" Unfortunately, no one answered Su Yan this time. Only the mournful laughter answered him. At the same time, the ghostly howl did not stop. It was sometimes far, sometimes near, and constantly reverberated in Su Yan's ears. The ghostly howl was like countless sharp swords that pierced into his heart. Under the torment of the ghostly howl, Su Yan growled again. He felt that the qi and blood in his body were about to flow in reverse. "No, I can't." Su Yan felt the qi and blood in his body churning. However, his heart was as clear as a mirror. He kept shouting, "No, I can't be confused by this. I can't be bothered by this. I have to calm down, calm down. Bang, Su Yan murmured in his heart as he sat down cross-legged. The great sun-colored glazed sword scripture began to circulate in his body. He turned a deaf ear to the ghostly howls as he continuously chanted the incantation of the cultivation technique in his heart. As Su Yan activated the cultivation technique, although there was no spiritual qi in his body, Su Yan slowly calmed down amidst the ghostly howls. The moment Su Yan calmed down, that laughter sounded again. Not bad, not bad. You can actually withstand my 10,000 wailing ghosts. With such a mind, if you are allowed to mature, you will definitely achieve great things in the future. TSK, what a pity. You shouldn't have entered the 10,000 ghost cave. So what if you have a strong mind? You still can't escape death. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha, as that mournful laughter echoed, a sinister wind suddenly blew in the surroundings. Countless ghostly auras were emitted from the surroundings. Before they even got close to Su Yan already felt a sense of eeriness. Su Yan couldn't help but frown. His mind was spinning rapidly. This place is so strange, and this person kept saying that he didn't pass the 10,000 ghost ceiling formation. Could this be? Su Yan's heart couldn't help but tremble. If what he just passed was not the 10,000 ghost ceiling formation, then what was it? If that wasn't the 10,000 ghost ceiling formation was already so powerful, then what would the real 10,000 ghost ceiling formation be like? As Su Yan thought about it, his heart couldn't help but tremble. At the same time, he felt the sinister wind constantly blowing in his surroundings. His eyes narrowed and his heart was as firm as a rock. He shouted, "No, I can't just give in like this. Even if this is the real 10,000 ghost ceiling formation, so what? I, Su Yan, will still break it." As he spoke, Su Yan quickly activated the cultivation technique in his body. At the same time, another crack appeared in the great sun-colored glazed sword scripture. The sinister wind and ghostly aura from the surroundings instantly flowed in. This, Su Yan's eyes suddenly lit up. Before he saw the 10,000 ghost ceiling formation, Su Yan felt a force calling out to him in his body. At that time, Su Yan felt that this was the location of his fourth Saint Meridian. Unfortunately, when Su Yan reached the 10,000 ghost ceiling formation, this force disappeared. Su Yan had not used his cultivation technique to absorb it when he was dealing with the 10,000 ghost ceiling formation outside. It wasn't that Su Yan didn't want to. It was because Su Yan couldn't feel the presence of any aura. Now that the great sun-colored glazed sword scripture was activated, Su Yan immediately felt the presence of that aura. Su Yan was overjoyed. In an instant, he activated the cultivation method in his body and circulated it at an even faster speed. He continuously absorbed the ghost qi from the surroundings. Under the circulation of the great sun-colored glazed sword scripture, Su Yan's fourth saint vein was created in his meridians. What's going on? While Su Yan was absorbing the ghost qi that was emitted from his surroundings, the unceasing laughter also came to a stop. What replaced it was a shocked expression. What is going on? How is this brat able to absorb my ghostly qi? Could it be? As the laughter echoed in the air, it immediately turned into shock. Hearing the laughter turn into shock, Su Yan was secretly delighted, and the great sun-colored glazed sword scripture in his body circulated even faster. However, before Su Yan could feel proud, the arrogant laughter sounded again. "Ha, I understand, the heavens are really helping me. It's actually a cultivation technique that can convert different substances, ha ha ha. Ha, 5,000 years, this emperor has been here for 5,000 years, unable to see the light of day again. Now, I actually found a cultivation technique that can convert different substances, ha ha ha, just this one person is enough to make up for my 1,000 years of absorption." Chapter 170. Fourth Saint Meridian. Fourth Saint Meridian. Su Yan couldn't help but lick his lips greedily as an indescribable excitement surfaced on his face. As long as he could successfully convert the ghost qi into his own spiritual energy, he would be able to advance to a fourth Saint Meridian. Su Yan clearly remembered that he had only been in the 10,000 Ghosts cave for slightly more than 10 days. To jump 3 levels in such a short period of time, even Su Yan himself felt that this cultivation speed was somewhat monstrous. "Kid, have you absorbed enough?" Just as Su Yan was immersed in the excitement of his impending breakthrough, that shrill and somewhat chilling laughter sounded again. What? Su Yan couldn't help but be taken aback when he heard that. At that moment, bang, with a loud bang, a huge black boulder instantly attacked Su Yan. The huge black boulder was so fast that it swept over like a wave, accompanied by a powerful airflow. Su Yan couldn't help but be shocked as his pupils suddenly constricted. At the same time, a red light leaped out. Although the huge black boulder was slightly slower, Su Yan didn't dare to be negligent in the slightest as he quickly swept back. He narrowly avoided the attack of the huge black boulder. Pfft! Unfortunately, Su Yan couldn't help but feel a sweet taste in his throat as he spat out a mouthful of blood. Cough, cough, cough. At the same time, Su Yan also coughed violently. Su Yan had already exhausted all the spiritual energy in his body when dealing with the so-called 10,000 Ghost Seal formation. Originally, Su Yan wanted to use the Ghost Chi to advance to the 4th Saint Meridian in one fell swoop. Unfortunately, the sudden appearance of the huge black boulder made Su Yan unable to dodge in time. The circulating cultivation method in his body was deeply suppressed, and the Ghost Chi that had just surged in also caused a backlash to Su Yan at this moment. This time, Su Yan could be said to be heavily injured. If it wasn't for Su Yan's astonishing willpower, he would have fainted long ago. So powerful. Now that I've exhausted the spiritual chi in my body, I'm afraid I won't be able to escape death today. Su Yan looked at the pitch-black surroundings and frowned. At the same time, the great sun-colored glazed sword scripture in his body circulated rapidly. He tried to recover some of his spiritual energy. Unfortunately, before Su Yan could recover a trace of spiritual energy in his body, a loud bang rang out, and another black boulder attacked Su Yan. Su Yan's pupils suddenly shrank. Although the black boulder's speed had decreased a lot, Su Yan hurriedly tried to avoid it. Unfortunately, he lacked spiritual energy in his body, so Su Yan couldn't help but fall to the ground. All he could do was watch as the black boulder flew towards him. Bang! At this moment, a strong wave of spiritual energy suddenly spread out. 2 figures in white appeared in front of Su Yan and blocked the black boulder. The 2 people were none other than the 2 maids, Xiao Ju and Sister Ping. Su Yan originally thought that he was going to die here today, but when he saw the 2 maids, he couldn't help but feel happy. He got up and cupped his hands towards the 2 of them. Many thanks to seniors for saving my life. When the 2 maids saw Su Yan break the fake 10,000 Ghost Sealing formation, they had an indescribable feeling for Su Yan. Now that they saw Su Yan again, the 2 of them only felt joy in their hearts. Hearing Su Yan say this, the 2 of them couldn't help but laugh. "Junior, you're too polite. If you didn't break the 10,000 Ghost Sealing formation, I'm afraid that we would have already lost our lives there." Hearing the 2 maids mention the 10,000 Ghost Sealing formation, Su Yan couldn't help but frown. Looking at the 2's happy expressions, he shook his head and said, "Seniors, the one outside is not the 10,000 Ghost Sealing formation." What? When the 2 maids heard Su Yan's words, they couldn't help but be stunned. Not only them, but Chu Linger, who had followed them, was also stunned when she heard Su Yan's words. "You're saying that the one outside is not the 10,000 Ghost Sealing formation?" Chu Linger was the first to react and asked Su Yan. "Yes." Su Yan looked at Chu Linger's deep eyes and nodded cautiously. "The one outside is not the 10,000 Ghost Sealing formation, it is here." What? The 3 of them once again fell into a state of confusion. At the same time, they asked in astonishment, How is this possible?" "Ha ha ha, ignorant child, why is it impossible? If my 10,000 Ghost Cave could be broken through with the strength of the few of you, how could this 10,000 Ghost Cave be called the 10,000 Ghost Cave?" Just as the 3 of them were at a loss, that mournful laughter resounded in the darkness. Hearing this laughter, Chu Linger and the 2 maids were like Su Yan the first time. They jumped up and shouted, "Who are you? Come out." Unfortunately, that voice didn't appear at all this time. Only the sound of turbulence constantly resounded in the surroundings. When Su Yan heard the turbulence, he hurriedly reminded them, "Everyone, be careful. This place is extremely strange." Chu Linger and the two maids were well-known figures in the Monster Palace. Naturally, they were aware of everything around them. The moment the turbulence sounded, the three of them took out their respective weapons. At the same time, the spiritual energy in their bodies surged in an instant. Ha ha ha, the 10,000 Ghost Cave hasn't been so lively in a long time. Today, I'll let you ignorant juniors experience the power of the 10,000 Ghost Ceiling Formation. At this time, that voice resounded again. Bang! The moment the voice fell, a loud explosion suddenly erupted from the side. Countless shiny black boulders attacked in all directions, rolling up a gust of wind. The speed was as fierce as the waves of the East Sea. Chu Linger and the other two maids couldn't help but be shocked. They hurriedly circulated their spiritual energy and retreated. Su Yan also frowned and wanted to retreat. Unfortunately, he lacked spiritual energy in his body and couldn't resist in time. He could only watch as the shiny black boulders rushed over. He gritted his teeth and secretly hated the fact that he didn't have spiritual energy in his body. Still can't escape. Su Yan's heart was unwilling, but there was nothing he could do. Bang! Just when Su Yan thought that he was going to die, a figure suddenly flashed and hit the shiny black boulder with a palm. Puff! A loud explosion burst out and suddenly a burst of bright light was emitted, illuminating the dark curtain as if it was daytime. Poochie! At the same time, blood spurted out and spread in the void. A white-clothed figure was hit by the shiny black boulder and was sent flying. Little Ju. Sister Ju. Chu Linger and Sister Ping saw this scene and shouted in trembling voices. Su Yan was also stunned when he saw this scene. The moment he saw the white-clothed figure flying out, it was as if the whole world had stopped. Of course, he was more surprised in his heart. This person is a stranger to me, but, Su Yan wanted to say something, but he didn't know how to say it. His voice was choked with sobs. Although his body lacked spiritual energy, he still forced himself to walk toward the white-clothed figure. Why, Su Yan slowly picked up little Ju, who was on the ground, and his eyes were full of tears. Little Ju wanted to say something, but unfortunately, before she could say anything, another mouthful of blood spurted out. Sister Ju, don't say anything, don't say anything. Chu Linger's face was also full of tears. She held little Ju's hand and choked with sobs. Sister Ju, don't say anything, I will save you, I will save you. Young palace master, it's useless. Xiao Ju shook her head and looked at Su Yan. Her eyes were filled with gentleness as she asked, You haven't told me your name. After little Ju said this, another mouthful of blood spurted out from her mouth. Her pupils suddenly shrank, and she died. Little Ju. Sister Ju. Chu Linger and Sister Ping both burst into tears. Su Yan also felt like his heart was being pierced by a knife. He hugged little Ju's body and whispered, My name is Su Yan, Su as in awakening, Yan as in flame. Ha ha ha. At that moment, the shrill laughter came again. Ignorant children will always be ignorant children. A mere Emperor Tian Xiang wants to stop my onyx soul boulder? Who are you? Come out, come out. This voice reverberated through the air, instantly enraging the sorrowful ones. Chu Linger stood at the front and saw the darkness. She shouted, Come out, I will kill you. Sister Ping also shouted crazily, Come out, I will kill you today. Only Su Yan remained calm. It wasn't that Su Yan wasn't sad. It was that Su Yan knew that it was useless to be sad. What he needed to do now was to recover his spirit energy. Only then would he have a chance to fight. While Su Yan was channeling his cultivation method, he held the scarlet fire sword box in his hand. Countless sword intents came out and turned into spirit energy that entered Su Yan's body. Chu Linger saw Su Yan's appearance and didn't know that Su Yan was recovering his spirit energy. She thought that Su Yan wasn't moved. She was already sad because of little Ju's death, so when she saw Su Yan's appearance, she couldn't help but angrily scold, "You heartless person, Sister Ju died for you, aren't you angry?" Su Yan didn't say anything and just quickly channeled his cultivation method. When Sister Ping saw Su Yan's appearance, she seemed to understand something. She hurriedly stopped Chu Linger, who was about to attack Su Yan, and said, "Young palace master, don't." Su Yan used too much spirit energy to break the formation. He is recovering his spirit energy now. Recovering spirit energy, although Chu Linger was angry, she wasn't an unreasonable person. When she heard Sister Ping's words, she suppressed the anger in her heart. She looked at the darkness and shouted, "Who the hell are you? Quickly come out and see this palace master." "Huh, palace master, interesting, interesting." When that mournful voice heard Chu Ling-er's words, it started laughing loudly again, infuriating Chu Ling-er. Sister Ping was also furious, but she was careful. She looked at Su Yan and slowly said, "Su Yan, recover your strength. I will block everything for you." Chapter 171. Huh, a bunch of scoundrels actually want to see this emperor? What a joke. Mournful laughter once again floated in the air, followed by a shower of rocks. That's right, it was a shower of rocks. Countless huge rocks pierced through the darkness, directly exploding on top of Su Yan, Sister Ping, and Chu Linger's heads. They were so densely packed that there was simply no way to block them. The three of them couldn't help but frown. "Break!" Sister Ping shouted, and the spirit energy in her body exploded. She waved the magic weapon in her hands, and with a flash of light, she blocked all the rocks. Chu Ling-er's speed was not slow either. The moment her spirit chi surged, she struck out with one hand. In an instant, a powerful spirit chi burst out and whirled up. The surrounding stone rain was moved away by this whirling force. Only Su Yan remained unmoved, and worked hard to absorb the sword intent in the red parting sword case to quickly recover his spirit energy. It wasn't that Su Yan didn't want to stop it, but that Su Yan knew that only by recovering his spirit energy would he have a chance to escape. Of course, Su Yan wasn't doing nothing. Looking at the falling rocks, the blood dragon pupil quickly rotated, and the falling rocks slowed down. Faster, faster. Su Yan urged himself in his heart, and the great sun-colored glazed sword sutra was also activated to the extreme. As long as he recovered his spirit energy, there was nothing to be afraid of. Unfortunately, even with the sword intent emitted by the 10,000 spirit swords in the red parting sword case, Su Yan's spirit energy was still unable to recover quickly. Moreover, the falling rocks were too fast. Even with the blood dragon pupil slowing them down, he still couldn't make it in time. "Su Yan, be careful." At this moment, Sister Ping shouted, and the spirit energy in her hand instantly flew out, directly towards Su Yan's head. At the moment the magic tool flew out, a majestic spiritual energy burst out. In an instant, a ray of light flashed, blocking the rain of stones that were about to fall on Su Yan's body. Immediately after, Sister Ping's body also landed beside Su Yan. She stood in front of Su Yan, protecting him. Her entire body emitted a faint purple light. The strength of a celestial emperor burst forth at this moment. Under her efforts, the rain of stones was swept away. A disdainful smile flashed across Sister Ping's cold face. She looked at the black screen and shouted, "You're just so." Pfft! Before Sister Ping could finish speaking, a huge black hand suddenly appeared from the darkness. The black hand passed through Sister Ping's body. In an instant, a mouthful of blood spurted out from her mouth. Sister Ping. When Chu Ling-er saw that, her pupils immediately shrank. As she moved her feet, she hurriedly rushed towards Sister Ping, wanting to help her. But the giant black hand was too fast. After it passed through Sister Ping's body, it quickly pulled away and disappeared into the darkness. The moment it quickly pulled away, Sister Ping's entire body trembled. Ah! The immense pain of having her body penetrated immediately spread throughout Sister Ping's body. Pfft! In an instant, Sister Ping spat out another mouthful of blood. Her entire body went limp on the ground. Sister Ping. Chu Linger went forward to catch Sister Ping. Her face was filled with tears. Sister Ping, you can't die. You can't die. Young Palace Master, I won't be able to accompany you in the future. Sister Ping gasped for breath and weakly said to Chu Linger. At this moment, Su Yan also recovered his spirit energy. He walked over and looked at Sister Ping. A surge of anger surged in his heart. Su Yan. Sister Ping turned her head to look at Su Yan. I'm here. When Su Yan saw Sister Ping's appearance, his heart ached. He hurriedly walked to her side and said, Sister Ping, I'm here. What do you want to say? Su Yan, take the young palace master out for me. Sister Ping held back her last breath and said to Su Yan. Su Yan nodded without hesitation. He held Sister Ping's hand and said, Sister Ping, don't worry. I will definitely take the young palace master out. When Sister Ping heard Su Yan's words, a trace of a smile appeared on her face. Her head tilted. A generation of Emperor Tian Xiang had fallen. Sister Ping. Chu Linger hugged Sister Ping's body and cried loudly. Su Yan looked at Sister Ping's body. He also felt a burst of sadness in his heart. Although Su Yan had only just met them today, they had experienced life and death together. They had also faced all these dangers together. The trust from fighting side by side had long connected their hearts together. Looking at Sister Ping, Su Yan did not feel the slightest bit of unfamiliarity. Only his heart shook with endless pain. Of course, more than that, it was anger. Bang! At this moment, Su Yan activated the great sun-colored glazed sword scripture in his body. Suddenly, a burst of powerful spiritual energy erupted. He angrily shouted toward the darkness, Come out, I don't care who you are. Come out for me. You recovered your spiritual energy so quickly. Not bad, not bad. No matter how Su Yan shouted, he still could not see anything in the darkness. There was only that mournful laughter. It sounded again in the darkness, not bad is not bad. Unfortunately, you will die here in the end. Bang! Just as he finished speaking, the giant black hand that had appeared earlier once again tore through the darkness and charged towards Su Yan's body. The huge black hand was as fast as a bolt of lightning. The moment it cut through the darkness, it was as if everything in the surroundings had sunk into a dead silence. There was even a faint chill. This time, the furious Su Yan did not have any fear. Looking at the black hand, his eyes flashed. He shouted, It's like this again. Let's see how strong you are. Su Yan shouted. Suddenly, the spiritual energy in his body surged. His body rushed out, holding the pagoda sword in his hand. He did not dodge, but rushed toward the huge black hand. The huge black hand was as fast as lightning. However, Su Yan was not slow. His body surged like a running cheetah. His eyes were like torches as he slashed down with his sword. Suddenly, the sound of the sword reverberated. The sword flashed like a swift dragon and slashed toward the black hand. Break! Su Yan shouted loudly as he slashed his sword towards the black hand. Bang! Suddenly, there was a loud explosion. The moment the pagoda sword slashed down, a powerful wave of energy surged out. Su Yan's body involuntarily trembled as he was greatly alarmed. Bang! At the same time, he was sent flying. Poochie! A mouthful of blood spurted out from Su Yan's mouth. What a powerful force! Su Yan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and looked at the huge black hand. He slowly regained his composure. Of course, the anger in his heart was still there. However, his calmness told Su Yan that if he lost his mind in this situation, he would not have the chance to walk out. Only by calming down would he have the slightest chance. After the gigantic black hand attacked Su Yan, it disappeared as well. The entire black screen regained its tranquility, as if there was no danger at all. Only the cold intent that constantly spread in the surroundings indicated that this was an extremely dangerous place. Chu Linger hugged Sister Ping and cried for a while. She slowly recovered. There was not a single trace of expression on her handsome face. Her clear eyes were emitting killing intent, venting the anger in her heart. Su Yan also looked around coldly. His mind was spinning quickly, trying to find a way to break out of this place. Unfortunately, the surroundings were pitch black, and he couldn't see anything at all. Moreover, there were dangers lurking everywhere. They were constantly changing. It was impossible to see through the mystery of this place. If this is really the 10,000 Ghost Ceiling Formation, then there must be a way to break the formation. However, this place is pitch black and I can't see anything at all. How can I find the eye of the formation? Su Yan looked at the pitch-black surroundings and couldn't help but frown. Not only her, but Chu Linger was also frowning. Bang! At this moment, a sound exploded again. In the darkness, countless huge black swords attacked Su Yan and Chu Linger. Because of his blood dragon pupil, Su Yan could see more clearly in the darkness than Chu Linger. When he saw the countless huge swords rushing toward them, he hurriedly warned, "Be careful." After Su Yan said this, he realized how unnecessary his warning was. Although Chu Linger did not have Su Yan's blood dragon pupil, she was the Emperor of Heaven. She was much stronger than Su Yan. The moment the huge swords appeared, the spiritual energy in Chu Linger's body exploded. She jumped up and dodged the huge flying swords. Although Su Yan's strength was inferior to Chu Linger's, his speed was not the slightest bit slow because he possessed the blood dragon eyes. With a sweep of his body, he dodged the huge flying sword. The speed at which the flying swords appeared was too fast. If it were not for their reaction speed, they would not have been able to dodge at all. Now that they dodged, the two breathed a sigh of relief. But before the two could catch their breath, bang! Another loud sound rang out. Countless flying swords condensed in the darkness and flew toward the two like a rain of swords. The two of them frowned, but there was no trace of panic on their faces. Instead, their expressions became even colder. Looking at the flying swords that appeared, they quickly circulated their cultivation techniques and a majestic spiritual energy burst out. Bang! Bang! The moment the flying swords attacked, the two moved. Su Yan used his blood dragon pupil to continuously dodge. Chu Linger was not only stronger than Su Yan, but she was also able to fight against the huge black flying swords while dodging. Unfortunately, there were too many flying swords. After blocking one, another one would come. It was like a rain of swords. Even though the two of them were the best of the best among martial artists. Unfortunately, under such a fierce attack, they still suffered different injuries. Su Yan, in particular, was only a 3 bloodline saint. Under the rain of swords, the white robe on his body was still torn. His body was also bleeding in many places. He was in a very sorry state. Chapter 172. Fortunately, this sword rain lasted for a while before it finally ended. Su Yan and Chu Linger both breathed a sigh of relief. Just as the two of them breathed a sigh of relief, the shrill voice that made the two of them angry once again sounded, "After playing for so long, I believe you two are tired. Let's end it. Let's end it." These were originally very calm words. However, the moment those words left his mouth, Chu Linger and Su Yan both felt a chill pressing down on them. Their entire bodies began to tremble because of those words. In the darkness, an invisible pressure was pressing down on them. The two of them both felt as if their bodies were imprisoned in place. A sense of fear gushed out from their hearts. It was as if doomsday had arrived. The two of their pupils instantly widened. What the hell is going on? The two of them were both shocked and stuck to the ground in a daze. Bang! At this moment, the huge black hand instantly appeared and directly attacked Chu Linger. Be careful. The moment Su Yan saw the huge black hand appear, he hurriedly shouted to Chu Linger. Unfortunately, Chu Linger seemed to be stunned. She did not move at all and did not react at all. Su Yan was anxious and wanted to go forward to save her. Unfortunately, he also seemed to be imprisoned in place and could not move at all. Looking at Chu Linger's beautiful face, looking at her pair of clear and charming eyes, looking at her graceful body, Su Yan did not know why, but a strong desire to protect her welled up in his heart. This was different from the promise Su Yan made to Sister Ping. This desire to protect her welled up from the bottom of his heart. And if that black hand passed through her body, no matter how enchanting she was, no matter how moving she was, she would be destroyed, and everything would end. No, don't. Su Yan's heart could not help but tremble as he thought. He looked at the huge black hand that was getting closer and closer. Ah, don't. Su Yan roared in his heart. As the great sun-colored glazed swordplay circulated within his body, a powerful surge of spiritual energy erupted. Without thinking, Su Yan rushed toward Chu Linger. He directly pushed Chu Linger out. That huge black hand directly pierced through Su Yan's chest. Poochie. A mouthful of blood spurted out from Su Yan's mouth. No, at this time, Chu Linger also recovered her ability to move. Seeing the scene of Su Yan being pierced by the huge black hand, a burst of sadness welled up in her body. Her figure flashed and hurriedly flew over to catch Su Yan. Looking at the dying Su Yan, she asked, Why? Su Yan looked at Chu Linger's beautiful face and smiled. Before he could explain anything, he fainted. Seeing that Su Yan had fainted, Chu Linger's eyes burst into tears again. She originally did not have any feelings for Su Yan. After all, in her eyes, Su Yan was just a stranger. Not only that, Chu Linger even hated Su Yan a little, because her servant Xiao Ju had died to save Su Yan. But now, Chu Linger looked at Su Yan's handsome face and her heart was filled with mixed feelings. She cried, Why did you save me? Why? I'm not familiar with you. Why? While Chu Linger was still grieving. In the darkness, there was a whistling sound again. The invisible giant black hand appeared again and attacked Chu Linger. Chu Linger felt it, but she did not move. It was not that she could not move. The moment Su Yan pushed her away, she recovered. But she did not want to move. Because she knew that it was too strong. Even if she dodged it, she would not be able to escape death in the end. Moreover, seeing Xiao Ju, Sister Ping, and Su Yan fall in front of her one after another was a huge blow to her heart. She did not want to move. Let the giant black hand attack her. If she died here, all the sadness would come to an end. It's over. It's all over. The harvest this time is really big, really big. The moment the black hand moved, the shrill laughter sounded again. There was a trace of excitement and joy in the laughter. As long as I absorb your bodies, and a few more, I will be able to leave. I, the great demon king, will be able to see the light of day again. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha, laughter rang out, echoing continuously in the darkness. But to Chu Linger, all of this was meaningless. Because everything was about to end. Seeing the black hand getting closer and closer, Chu Linger even showed a gentle smile on her face. She opened her hands and waited for the black hand to pass through her body. Boom! Right at this moment, a loud explosion sounded, and a powerful surge of spiritual energy gushed out from the ground. This ray of spirit chi surpassed all of the others. When it appeared, it was as if everything around it was illuminated, and everything began to tremble along with it. Whoosh! Suddenly, a figure blocked in front of Chu Linger. With a wave of his hand, the giant black hand was shattered. Mother! When Chu Linger saw the person who appeared, she could not help but be stunned. Hearing Chu Linger's words, the person who appeared had a face that was very similar to Chu Linger. However, there was no trace of expression on his face. He just looked at Chu Linger and said, Let's go. At the same time, a light screen appeared in front of the two of them. Seeing this light screen, Chu Linger suddenly came to her senses. She picked up Su Yan on the ground and walked into the darkness. The realm of circumference. When the giant black hand was destroyed, the laughter stopped abruptly. Then, it turned into a voice that said, since you've come, don't think about leaving. As soon as he said those words, Yi Zichen nodded. Suddenly, a strong pressure burst out from the surroundings. Pucci, in just a moment, Chu Linger felt her whole body shake. A mouthful of blood spurted out from her mouth. The person who appeared was also shocked. He pulled Chu Linger and shouted, "Let's go." With a push, Chu Linger and Su Yan were both pushed out of the light screen and disappeared. Only Chu Linger's mother, Princess Chu, was left inside. Looking at the huge darkness, she frowned. Her hands moved, and a powerful spiritual power surged out and hit the surroundings. You want to stop me with just the realm of circumference? The Demon King's voice sounded again. At the same time, a huge black hand fell from the sky and directly hit Princess Chu. Pucci, even the powerful Princess Chu could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. However, the Princess Chu did not give up because of this. Her hands continued to move. Suddenly, her eyes turned cold and she shouted, "Supreme Demon's secret technique, break." Suddenly, a huge force surged up. Lightning flashed, and the entire darkness was illuminated by this force as if it was daytime. A huge explosion followed. Countless explosions could be heard. The Princess Chu also followed out of the light screen. Only the Demon King's angry roar was left in the darkness. "Monster Palace, it's actually the Monster Palace. You dare to ruin my good business. Wait until I, the Demon King, get out, I will definitely destroy your Monster Palace." No matter how the Demon King shouted, it was a pity that his voice could only stay in the Myriad Ghost Cave. The East Sea was one of the 3 most dangerous places in the 5 counties. However, the Monster Palace was located on an island in the East Sea. Although it was called an island, this island was larger than the hidden demon region. On this island, the brilliant crystal walls of the building emitted a bright light under the scorching sun. This was the Monster Palace's main hall. The Monster Palace was located. In the main hall of this palace, a crystal bead was constantly rotating, emitting a bright light. The light curled up, illuminating the already brilliant main hall of the Monster Palace, making it even more brilliant and beautiful. Bang! At this moment, a loud sound burst out from the crystal bead. 3 figures jumped out and fell to the ground. These 3 people were none other than Su Yan, Chu Linger, and the Princess Chu. Pucci, as soon as the Princess Chu came out, she did not sit down. A mouthful of blood spurted out from her mouth. Chu Linger was shocked and hurried forward. "Mother." The Princess Chu waved her hand and sat down cross-legged. She operated her cultivation method and healed herself for a while. Her pale face slowly recovered a bit of color. She opened her eyes and looked at Chu Linger angrily. Who allowed you to enter the Myriad Ghost Cave without permission?" Chu Linger was checking on Su Yan's injuries. When she was reprimanded by the Princess Chu, she was so frightened that her whole body trembled. She looked at her mother and said with an aggrieved face, I heard you say you needed the Myriad Ghost Soul Pearl, so I wanted to get it for you." "Nonsense." The Princess Chu shouted again, "If the Myriad Ghost Soul Pearl was so easy to get, would I need to worry about it? Even I don't dare to enter the Myriad Ghost Cave. You, a mere Tianxiang Emperor, dare to enter? You're courting death." Hearing Chu Wangfei's words, Chu Linger felt a wave of sorrow. Thinking of how her stubbornness had caused the deaths of her 2 servants, she felt even sadder. She immediately burst into tears and knelt on the ground, saying, "Mother, I was foolish and ignorant. I trespassed into the 10,000 Ghost Cave and caused the deaths of Sister Xiao Ju and Sister Ping. Please punish me." Sigh. The Princess Chu saw Chu Linger's sad appearance and her heart softened. She sighed and said, forget it. Stand up. Xiao Ju and Xiao Ping have already died. It's useless to be sad." When the 2 servants were mentioned, Chu Linger became even sadder. She kept crying. The Princess Chu kept shaking her head. Only now did she notice Su Yan. She looked at him and frowned. Who is this person? Why is he in the Myriad Ghost Cave?" "This person. Chapter 173. Because Su Yan had risked his life to save Chu Linger at the last moment, her opinion of Su Yan had changed slightly. When she talked about Su Yan, her evaluation of him was naturally quite high. After hearing Su Yan's words, the princess of Chu frowned slightly, and there was some disbelief in her eyes. A saint with 3 bloodlines. If he can really erupt with such powerful strength, he can be considered an outstanding talent of the younger generation. Yes. Chu Linger nodded repeatedly when she heard the princess of Chu's words. She looked at Su Yan and pleaded, "Mother, he was injured because of me. I hope you can save him." Chu Linger looked at Su Yan's pierced heart and frowned slightly. Tears welled up in her eyes again. When the princess of Chu heard Chu Linger's words, she glanced at Su Yan and sighed helplessly. "Sigh, since this boy risked his life to save him, as your mother, I will naturally save him. Unfortunately, this boy's heart has been pierced. Even a golden immortal may not be able to save him. What can I do?" When Chu Linger heard that even her mother could not save Su Yan, the tears in her eyes instantly fell. She walked up to Su Yan and cried bitterly when she saw Su Yan's pierced chest. In fact, Chu Linger had long known that Su Yan would not survive. After all, no matter who it was, no matter how powerful a person was, once their heart was pierced, they would definitely die. It was just that Chu Linger was unwilling to believe it. Moreover, because the princess of Chu had always been an omnipotent existence in Chu Linger's heart, Chu Linger was also willing to believe that her mother would give her a miracle. Now that she heard her mother say so, she felt sad. Only then did the sadness in her heart rise. She hugged Su Yan's body and cried loudly. Yes, her relationship with Su Yan was not as deep as her relationship with Sister Ping and Xiao Ju. However, when she thought about how Su Yan had died for her, she clearly remembered that Su Yan had risked his life to save her at the last moment. His calm and handsome face. That smile was deeply imprinted in Chu Linger's mind, and she could not forget it. The guilt in her heart was indescribable. Now that she saw Su Yan's body in front of her, how could she not be sad? The princess of Chu felt sad when she saw her daughter's sad expression, especially after hearing Chu Linger's description of Su Yan's heroic performance in 10,000 Ghosts Cave. She also had some expectations for Su Yan. She also wanted to let Su Yan come back to life and see how strong Su Yan was. After all, it was enough to surprise anyone that a 3-bloodline saint could unleash such a powerful attack. Unfortunately, death was the end. Whether it was sadness, doubt, or reluctance, in the face of death, it was difficult to defy the heavens. Linger, since this boy died for you, he also wanted you to live well. You don't have to be sad. You have to live well and work hard to become stronger, so that you can comfort his soul. The princess of Chu persuaded Chu Linger when she saw how sad Chu Linger was. She was most worried that this matter would leave a fetter in Chu Linger's heart. If that was the case, Chu Linger's cultivation would not improve in the future. Chu Linger nodded when she heard the princess of Chu's words. She looked at Su Yan's body and his eyes that were still open. She reached out to close his eyes and muttered to herself, "Su Yan, don't worry. One day, I will definitely return to 10,000 Ghosts Cave and break the 10,000 Ghost Seal formation to avenge you." With that, Chu Linger closed Su Yan's eyes. The moment Su Yan's hand touched Su Yan's nose, Chu Linger's entire body shook. Her eyes widened and she shouted emotionally, "Mother, this Su Yan is still breathing. He's still breathing." What? The princess of Chu was stunned. She immediately shook her head and said, "Impossible. This person's heart was pierced. He is definitely dead. How can he still be breathing?" "It's true. It's true." Chu Linger saw that her mother did not believe her and shouted emotionally. Sigh. When the princess of Chu saw Chu Linger's reaction, she thought that Chu Linger had not walked out of the fetter in her heart. She sighed helplessly. However, when she saw her daughter's emotional appearance, she could not bear to let her continue like this. She slowly walked forward and reached out to feel Su Yan's pulse. When she touched him, the princess of Chu was also shocked. She muttered to herself, impossible. This person's heart was also pierced. How can he still have a pulse? Mother, what I said is true. I didn't lie to you. Chu Linger saw the Princess of Chu's expression and said emotionally. Yes. Compared to Chu Linger's excitement, the Princess of Chu was much calmer. She was more surprised and puzzled now. She nodded slightly, and a moment later, her divine sense surged out and penetrated Su Yan's body. When the divine sense swam through Su Yan's heart, the Princess of Chu immediately understood, so someone is protecting his heart. The moment Chu Wangfei understood, she fell into a state of confusion at the same time. This person was able to emit spirit qi to protect his heart meridian at the last moment. How strong is this person? And there doesn't seem to be anyone else in the 10,000 Ghosts cave. Who was it that protected his heart meridian? Could it be this person himself? The Princess of Chu immediately rejected this idea. This method of protecting his heart and the density of the spiritual energy is definitely not something a 3-meridian saint can do. There must be someone else. As the Princess of Chu thought, her divine sense swam through Su Yan's body again to observe the situation in Su Yan's body. Her frown deepened. This person's 3 saint meridians are actually different. How can it be so strange? Just as the Princess of Chu's divine sense swam through Su Yan's dantian, the Princess of Chu's mind shook. She hurriedly withdrew her hand as if she had been electrocuted. She looked at Su Yan in surprise. What is this majestic power? The Princess of Chu looked at Su Yan's body and frowned. This person is actually so mysterious. Just who is he? Chu Linger did not know that the Princess of Chu had so many doubts. She only asked anxiously when she saw the Princess of Chu constantly frowning, Mother, how is it? Can Su Yan be saved? He can be saved, but what? Chu Linger asked anxiously when she saw the Princess of Chu's hesitation. The Princess of Chu sighed inside when she saw how anxious her daughter was. Should I save him or not? If there were no secrets in Su Yan's body, the Princess of Chu would definitely save Su Yan without hesitation. However, because of the strange existence in Su Yan's body, the Princess of Chu hesitated. Moreover, she agreed with what Chu Linger said. After observing the situation in Su Yan's body, the Princess of Chu believed a lot more. Such a person must be a monstrous existence, and his identity is unknown. If we save him, he will not be able to contribute to the Monster Palace in the future. He will definitely be a scourge. As the palace master of the Monster Palace, the Princess of Chu naturally knew that since a genius could not be used by her, the best way was naturally to strangle him in the cradle. She was the palace master of the Monster Palace. Originally, she did not have to fear a small 3-bloodline saint like Su Yan. However, the strange phenomenon in Su Yan's body made the Princess of Chu feel a sense of fear. Mother, what's the matter? Say something. Chu Linger did not know what the Princess of Chu was thinking. She looked at the huge wound on Su Yan's chest and asked anxiously. The Princess of Chu looked at Chu Linger's innocent look and the pear blossoms in her eyes. The Princess of Chu could not bear to see her like this. Forget it, forget it. Anyway, this child is only a saint now. He is also under my control. I'll save him first and see what happens. The Princess of Chu glanced at Su Yan before turning around. She gently stroked Chu Linger's hair and said, Ling, don't worry. With Mother here, he won't die. That's great, that's great. Hearing her mother's affirmative answer, Chu Linger was as happy as a child. She jumped up and down in the palace. In fact, Chu Linger was really just a child. After all, she had just turned 18 and was still in the prime of her life. Seeing how happy her daughter was, Chu Wangfei's tightly furrowed brows also relaxed. However, she didn't tell Chu Ling about the worry in her heart. What a pitiful parent's heart. Since the Princess of Chu had decided to save Su Yan, she did not delay. She took out some holy healing medicine from her storage ring and fed it to Su Yan. A wisp of spiritual energy surged out of her palm and entered Su Yan's body. The moment the spiritual energy surged, fresh flesh grew on Su Yan's chest at a speed visible to the naked eye. Chu Linger watched this scene without blinking. When she saw the Princess of Chu withdraw her hand, she asked, "Mother, is it done? Is he done?" Chu Wangfei wiped the sweat off her forehead and nodded. She looked tired. With her strength, healing this kind of injury should not have been enough to tire her out, but because of what had happened in the 10,000 Ghost Cave. However, in the Ghost Cave, the Princess of Chu was also heavily injured. Thinking about that final attack, the Princess of Chu still felt a lingering fear. She muttered in her heart, "The demon in the Ghost Cave has already grown to such a degree. I wonder when he will break through the Ghost Seal. When that time comes, I'm afraid the world will fall into chaos again." Of course, the Princess of Chu did not say these thoughts to Chu Linger. After all, to her, Chu Linger's age and Chu Linger's strength were not enough to know these things. Chu Linger stared at Su Yan. After a long time, she did not see Su Yan wake up. She could not help but frown and ask the Princess of Chu, "Mother, why hasn't he woken up yet?" "Silly Linger, how could it be so fast?" Hearing her daughter's words, the Princess of Chu could not help but smile. "Linger, go rest first. In 3 days, you will naturally see him wake up." "Oh." Chu Linger originally thought that Su Yan would wake up immediately. When she heard her mother's words, she could not help but feel a little disappointed. However, this trip to the Ghost Cave had truly tired her out. Whether it was her mind or body, they were both exhausted to the extreme. Hearing her mother say this, she did not stay any longer and followed her out of the palace. Su Yan and the Princess of Chu were left behind. The Princess of Chu watched Chu Linger leave. When she looked at Su Yan and the white water chestnut on Su Yan's head, she frowned again. This child's water chestnut. Could it be that he is also a descendant of my monstrous beast? But why is there no monstrous beast bloodline in his body? Chapter 174. 3 days seemed to pass slowly, but it also passed quickly. Su Yan was arranged to stay in an independent disciple's room in the Monster Palace. He slowly woke up during Chu Linger's daily visits. "Awake, awake." Chu Linger saw that Su Yan had woken up, and a smile immediately appeared on her face. The young man standing next to her looked at Chu Linger's happy appearance, and a trace of displeasure flashed across his face, but it quickly dissipated. He squeezed out a smile and said, "Junior sister, the palace master has said that he will wake up in 3 days, so he will definitely wake up in 3 days. Chu Linger nodded, and her eyes never left Su Yan. This made the young man's face flash with a displeased expression, but Chu Linger had been staring at Su Yan, so she didn't notice. However, Chu Linger didn't notice, but Su Yan saw it clearly. The moment Su Yan opened his eyes, he saw the young man's gloomy face. In a daze, Su Yan didn't think too much about it. Instead, he looked around, frowned, and asked, "Where is this?" "The Monster Palace." Chu Linger saw Su Yan speak, and immediately replied, "Su Yan, we are safe. My mother saved us." "Your mother?" Su Yan furrowed his brows again. He could still remember the last moment when the gigantic black hand pierced through his heart and the shadow of death pounced on him. At that time, Su Yan felt that he was going to die. But at the last moment, Su Yan felt as if something was protecting his heart. At that time, Su Yan had doubts in his heart, but before Su Yan could think about it, Su Yan had already fainted. Now that he heard Chu Linger say this, Su Yan seemed to understand something. "Su Yan, do you feel uncomfortable?" Chu Linger looked at Su Yan's blurred eyes and asked nervously. Looking at Chu Linger's clear eyes, like a little girl next door, Su Yan couldn't help but smile. He shook his head and said, "No." When Chu Linger heard that Su Yan was fine, she was overjoyed. She didn't have the calmness she had in the 10,000 Ghosts Cave, and she didn't have the majesty of the Emperor Tianxiang. She was like a little girl. Su Yan couldn't help but take a few more glances at her. He didn't have the slightest bit of regret for saving her that day. At this moment, the gloomy young man standing beside Chu Linger saw Su Yan staring at Chu Linger. He squeezed out a smile and stepped forward. Hello, Su Yan. I heard you saved Junior's sister. Thank you. Su Yan looked at the young man. Although the young man was smiling, Su Yan didn't have a good impression of him. He just nodded and didn't say anything. Chu Linger looked at the young man and said to Su Yan, let me introduce you. This is our East Palace's eldest senior brother, Qin Luo, senior brother Qin. Hearing Chu Linger's enthusiastic introduction, Qin Luo couldn't help but feel embarrassed. This was because in terms of how much they knew each other, Su Yan wasn't familiar with Chu Linger. He didn't even know Chu Linger's name. Now, he was introducing Qin Luo to him. Su Yan blushed with shame. But out of courtesy, and knowing that this was the Supreme Demon Palace, which was someone else's territory, Su Yan clasped his hands toward Qin Luo. Greetings, senior brother Qin. Qin Luo nodded slightly and didn't say anything else. Su Yan didn't pay attention to his expression. Instead, he looked at Chu Linger and said embarrassedly, I don't think I know your name either. Chu Linger was stunned, then laughed and said, look at me, I forgot. I didn't introduce myself to you. I'll tell you now, I'm Chu Linger. Chu Linger introduced herself. She didn't introduce herself as the young palace master of the Monster Palace. This made Su Yan have a better impression of Chu Linger. Looking at Chu Linger's girl next door appearance, an inexplicable desire to protect her welled up in his heart. That was indeed the case. At that moment, Chu Ling was completely different from when she was in the 10,000 Ghosts cave. She no longer had that calmness, that killing intent, and that anger. She only had that innocent expression. Coupled with her angelic face, anyone who saw her would have the desire to protect her. In the following time, Chu Linger told Su Yan some things about the Monster Palace. Originally, Chu Linger and Qin Luo wanted to take Su Yan around the Monster Palace to let Su Yan familiarize himself with the Monster Palace. However, before Su Yan could leave the room, Su Yan was summoned by Princess Chu. In the Monster Palace's East Palace main hall, there were only Su Yan and Princess Chu in the huge palace. On the high platform, there was a huge chair. Princess Chu sat steadily on it. Her face was very similar to Chu Linger's, but she didn't have Chu Linger's innocence. Her eyebrows emitted a pressure. Even though Su Yan was dozens of meters away from her, he could still feel the pressure coming from her body. Tell me, where did you come from? When Princess Chu saw Su Yan, her expression didn't change at all. Instead, she asked coldly, why are you in the 10,000 Ghosts cave? In Jingzhou City, I was chased by enemies and accidentally entered the 10,000 Ghosts cave. When Su Yan heard Chu Wangfei's words, he didn't have any doubts. He answered honestly, without any falsehood. However, Princess Chu didn't believe him. She shouted softly, accidentally entered the 10,000 Ghosts cave? Do you think I'll believe you? As Princess Chu shouted, a pressure suddenly approached Su Yan. Under this powerful pressure, Su Yan's entire body couldn't help but tremble. A sense of fear welled up in his heart. However, even so, Su Yan was unmoved. This was because of the trip to the Monster Palace. Su Yan had long understood it in his heart. However, Su Yan never expected that he would come to the Monster Palace in this way. Of course, Su Yan was quite satisfied with this way of coming to the Monster Palace. After all, he had gained the trust of the Monster Palace's young palace master as soon as he entered. This way, it would be more convenient for him to travel to the Monster Palace in the future. In the face of Princess Chu's doubts, Su Yan already had a plan. Therefore, in the face of Princess Chu's doubts, Su Yan still said calmly, Palace Master, the 10,000 Ghosts cave is one of the most dangerous places in the 5 counties. I, Su Yan, am only a saint with 3 bloodlines. How could I have the strength to enter the 10,000 Ghosts cave? I entered the 10,000 Ghosts cave because I was chased in the Hengduan mountain and accidentally entered the 10,000 Ghosts cave. While Su Yan was talking, the Princess Chu kept staring at Su Yan's eyes. She saw that Su Yan's eyes were full of determination. It was impeccable. If it were someone else who entered the monster palace and saved her daughter's benefactor, the Princess Chu would definitely not ask too much. However, the strange existence in Su Yan's body made the Princess Chu feel a little uneasy. This made the Princess Chu more cautious. Now that she saw Su Yan's firm eyes, she didn't know how to ask. She could only choose to believe Su Yan and change the topic. Okay, I'll believe you for now. Then let me ask you, where did you learn from and why were you chased? When Su Yan heard the Princess Chu's question, he didn't hide anything. He honestly told her about his time in the Hidden Sword Tomb, how he offended the Guyu sect, how he was chased by the Guyu sect, and how he accidentally entered the 10,000 Ghosts cave. This was because Su Yan was speaking the truth. Facing Chu Wangfei's sharp gaze, he did not avoid her gaze at all. This made the Princess Chu unable to find any clues about Su Yan. She could only ask again, okay, then let me ask you, why were you chased out of the Hidden Sword Tomb? What's the matter with the water caltrop on your head? When Su Yan heard this, he knew that they were finally talking about the main topic. Su Yan could tell the truth about those things, but he couldn't tell the Princess Chu about this matter. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to stay in the Monster Palace. However, Su Yan had already thought of a way to deal with these things before he entered the Monster Palace. When he heard the Princess Chu's question, it was easy for him. Su Yan helplessly pointed to the water caltrop on his head and said, because of this water caltrop. Why do you say that? The Princess Chu asked. Su Yan pretended to smile bitterly and said, when I entered the Hidden Sword Tomb, I didn't have a water caltrop. Unfortunately, after cultivating for a period of time, I suddenly discovered a strange phenomenon in my body. This water caltrop slowly grew out. When the elders in the Hidden Sword Tomb saw it, they all thought that I was a monster beast, so I was driven out of the sect. When the Princess Chu heard Su Yan say this, her heart couldn't help but shake. As the palace master of the Monster Palace, she naturally knew that people like her were special. They weren't liked in this world, and many times, they would be mistaken for monsters. This was also why the Monster Palace was so powerful, but they still lived in the East Sea and rarely went out. It was precisely because many people discriminated against the Supreme Monster Clan that the people of the Monster Palace didn't want to walk in this world. Now that Su Yan said this, it could be said that he spoke to the Princess Chu's heart. The Princess Chu couldn't help but have a good impression of Su Yan. After all, they were both monsters. In her heart, her vigilance towards Su Yan also decreased a bit. Su Yan looked at the Princess Chu's appearance and knew that she believed his words. He hurriedly asked, Palace Master, before I left the Hidden Sword Tomb, I heard some elders say that only the Monster Palace can accommodate me. What is going on? And what's going on with my water caltrop? The Princess Chu smiled at Su Yan's previous question, but didn't say anything. However, she answered Su Yan's next question, you have a late awakening bloodline. A late awakening bloodline. Su Yan still pretended to be stunned. In fact, when Su Yan planned to come to the Monster Palace, Su Yan had a certain understanding of the Monster Palace, especially the Monster Palace's monster bloodline. Su Yan specifically looked into it. He knew that there were two types of bloodlines in the Monster Palace. One was the early awakening bloodline. This type of bloodline looked like a monster at the moment of birth. Only through continuous cultivation, after a period of time, would they transform into a human form. Chapter 175. Under Su Yan's realistic acting, the Princess of Chu finally believed Su Yan. Without waiting for Su Yan to react, a strand of divine thought entered Su Yan's mind. Su Yan, from today onwards, you will enter my Monster Palace and become a disciple of my East Palace. Although the Princess of Chu believed Su Yan, she still looked at Su Yan with an expressionless face and a trace of indifference. Su Yan didn't care. When he felt the memories in his mind, he quickly knelt and said, Thank you, Palace Master, for your kindness in accepting me. And the Princess of Chu nodded and waved her hand impatiently, Go. The divine thought that I just passed on to you contains everything about the Monster Palace. I hope you can serve the Monster Palace in the future, otherwise, the Princess of Chu didn't finish her words. Only a mournful expression passed through her face, making people shudder. At the same time, the princess of Chu disappeared from the palace, leaving Su Yan alone in the huge palace to sort out the information that the princess of Chu had just passed on. Although Su Yan entered the monster palace only for the matter of the monster palace seal and his father. However, Su Yan knew that if he wanted to investigate these matters in the monster palace, then he must truly become a disciple of the monster palace. As for the future, Su Yan didn't have any plans. Of course, Su Yan didn't know that the princess of Chu had left an imprint in his body. Right now, Su Yan only wanted to understand all of the monster palace's matters. After sorting out the memories that the princess of Chu gave him, Su Yan understood the power of the monster palace. In the past, although Su Yan knew about the existence of the monster palace, he also knew some things about the monster palace. However, that was only the tip of the iceberg. Through these memories, Su Yan truly understood the existence of the monster palace. Although the Supreme Demon Palace was a sect. However, within the monster palace, there were 4 main palaces: East, West, South, and North. These 4 great palaces also belonged to one side, and each palace had a palace master. However, the East Palace had always been the main palace. Although the princess of Chu was only one of the 4 palace masters, she was the master of the entire monster palace. In other words, the other 3 palaces were only subsidiary palaces of the East Palace. Of course, being a subsidiary was one thing. Every year, the 4 great palaces would fight both openly and covertly for the position of the ruler of the entire palace. It was only because of the existence of the princess of Chu that for many years, the East Palace's position among the 4 great palaces had never been shaken. In the memories, the princess of Chu also taught him about the open and covert struggles of the 4 great palaces. Other than facing external enemies, the 4 great palaces basically did not interact with each other on a daily basis. Even the people of the 4 great palaces often had some fights. Of course, these things only happened in the other 3 palaces. Because of the existence of the princess of Chu, very few people would attack the East Palace. After all, because of the existence of the princess of Chu, the people of the East Palace had a sense of superiority. Not only that, this sense of superiority was also a symbol of strength. However, this symbol of strength was only among the palace masters. Among the disciples, the East Palace did not have this sense of superiority. Of course, these things were not in the memories. Su Yan still did not know. Su Yan now understood that there were many benefits in the monster palace. These benefits would always surpass the hidden sword tomb. The hidden sword tomb was divided into outer disciples, inner disciples, and true disciples. However, there was no such thing in the monster palace. In the monster palace, all the disciples were treated equally. Only strength was king. The strong were the senior brothers, and the weak were the junior brothers. This made Su Yan involuntarily think of the gloomy Qin Luo he saw in the room just now. According to Chu Linger, Qin Luo was the eldest senior brother in the East Palace. Qin Luo was the strongest among the disciples of the East Palace. The strongest among the disciples. Su Yan could not help but frown as he thought, this Chu Linger is already the emperor of Tianxiang. If Qin Luo is the strongest, then his strength. Su Yan's heart could not help but tremble as he thought about it. In the hidden sword tomb, although Su Yan's strength was not the strongest, he had always been an existence favored by the heavens. But now? Su Yan felt a sense of powerlessness. This sense of powerlessness was caused by the strength of these disciples to Su Yan. In the monster palace, saints were everywhere, and the emperor of Tianxiang could only be regarded as outstanding. This made Su Yan, who was only a 3-meridian saint, feel a sense of oppression that he had never felt before. Thinking of Qin Luo's strength, for some reason, Su Yan's heart surged with a desire for strength. The emperor of Tianxiang. Su Yan thought as he licked his lips, and a look of determination burst out from his eyes. At the same time, Su Yan also thought of a very serious problem. In the 10,000 Ghosts cave, Su Yan had tried to break through the 4th holy meridian. Unfortunately, when he was absorbing the ghost energy, he was interrupted. This caused Su Yan to fail in forming the holy meridian. However, the ghost energy had opened up the holy meridian in Su Yan's body. If Su Yan wanted to form the fourth holy meridian now, he could only rely on the ghost energy to do so. Ghost energy was originally a rare thing in the world. Now that he was in the monster palace, Su Yan really did not know where to find the ghost energy to form his fourth holy meridian. If this fourth holy meridian was not formed, he would not be able to break through the next holy meridian. Thinking about these problems, Su Yan could not help but frown. This is a troublesome matter. However, Su Yan did not pay much attention to it. Although there were very few places in the world with ghost energy, Su Yan believed that as long as he looked for it, such a place would definitely exist. He sorted through the memories that the Princess of Chu had passed to him. Su Yan had a general understanding of the entire monster palace. In addition to the existence of the 4 great palaces in the monster palace. In each palace, there were several large and small palaces. For example, the place where Su Yan was standing now was the monster palace. The East Palace main hall was also the residence and cultivation place of the palace master. Here, unless there was an important matter to attend to, or if the palace master allowed it, one could not enter casually on normal days. Su Yan did not know this rule just now. Now that he knew this rule, he could not help but look around a few more times. The cultivation method in his body was activated, and he absorbed the spirit energy around him. He could not help but smile. This place is indeed where the East Palace main hall is located. The spirit energy here is probably dozens of times denser than the immortal sword peak in the hidden sword tomb. Su Yan felt the spirit energy around him, but he did not absorb it. His fourth holy meridian had already been formed, so it was useless even if he absorbed the spirit energy. In addition to the main hall, there were also various large and small palaces. For example, in the Monster Palace, some disciples who had made great contributions to the Monster Palace were given personal palaces by the Monster Palace. In these palaces, there were slaves. In addition to these, the palaces were also divided into the Elixir Palace, the Martial Arts Palace, the Hidden Sword Palace, the Sword Forging Palace. All kinds of palaces used for ordinary disciples to cultivate were clearly divided. Thinking of so many palaces, Su Yan could not help but be amazed by the power of the Monster Palace. In the past, when Su Yan was in Jingzhou City, the Hidden Sword Tomb was the #1 sect in Jingzhou City. Now, compared to the Monster Palace, Su Yan knew that the Hidden Sword Tomb was nothing compared to the Monster Palace. In fact, regardless of the size of the Monster Palace, just from the strength of the disciples of the Monster Palace, it was enough to see the power of the Monster Palace. Qin Luo and Chu Linger were only disciples of the Monster Palace, but they were already emperors of heaven. They were many times stronger than the true disciples of the Hidden Sword Tomb. Of course, these palaces were not the only ones in the Monster Palace. There were also many forbidden areas. In the memories given by the Princess of Chu, there were some introductions to these palaces, but there were only a few sentences about the forbidden areas. Forbidden areas, only the palace master of the palace can enter. With just a few sentences, Su Yan could feel the Monster Palace's strict prohibition of the forbidden areas. At the same time, it was also because of this restriction that Su Yan had some expectations for the Forbidden Lands. After figuring out the general situation of the entire Monster Palace, Su Yan reluctantly left the main hall. If possible, Su Yan really wanted to stay here and not leave. After all, the East Palace main hall was the place with the densest spirit aura in the entire Monster Palace. It was very beneficial for cultivation. Moreover, if there was nothing wrong with the main hall, he could not enter it casually. Who knew when he would come back again after leaving this time? Reluctance was one thing. Su Yan still resolutely left. After all, spirit aura was useless to Su Yan now. Su Yan had to find ghost aura now. Where in the world is there ghost aura in this Monster Palace? Su Yan muttered to himself as he walked out of the main hall. As soon as he walked out, he saw Chu Linger waiting for him. Looking at Chu Linger's innocent face, all the irritation in Su Yan's heart disappeared at this moment. He greeted Chu Linger and asked, "Young Palace Master, why are you still here?" "I'm waiting for you," Chu Linger said without hiding anything. She was obviously very happy to see Su Yan. Then, she asked Su Yan, what did my mother say to you? Nothing. She just wanted me to become a disciple of the Monster Palace. Su Yan said faintly. He did not say a word about the Princess of Chu's question. When Chu Linger heard Su Yan's words, a smile appeared on her face. Hee, Su Yan, now that you have become a disciple of the Monster Palace, you will be my junior brother from now on. While speaking, Chu Linger pretended to be an adult. She tiptoed and patted Su Yan's head. Su Yan couldn't help but smile. At the same time, looking at Chu Linger's appearance, Su Yan suddenly sighed in his heart. Why do people live in this world? Of course, this thought only flashed through his mind for a moment. Su Yan knew that he could not be as innocent as Chu Linger and live a happy life every day. Of course, Su Yan did not know that the reason Chu Linger was able to recover her innocence so quickly was because in 3 days, the Princess of Chu had erased Chu Linger's memories of her in the 10,000 Ghost Cave. Only the memories of Su Yan saving her were left. Even the memories of her, Xiao Ju, and Sister Ping were left. In fact, the Princess of Chu had originally wanted to erase Chu Linger's memories of Su Yan. However, when she thought about the strangeness of Su Yan's body, the Princess of Chu had another idea. That was why she did not erase Chu Linger's memories of Su Yan. That was why Chu Linger was able to recover her innocence so quickly. That was why Chu Linger did not have any restraints in her heart. Chapter 176. Without the sadness of the 10,000 Ghosts Cave, Chu Linger was like a snow lotus. She was so bright and lovable. Looking at Chu Linger, Su Yan didn't know why he thought of the red-clothed figure on the heavenly sword peak of the hidden sword tomb. Thinking of that red-clothed figure, Su Yan couldn't help but smile bitterly. Chu Linger saw Su Yan's appearance and couldn't help but frown. She asked, Su Yan, what's wrong? Don't you want to be my junior brother? Su Yan was stunned, then smiled and said, no, why wouldn't I like it? Hello, senior sister. When Su Yan called her senior sister, Chu Linger immediately giggled. She happily pulled Su Yan's hand and said, let's go, junior brother. I'll take you to receive this month's offerings. Okay. Su Yan nodded and followed Chu Linger. Offerings were a benefit that every Monster Palace disciple could enjoy. The only difference was that it depended on one's strength. Su Yan was now a Monster Palace disciple, so he naturally had his share of offerings. The two of them walked and chatted as they walked, laughing and laughing. Suddenly, they attracted the attention of many disciples. Well, who is that person? Why is he so close to junior sister? Many disciples didn't know about the 10,000 Ghosts Cave, and they didn't know Su Yan. Now that they suddenly saw a stranger walking so close to Chu Linger, they couldn't help but feel a burst of anger in their hearts. After all, Chu Linger was born beautiful, lively, and cute. She was the goddess in many people's hearts. Now that they saw their goddess walking with a stranger, they were naturally angry. Su Yan felt the hostile gazes from the side and couldn't help but smile bitterly. Senior sister, I'm afraid my days in Monster Palace won't be easy in the future. What? Chu Linger obviously didn't understand the meaning behind Su Yan's words. She tilted her head and blinked her eyes at Su Yan. Su Yan was stunned when he saw Chu Linger's expression. He shook his head and said, it's nothing. Chu Linger was obviously very dissatisfied with Su Yan's answer. She muttered, muddle-headed, you really are a silly junior brother. With that, Chu Linger skipped ahead. Along the way, she kept greeting the seniors and juniors around her. Everyone responded enthusiastically. Clearly, Chu Ling was very popular in the Eastern Palace. Actually, that was not the case. Not to mention Chu Linger's identity as the young palace lord, just Chu Linger's naive and innocent appearance was the object of many people's love. Su Yan looked at her appearance and couldn't help but murmur in his heart, why did I say this to her? Isn't it good to let her be an innocent girl? Su Yan thought with a smile and followed Chu Linger. Soon, the two of them walked and arrived at the palace where the offerings were distributed. Because the monster palace had a fixed time to distribute offerings every month, and this time was not the time to distribute offerings, there were not many people in the palace. Soon, Su Yan received the offerings and came out. There were 100 spirit stones and various elixirs to assist in cultivation. Although they were only elixirs to assist in cultivation, Su Yan couldn't help but admire the power of the monster palace. With such offerings, one a month, it was probably not something that any sect could afford. Moreover, these offerings were only for Su Yan, the saint, and did not include the offerings that Emperor Tianxiang received. Su Yan came to the monster palace mainly because of the supreme demon Ancient Seal and his father. While enjoying these offerings and being accompanied by a cute little girl next door, Su Yan suddenly thought that it would be a good choice to stay in the monster palace. Of course, this was just a thought. Su Yan knew that the monster palace was destined to be a place for him to pass through. It was not even comparable to the Hidden Sword Tomb. This was because when he joined the Hidden Sword Tomb, he was not the successor of the Buddha Sword sect. At that time, Su Yan was only focused on the Hidden Sword Tomb. At that time, Su Yan did not even think that one day he would be expelled from the Hidden Sword Tomb. Little junior brother, this offering needs to be handed over. As soon as Su Yan came out with the offerings, Chu Linger mischievously came up and extended her hand to Su Yan. Su Yan was stunned, but seeing Chu Linger's expression, he could not bear to refuse her. He obediently handed over the offerings that he had just received to Chu Linger. When Chu Linger saw that Su Yan was so cooperative, she couldn't help but roll her eyes and scold him. "I was just kidding. What a silly junior brother." Su Yan smiled embarrassedly. He really did not know how to get along with Su Yan's personality. Along the way, Su Yan had always been a lone traveler. Even with Lu Fei, Ouyang Tiancheng, and some other friends, they did not talk much. When he was with Lu Fei, it was Lu Fei who kept talking. Su Yan had always been a man of few words. Every time he heard Lu Fei's nagging, Su Yan had the urge to beat him up. Now that he suddenly had a girl next-door friend, Su Yan really did not know how to get along with her. It was no wonder that Chu Linger called him silly. Silly junior brother. When Chu Linger saw Su Yan's embarrassed smile, she could not help but scold him again. Then she said, "Silly junior brother, senior sister will naturally not take your offerings, but you have to be careful. Other senior brothers are not as kind as senior sister." When Su Yan heard Chu Linger's words, he could not help but frown. He did not understand the meaning of Chu Linger's words. Chu Linger looked at Su Yan's appearance and did not keep him in suspense. She smiled and said, "Silly junior brother, in our monster palace, when the offerings are distributed every month, the senior brothers will compete with each other. The loser has to obediently hand over the offerings." "Can't I refuse?" Su Yan asked. "Yes, why not? But who is willing to be a coward?" Chu Linger said as she blinked her eyes. She looked at Su Yan with a surprised expression and said, "Silly junior brother, are you going to be a coward?" Su Yan couldn't help but blush with shame. He coughed dryly and thought about the matter of his ghost chi. He changed the topic and asked, "Senior sister, do you know where there are more corpses in Supreme Demon Palace?" "Places with more corpses." When Chu Linger heard Su Yan's words, she could not help but be surprised. She did not directly answer Su Yan's question. Instead, she looked at Su Yan with a strange expression and said, "Silly junior brother, what do you want to do? Why do you want to go to a place with more corpses?" I. When Su Yan heard Chu Linger's question, he did not know how to answer. After all, the matter of him cultivating a unique holy bloodline was too strange. Su Yan did not know how to explain it to Chu Linger. However, before Su Yan could answer, a voice came from the side, "The place with more corpses is naturally the dock." Second senior brother. When Chu Linger saw the person who came, she jumped up to greet him. Then she explained to Su Yan, "Silly junior brother, this is our Eastern Palace's second senior brother, Nangong Xiangming." Second senior brother, hello. Su Yan cupped his hands towards him. His expression did not change at all. He still maintained his cold expression. However, when he felt the faint spiritual power flowing through Nangong Xiangming's body, Su Yan could not help but tremble in his heart, another emperor of heaven. Nangong Xiangming did not care about Su Yan's actions. Instead, he looked at Chu Linger tenderly and said, "Little junior sister, a big play is about to start at the drama hall. Do you want to go together?" Okay. Chu Linger immediately clapped her hands. Her face was full of expectation, but she did not forget Su Yan. She turned to Su Yan and said, "Silly junior brother, do you want to go together?" Before Su Yan could answer, Nangong Xiangming heard how Chu Linger addressed Su Yan. He could not help but frown. Although Chu Linger was not the strongest among the disciples of the Monster Palace, she was not the weakest either. According to the rules of the Monster Palace, the stronger one was the senior brother. However, Chu Linger had always asked others to only address her as junior sister. Because Chu Linger was like a little sister next door, everyone was willing to call her junior sister. However, Chu Linger was now calling Su Yan junior brother. It was originally an ordinary form of address, but this unique form of address caused Nangong Xiangming to feel a trace of dissatisfaction, especially when he heard Chu Linger's invitation. Nangong Xiangming immediately cast a threatening look at Su Yan. Su Yan originally did not want to go. After all, the so-called big show was nothing more than some entertainment. Its purpose was to please everyone and add some fun to the boring cultivation life. Su Yan did not want to waste any more time. But looking at Nangong Xiangming's threatening look, Su Yan's heart suddenly surged with pride. He smiled and nodded, saying, "Okay, let's go together." The moment Su Yan agreed, Nangong Xiangming's killing intent surged out of his body. Chu Linger did not notice, but when she heard Su Yan agree, she smiled happily and said, "Okay, let's go together. Let's go together." After saying that, Chu Linger took the lead and led the way. Only Nangong Xiangming and Su Yan were left behind. When Nangong Xiangming saw Chu Linger walk forward, his face suddenly sank. A powerful spiritual energy forced Su Yan to shout, "Boy, you'd better know your place. You'd better stay away from junior sister. Otherwise, I will definitely teach you a lesson." As he spoke, the strength of the Emperor Tianxiang suddenly pressed down on Su Yan. Su Yan suddenly felt the blood and qi in his body surging. He was stunned on the spot. Nangong Xiangming looked at Su Yan and smiled coldly. Then, he caught up with Chu Linger. When Chu Linger saw that only Nangong Xiangming was coming up, she frowned slightly. She turned to Su Yan and shouted, "Silly junior brother, hurry up. What are you waiting for?" When he heard Chu Linger's words, Su Yan resisted the surging blood and qi in his body and shouted, "Senior sister, I won't go. You guys go. It's really strange that you don't want to go." Chu Linger scolded, but didn't feel that there was anything wrong with it. She left with Nangong Xiangming. Puchi, as soon as Chu Linger left, Su Yan immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. The reason why Su Yan didn't go was not that he was afraid of Nangong Xiangming, but he didn't want to ruin his image in front of Chu Linger. Chapter 177. Su Yan did not intend to go with Chu Linger. It was only because of Nangong Xiangming's threat that Su Yan agreed to go. Now that Su Yan was injured by the spiritual pressure, he did not go. It was not that Su Yan was afraid of Nangong Xiangming, but Su Yan did not want to ruin his image in front of Chu Linger. He did not want the innocent Chu Linger to know about the darkness. He also knew that if Chu Linger knew about the matter between him and Nangong Xiangming, Chu Linger would definitely help him talk to Nangong Xiangming. This was not what Su Yan wanted to see. Matters between men should be resolved by men. Nangong Xiangming's threat did not make Su Yan feel fear. Instead, it made Su Yan's desire for power reach the peak. Su Yan's eyes were filled with determination and malevolence. What Su Yan needed the most now was ghost qi to break through his fourth Saint Meridian. Only by forming his fourth Saint Meridian would he be able to do so. Su Yan's strength would he be able to improve. Although Nangong Xiangming told him that the place with the most corpses was the dock, Su Yan was not in a hurry to go. Although the dock did not sound dangerous, Su Yan knew that since Nangong Xiangming told him about it, it was obviously not a good place. If Su Yan was not injured, it would be fine. Under the pressure of Nangong Xiangming's spiritual qi, Su Yan's internal injuries weren't small. Su Yan had to restore himself. Of course, the most important thing was that Su Yan didn't know where the sea dock was. He had to find someone to ask. Of course, Su Yan did not choose to heal himself here. Instead, he went to his assigned disciple hall. Su Yan had just joined the Monster Palace, so he did not have much to contribute to the Monster Palace. The Monster Palace would not give him an independent disciple hall. Instead, it was the younger brother's hall. Although this was also a huge palace, there were many disciples living in this palace. Compared to the luxurious palace where one person could enjoy an entire palace, this palace only had one room per person. Obviously, it was much more miserable. Fortunately, Su Yan did not have many requirements for these living places. As long as there was a place to stay and allow him to have an independent space, that was enough. Relying on the memories given to him by the Princess of Chu, Su Yan quickly found his residence. However, before Su Yan could enter, many people surrounded him. They all looked at Su Yan with murderous eyes. Clearly, they were up to no good. When Su Yan saw this, he smiled calmly. He didn't want to pay any attention to them, so he took a detour. Unfortunately, these people did not intend to give Su Yan a chance to leave. They went forward to block Su Yan's path. A disciple with countless scales on his face blocked Su Yan's path. He looked at Su Yan with disdain and said, "Are you a new disciple? Hand over today's offerings." Su Yan looked at this disciple with countless scales on his face. An evil smile appeared at the corner of his mouth as he coldly said, "Why?" The disciple with countless scales on his face was straightforward. He smiled coldly and clenched his fist. "No reason. Because I am the palace master, and I am stronger than you. I am your senior brother. Is that so?" Su Yan smiled faintly as he looked at the disciple who was covered in scales. There was a hint of disdain at the corner of his mouth. "Do you really think that you are my match? Stinky brat, hand over the offerings quickly. In the future, stay away from our junior sister. Otherwise, we will teach you a lesson today. Yes, stinky brat, hand over the offerings quickly if you know what's good for you." This time, the scaly man didn't open his mouth to speak. Instead, the people around him started to shout. When Su Yan heard this, he smiled indifferently. "What? You want to bully me with numbers?" Hearing Su Yan's words, the scaly man waved his hand and the surroundings immediately quieted down. "Brat, don't say that we are bullying you with numbers. Can you handle me alone?" As the scaly man spoke, his spiritual energy suddenly surged and a majestic spiritual energy rushed towards Su Yan. The aura of a saint from the 5 bloodlines was so strong and so threatening. Under the pressure of the boundless spiritual aura, the white clothes on Su Yan's body started to flutter. However, Su Yan remained unmoved. Only his eyes, which were looking at the scaly man, continued to emit a resplendent glow. He faintly opened his mouth and asked, "Can I kill people here?" When the people around him heard Su Yan's words, they were stunned. However, they quickly recovered and shouted one after another. "What an arrogant brat! You want to kill a saint from the 3 bloodlines? Yes, do you want to kill senior brother Yuxiang?" Countless voices sounded. Some people looked down on Su Yan, while others shouted for the scaly man to teach Su Yan a lesson. "Senior brother Yuxiang, quickly teach this brat a lesson." "Yes, senior brother Yuxiang, beat this brat up. Let's see if he still dares to talk nonsense." When the scaly man heard Su Yan's words, he could not help but feel a burst of anger. However, he was calmer than the others. He looked at Su Yan and said slowly, "In the Monster Palace, when disciples fight, if the weaker one wins, the winner can kill. Can I?" Hearing this, Su Yan raised his eyebrows slightly as an evil grin appeared on his face. Seeing Su Yan's smirk, Yuxiang was furious. He pointed at Su Yan and shouted, "Brat, do you still want to kill me?" "Yes." Su Yan shouted and patted his storage bag. The ghost howl sword appeared in Su Yan's hand. Suddenly, a ghost howl sounded and emitted an eerie aura. When Yu Xiang saw Su Yan's ghost howl sword, he could not help but frown. Obviously, he was surprised that the ghost howl sword could emit such power. However, this surprise quickly disappeared. His eyes emitted a cold light as he looked at Su Yan and said disdainfully, "Brat, since you want a beating, don't blame me, go to hell." Su Yan had always been a person who did not like to waste words. Without waiting for Yu Xiang to finish speaking, he shouted coldly and his body suddenly rushed forward. The ghost howl sword in his hand directly pierced towards Yu Xiang. His speed was as fast as lightning. So fast. With just one sword, everyone was stunned. They could not believe that Su Yan, a saint with 3 bloodlines, could burst out with such speed. Yu Xiang was also taken aback. However, he was a saint of the 5 veins after all, so he quickly reacted. His figure quickly flew backwards and narrowly avoided Su Yan's sword. The look of disdain in his eyes when he looked at Su Yan was no longer one of disdain. Instead, it had turned solemn. "Good boy, your speed is not bad, but I don't know how strong you are," Yu Xiang said. At the same time, he shouted and the spiritual energy in his body suddenly burst out. At this moment, there was a ritual instrument in his hand. Monster Palace was different from other sects. If other sects had people who cultivated ritual instruments, they were all cultivators of ritual instruments. Sword sects, on the other hand, were all cultivators of swords. Monster Palace, on the other hand, had people who cultivated swords and magic weapons. Yu Xiang was obviously not a swordsman. He had taken out a magic weapon. This magic weapon was like a huge water fish. The moment it was taken out, the fish's mouth emitted a ripple. Obviously, it was also an extraordinary item. The moment Yu Xiang summoned his magic treasure, he didn't waste any more words and activated his magic treasure. Bang! With a loud bang, a powerful wave burst out from the fish's mouth. The moment the wave appeared, it suddenly exploded towards Su Yan. Its speed was fast, like the huge waves of the East Sea, directly covering Su Yan. When the onlookers saw this scene, they all retreated. Their faces were full of horror. "Senior brother Yu Xiang, this Yu Wuhan's magic weapon has been cultivated to the extreme." "Yes, you know that senior brother Yu Xiang is only a saint of the 5 meridians. If he becomes a celestial emperor, how powerful will this Yu Wuhan be?" Yes, this arrogant boy, under senior brother Yu Xiang's move, there is no way he can avoid it. Let's see what qualifications he has to be arrogant now." When the surrounding people saw the huge wave released by Yu Xiang's magic weapon, they were sure that Su Yan could not avoid it. Su Yan looked at the huge wave that was surging towards him, but he was very ferocious. But Su Yan did not have a trace of fear. A cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. His body suddenly jumped up, raised the ghost howl sword in his hand, and slashed down. Wailing of 10,000 ghosts. In an instant, countless ghostly cries filled the air. The ghost howl sword emitted a powerful black fog, which instantly condensed into a huge ghost head. The moment the ghost head appeared, it opened a huge mouth and bit toward the wave. Bang! A loud boom rang out as the wave and the enormous ghost head collided and exploded. This is, everyone was stunned by this scene. They couldn't imagine that Su Yan could burst out with such a powerful move and block Yu Xiang's attack. Yu Xiang could not help but be stunned. But at the moment he was stunned, a sword light flashed in front of him, and Su Yan appeared in front of him. Yu Xiang was shocked. He shouted and hurriedly raised the magic weapon in his hand to block. Clang! The ghost howl sword struck Yu Xiang's magic weapon, Yu Wuhan, and immediately burst out with a crisp sound. Yu Xiang was shocked and took a few steps back. Yu Xiang's face became even more surprised. He looked at Su Yan and muttered to himself, "How is it possible? How is it possible? He is only a saint of 3 bloodlines. How can he burst out such powerful spiritual energy?" Yu Xiang was angered by this. His whole body trembled with anger. He operated his cultivation method, and the spiritual energy of a saint of 5 bloodlines also surged and pressed towards Su Yan. Under this powerful spiritual energy, Su Yan frowned slightly, but his body did not slow down. His pupils suddenly shrank, and he raised the ghost howl sword in his hand and directly slashed at Yu Xiang. Is it like this again? The moment Yu Xiang's spiritual energy surged, his confidence increased a lot. With a cold smile, he stepped forward and raised Yu Wuhan in his hand to meet Su Yan. Chapter 178. That's it? When Su Yan saw the water pillar that was attacking him, a disdainful smile appeared on his face. In an instant, the ghost howl sword in his hand started to dance rapidly. Immediately, a sword cry resounded. The constantly moving sword light was so fast that it seemed to have transformed into countless long swords. Crackle, crackle, the water column was sliced off section by section until all of it slid down. You think that's it? Of course, Yu Xiang was a saint of 5 veins and his strength was not limited to that. The moment Su Yan blocked the water column, Yu Xiang suddenly leaped up and made a hand seal. A powerful water column burst out from Yu Wuhan. The moment the water pillars appeared, a series of loud booms rang out and fell down. Su Yan frowned, but he did not have time to block them. His entire body was enveloped by the water pillars. Humph, you still dare to think that's it? A cold smile appeared on the corners of Yu Xiang's mouth when he saw that Su Yan was enveloped by the rain of water. If it was any other time, then Yu Xiang would have stopped because even a saint of the 5 bloodlines wouldn't be able to escape if they were struck by his rain of water. But today, it was probably Su Yan's arrogance that provoked Yu Xiang's anger. Yu Xiang did not stop because of this. The moment the water column burst out, Yu Xiang roared again and waved his Yu Wuhan. In an instant, countless water waves surged. Like 1,000 layers of huge waves, they pounced on Su Yan and covered Su Yan's entire body. The onlookers were all horrified when they saw this. At the same time, they looked at Su Yan who was surrounded by the water column and the huge waves and gloated, now this kid is definitely dead. How dare he be so arrogant in front of our senior brother Yu Xiang? That's right. Even our senior brothers don't dare to fight senior brother Yu Xiang. With his strength of 3 veins, he's courting death. When he heard the surrounding crowd's words, the corners of Yu Xiang's mouth lifted into a pleased smile. He looked at Su Yan, who was surrounded by water pillars, and coldly laughed, "Brat, you are courting death. Don't blame my senior." Is that so? Before Yu Xiang could finish speaking, an evil voice came from within the rain of water pillars. Coincidentally, at that moment, the water pillars and waves retreated. Su Yan's body slowly appeared. His entire body was emitting a powerful golden light. Under such circumstances, it was extremely dazzling. How? How is this possible? How is this possible? How can he still stand under the water column attack of senior brother Yu Xiang? Impossible, this can't be real. When the surrounding people saw that Su Yan was still standing there, their faces were filled with horror. Most of them couldn't believe what they were seeing. They all thought that Su Yan was going to die. Even if Su Yan did not die, he should be lying in a pool of blood. However, Su Yan was still standing there, unharmed. Even his clothes were not damaged. How could they believe this? Yu Xiang looked at Su Yan and was stunned. How? How is this possible? Nothing is impossible. Su Yan looked at Yu Xiang and smiled coldly. His body suddenly surged forward, as fast as lightning. In an instant, he was in front of Yu Xiang. The ghost howl sword in his hand was pointed at Yu Xiang. The sword light flashed and was already at Yu Xiang's throat. Although Yu Xiang could still attack, he did not expect Su Yan to be able to stand under his ferocious attacks. Moreover, Su Yan was able to attack so quickly. The sword light flashed and the ghost howl sword was already in front of him. There was no time to dodge. Yu Xiang screamed in fear and fell to the ground. He watched as the ghost howl sword was about to pierce through his body. When the people around saw this scene, they were so scared that they screamed. They looked at this scene in disbelief. Just as the ghost howl sword was about to pierce through Yu Xiang's throat, Su Yan stopped and withdrew the sword. He said coldly, "Killing you will dirty my hands." "Ah!" Yu Xiang screamed in fear. Something flowed out from his crotch and wet his pants. The onlookers were also stunned. They looked at Su Yan as if they were looking at a monster. A 3-meridian saint. Su Yan was only a 3-meridian saint. How could he do that? Su Yan did not pay attention to their gazes. He withdrew the ghost howl sword and turned to walk away, leaving the onlookers dumbfounded. They did not react until Su Yan was far away. They all ran to help Yu Xiang. At this moment, Su Yan, who had just left, suddenly turned around. The few of them were so scared that their bodies trembled. A trace of disdain flashed across Su Yan's face as he said word by word, "Remember, my name is Su Yan. I am not someone you can easily bully." Su Yan's name was forever engraved in their hearts. They did not dare to challenge Su Yan again. For Su Yan, this was just a small episode. Although he was only a 3-meridian saint, 2 levels lower than Yu Xiang, Su Yan had the invincible golden body, the blood dragon pupil and the flying sword in the red fire sword case. Su Yan was confident that he could even fight a 6-meridian saint. A saint was no longer Su Yan's target. Emperor Tian Xiang was Su Yan's target. Su Yan's eyes glowed red when he thought of Nangong Xiangming's last look and Qin Luo's gloomy expression. His desire for strength reached its peak. Of course, Su Yan was still calm despite his desire. Su Yan's mind had passed through the endless corridors of the Buddha sword and comprehended it at Cho Bo's place. Ordinary people could not compare to him. The angrier Su Yan was, the calmer he became. Although Su Yan was angry at the humiliation Nangong Xiangming had brought him, his heart was still as clear as a mirror. If he wanted to move forward, he had to find the ghostly qi. He had no other choice. Only ghostly qi could help him recondense his 4th Saint Meridian. Su Yan believed that Nangong Xiangming had not lied to him about the dock. However, Su Yan also knew that Nangong Xiangming would not be so kind as to warn him. Since he was able to warn him, it meant that the dock was a dangerous place. Su Yan thought about the dock. He sat cross-legged and ran his cultivation method. He quickly absorbed the surrounding spirit energy to restore the spirit energy in his body and heal the injuries Nangong Xiangming had caused him. Because of the sword intent of the red fire sword case and the abundant spirit energy in the monster palace, Su Yan recovered to his peak state in less than an hour. Since he had recovered, Su Yan planned to go to the dock. Su Yan had a rough understanding of the monster palace with the memories given by the Princess of Chu. However, there was no memory of the dock in the memories. The island of the monster palace was so big that it would not be easy to find the dock. Su Yan did not know who to ask for help. Just as Su Yan was in trouble, there was a knock on the door. Su Yan frowned slightly, but he still got up to open the door. Seeing that it was Yu Xiang and his followers, Su Yan's eyes suddenly turned cold. He said coldly, "Are you still not convinced?" "Senior brother Su, it's a misunderstanding." When Yu Xiang heard Su Yan's words, his whole body suddenly trembled. He hurriedly said, "Senior brother Su, we are here to offer this month's offerings." As he spoke, Yu Xiang held the offerings he had received this month and presented them to Su Yan with both hands. Su Yan looked at the offerings in Yu Xiang's hands and frowned. He thought to himself, "I just entered the monster palace and am not familiar with many things. If I have these people running errands, it will save me some trouble in the future." Su Yan made up his mind and looked at the offering in Yu Xiang's hand. He waved his hand and said, "This offering is for you to keep by your side. As long as you listen to my orders in the future, it will be fine." When Yu Xiang and the others heard that Su Yan did not take the offerings, they were overjoyed. They hurriedly bowed and said, "Senior brother Su, from now on, all the disciples of this palace will obey your orders. From now on, you are the palace master of this palace." "Okay." Although Su Yan was not interested in being the palace master, he did not refuse and nodded slightly. Seeing that they were still afraid of him, Su Yan waved his hand and said, "Come in." Hearing that Su Yan wanted them to go in, the few of them tiptoed in. Su Yan looked at their fearful faces and said slowly, "Since you have chosen to obey my orders in the future, you don't have to be so afraid. As long as you don't disobey me in the future." "Yes, yes." Yu Xiang and the others hurriedly nodded, but their fear of Su Yan did not change. Su Yan looked at them and did not say anything. Instead, he asked, "Do you know where the sea dock is?" The sea dock. When Yu Xiang heard Su Yan's words, he was shocked. "Senior brother Su, why do you ask about the sea dock?" "I have my own plans." Naturally, Su Yan wouldn't tell them why he wanted to go to the sea dock. Looking at them, it was obvious that they weren't strangers to the sea dock. He opened his mouth and asked, "I asked about the sea dock. Tell me where it is." Su Yan paused and hesitated for a moment. He said, "And where is the sea dock?" "Okay." When Yu Xiang heard Su Yan's words, he did not dare to ask more. Instead, he introduced the sea dock to Su Yan. "Senior brother Su, you have just entered the monster palace, so you don't know. The sea dock is a dangerous place. If the monster palace disciples are not forced to, no one is willing to go to the sea dock." "What do you mean?" Su Yan asked again. "The entrance to the sea dock is in the suburbs of the Western Monster Palace. The sea dock is said to lead to the East Sea. There are countless dangerous sea beasts there. Some of the Monster Palace disciples want to hunt sea beasts and enter the sea dock, but most of them do not return. And the sea dock is not only home to sea beasts. The East Sea often has tsunamis that will sweep through the sea dock. This makes the sea dock even more dangerous." Su Yan listened and understood. Obviously, the sea dock is like the Hengduan Mountain, but the Hengduan Mountain is densely covered with monsters, while the sea dock is filled with sea beasts. Chapter 179. After listening to Yu Xiang and the others, Su Yan fell into a moment of hesitation. After all, from Yu Xiang's words, Su Yan could feel that the sea dock was a dangerous place. Su Yan did not want to rush into such an unknown place. Unfortunately, when he asked Yu Xiang and the others, they all said that they did not know if there were any other places with many corpses and ghostly auras. This left Su Yan with no other choice. It seems that this trip to the sea dock is inevitable. Su Yan muttered to himself. There was a hint of helplessness in his tone. His eyes flashed and a red light surged out. "Sea beasts. I wonder if my blood dragon eyes have any effect on sea beasts." Sea beasts only existed in the East Sea. There were no sea beasts in other places. Su Yan had only seen rumors of sea beasts in books. He had never seen a real sea beast. However, he had never seen one before. Su Yan was also clear that sea beasts were much stronger than demonic beasts. No matter what, I have to go to the sea dock. Su Yan thought about it and did not hesitate anymore. After all, he had no other choice. If he did not obtain a ghostly aura, he would not be able to form his fourth meridian. After making up his mind, Su Yan didn't plan on staying any longer. He resolutely stepped onto the path of the dock. The entrance to the sea dock was on the outskirts of the West Palace. Although they were all within the Monster Palace, because of the conflicts between the East, West, North, and South Palaces, there were very few interactions between the palaces. Moreover, the two palaces were located at the east and west ends of the West. They were the furthest apart. If Su Yan were to travel with his current strength, he might not be able to reach the sea dock even if he walked for several months. Fortunately, there were teleportation portals between the palaces. These teleportation portals belonged to the Monster Palace and were not guarded. Everyone in the Monster Palace could use them. Su Yan entered the teleportation portal to the West Palace. No one noticed. However, after arriving at the West Palace, Su Yan became much more careful. If he was discovered by the people of the West Palace, he would get into some trouble. More importantly, the disciples of the West Palace were much stronger than the disciples of the East Palace. If Qin Luo and Nangong Xiangming were to come out, Su Yan did not think that he would have the strength to resist them. As such, Su Yan was extremely careful as he walked through the West Palace. Fortunately, Su Yan was quite lucky. Along the way, no one from the West Palace noticed Su Yan. It was probably because very few people were willing to go to the sea dock that Su Yan was not discovered. With Yu Xiang and the others' detailed descriptions, Su Yan quickly found the entrance to the dock. Just as he approached the entrance, Su Yan felt a majestic power surge out of the dock. A fishy smell assailed his nostrils. Su Yan could not help but frown. He became more cautious about this trip to the sea dock. Since I've already come this far, how can I retreat? Su Yan steadied his mind and no longer hesitated. He strode toward the entrance of the sea dock. The difference of one step was like the difference between heaven and earth. Just as Su Yan stepped into the entrance of the sea dock, a loud whistling sound suddenly entered his ears. That whistling sound was deafening. Su Yan could not help but be startled. He hurriedly used his qi to resist. The moment the qi protected his body, the ripples in his heart slowly calmed down. The sea dock really lives up to its name. Su Yan felt the power of the sea dock and could not help but nod. However, he did not have the slightest intention of retreating. His eyes shone with a firm gaze as he resolutely stepped forward. He had already learned from Yu Xiang that the sea dock was actually a huge passage that kept going forward. It was only at the deepest part of the sea dock. Yu Xiang meant that no one had ever reached the deepest part of the sea dock. Even the palace masters of the Monster Palace had never reached the end of the sea dock, so no one knew what the end of the sea dock was. Of course, Su Yan was not interested in the end of the sea dock. Now, Su Yan wanted to find a place where ghost qi existed. In fact, ghost qi was everywhere in the world. As long as someone died unjustly, ghost qi would be formed. However, just a little bit of ghost qi was useless to Su Yan. What Su Yan needed was a lot of ghost qi. Only ghost qi that was as rich as spirit qi could allow Su Yan to successfully condense his fourth holy meridian. After walking for almost an hour, Su Yan did not encounter any ghost qi except for the fact that he did not encounter any danger. This made Su Yan anxious. I've been walking for more than an hour now, and I haven't seen a corpse or a wisp of ghost qi. Is there really ghost qi in the sea dock? Su Yan's eyes fell into a daze. If there was no ghost qi in the sea dock, Su Yan really did not know where he could go to get ghost qi. He definitely could not return to the 10,000 Ghosts cave. Su Yan knew that with his current strength, even if he entered the 10,000 Ghosts cave 10 times, he would die 10 times. Plop, just as Su Yan was confused, there was a sudden loud noise. Suddenly, a huge sea beast rushed over. This sea beast was like a water snake, but it had 4 legs. Its body was smooth and without any markings, and its entire body was dark black. Su Yan couldn't help but be shocked, and hurriedly retreated. Sea beast. Although this was the first time Su Yan had seen a real sea beast, he was able to recognize it at first glance. However, he did not know the name of this sea beast, nor did he know the strength of this sea beast. Su Yan did not dare to be negligent. He hurriedly took out the ghost howl sword. At the same time, without giving the sea beast any chance to react, the blood dragon pupil turned and flashed forward. The ghost howl sword in its hand slashed down horizontally, emitting a mournful ghost howl. Plop, the water snake-like 4-legged sea beast was suddenly split into 2 and fell to the ground. Looking at the sea beast's body on the ground, Su Yan could not help but smile. It seems that sea beasts are only so-so. However, before Su Yan could finish speaking, he looked at the sea beast's body on the ground and was stunned. The sea beast that looked like a water snake on the ground did not die because of the attack. Instead, it was split into 2. The 2 halves of its body wriggled again and grew 4 limbs at a speed visible to the naked eye. Just like that, one sea beast became 2. Su Yan's scalp tingled as he saw this. The solar-colored glazed sword scripture in his body quickly circulated and quickly slashed at the 2 sea beasts. Bang! Bang! 2 loud noises were heard and the 2 sea beasts were split into 4. However, with the previous experience, Su Yan was not happy. Instead, he stared at the sea beast's body. As expected, the sea beast's body grew again, from 2 to 4. With the previous experience, Su Yan was not as flustered as before. He only frowned slightly. The strength of sea beasts is indeed not something that demonic beasts can compare to. Su Yan thought as he rotated the blood dragon pupil. A red light surged out and shone on the sea beast's body. However, the sea beast was only stunned for a moment before it immediately recovered and went berserk. The four-legged sea beast pounced at Su Yan at the same time. The blood dragon pupil is indeed useless against these sea beasts. Su Yan murmured. Seeing the sea beasts pouncing at him, he did not dare to be careless. He hurriedly jumped up and slashed out with the ghost howl sword in his hand. Once again, he cut the four sea beasts in half. However, he still could not kill the sea beasts. Instead, more and more of them appeared, but their bodies were much smaller than before. Although this was the case, Su Yan's eyebrows were tightly knitted together as he looked at the increasing number of sea beasts. It seems that it is useless to cut them in half. Su Yan looked at the densely packed sea beasts and muttered. He put away the ghost howl sword in his hand. The blood dragon pupil rotated and his body quickly jumped up. At the same time, he waved his hand and a wisp of spiritual energy flowed out from his saint vein. This wisp of spiritual energy contained the heat of the molten green lotus fire. Su Yan slapped it away. Puff! Suddenly, a loud explosion sounded. The molten green lotus fire burned on the sea beast's body and turned into ashes in an instant. It was no longer reborn. After a few consecutive attacks, Su Yan finally cleared all the sea beasts. The corners of his mouth curled into a smile. Let's see how you will be reborn now. After Su Yan finished speaking, he panted heavily and could not help but smile bitterly. Just one sea beast is already so difficult to deal with. It's no wonder that the world is so fearful of sea beasts. With these thoughts in mind, Su Yan picked up the demonic core of the water snake and, without hesitation, proceeded forward. No matter what, Su Yan had already decided that he would definitely condense his fourth Saint Meridian today. Su Yan walked forward again. Another sea beast appeared. This sea beast was different from the one Su Yan had seen previously. It looked like a cheetah, but unlike a cheetah, it had no fur on its body. Instead, there was a wave of water flowing around it. Su Yan could not help but frown. He gripped the ghost howl sword in his hand. Looking at the cheetah-like sea beast, he suddenly swung his sword. Bang! Because he did not know the strength of the sea beast, Su Yan did not use his full strength. The moment he swung his sword, the sea beast suddenly exploded and slapped its palm towards Su Yan's ghost howl sword. Su Yan's body trembled. He quickly retreated a few steps. Looking at the sea beast, there was a hint of vigilance in his eyes. This sea beast is obviously much stronger than the previous one. Roar! The sea beast suddenly let out a low roar. In an instant, it pounced towards Su Yan. Its speed was as fast as a bolt of lightning. Seeing this, Su Yan could not help but feel a burst of anger. He shouted, "Beast, how dare you take the initiative to attack?" While speaking, Su Yan's figure rushed out. Facing the attack of the sea beast, he did not have the slightest intention of dodging. At the same time, the ghost howl sword in his hand struck out. The moment the sword light flashed, a loud sound was immediately heard. It directly stabbed towards the sea beast's abdomen. Su Yan could not help but smile. Let's see how you block it. Bang! But just as Su Yan's smile appeared, the moment the ghost howl sword struck the sea beast, Su Yan's smile suddenly froze. Originally, Su Yan wanted to cut open the sea beast's abdomen with one strike. However, the moment the ghost howl sword pierced through the sea beast's abdomen, a powerful wave of water appeared under the sea beast's abdomen, directly protecting it. Not only that, a powerful force spread out from the water wave. Su Yan, who was holding the ghost howl sword, suddenly felt the web between his thumb and forefinger go numb. He almost lost his grip on the ghost howl sword. What a powerful beast! Chapter 180. The appearance of this cheetah-like sea beast also made Su Yan realize the true strength of sea beasts. Looking at this sea beast, Su Yan didn't attack rashly, but carefully observed its movements. Su Yan believed that even if this sea beast was powerful, it must have some flaws. Bang! While Su Yan was observing, the sea beast once again rushed towards Su Yan. Its speed was as fast as lightning. Fortunately, Su Yan had the blood dragon pupil, plus speed itself was something that Su Yan had always been proud of. Therefore, he wasn't afraid of the attack of this cheetah-like sea beast. However, Su Yan knew that if he didn't quickly deal with this cheetah-like sea beast, if he let it continue to attack like this, then sooner or later, the spirit chi in his body would be exhausted by this sea beast. Let's test you again. Su Yan looked at the cheetah-like sea beast rushing towards him. His eyes moved quickly, and at the same time, the ghost howl sword in his hand once again attacked, and directly broke the body of the cheetah-like sea beast. Bang! Unfortunately, at the moment when Su Yan's attack was about to hit, the body of the cheetah-like sea beast fluctuated, and in an instant, a water wave barrier appeared and blocked Su Yan's attack. At the same time, the water wave also attacked along with the ghost howl sword. At the same time, a huge and strange force surged up. Su Yan was shocked in his heart, and hurriedly withdrew the ghost howl sword, and quickly rushed back to avoid that force surging up. Is there really no way to break it? Su Yan looked at the cheetah-like sea beast and frowned. Although the attack of this sea beast wasn't very good, its defense was too abnormal. Moreover, the attacks of this cheetah-like sea beast didn't weaken in the slightest. Instead, each attack was stronger than the previous one. At this moment, even if Su Yan could avoid the attacks of this cheetah-like sea beast, but with the spirit chi in his body disappearing, if he couldn't kill this cheetah-like sea beast, then in less than half an hour, the spirit chi in Su Yan's body would be exhausted. At that time, it would be the end of Su Yan. Unfortunately, the cheetah sea beast's defense was too strong. Su Yan tried a few more times, but he still couldn't break it. Su Yan had raised his speed to the limit while dodging the attacks of the cheetah sea beast. Therefore, he had consumed a huge amount of spirit energy. Therefore, Su Yan was gasping for breath after doing this several times. Is there really no way to deal with this beast? Su Yan took advantage of the gap between the attacks of the cheetah sea beast, and gasped for breath. At the same time, he also observed the body of the cheetah sea beast, and wanted to find a flaw. I've already tried attacking its body, feet, tail, and head. They're all useless. Su Yan looked at the cheetah sea beast and tried to figure out its weak points. But before Su Yan could figure it out, the cheetah once again pounced at them. In desperation, Su Yan could only use his spirit energy to dodge quickly. He didn't dare to attack rashly because every time he attacked the cheetah sea beast, it would only consume the spirit energy in his body faster. Is there really no other way? I'm a dignified peak sword sage. Am I going to die in the hands of this beast? Su Yan's dodging became more and more powerless. There was a bit of unwillingness in his eyes. Unfortunately, the cheetah sea beast didn't show any sympathy to Su Yan at all. Instead, it had failed to hit Su Yan dozens of times. This had aroused its ferocious nature. Roar! It didn't give Su Yan any chance to catch his breath. With a low roar, it instantly pounced at Su Yan. Its huge bell-like eyes suddenly burst out with an ominous glint. Su Yan was already exhausted. He was quite helpless when he saw the attack of the cheetah sea beast. He turned his blood dragon pupil and was about to dodge. However, Su Yan's eyes suddenly lit up when he saw the ominous glint in the cheetah sea beast's eyes. Eyes, yes, eyes. Su Yan was overjoyed in his heart. The exhaustion in his body seemed to have dissipated at this moment. A bright light surged in his eyes. He patted his storage pouch and took out the ghost howl sword. Su Yan didn't dodge when he saw the attack of the cheetah sea beast. He tightly grasped the ghost howl sword and calmly looked at the cheetah sea beast. Now's the time. Su Yan twisted his hands the moment the cheetah sea beast pounced on him. His body rushed forward. The ghost howl sword stabbed towards the cheetah sea beast's eyes at the same time. Its speed was as fast as lightning. Asterisk bang, asterisk a loud sound echoed. This time, there was no water wave defense. The ghost howl sword directly pierced through the cheetah sea beast's eyes. The cheetah sea beast roared violently. Its vigorous body suddenly fell to the ground and died with a mournful wail. It's finally over. Su Yen saw that the cheetah sea beast was finally dead. He breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. At the same time, his body became soft and fell to the ground. However, Su Yen didn't dare to stop for a moment. He took out the green lotus core fire and the red parting sword box. He operated the great sun-colored glazed sword scripture to quickly absorb the heat of the green lotus core fire and the sword intent inside the red parting sword box. Coupled with the spirit chi of the world and the great sun-colored glazed sword scripture, he quickly recovered the spirit chi of his body. Although Su Yen recovered his spirit chi very quickly, but because he had been entangled with the cheetah sea beast for too long, Su Yen recovered for more than 2 hours. During this time, he also swallowed a lot of consecration pills that he had received in the monster palace. Only then did he recover his strength. The moment his spirit chi recovered, the exhaustion in his body also disappeared. His eyes regained the bright light. Just at the moment when he looked into the depths of the sea, Su Yen hesitated again. This sea dock is really extraordinary. It's as fierce as the legends say. But I didn't see any ghost aura. Was this trip worth it? Su Yen hesitated, but in just a moment, it was removed from his mind by Su Yen. No matter what, since I've already come here, how can I give up halfway? Su Yen said. He picked up the sea beast monster core dropped by the cheetah sea beast. His eyes regained the determination. He went all the way forward and encountered several sea beasts. The further they went, the more powerful the demonic beasts became. However, with the experience of killing the water snake demonic beast and the cheetah demonic beast, Su Yen also knew that these sea beasts were powerful because they had some special abilities. For example, the water snake sea beast could regenerate. And the cheetah sea beast had no effect on other parts of its body except for its eyes. Therefore, Su Yen was not in a hurry to attack the next few sea beasts he encountered. Instead, he first searched for their weak points or their strong points before launching an attack. The few times he encountered sea beasts, although there were some surprises, there were no real dangers. The moment Su Yen killed a sea beast, Su Yen finally felt a surge of ghost aura. Ghost aura. Feeling this ghost aura, Su Yen's tired posture suddenly swept away. His heart moved, and he immediately walked forward. However, just as he took a step, Su Yen stopped and sat down cross-legged. He began to absorb the spirit chi and sword intent to restore the spirit chi in his body. It wasn't until an hour later that Su Yen returned to his peak state. Only then did Su Yen take a step forward. The deeper he went, the thicker the ghost chi became. This ghost aura was an existence similar to spirit chi. It was an invisible existence. If it was an ordinary person, they wouldn't be able to feel the ghost aura in such a place. They would only be able to feel the gloomy feeling. However, Su Yen was different. His fourth saint vein was condensed from the ghost aura. Now that he was close, Su Yen could clearly feel the dense ghost aura. Su Yen was overjoyed. However, amidst his joy, Su Yen quickly noticed the eerie white bones on the ground. His brows involuntarily knitted together. Since there are so many bones here, and the ghost aura is so dense, this is obviously a place of extreme evil. Su Yen thought to himself. His eyes became vigilant. He looked around and gripped the ghost howl sword tightly in his hand. Pudong, at this moment, there was a loud sound. Suddenly, 3 sea beasts rushed out from the side. That's right, 3 sea beasts. This was different from the sea beasts Su Yen had encountered previously. No matter how strong the sea beasts were, there would only be one of them. Now that there were 3 of them, each of them different, Su Yen couldn't help but frown. One sea beast was already difficult to deal with, let alone 3. If Su Yen hadn't felt the ghost aura earlier, he would have definitely turned around and fled. However, now that he felt the ghost aura, this place was exactly what Su Yen needed. Su Yen wouldn't run away no matter what. Looking at the three roaring sea beasts, Su Yan's eyes lit up. At the same time, he gripped the ghost howl sword in his hand tightly. Not only that, the moment Su Yan's blood dragon pupil turned, the dragon blood ice fire shield suddenly erupted. With the dragon blood ice fire shield, Su Yan could control it freely. Because the dragon blood ice fire shield only had the ability to defend against the cold and heat of the world, it had no effect on other attacks. However, now that Su Yan had used it, it was obvious that Su Yan was going to go all out. Roar! The three demonic beasts let out a few low roars and attacked Su Yan in an instant. Its speed was so fast that it far surpassed the sea beasts that Su Yan had encountered earlier. Su Yan was shocked. The blood dragon pupil quickly turned. With a thought, the sword dragon flew out from the storage bag. Su Yan immediately jumped on it and quickly dodged the attack of one of the sea beasts. At the same time, Su Yan memorized the appearance of this sea monster in his mind, trying to find its weakness and its ability. Pudong! Just as Su Yan dodged one of the sea beasts, another one pounced at him. Su Yan was shocked. He circulated his cultivation method and quickly dodged. The sea beast narrowly passed by Su Yan. Bang! Unfortunately, this time there were not only two sea beasts, but three. When Su Yan dodged two of them, he was one step behind. In the end, he was still one step too slow and was hit by another sea beast. His entire body was sent flying backwards. The huge force suddenly shook Su Yan's body. Poochie! Su Yan only felt the blood in his body churning, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Damn it! Su Yan cursed in his heart. He didn't dare to stop for even a moment. He hurriedly jumped up and looked at the three sea beasts. His eyes suddenly narrowed. The spirit chi in his body quickly surged and rushed into the ghost howl sword. Wailing of 10,000 Ghosts. Chapter 181. This was a sea beast that looked like a giant bear. Su Yan didn't know what kind of sea beast this was, nor did he know how much energy this sea beast had and why it had the special characteristics of sea beasts. If it was only one sea beast, Su Yan could still take advantage of his speed to observe the characteristics of the sea beast. However, at this moment, there were three sea beasts. Su Yan had nowhere to hide. He had no choice but to attack. A sword art whizzed out, and the huge ghost head instantly slammed into the sea beast that looked like a giant bear. This ghost head was the wailing of thousands of ghosts emitted by Su Yan's ghost howl sword. This sword art was so powerful that Su Yan was confident that even a saint of the five veins wouldn't dare to take it head-on. However, this giant bear-like sea beast didn't seem to care at all. However, it was as if he had completely disregarded it. He was completely unafraid of the huge attack that Su Yan had emitted. In fact, there was even a hint of mockery in its crimson eyes. Su Yan couldn't help but be surprised. Obviously, this sea beast was far more powerful than the sea beasts that Su Yan encountered just now. It even had some intelligence. Roar! The giant bear sea beast roared, and its body leaped up. Bang! In an instant, there was a loud bang, and it instantly tore apart the wailing of thousands of ghosts emitted by Su Yan, and directly approached Su Yan. Su Yan was shocked and hurriedly dodged. At the same time, the other two sea beasts also didn't stop because of the attack of the giant bear sea beast. As for the other two sea beasts, one was like a wild horse, and its speed was extremely fast. The moment it moved, its huge body had already collided with Su Yan. The other sea beast was like a hound, but it was much bigger than a hound. Its body was faintly exuding a hot light, and when the light was emitted, it could make people feel a heat flow in their body. Not only that, the hound sea beast's speed was not slower than the wild horse sea beast. As its four limbs moved, it opened its bloody mouth and pounced towards Su Yan. Su Yan had just evaded the giant bear sea beast when he saw the two wild horse sea beasts and the hound sea beast attacking him at the same time. The blood dragon pupil was once again alarmed. The attack speed of the wild horse sea beast and the hound sea beast slowed down a lot. However, they still attacked as fast as lightning. With Su Yan's current strength, there was no way he could avoid it. Invincible golden body. Seeing this, Su Yan reacted quickly. He gritted his teeth and shouted. Suddenly, a golden light burst out from Su Yan's body and enveloped Su Yan. Bang! The two sea beasts collided at the same time, and under the trembling of the golden light, both of them let out a painful roar and retreated a few meters. Although it was only a few meters, it gave Su Yan a chance to catch his breath. Su Yan hurriedly leaped onto it. As he panted heavily, he floated in midair. His eyes stared at these few sea beasts as his mind quickly spun. These three sea beasts are clearly much stronger than the ones I have encountered before. If there was only one, perhaps I would have a chance. However, there are three now, then. Su Yan couldn't help but frown as he thought about it. In order to avoid the attacks of these three sea beasts, Su Yan not only used the sword technique, he also used the invincible golden body. The invincible golden body was Su Yan's strongest defense. It was also a life-saving skill that Su Yan had always been proud of. However, with Su Yan's current strength, he could only use the invincible golden body twice. Now, he had already used it once. Su Yan already felt that more than half of the spirit qi in his body had been consumed. If he were to use it again, Su Yan would definitely run out of spirit qi. In such a dangerous place, if I can't kill these three sea beasts, the invincible golden body obviously can't be used again. Su Yan's eyes turned slightly as he carefully observed the three sea beasts. He knew that he definitely couldn't use the invincible golden body to resist the attacks of these three sea beasts. Since that's the case, there is only one way left. Fight! Su Yan secretly shouted, and a bright light instantly emitted from his eyes. As the light overflowed, it projected a strong determination to kill. This wasn't because Su Yan wasn't afraid of the three sea beasts in front of him, but because Su Yan knew that since he was in such a predicament, the only way was to fight to the end to have a chance of survival. Bang! Without waiting for the three sea beasts to attack, Su Yan's body suddenly exploded. The great sun-colored glazed sword scripture in his body quickly circulated and emitted a strong spiritual power. In an instant, sword light flashed. The ghost howl sword in Su Yan's hand had turned into the pagoda sword. As the pagoda sword light flashed, Su Yan had already made his move. His body surged out like a flood dragon. His speed was so fast that it tore through the void and immediately stirred up a powerful airflow. Not only that, but the Buddha sword also slashed down. The sharp sword light burst out, and a loud whistling sound reverberated in the air. This was just a sword attack, and there was nothing fancy about it. However, the power was not inferior to the wailing of thousands of ghosts that Su Yan had just used the ghost howl sword. Not only that, at the moment when Su Yan rushed out, bang! There was a crisp sound. Several flying swords had already circled around Su Yan and rushed up to Su Yan's body. Go to hell! Su Yan shouted and pointed his sword at the giant bear sea beast. In the attack just now, Su Yan had already seen that among the three sea beasts, the giant bear sea beast was the strongest. Since it was the strongest, what Su Yan had to do was to kill the strongest one first. When the giant bear saw Su Yan rushing over, its scarlet eyes once again showed a look of disdain. Similarly, its body did not retreat half an inch. Roar! There was a low roar. Its four limbs suddenly stood upright, and it was only supported by its two hind legs. Its forelimbs were like human hands, and they directly slapped towards Su Yan. What? When Su Yan saw this scene, he could not help but be shocked. He wanted to dodge, but it was too late. Bang! There was a loud sound as the giant bear's two palms directly slapped Su Yan's body. Su Yan's whole body was suddenly shaken and sent flying. Poochie, a mouthful of blood spurted out. The flying swords that were revolving around Su Yan also fell. This giant bear sea beast is really strong. Su Yan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and immediately stood up and murmured. There was still no fear in his heart. Because Su Yan was very clear that if he was afraid, then only death would await him. Su Yan was not only not afraid, but also did not stop. As he waved his hands, the few flying swords that had just fallen instantly rose up again and attacked the giant sea beast. However, this time, before the flying swords flew out, the other two sea beasts had already moved. The hound sea beast and the wild horse sea beast were obviously speed attack sea beasts. The two sea beasts rushed towards Su Yan at the same time. Their speed was like lightning, and in an instant, they had already arrived in front of Su Yan. Su Yan looked at the two sea beasts rushing towards him, but he did not panic at all. Instead, his face became calmer. Break! Just when the two sea beasts were about to collide with Su Yan waved his hands and shouted. The flying swords that flew out suddenly changed their direction, and directly attacked the two sea beasts. Obviously, sea beasts that had reached their level already had some intelligence. They never thought that Su Yan would use such a move. The two sea beasts were startled, and hurriedly retreated. Now! Su Yan saw the two sea beasts retreating, and coldly shouted. He clenched the Buddha sword in his hand, and his body rushed forward. Suddenly, he attacked the wild horse sea beast. In this dangerous situation, Su Yan knew that he had to go all out to have a chance. At this time, Su Yan also used all of his strength to the extreme. The moment his eyes surged, his speed reached an unprecedented speed. Like a dragon in the East Sea, he surged out. In an instant, the Buddha sword in Su Yan's hand pierced towards the wild horse sea beast. Bang! Suddenly, there was a loud explosion. The Buddha sword in Su Yan's hand directly hit the wild horse sea beast. When Su Yan saw this, the corners of his mouth revealed a trace of a smile. He lightly shouted, and his body directly pierced through the wild horse sea beast's body. Roar! The wild horse sea beast burst out a miserable cry, and its body also went soft, and fell to the ground. When Su Yan saw this, he wiped the sweat on his forehead, and slightly smiled, one down. However, before Su Yan's smile fell, the wild horse sea beast that had just fallen stood up again. Its body that was pierced by Su Yan was actually slowly recovering. What? When Su Yan saw this scene, he could not help but be shocked, and said in surprise, This wild horse sea beast has the ability to regenerate. Xiao! While Su Yan was still in shock, the giant bear sea beast had already closed in on him. Its huge palm rushed towards Su Yan's body. Although the giant bear sea beast's speed was not as fast as the wild horse sea beast and the hound sea beast, its strength was much more powerful than the two sea beasts. Of course, its speed was only slightly inferior to the wild horse sea beast and the hound sea beast. Its real speed was not slow at all. The palm swept past like a hurricane. Su Yan was suddenly shocked, and his blood dragon pupil rotated, trying to dodge. However, it was impossible to dodge between the two palms of the giant bear sea beast. When Su Yan saw this, he clenched his teeth and shouted, Since I can't dodge, I will fight with you. While speaking, Su Yan quickly circulated the great sun-colored glazed sword scripture, and a powerful spiritual power suddenly erupted, exuding a dazzling light. He held the Buddha sword in his hand and directly stabbed towards the palm. Bang! The sword and the palm collided in the void, and suddenly a loud sound erupted. Su Yan originally wanted to pierce through the palm of the giant bear sea beast, but Su Yan found that the giant bear sea beast was not injured at all. At the same time, Su Yan could also feel a huge force coming from the Buddha sword. Puchi! Under this powerful force, Su Yan suddenly felt a surge in his body, and blood spurted out. Chapter 182. Su Yan had only received one palm attack from the giant bear. However, the enormous power behind that attack had made Su Yan feel as if his internal organs had been shattered. Cough cough. Su Yan coughed a few times and spat out a mouthful of blood. He supported himself with the Buddha sword, and stood up from the ground with difficulty. The giant bear, the wild horse, and the hound weren't in a hurry to attack Su Yan. The three sea beasts were fighting against each other. They were looking at Su Yan with a mocking expression in their eyes. From time to time, they would issue low roars. It seemed as if they were discussing something. It also seemed as if they were looking down on Su Yan. Su Yan naturally didn't pay attention to the expressions of these three beasts at this moment. However, these three beasts weren't in a hurry to attack. This gave Su Yan a chance to rest. I can't continue like this. What should I do? Su Yan looked at the three beasts and frowned. At the same time, his mind was spinning rapidly. Just one attack was enough to injure me severely. Su, will definitely die here today if this happens again. Then, I can't let them attack me again. I'll use my speed to entangle them. I'll also find out the weakness of these sea beasts. Speed, that's right, speed. Su Yan's eyes immediately condensed a burst of bright light as he thought about this. However, this bright light had just surged for a moment when Su Yan saw the restless wild horse and hound sea beasts. But, it immediately dimmed down. There was a self-mocking smile on his face. He shook his head and said with a wry smile, even if I can use my speed to entangle them, the spirit energy in my body, the spirit energy in Su Yan's body wasn't enough to support his speed under several all-out attacks. He couldn't even release the invincible golden body now. The injuries he had suffered had also slowed down the speed he was so proud of. Obviously, it was impossible to use speed to control the sea beast. This caused Su Yan to once again fall into a state of confusion. Looking at the three restless sea beasts, Su Yan did not have a trace of fear, but he was unwilling. He was unwilling to lose to the three beasts like this. He was unwilling to lose his life because of this. Roar! Before Su Yan could think further, a loud roar was suddenly heard. It was as if the three sea beasts had discussed something. The wild horse sea beast took the lead and attacked Su Yan. Its speed was as fast as lightning. It flashed in the void, and arrived in front of Su Yan. Su Yan was shocked and his pupils shrank. Unfortunately, it was too late. Speed was one of the abilities that Su Yan had always been proud of. However, when the wild horse launched its attack, Su Yan felt overwhelmed. In fact, he couldn't even catch a glimpse of its shadow. Even the blood dragon pupil couldn't catch it. Su Yan was shocked. At the same time, with a loud bang, Su Yan's body was sent flying again. Cough, 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 Su Yan coughed a few times, and another mouthful of blood gushed out. The spirit chi in his body was almost exhausted. How can this wild horse's speed suddenly become so fast? Su Yan looked at the wild horse. He was puzzled, but more than that, he was astonished. Su Yan had encountered many experts. Even Sovereign Linghai could catch a glimpse of its shadow because of the blood dragon pupil. However, Su Yan found that he couldn't catch a glimpse of the wild horse sea beast. How could Su Yan not be astonished? While Su Yan was still in a state of shock, a loud bang was heard as the hound sea beast moved out once again. Although the hunting dog's attack speed wasn't as fast as the wild horse's, it wasn't slow at all. Moreover, at the moment when the hound sea beast attacked, Su Yan unexpectedly felt a burning sensation. Before the hound sea beast could attack Su Yan suddenly stopped. Su Yan felt a surge of energy in his body, as if it was burning. Su Yan was shocked. He hurriedly urged the molten green lotus to resist. Unfortunately, because of the lack of spirit chi, Su Yan felt a burst of pain in his body before the molten green lotus could surge. At the same time, a huge force attacked him. Puchi! Su Yan spat out another mouthful of blood, and his body was sent flying back dozens of meters. This time, before Su Yan could stand up, the giant bear sea beast roared. Its forelimbs stood upright, and with a bang, it smashed towards the ground. Suddenly, a series of loud sounds were heard, and the entire sea dock's passage trembled as if there was an earthquake. Su Yan was lying on the ground. Because of such an earthquake, his internal organs felt as if they were about to explode. Puchi! Puchi! Su Yan felt uncomfortable and spat out 2 mouthfuls of blood. The condensed light in his eyes had already disappeared. There was only astonishment left in his eyes. He looked sideways at the 3 sea beasts. The wild horse sea beast's body was faintly surging with a dazzling power. The hunting dog sea beast's body was glowing with a fiery red light. The giant bear sea beast didn't have anything on its body, but at a glance, it gave people a heavy feeling. Su Yan couldn't help but be surprised when he saw this. He suddenly remembered a legend he had read in the Hidden Sword Tomb's Immortal Sword Peak. Su Yan's heart couldn't help but tremble as he imagined the description in the book and the power of the 3 sea beasts just now. Wind, fire, and 3 sea beasts. Su Yan's heart trembled as he thought about it. He looked at the 3 sea beasts, and there was unprecedented fear and surprise in his eyes. There had always been very little information about sea beasts. Before coming here, Su Yan had also never seen a sea beast before. However, Su Yan clearly saw the records of the legendary beasts in the Hidden Sword Tomb's Immortal Sword Peak's Immortal Sword Peak's Immortal Sword Peak. Although there was no description of the appearance of the wind, fire, and 3 sea beasts in the records. However, there was a description of the characteristics of the wind, fire, and 3 sea beasts. Wind, just like the wild horse sea beast just now, was as fast as the wind, and couldn't be captured at all. Fire, in the attack, had the fire attribute, which could make people's internal organs burn because of it. Strength was infinite strength. The power contained in it was not clearly recorded in the book, but it was written that if the sea beasts were to show their power, they could topple the mountains and overturn the seas. They could overturn the East Sea and cause tsunamis. A sea beast could set off the sea and cause tsunamis. How much power did it have? Su Yan didn't dare to imagine. And now, looking at the characteristics of the 3 sea beasts, they were the legendary beasts of the wind, fire, and 3 sea beasts. Especially when Su Yan's sword pierced through the wild horse sea beast just now, the wild horse sea beast was able to recover quickly. This made Su Yan even more convinced that these were the legendary wind, fire, and 3 sea beasts. Su Yan couldn't help but smile bitterly as he thought, I didn't expect that I would be so unlucky as to encounter the legendary wind, fire, and 3 sea beasts. Before Su Yan knew about these 3 sea beasts, he still wanted to try his best to kill his way out. But if these 3 were really the legendary wind, fire, and 3 sea beasts, then there would be no chance at all. Although Su Yan was arrogant, it didn't mean that he didn't know his own limits. Even if a spiritual sea or square circle realm expert came here, they wouldn't be able to escape from the hands of the wind, fire, and 3 sea beasts. Su Yan was only a saint with 3 meridians. In addition, he lacked spiritual energy in his body. It was simply impossible for him to escape from the hands of the wind, fire, and other sea beasts. Looking at the light surging in the red eyes of the 3 sea beasts and their playful expressions, Su Yan was even more certain that they were the wind, fire, and other sea beasts. It seems that I'm going to fail miserably here today. Su Yan looked at the 3 sea beasts and smiled bitterly. The light condensed in his eyes just now also dimmed. After all, the wind, fire, and other sea beasts were legendary existences. Since he had encountered them today, it would be a blessing to die in their hands. Su Yan smiled bitterly. Although he was unwilling, there was nothing he could do. Sigh. Su Yan sighed. The fear he had when he first learned that the 3 sea beasts were the wind, fire, and other sea beasts was gone. There was only unwillingness. He was unwilling to lose his life like this. I'm not willing. Su Yan held his breath and raised his head to shout. Looking at the 3 sea beasts that were glaring at him, his eyes suddenly lit up. If these 3 sea beasts are really the wind, fire, and other sea beasts, then wouldn't it be as recorded in the book? These 3 sea beasts are playful by nature, not bloodthirsty, and have no enmity towards humans. They would even promote some experts that they like. Su Yan's eyes lit up as he thought about it. Although he didn't know the personalities of the 3 sea beasts, Su Yan already had an idea in his mind. I'll give it a try today. Su Yan gritted his teeth and quickly circulated the Virokana-colored glazed sword in his body. Of course, he didn't attack the 3 sea beasts, but quickly absorbed the ghostly aura around him. Not only did he absorb the ghostly aura around him, but Su Yan also took out the red parting sword case. The Virocana-colored glaze sword quickly circulated, healing his injuries and condensing his fourth Saint Meridian. Su Yan was betting that these three sea beasts were the legendary wind, fire, and other sea beasts. He was also betting that these three sea beasts would spare him after seeing his performance. Su Yan was very clear that with his current strength, it was impossible for him to escape from the three sea beasts. Therefore, Su Yan could only gamble. Ao. As Su Yan sat down cross-legged and absorbed the ghostly aura around him to condense his fourth Saint Meridian, the three sea beasts looked at each other as if they were discussing something. Su Yan couldn't help but be overjoyed. He hurriedly closed his eyes and ignored the three sea beasts. He focused on absorbing the spiritual and ghostly aura around him to recover his strength and condense his fourth Saint Meridian. Ao. Seeing Su Yan like this, the three sea beasts kept growling as if they were discussing something. Suddenly, the giant bear sea beast turned abruptly. Pang! Another giant palm slammed on the ground, causing the ground to tremble as if there was an earthquake. Su Yan sat on top of it and felt all the meridians in his body explode. Puchi. Chapter 183. Puchi. Su Yan spat out a few more mouthfuls of blood. The blood and qi in his body tumbled. His entire body felt like it was about to explode. The stinging pain was like being bitten by thousands of ants. The pain exceeded any pain Su Yan had ever endured. Every meridian, every inch of skin, every piece of flesh felt like it was about to be torn apart at this moment. Su Yan couldn't help but let out a low roar. His eyes suddenly opened, but his gaze was like a torch. Because Su Yan knew that if he admitted defeat like this, he would really lose today. Then, he would become a trace of ghost energy in the dense ghost energy here. Master 3 Seas, Su, came here today to absorb the ghost energy here. I hope you can help me. Su Yan said to the three sea beasts with difficulty. Then, he closed his eyes again and quickly absorbed the surrounding spirit energy and ghost energy. He endured the great pleasure and kept absorbing the ghost energy. The converted spirit energy passed through the great sun-colored glazed sword scripture to all parts of his body. Slowly, a stream of spirit energy surged. However, when the three sea beasts saw it, they were obviously stunned. They looked at each other and kept roaring. But this time, they didn't disturb Su Yan anymore. Instead, they looked at Su Yan with interest and watched quietly from the side. After about half an hour, it seemed as if the three sea beasts had sensed something. Suddenly, the giant bear slapped the ground again. And the earth started to shake violently once again. The spirit energy that Su Yan had just absorbed dissipated again in this earthquake. Puchi, at the same time, Su Yan spat out a mouthful of blood. His whole body seemed to be torn apart again. Su Yan roared and gritted his teeth. He endured the great pain in his body and urged the great sun-colored glazed sword scripture to absorb the ghost energy and spirit energy around him. At this moment, bang! 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 The giant bear sea beast showed its power again and shook the ground a few times. The constant tremors caused Su Yan to feel dizzy. He felt like his entire body was about to explode. However, Su Yan's eyes were still as bright as a torch. He didn't ask, nor did he say another word. The spirit qi in his body was scattered, but it condensed once again. Once, twice, countless times, Su Yan's entire body was close to numbness, but his eyes were still like torches. He did not show any signs of wavering as he continued to absorb the surrounding ghost qi. Unfortunately, the three sea beasts did not let Su Yan go. While the giant bear was constantly harassing Su Yan, the other two sea beasts were simultaneously attacking Su Yan. In this endless torment, Su Yan's entire body was about to explode. Finally, he couldn't hold on any longer. I refuse to accept this. Su Yan let out a low roar as he fell to the ground and fainted. Looking at the three sea beasts, his eyes were filled with unwillingness. The Monster Palace was one of the three major sects in the 5 counties. Because of the Monster Palace's special reasons, the Monster Palace lived on the outskirts of the East Sea of the Monster Palace all year round. On the Great Monster Island, other than managing the matters of the hidden demon region, it could be said that they did not care about anything in the world. This also caused the Monster Palace to have many civil wars. After all, every cultivator had the blood of battle flowing in their veins. In addition, the Monster Palace had 4 major palaces. This made the Monster Palace's civil war atmosphere more serious than any other sect in the world. It could even be said that although the Monster Palace was only a sect, it was also one of the 4 major sections. It was divided into 4 major palaces: East, West, North, and South. Each palace master was a sect master. It was precisely because of such an existence that the civil war in the Monster Palace became more and more serious. The Monster Palace would often reveal which palace's disciples were beaten by which palace's disciples. On this day, the East Palace revealed that an East Palace disciple was killed by a Nangong disciple. That's right, he was not beaten, but killed. Although fights between palaces were a common occurrence here, the palaces fought against each other. After all, they all belonged to the same sect, so it was relatively rare for them to be killed. The East Palace disciple was killed by a Nangong disciple, which immediately caused a huge uproar in the East Palace. All the disciples of the East Palace were gathered in the East Palace main hall. The Princess of Chu sat on the throne in the center. There was no trace of expression on her peerless face. Only her eyes emitted a cold gaze, which was enough to see the anger in her heart. All the disciples of the Monster Palace were not as strict as other sects, nor were there other sects where the disciples on each level had different uniforms. In the Monster Palace, there was no exclusive uniform. Even so, it could not be said that the Monster Palace did not have any level rules. At this moment, all the disciples and elders of the East Palace were gathered in the East Palace main hall. From the position they were standing, it was enough to see that the Monster Palace was also a dignified sect. First, the elders of the East Palace stood at the front, followed by the senior brothers of the East Palace. At this time, they were gathered together, all of them had their heads lowered, and did not dare to breathe loudly. They quietly waited for the Princess of Chu to speak. The Princess of Chu looked at the crowd, swept a circle, and slowly said, "This time, the Nangong Palace disciple killed my East Palace disciple. Who can explain to me clearly?" Although the Princess of Chu's voice was not loud, it projected an irresistible majesty. Just as she finished speaking, a voice rang out. In the crowd, suddenly, a trembling person knelt on the ground and said in a trembling voice, reporting to the palace master, "This matter was provoked by the people of the Nangong Palace. This disciple attacked first." The people of the Nangong Palace attacked? The Princess of Chu still said coldly, but the aura emitted from her face made people feel a deep sense of fear. When the person heard the Princess of Chu's words, he suddenly trembled again and hurriedly kowtowed, "Palace master, spare me, spare me." This disciple provoked first, but it was the people of the Nangong Palace who said that there was no one in the East Palace, so this disciple attacked. When the Princess of Chu heard this person's words, she was still expressionless, but the light emitted from her eyes became colder and colder. After a while, suddenly, a snort came out from her nose. "You were not wrong to attack, but I heard that there were only 2 people on the Nangong Palace side. Could it be, Palace Master, spare me, spare me?" The person did not wait for the Princess of Chu to finish speaking, and his whole body trembled as he begged for mercy. The Princess of Chu could not help but frown. Originally, she wanted to interrogate this matter, but now, it seemed that the Princess of Chu already knew, so there was no need to interrogate this matter. Especially when she saw the person begging for mercy, she could not help but sigh in her heart. Although the East Palace is the ruler of the Monster Palace, the disciples of the East Palace are not comparable to the North, South, and West Palaces. They have tarnished the prestige of the East Palace. If this continues, the East Palace will be suppressed sooner or later. Sigh. When the Princess of Chu thought about the disciples of the East Palace, she could only sigh and sigh. Especially when she thought about the competition between the disciples of the 4 great palaces, she felt even more melancholy. Is there really no one in the East Palace? As the Princess of Chu lamented in her heart, she suddenly thought of a person, Su Yan. As the Princess of Chu thought about it, she looked down and did not see Su Yan's figure. She frowned and coldly shouted, "Su Yan, where are you?" "Palace Master, Su Yan went to the sea dock this morning." Someone who knew where Su Yan went came forward and reported. The sea dock. When the Princess of Chu heard this, she could not help but frown. Her heart was even more startled. She did not ask about the matter of the disciple being killed, and waved her hand to leave the main hall, leaving behind a group of astonished East Palace disciples. After the Princess of Chu left the main hall, she went to her own place of seclusion. She walked straight to a desk and looked at a crystal bead on the desk. With a wave of her hand, an image appeared on the crystal bead. The figure that appeared in the image was Su Yan. When the Princess of Chu saw Su Yan lying motionless on the ground, she frowned again. At the same time, she could not help but feel a surge of anger. This boy really overestimated himself. How dare he barge into the sea dock with the strength of a mere saint of 3 bloodlines? The Princess of Chu was furious and was about to go out. However, on second thought, she turned back. This boy is courting death. Why should I save him? Anyway, his origin is unknown and there are many secrets hidden in his body. It's better to let him stay in the sea dock. The Princess of Chu muttered to herself and did not intend to save Su Yan. She just glanced at the image on the crystal bead and was about to turn it off. But just as she was about to turn it off, the Princess of Chu suddenly saw Su Yan move in the image. She could not help but be stunned. When she looked again, she saw Su Yan slowly getting up from the ground. The Princess of Chu could not help but smile. This boy is strong. Looking at the fierce battle in the image, coupled with the blood on the ground, it's obvious that he's heavily injured. I can't believe he's still alive. The Princess of Chu muttered to herself and did not turn off the image. Instead, she watched with interest. In the sea dock, Su Yan naturally did not know that the Princess of Chu was watching him. He slowly got up from the ground and touched his body with a look of horror on his face. I'm actually not dead. Su Yan was surprised. Suddenly, he thought of something and hurriedly operated his cultivation method. An excited smile immediately appeared on his face. For bloodlines, Ghost Chi Saint bloodline. I've condensed the Ghost Chi Saint bloodline. Ha ha ha, Su Yan could not help but laugh. While feeling happy, Su Yan could not help but feel puzzled at the same time. I clearly felt that I was killed by the 3 sea beasts. What's going on? Just as Su Yan was puzzled, a divine thought suddenly appeared in his mind. Boy, your perseverance has affected the 3 venerables. Today, I'll spare your life. I'll also bestow upon you a special ability of the 3 venerables, the illusion technique. When Su Yan heard this voice, he suddenly trembled. At the same time, he immediately felt a memory flowing into his mind. It was the illusion technique. This illusion technique was a kind of secret technique. Through the bloodline, one could temporarily enter the illusion and transform into various forms. Of course, the form of this transformation was determined by one's cultivation. The form that one transformed into for the first time would be that form. Chapter 184. Illusionary Skill. Su Yan could not help but lick his lips as he combed through the memories left behind by the sea beasts. His eyes shone brightly, and the excitement on his face could not be concealed. Su Yan had never expected that his efforts would not only not cause him to die in the hands of the wind, fire, and fire beasts, but also bring him such benefits. Furthermore, he had successfully condensed his 4th Saint Meridian. How could Su Yan not be happy and excited? Anyone would be happy and excited. After all, it was already a blessing to be able to survive. Furthermore, he had obtained a secret skill that was definitely above the Xian level. Could this be the legendary saying that one who survives a great disaster is bound to have good fortune in the future? Su Yan grinned. Thinking about it, even someone as strict as him couldn't help but mock himself. Right at this moment, another memory appeared in his mind. Lad, of course, the illusionary skill that you obtained was not given to you for free. After 10 years, you must return to this sea dock and accept my orders. What? Hearing the memories of the 3 seas giant beast, Su Yan could not help but be startled. That aura from just now was also covered up. Su Yan was truly grateful to the Three Seas giant beast for this matter. After all, if the Three Sea beasts had not shown mercy, Su Yan would have definitely died here and turned into a wisp of ghostly aura. Not to mention, the Three Sea beasts had given him the illusionary skill. One must know that the illusionary skill was something that Su Yan had only heard of in legends. Although Su Yan had not verified the strength of the illusionary skill, he knew that it was definitely not an ordinary skill based on the complexity of the cultivation of the illusionary skill. However, no matter what, if it was a gift from the Three Seas giant beast, Su Yan would definitely accept this favor. However, if Su Yan were to return to the sea dock and accept the orders of the Three Seas giant beast after 10 years, Su Yan could never agree to this. It was not that Su Yan looked down on the Three Seas giant beast. As the saying goes, the strong are respected. The fact that the Three Seas giant beast was able to leave behind memories in his mind meant that it had gained sentience and was no different from a human. Instead, it was the unique arrogance that belonged to Su Yan. That was the arrogance of a man. Therefore, Su Yan definitely could not obey the Three Seas giant beast's orders. Not to mention Su Yan's current identity as the sect leader of the Buddha Sword sect. Even if Su Yan was just a man, Su Yan would definitely not listen to the orders of others. I, Su Yan, have always been a lone wolf. I have never been tied down by anything. How can I be ordered around by others? Su Yan gritted his teeth. His eyes were filled with unswerving determination. He wanted to refuse. Unfortunately, there was no sign of the Three Seas giant beast in the vicinity. Su Yan did not even have the chance to refuse. 10 years. Su Yan gritted his teeth. It was not that he did not think about not coming back after 10 years. However, Su Yan knew that the Three Seas giant beast was not afraid that he would not come back after 10 years. Su Yan even suspected that the Three Seas giant beast had placed some kind of seal in his body. Unfortunately, Su Yan did not find any seal in his body after checking his body several times. However, Su Yan's actions stunned the Princess of Chu, who was observing him in the East Palace. Did he find out that I planted a seal in his body? The Princess of Chu thought about it but quickly shook her head and rejected this idea. If Su Yan had reached her level, the Princess of Chu would believe it. However, Su Yan was only a 3-bloodline saint. The Princess of Chu did not believe that Su Yan could find out that she had planted a seal in his body. Of course, Su Yan really did not find out. After checking his body, Su Yan did not find anything strange, so he could only give up. Of course, not finding anything did not mean that Su Yan believed that the Three Seas giant beast had not planted any seal in his body. After all, Su Yan knew himself very well. Su Yan knew that he was only a newborn calf in the eyes of many experts with his current strength. 10 years, 10 years, Su Yan murmured a few more times before finally thinking of something. His eyes immediately shone with resplendent light as he raised his head and said loudly, "Sovereign of the Three Seas, Su Yan, am indebted to you today. I, Su Yan, will definitely repay you in the future. However, Su Yan, have always been a lone wolf. If you want me to return 10 years later and listen to your orders, Su Yan, will definitely not agree to it. Right now, regardless of whether the three of you can hear me or not, Su Yan, will definitely return to this place after 10 years and settle this matter today." After Su Yan finished speaking, he bowed to the air and stood up. His eyes shone with a never-before-seen determination. He thought to himself, regardless of whether there is a seal in my body or not, I will return to this place in 10 years. It wasn't that Su Yan wanted to come back and listen to the Three Seas giant beast's orders. It was just that Su Yan was a person who valued friendship. He wanted to return this favor. Of course, these were all matters for the future. Su Yan did not dwell on it. After all, 10 years was still a long time. Right now, Su Yan was more concerned about the illusion technique. After reading the illusion technique again, Su Yan could not wait to sit down cross-legged and begin to cultivate. Although this transmogrification secret technique did not have a clear classification, Su Yan knew that if he cultivated this transmogrification secret technique, it would definitely become a great trump card for him in the future. The cultivation method in his body circulated, leading to the major meridians and condensing, constantly spreading to all parts of his body. According to the cultivation method of this illusion technique, it stimulated all of his skin. However, after just the first time, Su Yan felt that the spirit in his body was lacking. He had to stop, and a bitter smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. This illusion technique is really mysterious. Su Yan said with a smile, no longer in a hurry to cultivate. After just cultivating, Su Yan knew that it was definitely not a day's work to successfully cultivate this illusion technique. At this moment, he was still in the sea dock. There were hidden dangers everywhere, so it was obviously not suitable for cultivation. After stopping his cultivation, Su Yan stood up and looked into the depths of the sea dock. He could not help but frown. I came here today for the ghost chi. Now that the fourth Saint Meridian has been condensed, this sea dock. Su Yan looked in front of him in a daze. Su Yan had seen how dangerous this sea dock was. However, looking into the depths, Su Yan felt that he would definitely regret it if he left today. This was an indescribable and mysterious feeling. Su Yan also did not know what was going on. Just by looking at each other, he felt that if he left today, he would definitely regret it in the future. Su Yan stood there and looked at each other for a while. Suddenly, his eyes narrowed, and a sharp light shot out. I, Su Yan, have never done anything that I regret. Since I have this feeling today, even if it is a dragon's pool or a tiger's den, I will take a look. After saying that, Su Yan did not hesitate in the slightest and resolutely stepped forward. In the Eastern Palace, Empress Chu, who was standing in front of the crystal ball, flew into a rage. You overconfident brat. You're already lucky to be able to come this far without dying. Yet you still have the guts to continue forward. You really don't know your place. In her anger, the Princess of Chu wanted to summon Su Yan to return. However, just as she turned around, she thought, this person has just entered the monster palace. I don't know anything about him. Why should I care so much about him? In fact, the Princess of Chu had been paying attention to Su Yan since the first time she saw the secrets hidden in Su Yan's body. Now that Su Yan had entered the sea dock, it naturally attracted the Princess of Chu's attention. This was because the Princess of Chu had gone deep into the sea dock before. At that time, the Princess of Chu was already a spirit sea knight. At that time, the Princess of Chu had not encountered the wind, fire, or the three sea beasts. She had almost died in the sea dock, so the Princess of Chu was very clear about the dangers of the sea dock. As for how Su Yan was able to reach this place, he was well aware of it. It was already a miracle that Su Yan could reach this place with his strength. However, Su Yan still wanted to go forward. How could the Princess of Chu not be angry? However, when she thought about how Su Yan had chosen this path, the anger in the Princess of Chu's heart lessened a lot. She did not leave, but quietly observed Su Yan in the crystal. Boy, since you want to go forward, it's good. Let me see how good you are. Let me see how good you are for Linger to think so highly of you. The Princess of Chu had erased Chu Linger's memories of the 10,000 Ghost Cave. However, the Princess of Chu did not erase Chu Linger's memories of Su Yan. In the past few days, Chu Linger's evaluation of Su Yan had become higher and higher. Moreover, when the Princess of Chu had checked Su Yan's body that day, the Princess of Chu had unknowingly become more and more interested in Su Yan. Of course, Su Yan did not know that the Princess of Chu was still looking at him in the Eastern Palace. If he knew, Su Yan would not go forward. After all, he had too many secrets. Su Yan knew that he did not have the strength to protect them, so Su Yan did not want to expose them to others. Unfortunately, Su Yan did not know that a pair of eyes were staring at him, and he walked forward resolutely. The moment he walked forward, the pulling force from before became stronger. Su Yan could not help but frown. What is in this dock? Why is there a force pulling me? Su Yan frowned, and his footsteps quickened. Of course, his whole body was in a state of alert. Su Yan did not dare to underestimate the dangers of the dock. After all, there could be sea beasts that were difficult to deal with here at any time. However, the more Su Yan was on guard against the appearance of sea beasts, the more he did not encounter any. Based on his previous experience, he was certain that there would be sea beasts within half a kilometer of the dock. However, Su Yan had already walked for half an hour, and he still did not see a single sea beast. This made Su Yan puzzled. What is going on? Could it be that there are no more sea beasts along the way? Hoo. Just as Su Yan was thinking, a whistling sound suddenly came, accompanied by a strong hurricane. Chapter 185. Rumble. Although the hurricane was not strong, the entire dock shook like an earthquake after a while. A loud noise followed, and as it got closer, one could vaguely feel the smell of the sea in the hurricane. Su Yan could not help but frown. This is, not only Su Yan, but Princess Chu, who had been using the crystal bead to observe in the East Palace, also frowned when she felt the tremors in the dock. However, as the tremors in the dock became more and more intense, Su Yan and Princess Chu seemed to have thought of something, and both of them could not help but tremble. Hurricane and tsunami. Princess Chu could not help but exclaim in her practice room, her beautiful face full of shock. Su Yan, on the other hand, let out a low growl from within the dock. On this handsome face, in addition to shock, there was more fear. Tsunami. Although Su Yan had never seen one before, he had read about tsunamis in a book. Tsunamis were the wrath of the Bohai Sea. This dock was located in the East Sea, and the eruption of hurricanes and tsunamis was the wrath of the East Sea. Not to mention the strong hurricane, the waves that were accompanied by were enough to shatter all living things, which was the most terrifying. It was said that even if the Supreme Spirit Sea encountered a tsunami, there was only one choice, and that was to run. And Su Yan was only a 4-meridian saint. Then, rumble. At the moment when the powerful noise came again, Su Yan did not hesitate at all. The solar-colored glazed sword scripture in his body quickly operated, and he stepped on the sword dragon and rushed out. As for the force just now, Su Yan had long forgotten about it. Because Su Yan knew very well that no matter what kind of force was pulling him, he had to save his life. Su Yan rushed forward with all his strength, and his speed was like a bolt of lightning, and he was suddenly 100 meters away. Unfortunately, the loud noise behind him was getting louder and louder. Even though Su Yan was extremely fast, he still couldn't escape. The moment Su Yan turned his head around, a wave rolled over. As it rolled, the trees and rocks around the dock were instantly destroyed. Suddenly, the entire dock looked like it was doomsday. Su Yan stared blankly at the powerful explosive force of the hurricane and tsunami. However, while he was in a daze, the waves had already surged over, accompanied by a hurricane. This time, the hurricanes were no longer as weak as before. Every time a hurricane passed by, it would instantly cause a series of explosions. They were like sharp blades that directly cut through the skin. Pfft! In just a moment, Su Yan felt as though his entire body was being torn apart by the powerful hurricane. His body could not help but churn and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Su Yan was shocked. What a strong wind! Su Yan was shocked, but his reaction was also very fast. He hurriedly operated his cultivation method, and the powerful spiritual energy in his body quickly surged out to protect his body. Unfortunately, even so, Su Yan still felt as though his entire body was being cut by countless sharp blades. And this was only a hurricane, and there were no waves. The speed of the stormy waves was also astonishing. In an instant, they had already arrived in front of Su Yan. Su Yan wanted to escape, but unfortunately, he could not keep up with the speed. Fight! Seeing that there was no way to escape, Su Yan gritted his teeth and quickly operated the great sun-colored glazed sword manual in his body. The powerful spiritual energy suddenly burst out, and a bright golden light was emitted from Su Yan's body. Invincible golden body. That's right, Su Yan was using the invincible golden body. Bang! Just as Su Yan used the invincible golden body, the stormy waves suddenly hit Su Yan's body, setting off a huge wave. All the surrounding vegetation and rocks were destroyed, and Su Yan was also enduring the attack of the stormy waves. Ah, That powerful force, even with the support of the invincible golden body, still caused Su Yan to feel as though countless sharp blades were cutting his body, and he felt a great pain. Bang! 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 The stormy waves hit Su Yan's body one after another. Su Yan's eyes were like torches, and there was no trace of struggle. Su Yan knew that only by persevering through these stormy waves could he survive. While Su Yan was enduring the onslaught of the stormy waves, the Princess of Chu, who was in the Eastern Palace, could see everything clearly. Seeing the countless stormy waves hitting Su Yan's body, the Princess of Chu felt that Su Yan would not be able to withstand it, but Su Yan was still able to withstand it. This boy really has some ability. Although her daughter kept talking about Su Yan's merits in her ears, the Princess of Chu still did not believe that Su Yan was outstanding. Now that she saw Su Yan being washed by the stormy waves, the Princess of Chu finally had a whole new level of respect for Su Yan. This new level of respect was not only because of the secrets Su Yan had, but also because of the recognition of Su Yan's strength. The Princess of Chu watched as Su Yan, who was inside the crystal ball, became more and more difficult to withstand. The Princess of Chu could not help but feel compassion for him. There were thousands of disciples in the Eastern Palace. Even if it was the eldest disciple of the Eastern Palace, the Princess of Chu still did not put them in her eyes. She treated them equally. But for some reason, when she found out about Su Yan's secrets, the Princess of Chu felt that Su Yan was not simple. Now that she saw Su Yan in the sea dock, she felt that Su Yan was not a simple person. His admiration for Su Yan deepened. At the same time, he had a vague feeling that Su Yan would become a dazzling new star in the Eastern Palace. Looking at Su Yan's expression that was becoming more and more difficult to hold on, Chu Wangfei's heart was moved and she wanted to save him. But in the end, she steeled her heart and said, "Su Yan, if you really have the ability, come out of the sea dock. When you come out, you will become the prince consort of the Eastern Palace." Although the Princess of Chu said this to Su Yan, in fact, it was also said to herself. The so-called pitiful hearts of parents in the world. No matter how high the Princess of Chu stood, she was just an ordinary mother in front of Chu Linger. The Princess of Chu knew very well that although the Monster Palace had not been involved in the affairs of the world for so long, because of the Monster Palace, one day it would go to the point where the world would kill it. She, the Princess of Chu, was not afraid. But she was not afraid. She was afraid. She was worried about her daughter. Although her daughter was talented and intelligent, she did not know the dangers of the world. A long time ago, the Princess of Chu wanted to find a good husband for Chu Linger. Unfortunately, there were many capable people in the Eastern Palace. There was still no one who could catch the eye of the Princess of Chu. It was not until Su Yan's appearance that the plan that Chu Wangfei had been plotting for a long time was born again. "Su Yan, I hope you can come out of here." The Princess of Chu looked at Su Yan's ugly expression in the crystal bead. She gritted her teeth and did not choose to go to the sea dock to help Su Yan. Instead, she stared straight at the crystal bead. She wanted to see if Su Yan was qualified to be the prince consort of the Eastern Palace. Of course, Su Yan did not know what the Princess of Chu was thinking in her heart. He did not even know that the Princess of Chu was looking at him. Facing these huge waves, Su Yan only had one thought, and that was to survive. Under the attack of the huge waves, Su Yan's clothes had long been tattered, and his body was also covered with wounds. The spiritual energy in his body was almost exhausted under the attack of the waves. However, the stormy waves did not stop because of this. "I have already used the invincible golden body twice, and now I am completely relying on the last trace of spiritual energy to support myself. If this spiritual energy is exhausted, Su will definitely die in these waves." Su Yan gritted his teeth and endured the attack of the stormy waves. At the same time, he was thinking of a way to deal with it. "Even if I can withstand the attack of these waves, the entire sea dock will be submerged. I can't breathe, and I can't escape the fate of death." Su Yan frowned, and his mind was constantly thinking of a way. Su Yan was very clear that even if he could barely withstand the attack of the stormy waves, he would not be able to withstand it. However, even if he could withstand such a powerful hurricane and tsunami attack, the entire dock would be submerged. At that time, even if Su Yan could withstand it, he would not be able to breathe and would still die here. What should I do? What should I do? Su Yan growled. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. The illusion skill, yes, if I can master the illusion skill now and turn into a dragon, can't I get out of here? Su Yan thought, and a bright light suddenly gushed out of his eyes. When the last wave attacked, Su Yan held his breath, and the great sun-colored glazed sword scripture in his body quickly operated. At the same time, he silently recited the illusion skill's formula. His whole body quickly began to cultivate according to the transformation method in the illusion skill. Because the entire sea dock was submerged by the sea. At this moment, Su Yan's whole body was immersed in the water, and he could not breathe at all. No matter how strong a warrior was, if he lost air and breath, it meant that only death was left. Gulp. Gulp. Moreover, Su Yan's spiritual energy was scarce at this moment. In just a few breaths, Su Yan felt a surge in his body. He could not help but open his mouth, spitting out countless bubbles and swallowing a few mouthfuls of seawater. This made Su Yan, who was already uncomfortable, even more uncomfortable. Whoosh. 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 At this moment, a whistling sound suddenly came from the seawater. Su Yan's mind shook. Looking at the submerged sea dock, he saw a few sea beasts approaching him. Damn it. Su Yan, who was already uncomfortable, could not help but curse when he saw these sea beasts coming in. He watched as these sea beasts slowly approached him. Su Yan wanted to resist them, but unfortunately, he did not have the strength to do so. At this moment, Su Yan, who was lacking spiritual energy in his body, was submerged in the seawater. He could not use any strength at all. He could only watch as these sea beasts approached him. If I don't transform today, I will definitely die. Su Yan knew that with his current strength, he could not stop these sea beasts. The only way now was to successfully transform. If he succeeded in transforming into a dragon, Su Yan would have a chance. Chapter 186. Illusion Technique. When Su Yan had just obtained this technique, he had already determined the form he wanted to transform into. That was the world's greatest divine beast, the dragon. In his previous life, Su Yan was a descendant of the dragon. In this life, Su Yan was even more deeply indebted to the dragon. The blood dragon pupil had 2 dragons in it, which was why it had such a miraculous effect. And Su Yan's body had also been forged by the bone dragon. If Su Yan's body had not been modified by the bone dragon, Su Yan's body would have been destroyed by the powerful attack, even if he had an invincible golden body. Therefore, it could be said that Su Yan was deeply indebted to the dragon. In the first moment, the form Su Yan chose to transform into was already confirmed to be a dragon. However, the illusion technique was actually so easy to cultivate. This was a secret technique. Regardless of a warrior's knowledge of secret techniques, it was also a test of a warrior's talent in secret techniques. Su Yan had already cultivated it once just now, and knew that this secret technique could not be cultivated in a day or two. Su Yan chose to give up. However, Su Yan had no choice now. At this moment, Su Yan's body was lacking in spirit qi, and only by completing the illusion could he survive. This was the only way. Although Su Yan was seriously injured at this moment, his eyes were like torches. He knew very well that completing the illusion was his last chance. Submerged in the sea, Su Yan endured the immense pain of not being able to breathe. However, Su Yan's face did not have a trace of emotion, and the great sun-colored glazed sword manual in his body quickly circulated. In his mind, he constantly recited the incantation of the illusion technique. Perhaps Su Yan still had some understanding of the illusion technique the first time, but this was the second time, and Su Yan had confirmed the form he wanted to transform into, and Su Yan himself had the bone dragon to refine his body. Coupled with the 2 dragons in his eyes, it was naturally much easier for him to cultivate the illusion technique compared to ordinary people. As he recited the chant, Su Yan's body slowly began to change. Su Yan could not help but feel overjoyed. Is it going to transform? The corners of Su Yan's mouth curled up into a faint smile. He was about to complete his transformation, but unfortunately, at the last moment. Pfft, Su Yan couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. The blood scattered in the sea like a bloody mist. What's going on? Su Yan was shocked and quickly realized the crux of the problem, because the illusion technique also required the support of spiritual energy. Su Yan's spirit chi had long been depleted while he was enduring those terrifying waves. Now that he had to resist the invasion of the seawater, the spirit chi in his body was depleted. How could he withstand the transformation? Illusion technique, dragon form, activate. Su Yan let out an unwilling roar and once again attacked the blood vessels in his body. Unfortunately, due to the lack of spiritual energy, not only did the attack fail to complete the transformation, it was instead attacked by a devouring force. Pfft, Su Yan could not help but spit out another mouthful of blood. Cough cough cough, Su Yan coughed a few times and swallowed a few mouthfuls of seawater, causing his already uncomfortable body to fall into a state of near death. However, Su Yan did not think about this. No matter how uncomfortable his body was, Su Yan could hold on. What Su Yan cared about now was how to get out of here and how to resist the incoming sea beasts. Could it be that I can't escape the fate of death today? Su Yan recalled that when he entered the sea dock today, he had been on the brink of death several times. At this moment, as he looked at the sea monster that was continuously approaching him, and his chest that was becoming more and more uncomfortable, Su Yan could not help but reveal a bitter smile. At the same time, a look of unwillingness appeared in his eyes. In the East Palace, the Princess of Chu looked at this scene and frowned slightly, but her face was still as cold as ice. She had no intention of rescuing him. She just looked at the sea beasts that were about to pounce on Su Yan and said to herself regretfully, Su Yan, I have to admit that you are tenacious and indomitable. Unfortunately, you were too arrogant. You can only blame yourself for dying in this tsunami today. As the Princess of Chu spoke, she closed her eyes. There was regret and compassion in her eyes. Of course, her compassion was not for Su Yan's imminent death, but for her daughter. Su Yan was the only son-in-law that the Princess of Chu liked, but at this moment, everything was about to come to an end. Su Yan, your origin is unknown. If you die in the dock today, I won't have to worry about you. The Princess of Chu muttered to herself. As she spoke, she waved her hand to close the image of the crystal bead. Because she had already seen the several sea beasts wandering in the sea have already pounced on Su Yan. In this situation, even if the Princess of Chu wanted to save Su Yan still could not escape death. For someone who was already dead, the Princess of Chu did not have the mood to pay attention to him. Bang! The moment the Princess of Chu waved her hand, the Princess of Chu was stunned. What is this? The Princess of Chu looked at the image in the crystal bead in astonishment. Her face was full of surprise and disbelief. How is this possible? How is this possible? The Princess of Chu's face was full of disbelief, but the image transmitted from the crystal bead was real. She saw that Su Yan, who was about to fall into the sea beast's mouths, suddenly surged with golden light and burst out with a powerful force. Su Yan's entire body exploded and turned into a giant dragon. Transformation technique, this. How can this Su Yan know the long-lost secret technique of my monster palace? How is this possible? When the Princess of Chu saw Su Yan transform into a dragon, her entire face was distorted. Her entire head was about to stick to the crystal bead. Her eyes were full of surprise. Could it be that this Su Yan stole the monster palace's transformation technique? As the Princess of Chu thought, she immediately shook her head and rejected the idea. The transformation technique had been lost for hundreds of years, and Su Yan was only in his early 20s. How could Su Yan have stolen the monster palace's transformation technique? Could it be that Su Yan encountered a fortuitous encounter? As the Princess of Chu thought, she was even more certain of this idea. Her eyes flashed, and she looked at Su Yan's eyes with a hint of charm, as if she had made up her mind. Naturally, Su Yan didn't know that he was being watched. At the last moment when the sea beasts rushed over, Su Yan continuously completed the transformation. Unfortunately, the spiritual energy in his body was insufficient. Even if Su Yan had mastered the essentials of transformation, he still couldn't complete it. He watched the sea beasts open their bloody mouths to swallow him. Su Yan almost fell into despair. And it was in this despair that Su Yan suddenly felt a warmth in his dantian, and a wisp of spiritual energy surged up. Although this wisp of spiritual energy wasn't much, it was Su Yan's last ray of hope. Su Yan didn't have time to be surprised. Why did this spiritual energy suddenly appear in his dantian? He rushed up and completed the first transformation. Su Yan ignored the great pain in his body that felt like it was being torn apart, and ignored the fact that his whole body was about to explode. Only a burst of light surged in his red eyes, a burst of light of excitement. Under this light, all the pain seemed so insignificant. This was because Su Yan knew that he was about to complete the transformation. He was going to leave this place, and he didn't have to die here today. Roar, golden light flickered, and a tremendous force spread out like a tidal wave. The entire submerged dock was immediately shaken by Su Yan's low roar. The sea beasts that were swarming over were forced to retreat one after another under the pressure of this tremendous force. Want to leave? It's not that easy. A cold smile appeared at the corner of Su Yan's mouth. He let out another low roar and his dragon body, which had already completely transformed, swiftly moved out. Dragon, it was the ruler of all things. It could adapt to the sky, the earth, and the sea. At this moment, Su Yan, who had transformed into his dragon form, was like a fish in water within the sea. His speed had also increased by dozens of times. As he swam forward, his enormous front claws opened and directly tore two sea beasts into pieces. In the blink of an eye, the sea beasts that were chasing after Su Yan fled. However, Su Yan didn't intend to let them go. He swam, his speed was like lightning, and those sea beasts couldn't escape at all. In a few breaths, they were all torn into pieces. The transformation technique is indeed powerful. After tearing all the sea beasts into pieces, Su Yan couldn't help but reveal a devilish smile. Of course, this smile didn't blossom on his face at this moment, because Su Yan was no longer in human form. Instead, he was in dragon form. The huge dragon head cracked a smile, and only a roar could be heard. I don't know how long this transformation technique can last. It's better for me to go out first. After Su Yan dealt with the sea beasts, he also knew that the transmogrification technique would definitely have a time limit. Once it disappeared, it would be troublesome if he wanted to go out again. He didn't care too much and swam towards the dock's exit. At this moment, Su Yan suddenly felt a pulling force surging towards him. Su Yan couldn't help but be stunned. Bang! Suddenly, there was a loud sound, and a ray of light burst out from his storage bag. The powerful sword essence surged out, and the sound of the sword was loud. The heaven-destroying sword, actually came out by itself. Su Yan couldn't help but be stunned. After obtaining the heaven-destroying sword in the sword collection tomb, Su Yan had never used the heaven-destroying sword. It wasn't just because the heaven-destroying sword had lost its sword spirit, blade and sword tassel. It was because Su Yan knew that with his current strength, he still couldn't control the heaven-destroying sword. After all, the heaven-destroying sword was a divine weapon. Now that he wasn't powerful enough, and the heaven-destroying sword was a divine weapon, it would attract too much attention and attract unnecessary trouble. Therefore, when Su Yan obtained the heaven-destroying sword, he had never used it. Now that he saw the heaven-destroying sword surging out by itself, how could Su Yan not be surprised? Why did the heaven-destroying sword come out by itself? Su Yan frowned. Suddenly, he thought of something, and his eyes lit up. Could it be? At this moment, Su Yan saw a ray of light in the sea. The heaven-destroying sword swam up by itself, and directly merged with the ray of light. As it merged, a powerful ray of light burst out. The ray of light overflowed, and countless sword essences surged out. Chapter 187. Roar. In the face of such a powerful sword essence attack, Su Yan still felt a tremor in his body even though he had the sword essence holy meridian. He couldn't help but let out a low roar. The roar spread out in the sea. It immediately formed a huge wave that attacked the surroundings. However, the moment it got close to the Zhu Tian sword, it was absorbed and exploded. Countless waves surged. Even though Su Yan was in a transformed state, the moment the waves surged, the huge power still made Su Yan feel that his whole body was about to be unstable. He kept retreating. What a powerful power! Su Yan was dumbfounded. In the East Palace of the Monster Palace, there was a person who had the same expression as Su Yan. Godly sword weapon. The Princess of Chu looked at the Zhu Tian sword with a surprised expression. Of course, while she was surprised by the Zhu Tian sword, the Princess of Chu was more surprised by Su Yan. Su Yan was highly praised by her daughter. Let's not talk about this for now. Su Yan's secrets were enough to make the Princess of Chu worried. In addition, Su Yan had entered the sea dock. Not only could he reach the sea dock, but he could also survive the hurricane and tsunami. This was already a miracle. Not only that, but Su Yan also mastered the Monster Palace's lost transmogrification secret skill. If the Princess of Chu hadn't been so smart, it would have been difficult for her to accept. Now, Su Yan had taken out another godly weapon. How could Chu Wangfei believe it? But between disbelief and disbelief, she had no choice but to believe it, because the scene in the crystal pearl was real. Who is this Su Yan? Originally, the Princess of Chu had a look of approval for Su Yan. After all these years, she had never looked at the younger generation in a different light. Now, she saw Su Yan in a new light. This was also the reason why the Princess of Chu had made Su Yan the prince consort of the Monster Palace. At that time, although the Princess of Chu had doubts about Su Yan's identity, the Princess of Chu was confident that she had placed a seal on Su Yan's body. No matter what Su Yan did in the future, it would be difficult for him to escape. However, the moment she saw the heaven-destroying sword, the Princess of Chu could not help but doubt. Would her prohibition really work on her? Thinking of this, the Princess of Chu became even more wary of Su Yan. Of course, Su Yan was still unaware of this matter. He just stared blankly at the heaven-destroying sword. After 10 breaths, Su Yan felt a wave of spiritual energy leaving his body. Is this a sign that the illusion technique is about to disappear? Su Yan frowned slightly. If the illusion technique disappeared, Su Yan would definitely not be able to get out. Why did the heaven-destroying sword suddenly release such a strange phenomenon? How long will this phenomenon last? Su Yan muttered to himself as he looked at the heaven-destroying sword. The loss of spiritual energy in his body became more and more obvious. The heaven-destroying sword did not have any intention of stopping. It continued to spin in the water, releasing a strong force that prevented Su Yan from getting close. No, I have to get out. If I don't, I won't have another chance. Su Yan felt the rapid loss of spiritual energy in his body. He knew that this was a sign that the illusion technique was about to disappear. Looking at the heaven-destroying sword that was continuously releasing a strong force, his eyes suddenly narrowed. Roar, with a low roar, it opened its huge claws and grabbed at the heaven-destroying sword. At the moment when the claws grabbed at the sword, a strong force suddenly surged. Su Yan felt as if his hands were being burned by a raging fire. That strong force was very intimidating. It caused the blood in Su Yan's body to circulate in reverse. The heaven-destroying sword seemed to want to break free from Su Yan's hands. Countless waves of force were spreading and destroying Su Yan's claws. Is the heaven-destroying sword trying to break free? Su Yan frowned. Ah! With a low roar, he grabbed the heaven-destroying sword with more force. The moment the force increased, the pain in his claws became more and more intense. However, Su Yan's eyes were still like torches and his face was expressionless. Let's go. Su Yan gritted his teeth and grabbed the heaven-destroying sword and stuffed it into his storage bag. Only then did the strong force stop. At the same time, Su Yan also felt that the spiritual energy in his body was being drained more and more rapidly. His entire body could not support it anymore. I have to get out quickly. Su Yan was very clear that this was an illusion technique and was about to disappear. He did not dare to stay any longer and hurriedly swam out. His speed was as fast as lightning and he was already a few hundred meters away in an instant. However, because Su Yan walked too far in, even if Su Yan was moving at a very fast speed, he still could not catch up with the loss of spiritual energy in his body. Bang! With the sound of water splashing, Su Yan immediately returned to his original state. The feeling of chest tightness came again, and at the same time, Su Yan felt weak all over his body. Countless waves were like invisible pressure that directly pressed down on him. Su Yan suddenly felt dizzy. No. No, I have to get out. Su Yan almost fainted. At the last moment, Su Yan exploded with a loud sound. Ah! Su Yan let out a low roar as he used the last bit of strength he had to swim out. Bang! His whole body directly hit out and flew out of the dock and finally reached the ground. At the same time, Su Yan also fainted. It was not until half an hour later that Su Yan slowly opened his eyes. Because this was the entrance to the dock and the dock was recognized as a dangerous place in the Monster Palace, there were very few people coming and going here. Su Yan fainted again for half an hour and no one disturbed him. Su Yan opened his eyes and wanted to stand up, but he felt that his limbs were weak. Just as he stood up, he fell to the ground again. It seems that this illusion technique is not without side effects. Su Yan quickly understood that this was the side effect of using the illusion technique. At that time, Su Yan originally thought that the illusion technique he learned would become a weapon for his attack in the future. But now it seemed that the illusion technique could only be used as his last trump card. Even so, Su Yan was still very happy. Especially lying on the ground and looking at the white clouds in the blue sky, Su Yan could not help but smile. It's good to be alive. In this enlightenment, Su Yan also learned about the dangers of the dock. If there is nothing in the future, I really should not go to dangerous places. This time, if it was not for a coincidence, I really would not have been able to come out. Su Yan looked at the dock and sighed. Then, he thought of the sky-destroying sword. He patted his storage bag and the sky-destroying sword suddenly appeared. When it appeared, countless rays of light jumped up and a strong sword cry burst out. It was very different from before. Su Yan looked carefully and saw that there was an additional sword tassel on the hilt of the sky-destroying sword. Su Yan could not help but laugh. Haha, I did not expect the sword tassel of the sky-destroying sword to be in the dock. Ha ha ha, it was really easy to get it. When Su Yan obtained the sky-destroying sword, he already knew that the sky-destroying sword was missing a sword tassel, a sword blade, and a sword spirit. At that time, Su Yan was still thinking about where to find these three things. He did not expect to find the sword tassel when he came to the dock. Su Yan was wild with joy. He kept fiddling with the sky-destroying sword for a while before putting it back into the storage bag. After all, the sky-destroying sword was too eye-catching. But the moment the sky-destroying sword came out of the storage bag, there was already a strange movement. The sword light flashed and attracted the attention of the disciples of the West Palace of the Monster Palace. There were disciples rushing over. Of course, Su Yan did not know. At that moment, Su Yan was still immersed in the excitement of obtaining the sky-destroying sword tassel, leaping into the fourth line of saints, and obtaining the illusion technique. After being excited for a full hour, Su Yan finally calmed down the excitement in his heart. When I return to the East Palace, I have to enter the West Palace boundary. I have to quickly recover my spiritual power. As Su Yan muttered to himself, he immediately sat down cross-legged and began to use the Virokana-colored glazed sword manual to recover the spiritual power in his body. The moment Su Yan recovered his strength, he did not notice that not far away, there were a few eyes staring at him. The disciple of the West Palace, Wu Yang, was one of the recognized geniuses of the West Palace. At the age of 15, he was already a 7-line saint. Such a terrifying cultivation speed was difficult to find in the entire Monster Palace. Wu Yang was a suspicious person and never did anything he was not sure of. Looking at Su Yan sitting cross-legged, Wu Yang did not rush forward. Instead, he watched carefully. Beside him, a disciple of the West Palace, Zhou Chen, a 5-line saint, saw Wu Yang hesitate and reminded him in a low voice, "Senior brother Wu, look at this kid's spiritual power fluctuations. He is only a 4-line saint. What is there to be afraid of?" A disciple of the Western Palace who was also a saint of the 5 bloodlines also chimed in, "That's right, Senior brother Wu. The phenomenon just now clearly came from here. It must be from this person. Senior brother Wu, let's go. What do you two know? Didn't you see the speed at which this kid is absorbing spiritual power?" Wu Yang heard their words and reprimanded them in a low voice. Only then did Zhou Chen and Zhou Chen notice the speed at which Su Yan was absorbing spiritual power. Spiritual power was originally an invisible thing. However, at this moment, they watched as Su Yan absorbed the surrounding spiritual power like a whirlpool, constantly surging into Su Yan's body. Zhou Chen and Lei Jun were shocked. Their jaws dropped, not daring to utter a single word as they waited for Wu Yang to speak. This person's cultivation speed is so shocking, but why is he only a 4-line saint? Wu Yang looked at Su Yan and could not help but frown. He naturally did not know that Su Yan had stepped into the legendary realm, and the difficulty of cultivation was dozens of times more difficult than ordinary people. It was not strange that he was only a 4-line saint. This person looks unfamiliar. He is obviously not from the West Palace. Wu Yang muttered in a low voice. After observing for a while and confirming that Su Yan was only a 4-line saint, he thought of the vision that had just happened here and stepped forward. Su Yan was recovering the spiritual power in his body. With the sword will in the red parting sword case and the rich spiritual power around him, he recovered quickly. In just a short while, he had recovered most of his spiritual power. Chapter 188. Who are you? Tell me your name. Wu Yang, who was dressed in white, asked as he looked at Su Yan with a cold expression. There was disdain in his eyes when he looked at Su Yan. This was the arrogance that belonged to a genius. Especially when he saw Su Yan's age, his disdain was even stronger. This was because to him, he was a genius, and Su Yan was just an ant. Not only him, but even the ordinary Zhou Chen and the graduate beside him looked at Su Yan with disdain because they were beside Wu Yang. "I am Su Yan, a disciple of the East Palace of Monster Palace." Su Yan did not care much about Wu Yang's attitude. Instead, he cupped his hands respectfully. A disciple of the East Palace? When Wu Yang heard Su Yan say his name, his eyes darkened as if he thought of something. His eyes moved again as he looked at Su Yan. He could not help but sneer. "Disciple of the East Palace, Su Yan? You and I, the East and West Palaces, have never been on good terms. Why are you here?" "I'm just passing by." Although Su Yan's face was humble, his words were extremely casual. Wu Yang had his pride, and so did Su Yan. When Wu Yang and the other two came over, Su Yan had already seen their strength clearly. A 7 bloodline saint and 2 5 bloodline saints. Obviously, Su Yan's strength was pressuring him to face the 3 of them. However, Su Yan was not afraid at all. Instead, the bloodthirsty blood in his heart was boiling. If it were not for the fact that Wu Yang was still young, Su Yan would not be so polite to him. Of course, being polite was just being polite. Su Yan would not let him off easily. Moreover, he was a 7 bloodline saint. This was a very rare opponent. At least for Su Yan's current strength, Su Yan really longed for an opponent who could match him, who could make his blood boil, who could let him fight to his heart's content. Therefore, Su Yan's attitude towards him was also filled with his own arrogance. If Wu Yang did not look for trouble, then he would let it go. If he wanted to make things difficult for himself, then Su Yan would not condone it. It was obvious that Wu Yang, who had always been a genius, had always thought highly of himself. Hearing Su Yan's tone, he immediately snorted and shouted, "How dare you be so arrogant when you set foot in my West Palace?" When Su Yan heard Wu Yang's words, he couldn't help but laugh in his heart. Why do arrogant people always say that others are arrogant? Of course, Su Yan didn't say this to Wu Yang. He just smiled and said, "Senior brother, I'm really just passing by. How can I be so arrogant? Who's your senior brother?" Without waiting for Wu Yang to speak, Zhou Chen and Graduate, who had been eyeing Su Yan covetously for a long time, shouted. Aren't you? Su Yan was not angry at their words. However, Su Yan knew that today's matter would not be settled peacefully. Originally, Su Yan did not want to cause a commotion in the West Palace. After all, this was the West Palace's territory. If he fought here, it would definitely cause a lot of trouble. Su Yan longed for a strong opponent, but Su Yan did not have the tendency to torture himself. At the moment, as a 4-bloodline saint, Su Yan was confident that he could fight Wu Yang, who was a 7-bloodline saint. However, there were some experts of a higher level. That would be another matter. After all, the difference in strength was too great. If he encountered them, he would be courting death. Since you're not my senior brother, how should I address the three of you? Su Yan still maintained his indifferent expression. Cut the crap. Su Yan, hand over the treasure just now and we'll spare your life today. Zhou Chen was obviously impatient. He did not continue to deal with Su Yan, but directly stated his intention of coming here. Treasure? Su Yan frowned slightly. Then, he recalled the light that the sky-crushing sword had burst out again and understood in his heart. Originally, Su Yan thought that this was the West Palace's territory and that the three of them had come here unintentionally to meet him. Since this was the West Palace's territory, Su Yan did not want to cause too much trouble. However, Su Yan now knew that if he could not take out a treasure that the three of them were interested in today, it would be difficult for him to avoid a fight. A fight that would be difficult to avoid. Thinking of this, Su Yan could not help but lick his lips. He did not waste any more time talking nonsense. Instead, he channeled the Virokana-colored glaze swordplay in his body and absorbed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to return to his peak state. When Zhou Chen and Graduate saw Su Yan's behavior, they were instantly enraged. However, the two of them knew that Wu Yang was their boss. They turned around and pointed at Su Yan and said to Wu Yang, "Senior brother Wu, this guy is extremely arrogant. You see?" "Yes." Graduate also glared at Su Yan angrily and shouted, "Senior brother Wu, this guy is so arrogant." You see, compared to the two of them, Wu Yang's face still maintained the same indifferent expression. However, the moment his eyes moved, there was a surge of murderous intent. He looked at Su Yan and said coldly, "Su Yan, I don't know what treasure you took from the West Palace, but I advise you to hand it over obediently." "I took a treasure from the West Palace?" Su Yan could not stop himself from bursting into laughter. However, he did not explain himself. He knew that no matter how much he tried to explain himself, it would be pointless. Rather than wasting his breath, he might as well use this time to recover some of his strength. A 7-meridian saint was definitely a strong opponent. Although Su Yan was confident that he was invincible, he did not dare to underestimate him. After all, this was a 7-meridian saint, which was 3 levels higher than him. Moreover, there were 2 5-meridian saints standing beside him. "Su Yan, what are you trying to do?" When Wu Yang saw that Su Yan actually ignored him, a fierce glint finally appeared on his calm face. "Nothing." Su Yan smiled faintly. He narrowed his eyes and sized up the three of them. "Senior brothers, I, Su Yan, have already said that I am merely passing by this place. If you insist that I am here to take the Western Palace's treasure, what else can I do?" "Su Yan, stop pretending. We clearly saw the light of the treasure just now. How dare you deny it?" Zhou Chen pointed at Su Yan and shouted. Su Yan could not be bothered to explain. He shook his head and sighed, "Sigh, what a joke. What a joke." Zhou Chen became even more furious when he saw Su Yan's attitude. He pointed at Su Yan and shouted, "Su Yan, you, a disciple of the East Palace, trespassed on the territory of the West Palace and took our treasure. How dare you be so arrogant? You really don't know what's good for you." Zhou Chen said and looked back at Wu Yang. Wu Yang nodded. Zhou Chen's lips curled into an evil smile. He waved his hand and a powerful wave of spiritual energy suddenly appeared. "Su Yan, we originally wanted to let you go after you hand over the treasure because we are all disciples of the Monster Palace. However, since you're courting death, don't blame me for what happens next." As he spoke, the spiritual energy emitted from Zhou Chen's body suddenly became like a straight line and quickly attacked Su Yan. Seeing this, Su Yan smiled slightly. At the same time, the sun-colored blaze sword manual in his body was activated. With a wave of his hand, the saint veins in his body were activated and a powerful force surged out. Bang! It collided with the spiritual energy emitted by Zhou Chen and a loud explosion sounded in the void. What? Wu Yang, Zhou Chen, and Lei Jun were stunned by this simple clash of spiritual energy. In particular, Zhou Chen's face was full of surprise. This kid is only a saint with 4 veins. How can his spiritual energy be denser than mine? Senior brothers, I'm really just passing by. Su Yan looked at the surprised expressions of the 3 and smiled slightly. You are courting death. Zhou Chen's attack had failed, and he had even failed at the hands of someone lower than him. This was already a great humiliation, and when he heard Su Yan's words, he felt like Su Yan was mocking him. He was enraged. He slapped his bag of holding and took out his magic treasure. It was an iron chain. It was completely black, and every section of the iron chain faintly emitted a deep aura. Clearly, it was an extraordinary item. Su Yan could not help but be stunned when he saw this. Although he was a sword cultivator, he was also clear about the quality of magic treasures. When Zhou Chen saw Su Yan's expression, the confident smile immediately returned to his face. Su Yan, this magic treasure of mine is called the Heaven Shackling Chain. Even a saint with 5 veins would find it difficult to resist. If you are afraid, kneel in front of me and beg for mercy. Then, hand over the treasures you obtained in the Western Palace and I may spare your life. Su Yan was stunned when he heard Zhou Chen's words. He then shook his head and smiled. How ridiculous. I already said that I was just passing by. Why don't you believe me? Good, good. Zhou Chen nodded at Su Yan's words. He looked at Su Yan and sneered. Su Yan, since you are courting death, don't blame me. As he spoke, Zhou Chen waved the Heaven Shackling Chain in his hand. The Heaven Shackling Chain was an extraordinary item. In addition, Zhou Chen was a saint with 5 veins. If he was in other sects, he would be considered a genius of the generation. The moment the Heaven Shackling Chain was waved, there was a loud explosion in the void. It was so fast that it was faintly discernible. It attacked Su Yan directly like a long snake. Not bad, not bad. When Su Yan saw Zhou Chen's move, he couldn't help but praise him. You know it's not bad. Hurry up and die. When Zhou Chen saw Su Yan's expression, he thought that Su Yan was afraid. A complacent smile immediately appeared on his face. Unfortunately, before he could fully smile, he heard Su Yan say, not bad, but it's a pity that your speed is a bit slow. What? When Zhou Chen heard Su Yan's words, he was stunned. Suddenly, he felt as if his chest was about to explode. An intense rage surged within him. He waved the heaven-binding chain and shouted, Su Yan, go to hell. I already said that it's too slow. Su Yan looked at Zhou Chen's Heaven Shackling Chain and did not panic. His eyes narrowed as he jumped up and dodged Zhou Chen's attack. Plop, Zhou Chen's Heaven Shackling Chain missed and exploded on the ground with a loud explosion. Ah. Chapter 189. Speed and strength were relative. The stronger one was, the faster one's speed would be. However, every single one of Zhou Chen's attacks was dodged by Su Yan. Zhou Chen's attacks missed several times. If his opponent was stronger than him, he would have given up. However, his strength was clearly higher than Su Yan's by 1 level, but Su Yan dodged his attacks every time. This was definitely the greatest humiliation in his life. Zhou Chen's entire chest was about to explode. Su Yan, I must kill you today. Zhou Chen growled and suddenly jumped up. His hands moved, and at the same time, a powerful spiritual energy suddenly erupted from the heaven-shackling chain. The moment the spiritual energy fluctuated, it faintly emitted gusts of cold wind. Su Yan frowned slightly, and the corner of his mouth revealed a devilish smile. Are you going to fight for real? Zhou Chen's hands moved, and the heaven-shackling chain in his hands suddenly spun rapidly under the circulation of his spiritual energy. It formed a powerful hurricane that rushed towards Su Yan. Heaven-shackling chain, everlasting storm. Zhou Chen shouted out loudly. His entire body immediately emitted a powerful radiance. The heaven-shackling chain started to revolve, forming a hurricane. In an instant, it erupted like a mountain flood and rapidly surged towards Su Yan. Its speed was simply not something that Zhou Chen's previous ordinary attack could compare with. Ha ha ha, Su Yan, die. After exploding with his proud move, Zhou Chen immediately revealed a sinister smile. However, Su Yan looked at the everlasting storm without any change in his expression. If there was anything, it was only the red light that was emitted from his eyes. Everlasting storm is indeed powerful, but it's still useless against me. Su Yan sneered, and his body suddenly exploded. At the same time, the ghost howl sword appeared in Su Yan's hand. In an instant, Su Yan waved the ghost howl sword in his hand. It spun like a whirlwind in Su Yan's hand, emitting a mournful ghost howl. The black sword light emitted under the scorching sun. Bang! With a loud bang, the boundless storm collided and was actually blocked by Su Yan's ghost howl. What? Zhou Chen was stunned. His proud move was blocked by Su Yan just like that. How is this possible? How did he block it? He wasn't the only one who was surprised. Graduate, who was beside him, was also surprised. Only Wu Yang was stunned for a moment when he saw Su Yan block Zhou Chen's attack, but he quickly regained his composure. What other moves do you have? Su Yan actually managed to block the everlasting storm that Zhou Chen had unleashed. He asked with a devilish smile. Zhou Chen was almost driven crazy by Su Yan. This Su Yan was clearly weaker than him. However, why was it that Su Yan was able to dodge all of his attacks? Zhou Chen was confident that even those at the same level as him would not be able to take the everlasting storm head-on. How could Su Yan possibly do that? Arrogant fool, have a taste of my phantom gold lock. After hearing Zhou Chen's angry roar, Graduate instantly came to his senses. With a roar, he took out his magic treasure and attacked Su Yan. Obviously, Graduate was slightly stronger than Zhou Chen. The phantom gold lock was a huge golden lock. The moment it was taken out, it exploded with a dazzling light. Not only that, but Graduate was also much faster than Zhou Chen. With a leap, the spirit energy in his body surged. In an instant, he was in front of Su Yan. The phantom gold lock in his hand slammed down, directly smashing down on Su Yan's head. Die. Graduate had already recognized Su Yan's terrifying speed when he watched the battle between Su Yan and Zhou Chen. Originally, he didn't plan to hit Su Yan with this move. However, when he saw that Su Yan did not dodge, he sneered. A sinister smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. For cultivators of Dharma treasures, every Dharma treasure had its own characteristics. The sky-shackling chain could bind people. Graduate's phantom gold lock was above strength. When it smashed down, it would be as heavy as 1,000 pounds. Even if Su Yan were to receive his phantasmal golden lock head-on, he was confident that he would be able to teach him a lesson. Just now, he was still worried that Su Yan would dodge with his terrifying speed. Now that he saw that Su Yan did not dodge, he was naturally happy. Seeing that the phantom gold lock was about to hit Su Yan, a sinister smile appeared at the corner of Graduate's mouth. Bang! However, at this moment, Su Yan slowly raised his hand. The ghost howl sword in his hand blocked the phantom gold lock. The collision of the phantom gold lock and the ghost howl sword caused a huge energy fluctuation. How is this possible? Graduate was stunned when he saw that Su Yan had blocked his phantom gold lock attack. However, he quickly reacted. The spirit energy in his body surged, and the phantom gold lock suddenly flowed out. It suppressed Su Yan. Unfortunately, Su Yan did not move at all. With a faint smile on his face, he raised his hand and waved. Bang! Suddenly, a powerful spirit energy burst out. Graduate had always been proud of the power of the phantom gold lock. However, under Su Yan's majestic spirit energy, he suddenly felt a huge pain in his arm. Bang! With another loud sound, his entire body suddenly flew backward. He staggered a few steps on the ground before coming to a stop. How is this possible? How is your strength greater than mine? Graduate looked at Su Yan with shock in his eyes. Whoosh! At this moment, Zhou Chen's figure suddenly rushed out. He waved the heavenly chain in his hand and pounced on Su Yan. The heavenly chain exuded an awe-inspiring aura. In a short period of time, it wrapped around Su Yan like a snake. Graduate, let's attack together. If we don't kill this kid today, we won't be able to resolve the hatred in our hearts. Zhou Chen seemed to have admitted that he was not a match for Su Yan. The moment he attacked Su Yan, he shouted to Graduate. When Graduate heard Zhou Chen's words, he suddenly understood. He was not a match for Su Yan alone. If the two of them joined forces, let's see if Su Yan still dared to be so arrogant. Su Yan, if I don't kill you today, I won't be able to resolve the hatred in my heart. Graduate growled. Suddenly, he waved the phantom gold lock and pounced on Su Yan. The two of them attacked together. Their attacks were much stronger than before. Moreover, it was obviously not the first time that the two of them worked together. One retreated while the other advanced, there were no flaws. The heavenly chain wrapped around Su Yan, and the phantom gold lock followed closely behind. Die, Su Yan! Zhou Chen and Graduate shouted at the same time. Su Yan looked at their ferocious expressions and smiled. He clenched the ghost howl sword in his hand. Suddenly, a powerful spirit energy surged out. The ghost howl sword immediately emitted a roar. At the same time, a black gas condensed from the ghost howl sword. Seeing Zhou Chen and Graduate approaching, Su Yan's pupils suddenly shrank. He quickly waved the ghost howl sword in his hand. Rumble. A powerful explosion burst out. Ghost howl sword, wailing of 10,000 ghosts. Su Yan shouted and immediately slashed the ghost howl sword in his hand. Suddenly, the ghost howl sounded again and again. Black gas filled the air. In an instant, it condensed into a huge ghost head. Roar. With a low roar, the huge ghost head attacked Zhou Chen and Graduate. Not good. When Zhou Chen and Li Jun saw such a powerful move, they were shocked and wanted to dodge. Unfortunately, the ghost head was too fast. It was like a bolt of lightning. The two of them could not dodge at all. The two of them could only hurriedly withdraw their magic treasures to protect their bodies. Bang! The huge ghost head suddenly collided with the two of them. The two of them howled at the same time. Their bodies flew backward at the same time and fell to the ground with a bang. Although this move caused them to be seriously injured, it made them extremely embarrassed. Their faces were covered in dust and their clothes were tattered. Su Yan. The two of them looked at each other with anger in their eyes. They raised their magic treasures and were about to attack Su Yan again. At this moment, Wu Yang, who had been standing on the side and had not made a move or said anything, suddenly flashed and blocked in front of the two of them. Senior brother Wu. The two of them could not help but be stunned when they saw Wu Yang blocking in front of them. Don't you think it's embarrassing enough? Two saints of the 5 bloodlines were forced to this point by a saint of the 4 bloodlines. How can you still have the face to fight? Wu Yang raised his eyebrows and said coldly without even looking at the two of them. When the two of them heard Wu Yang's words, they immediately blushed and lowered their heads, not daring to speak. Wu Yang did not pay attention to the two of them. Instead, he turned to look at Su Yan and smiled. Su Yan, I have to admire you. As a saint of the 4 bloodlines, you actually forced Zhou Chen and Wen Li to this point. It's finally the real thing. Su Yan smiled but did not say anything. He only looked at the dazzling light condensing in Wu Yang's eyes and thought to himself. Wu Yang did not get angry when he saw that Su Yan did not pay attention to him. Instead, he continued, Su Yan, you are very strong. Unfortunately, you are only a saint of the 4 bloodlines. No matter how strong you are, it's useless. As he spoke, a burst of powerful spirit qi suddenly surged from Wu Yang's body, emitting a dazzling light. The moment the spirit qi surged, it quickly revolved around Wu Yang's body and headed straight for Su Yan. Su Yan could not help but frown slightly. Wu Yang's spirit qi was much stronger than Zhou Chen and Wen Li's spirit qi. It must be known that in the saint bloodline realm, the difference between each bloodline was a chasm that was difficult to cross. Wu Yang's spiritual energy was at least dozens of times greater than Zhou Chen's and Li Jun's. Under the pressure of the powerful spiritual energy, Wu Yang couldn't help but take a few steps back. He quickly circulated his cultivation method, and his spiritual energy erupted. Only then was he able to stabilize himself. A saint of the 7 bloodlines is indeed not something a saint of the 5 bloodlines can compare to. Su Yan looked at Wu Yang and licked his lips. Feeling the powerful force, he was not afraid at all. Instead, the blood in his heart began to boil. Su Yan, I admire you. It's because I admire you that you must die today. Chapter 190. Su Yan, it's time for you to die. Wu Yang bellowed coldly. Suddenly, his figure surged forward at a speed far faster than both Zhou Chen and Li Jun. Like a bolt of lightning, he slapped his palm towards Su Yan. Su Yan could not help but be slightly careless. After all, Wu Yang was a 7 meridian saint, a full 3 meridian more than Su Yan. Whether it was in terms of speed, density of spirit qi, or strength, Wu Yang far surpassed Su Yan. When Su Yan saw Wu Yang's attack coming, his blood dragon pupil suddenly shrank, and Wu Yang's speed immediately slowed down. Taking advantage of this slow speed, Su Yan hurriedly controlled the sword dragon and quickly swept backwards, avoiding Wu Yang's attack. Not bad. Having seen Su Yan's speed that did not match his strength, Wu Yang was not surprised that Su Yan could avoid this move. He only smiled coldly and moved his body in mid-air, slapping his palm towards Su Yan's chest. Su Yan saw that the blood dragon pupil shrank and his figure rapidly swept backwards. Xiao, Wu Yang's palm swept past Su Yan's side. Su Yan was secretly shocked. This 7 meridian saint is really strong. If I only rely on the blood dragon pupil to dodge, I will definitely not be his match. Su Yan was well aware of the strength of a 7 meridian saint. If he only relied on speed to dodge, he would definitely be at a disadvantage within 3 rounds. Of course, Su Yan was shocked, but there was not a trace of fear. Instead, his eyes were like torches. When Wu Yang attacked again, Su Yan's blood dragon pupil suddenly shrank and his figure rapidly swept backwards. At that moment, Xiao. Several flying swords suddenly surged out from Su Yan's body. The flying swords were like lightning. After attacking, they suddenly flashed and directly attacked Wu Yang. Wu Yang never expected that Su Yan would burst out with so many flying swords. He was shocked and hurriedly rushed back. Unfortunately, Su Yan's flying swords caught him off guard. Although Wu Yang's speed was amazing, he was still a bit slower. Whoosh! A flying sword directly cut through the clothes on Wu Yang's shoulder. Wu Yang looked at the torn pieces of his clothes, and killing intent surged in his eyes. What a Su Yan! What a Su Yan! Be careful! Just as Wu Yang was still angry about his clothes being torn, Zhou Chen and the other 2 hurriedly reminded him. Su Yan clenched the ghost howl sword tightly in his hand and leaped down from the sky. His body was like a great rock as the ghost howl sword in his hand emitted countless rumbling sounds and instantly pierced towards Wu Yang's head. Wu Yang was stunned for a moment, but he reacted quickly. He slapped his storage bag and hurriedly summoned his sword, waving it to block Su Yan's attack. Clang! The 2 swords collided, and suddenly there was a burst of energy fluctuation. Zhou Chen and the other 2 standing at the side couldn't help but retreat a little. The 2 collided and immediately separated. Wu Yang raised the sword in his hand and looked at Su Yan, his eyes becoming colder and colder. Su Yan, I didn't expect you to be able to force me to use the spirit-crossing sword. Very good, very good. Obviously, Wu Yang was the same as Su Yan, a sword cultivator. Su Yan's face was expressionless. Only his eyes were still filled with a resplendent light. Die! Wu Yang roared, and the majestic spirit qi in his body surged. The next moment, he held the spirit-crossing sword in his hand and attacked Su Yan. The speed of the 7 Meridian Saint was fully displayed here. The spirit-crossing sword was like a long snake as it surged out. The surrounding air immediately filled with a series of rumbling sounds. Su Yan frowned, but his speed wasn't slow. The spirit qi in his body surged, and his body suddenly met Wu Yang's attack. At the same time, the ghost howl sword in his hand was waved out, and countless black sword shadows burst out. Bang! The two swords collided, and once again there was a terrifying explosion. Both of them were sword cultivators. Wu Yang relied on his strength, and the spirit-crossing sword in his hand flashed out, as fast as lightning. Although Su Yan's strength was a little weaker than Wu Yang's, Su Yan relied on the special effect of the blood dragon pupil, and the speed that Su Yan was proud of, so he wasn't slower than Wu Yang. The ghost howl sword constantly blocked Wu Yang's attacks. After a few rounds, although Su Yan was at a disadvantage, he was still able to stand in an invincible position. Su Yan, you must die today. At this time, Wu Yang's attack had erupted to the extreme. The spirit qi in his body burst out, and swept up Su Yan. The powerful spirit qi pressure and the majestic spirit qi that was 3 meridians higher than Su Yan's instantly surged onto Su Yan's body. Under the powerful spirit qi pressure, Su Yan suddenly felt that his body was imprisoned, and Su Yan also slowed down a little. And it was because of this delay. Wu Yang's spirit-crossing sword had already closed in, and directly stabbed towards Su Yan's chest. A 7 Meridian Saint is indeed powerful. Su Yan was shocked, and hurriedly withdrew the ghost howl sword to protect his chest. Bang! With a loud sound, Su Yan's body was suddenly sent flying several meters away. Not only that, Wu Yang's attack didn't stop. Wu Yang's body suddenly leaped up, waving the spirit-crossing sword in his hand. In an instant, there was a sound, and the surrounding air seemed to condense together. Die, Su Yan, Sword King Chop! Wu Yang roared, and the spirit-crossing sword in his hand instantly slashed horizontally. Rumble! At the moment when the spirit-crossing sword slashed horizontally, there was suddenly a burst of roars, and the whole sky seemed to have darkened. A powerful qi energy erupted from the spirit-crossing sword. It formed a huge wave of spirit qi that directly hit Su Yan. The speed was swift and violent, and was not the slightest bit weaker than the tsunami that Su Yan encountered in the dock. The moment the qi energy surged, there was suddenly a burst of sand and stones, like a tornado. Sword King Chop! Su Yan frowned slightly, and didn't have time to think, and quickly operated the great sun-colored glass sword manual. With a bang, a golden light flashed, and fell from head to toe, wrapping Su Yan in it. Bang! At the moment when Su Yan's invincible golden body leaped up, Wu Yang's attack had already exploded on Su Yan's body, and suddenly there was a surge of fog, wrapping Su Yan in it. Looking at the surging fog, the corners of Wu Yang's mouth rose slightly. You overestimate yourself, so what if you're strong? After all, you're a saint with 4 bloodlines. When Zhou Chen and Li Jun saw the mist, they laughed happily. Ha ha ha, brat, you're arrogant, you're arrogant. And just when they all thought that Su Yan would definitely be injured or killed by this move, a bright light flashed. Suddenly there was a burst of bright light in the fog, and suddenly a scarlet light surged out, attacking Wu Yang like a bolt of lightning. Wu Yang was shocked, and wanted to dodge, but the speed of the red light was too fast, and there was no way to avoid it. Bang! The red light directly exploded on Wu Yang's body. Although it didn't kill Wu Yang, it pierced a huge hole in Wu Yang's white clothes. The fog gradually fell, and Su Yan's figure slowly appeared. What? How is this possible? How is he not dead? When Zhou Chen and graduates saw Su Yan's figure, their eyes were filled with astonishment. Although Wu Yang's face didn't change, from the murderous intent surging in his eyes, He was obviously surprised that Su Yan could dodge his sword king chop. Su Yan, you're really something. Wu Yang said coldly, and suddenly he raised the spirit-crossing sword in his hand to attack Su Yan. Su Yan, let's see how you dodge this. As he spoke, the sword flashed and arrived in front of Su Yan. Ghost Howl Sword, Wailing of 10,000 Ghosts. Seeing Wu Yang's attack, Su Yan's eyes turned, and he quickly circulated his cultivation method. Countless amounts of spirit power surged out and passed into the Ghost Howl Sword. Suddenly, ghost howls sounded, and a black fog surged, forming a huge ghost head that attacked Wu Yang. Su Yan, do you think this will work? Wu Yang had just seen Su Yan use the Wailing of 10,000 Ghosts sword technique, so he wasn't surprised at all. He didn't panic either, and he sneered and waved the spirit-crossing sword in his hand. His whole body rotated, forming a hurricane that directly hit the Wailing of 10,000 Ghosts. Su Yan was expressionless as he looked at Wu Yang. The blood dragon pupil rotated, and his body suddenly rushed out. The spirit power in his body suddenly surged out, and a green flame suddenly attacked and burned Wu Yang's body. Wu Yang didn't expect Su Yan to emit such a flame, and the high temperature immediately roasted Wu Yang. Fortunately, Wu Yang was a saint of the 7 bloodlines. When the flame burned on his body, Wu Yang instantly dispersed the spirit power in his body and extinguished the flame. However, his clothes were burned black and white, which made him look very ugly and extremely embarrassed. The scorching heat from earlier had caused Wu Yang to endure quite a bit of pain, causing Wu Yang's previously unmoving face to appear slightly exhausted. Su Yan, you actually have the heavenly fire. Wu Yang stared at Su Yan with murderous intent in his eyes. Su Yan didn't answer Wu Yang's words, but carefully observed Wu Yang. After using the sword technique twice and the invincible golden body once, the spirit power in Su Yan's body also fell into a state of exhaustion. This saint of the 7 bloodlines is really capable. If I continue like this, I will definitely lose. Su Yan thought to himself. Without waiting for Wu Yang to make the first move, he held the Ghost Howl sword in his hand and attacked Wu Yang first. Seeing this, Wu Yang shouted coldly, "You're courting death." He raised the spirit-crossing sword in his hand and followed Su Yan. Suddenly, the sword light flashed in the void above. Go to hell. Wu Yang swept his sword and slashed towards Su Yan. It was as fast as lightning. However, Su Yan wasn't slow either, and quickly raised his sword to block. Su Yan, you think this is it? When Wu Yang saw Su Yan raise his sword to block, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but reveal a trace of a sneer. The spirit-crossing sword that was chopping down on Su Yan suddenly changed direction and swept towards the other side of Su Yan's body. Chapter 191. You want to compete with me in swordsmanship? You are courting death. Seeing that Su Yan was hit by his sword, Wu Yang smiled coldly and leaped forward at an even faster speed. Bang! He directly kicked Su Yan's shoulder. Su Yan, who was already injured, couldn't dodge in time and was hit by Wu Yang's kick. Immediately, a huge pain came from his shoulder. Under the pressure of the powerful spiritual power, the blood in his body surged. Poochie! He spat out a mouthful of blood. His entire body was also sent flying backwards. Die! Seeing this scene, Wu Yang coldly shouted. He didn't stop his attack and leaped towards Su Yan again. The spirit-crossing sword in his hand directly chopped towards Su Yan's head. Seeing this scene, Su Yan was suddenly shocked. The Virokana-colored sun swordsmanship in his body quickly circulated. He tightly grasped the Ghost Howl sword in his hand and swept it horizontally. Suddenly, a powerful spiritual power surged out. Ghost Howl sword, 10,000 ghosts out of the cage. Suddenly, a gust of wind and clouds filled the air, forming a huge black curtain in front of Su Yan. The black curtain directly rushed toward Wu Yang at a speed as fast as the tide of the East Sea. What? Seeing this move, Wu Yang was shocked. He quickly retreated and looked at Su Yan with a face full of surprise. You don't have enough spiritual power. How can you still burst out the sword skill? Su Yan didn't answer Wu Yang. Taking advantage of the second move of the Ghost Howl sword skill and the 10,000 ghosts out of the cage attack, the blood dragon pupil instantly rotated and the Virokana-colored sun swordsmanship in his body quickly circulated. Su Yan instantly stepped forward and rushed toward Wu Yang. As the Ghost Howl sword moved, the sword light flashed and the sound of the sword shook. The long sword rushed forward like an arrow leaving the bow, extremely fast and fierce. I only have this one chance, only one chance. Su Yan stared at Wu Yang with narrowed eyes. He knew that this was his only chance to attack. Su Yan had used the invincible golden body once, used the sword art twice, and fought against Wu Yang for a long time. The spirit chi in Su Yan's body had long been exhausted, so this move was Su Yan's last resort. One sword to decide the universe, Su Yan shouted. Suddenly, the surrounding air condensed, and the majestic spiritual energy erupted from the Ghost Howl sword. This sword technique was not a sword technique. It was merely a single move, but the explosive power of this move was extremely shocking. As the sword descended, a series of loud noises immediately erupted. What? What's going on? Wu Yang was stunned to see that Su Yan could unleash such a powerful attack with just one move of his swordsmanship. Then he reacted and smirked. Humph, Su Yan, you're only a 4-pulse saint, but you can unleash such a terrifying power. You've really impressed me. But do you think it's useful? Today, let me, Wu Yang, show you what absolute strength is. Wu Yang looked at Su Yan's sword and a murderous look immediately surged in his eyes. With a roar, he suddenly stepped forward and the spirit-crossing sword in his hand leaped out like a long dragon. For a moment, the sword radiance overflowed and the sword hummed. Its power was equally amazing. Zhou Chen and Li Jun were stunned to see this, but when they saw Su Yan, a wicked smile immediately appeared on their faces. Su Yan will definitely die today. Bang! As the two of them spoke, Wu Yang's and Su Yan's swords collided in midair. A strong spiritual energy fluctuation erupted and invaded the surroundings. The surrounding vegetation was destroyed in an instant. The muddy water on the ground also rose, and a burst of bright light burst out from both of them at the same time. Su Yan, you're very strong, but it's useless. Wu Yang looked at Su Yan's increasingly pale face and laughed. Suddenly, a powerful spiritual energy burst out from Wu Yang's body. Die. Wu Yang laughed ferociously. Bang! Su Yan's entire body was suddenly hit. Poochie. Another mouthful of blood spurted out from Su Yan's mouth. Su Yan, you're very strong, but it's a pity that you're too weak. Wu Yang looked at Su Yan and laughed. Suddenly, he saw that the pair of eyes on Su Yan's pale face no longer emitted a bright light, but a deep evil meaning. Wu Yang was stunned. Whoosh! A dazzling light spread out, and Wu Yang was suddenly startled. Unfortunately, it was too late. Pudong, with a loud sound, a flying sword cut through the void and directly pierced through Wu Yang's shoulder. The huge force attacked and Wu Yang's entire body was suddenly sent flying. Bang! Bang! Wu Yang and Su Yan fell to the ground almost at the same time, and there was a loud explosion. Senior brother Wu. Zhou Chen and the other two looked at each other and hurriedly came to their senses and ran in Wu Yang's direction. Poochie. Poochie. At the same time, Wu Yang and Su Yan spat out a mouthful of blood at the same time. Senior brother Wu, how are you? Zhou Chen asked Wu Yang with concern. Get out of my way. Wu Yang waved away Zhou Chen's arm and slowly stood up. He looked at Su Yan with killing intent in his eyes and smiled ferociously. Su Yan, I didn't expect that I, a 7-meridian saint, would be injured by a 4-meridian saint like you. Su Yan, you must die today. Wu Yang roared and almost fainted. He was a proud son, and even the Emperor Tianxiang of the Western Palace dared not offend him easily. However, he had been defeated by Su Yan, a 4-meridian saint. Humiliation. To Wu Yang, this was the greatest humiliation of his life. Unfortunately, the sword had injured him quite badly. As he roared, Wu Yang suddenly felt his qi and blood surging in his body. Poochie. He spat out another mouthful of blood. He lost his balance and fell to the ground, unconscious. When Su Yan saw that Wu Yang had fainted, his qi and blood also surged in his body. Puchi. He suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood and felt dizzy. He was about to pass out. Fortunately, Su Yan's willpower was amazing. He forced himself not to pass out. This was because Su Yan knew that if he passed out, he would definitely die today. After all, this was the Western Palace's territory. When Zhou Chen and the graduate saw that Wu Yang had passed out, they were shocked. At the same time, a burst of anger surged in their chests. They waved the artifacts in their hands and pointed at Su Yan, shouting, "Su Yan, how dare you injure our senior brother Wu? Let's see if I don't kill you today." "Kill me?" Su Yan couldn't help but laugh. "The two of you have already lost to me. This time, you're only injured because of me. Don't tell me that the Western Palace has such scoundrels." Su Yan had always been unwilling to waste his breath with others. However, now that he was injured, Su Yan had to use words to stall for time. After all, if he were to fight Zhou Chen and the graduate now, he would definitely not be able to escape death. As expected, when Zhou Chen and the graduate heard Su Yan's words, their faces immediately flushed. They stood there, not knowing whether to move or not. Su Yan saw the two's attitude and smiled slightly. However, Su Yan knew that the two of them were definitely not chivalrous people if they could join forces to deal with him. His words were definitely useless against the two of them. He had to threaten them. As Su Yan thought about it, he suppressed the surging qi and blood in his body. He gripped the ghost howl sword in his hand and pointed at the two of them. "Although I, Su Yan, am injured today, if the two of you want to die, I, Su, don't mind sending the two of you to heaven." Although Su Yan's voice was not loud, a domineering aura was faintly emitted from his eyes. The dragon might within his blood-red dragon eyes caused Zhou Chen and Wen Li to be involuntarily stunned. Originally, the two of them really wanted to disregard their status and directly kill Su Yan. However, now that they saw Su Yan like this, they were really afraid and did not dare to move. Although they did not dare to move, their mouths were unforgiving. They looked at Su Yan and roared angrily, "Su Yan, don't be so arrogant. Do you think there's no one in the Western Palace who can help you? So what if there's no one in the Western Palace?" Su Yan said contemptuously. He did not put Zhou Chen and the graduate in his eyes at all. Although Su Yan knew that he was not a match for the two of them due to his injuries, he was still arrogant. However, with Su Yan's arrogance, he definitely wouldn't submit to people like Zhou Chen and Wen Chun. This wasn't because he was struggling, but because he was Su Yan. Well, Su Yan. Zhou Chen looked at Su Yan. He was so angry that his whole chest was about to explode. He pointed at Su Yan and shouted, "Su Yan, since you think there's no one in the Western Palace who can help you today, I'll let you see the strength of the Western Palace disciples." As he spoke, Zhou Chen suddenly made a hand seal. The moment the spiritual qi surged, a red light suddenly spread out from his palm and spread in the sky. As the red light spread out, in less than a few breaths, there was a sudden noise in the surroundings. Dozens of Western Palace disciples gathered around. "Zhou Chen, why are you in such a hurry to use the Western Palace assembly token?" When dozens of Western Palace disciples gathered around, a young man in a black robe walked faintly. Obviously, he had reached the strength of an Emperor Tianxiang. He was also the leader of the group of disciples. He stepped forward and asked Zhou Chen. "Senior Guan, this boy is a disciple of the Eastern Palace. He stole the treasure of the Western Palace and injured Senior Wu." Zhou Chen first greeted Guan Xiaojia, then pointed at Su Yan and said angrily. When Guan Xiaojia heard Zhou Chen's words, he first checked on Wu Yang's injuries. When he saw that he was only injured, he turned to look at Su Yan. Originally, there was a surging murderous intent in his eyes. After all, the major sects in the Monster Palace had always been at odds with each other. Usually, there was a lot of open and covert fighting. The disciples of the major palaces usually saw each other as enemies. Moreover, now that he heard that the treasure of his palace had been stolen and that one of his disciples had been injured, he was furious. Chapter 192. It would have been fine if they were anywhere else, but they were still in the territory of the West Palace. Guan Xiaojie listened to Zhou Chen's words, and a murderous look appeared on his gentle face. At the same time, he looked at Su Yan with murderous intent. However, when the murderous intent fell on Su Yan, it immediately turned into astonishment. A saint of 4 bloodlines, how is this possible? Guan Xiaojie and Wu Yang were both disciples of the West Palace, and they were both well-known figures in the West Palace. Although they didn't have much of a relationship, they were no strangers to each other. Wu Yang was a saint of 7 bloodlines. Not only Wu Yang, but even Zhou Chen and the graduate were both saints of 5 bloodlines. Su Yan was only a saint of 4 bloodlines, so how could he hurt Wu Yang, Zhou Chen, and the graduate? Zhou Chen, do you think junior brother Wu was really hurt by this kid? Guan Xiaojie didn't believe that Su Yan, a saint of 4 bloodlines, could defeat Wu Yang, a saint of 7 bloodlines, not to mention that there were 2 other saints of 5 bloodlines present. When he looked at Zhou Chen and graduate, his face couldn't help but be filled with anger. Zhou Chen and the graduate trembled when they saw Guan Xiaojie's expression. They hurriedly said, "Senior brother Guan, I'm telling the truth. Senior brother Wu was really hurt by this kid." Yes, senior brother Guan, I don't know how this kid cultivates, but his speed is very fast. The graduate also quickly chimed in, afraid that Guan Xiaojie wouldn't believe them. I don't think you two would dare to lie to me. Guan Xiaojie looked at their cowardice and snorted. He immediately looked back at Su Yan and checked Su Yan again to confirm that Su Yan was only a saint of 4 bloodlines. He was even more surprised. How could a saint of 4 bloodlines defeat Wu Yang, a saint of 7 bloodlines? Of course, Guan Xiaojie knew that with Zhou Chen and the graduate status in the West Palace, they wouldn't dare to lie to him. It was precisely because Guan Xiaojie knew that the 2 of them wouldn't dare to lie to him that he was even more surprised and puzzled. He originally thought that Su Yan knew some secret technique, but after looking at Su Yan and seeing that Su Yan didn't have any abnormalities, he dispelled the doubts in his heart. Kid, you're only a 4 meridian saint, but you can defeat a 7 meridian saint. You're really something. Guan Xiaojie looked at Su Yan in disdain. He was very surprised that Su Yan, who was only a 4 meridian saint, could defeat a 7 meridian saint. However, he was the emperor of Tianxiang. With the arrogance of an emperor, he looked at Su Yan with disdain. Su Yan looked at Guan Xiaojie's disdainful look and couldn't help but smile coldly. The emperor of Tianxiang and so many saints. The West Palace is really full of talents. Guan Xiaojie didn't understand the meaning in Su Yan's words. Instead, he thought that Su Yan was afraid of him. He couldn't help but smile. Of course the West Palace is full of talents. You dare to come to the West Palace and make trouble. This time, I advise you to obediently surrender. Maybe I'll spare your life because we're both disciples of the Monster Palace. Surrender? Su Yan heard Guan Xiaojie's words and couldn't help but laugh. Ha ha, what a joke. The emperor of Tianxiang and so many saints are bullying me, and you still have the nerve to ask me to surrender. Is this the quality of a disciple of the West Palace? What? Guan Xiaojie heard Su Yan's words and suddenly became furious. He pointed at Su Yan and shouted, "Kid, you're about to die and you still dare to be stubborn." I'm stubborn? Su Yan smiled coldly. If I wasn't a disciple of the Monster Palace, then it wouldn't matter. Since I am a disciple of the Monster Palace, then all of you are also disciples of the Monster Palace. This time, you West Palace disciples are bullying the weak. I don't have many, but you're bullying me with numbers. You've really humiliated the Monster Palace. As a disciple of the Monster Palace, I feel ashamed for you. Su Yan's voice became louder and louder. He was not afraid of Guan Xiaojie and the other disciples of the West Palace at all. His tone was sonorous and powerful. Guan Xiaojie and the other disciples of the West Palace couldn't help but feel embarrassed. Guan Xiaojie was even more furious, but he had to admit that Su Yan's words made sense. Okay. Guan Xiaojie flew into a rage, but he couldn't do anything to Su Yan. He could only point at Su Yan and shout, "Kid, I can spare you today. As long as you leave behind the treasures of the Western Palace, you can leave on your own." "Your treasure of the West Palace?" Su Yan couldn't help but sneer. "I, Su, have already said that I didn't take anything from the West Palace. How can I stay?" "You're lying. I clearly saw a bright light coming from here. It was bright and beautiful. It must be a treasure." Zhou Chen heard Su Yan's words and immediately shouted from the side. "What a joke, what a joke." Su Yan heard Zhou Chen's words and didn't even bother to argue. He smiled coldly and said, "I, Su, am here today. I'm alone. You people of the West Palace rely on your numbers. Naturally, you can say whatever you want. If that's the case, I, Su Yan, have nothing to say. Su is here today. You can do whatever you want to me," Su Yan said with an indifferent attitude. Not to mention that Su Yan hadn't recovered from the lack of spiritual qi in his body. Even in his subverted state, Su Yan knew that he still had no power to fight back against an Emperor Tianxiang. Since that was the case, Su Yan simply put on an indifferent attitude and let you do whatever you want to him. In any case, Su Yan relied on reason. Guan Xiaojie really didn't know what to do when he saw Su Yan like this. Not to mention that Su Yan was a disciple of the Monster Palace. Even if Su Yan wasn't a disciple of the Monster Palace, it was disgraceful for an Emperor Tianxiang to bully a saint. Zhou Chen had suffered unprecedented humiliation at the hands of Su Yan. He didn't care whether it was honorable or not. Seeing that Guan Xiaojie had no intention of attacking, Zhou Chen raised the magic weapon in his hand and pointed at Su Yan. He shouted, "Su Yan, don't be so arrogant. You set foot in the West Palace today and took our treasure. You are a disciple of the West Palace, and everyone has the right to punish you. You say that the West Palace bullies you. Why don't you call your East Palace disciples over and let the disciples of the two palaces compete and see who's stronger?" Even though Guan Xiaojie was the strongest among these disciples, he was still able to defeat the strongest of them all. However, he wasn't the smartest. He didn't know how to get out of this situation, but when he heard Zhou Chen's words, he immediately smiled. "That's right. Su Yan, you say that the West Palace disciples bully you because they're stronger. Why don't you call your East Palace disciples over and compete with them? Otherwise, people will say that the West Palace is bullying you." Su Yan couldn't help but frown when he heard Guan Xiaojie's words. Su Yan had always been a loner and didn't have many friends. Even in the East Palace, Su Yan had only been here for a few days. Apart from Chu Linger and a few of his subordinates, he didn't know anyone else. Moreover, because of Chu Linger's matter, all the disciples of the East Palace viewed him as an enemy. It was obviously impossible for them to help him out. Moreover, Su Yan was in the West Palace's territory and didn't have the signal to contact the East Palace disciples. Even if he wanted to contact them, it was impossible. Seeing Su Yan's troubled expression, Guan Xiaojie immediately sneered. "Su Yan, why can't you call your East Palace disciples over?" Seeing that Su Yan didn't answer, Guan Xiaojie smiled even more happily. "Su Yan, since you can't call your East Palace disciples over, don't blame the West Palace for bullying you." While speaking, Guan Xiaojie's spirit qi suddenly burst out. The majestic spirit qi of the Emperor Tianxiang immediately threatened Su Yan. Su Yan, who was already seriously injured, suddenly felt a strong sense of oppression invade him. His body turned over and over. "Puchi!" Su Yan suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. Guan Xiaojie was already ready to make a move. He really wanted to see how Su Yan, who was only a 4-meridian saint, could defeat a 7-meridian saint. However, because of Su Yan's words at that time, he felt that he was in the wrong and didn't make a move. Now that he had a reason to make a move, Guan Xiaojie naturally wouldn't be polite. With a wave of his hand, another burst of powerful spirit qi burst out. Su Yan's entire body suddenly shook and he flew out in an instant. He fell to the ground with a loud bang. A 4-meridian saint can defeat a 7-meridian saint. I think it's just a so-so. Guan Xiaojie couldn't help but sneer. He pointed at Su Yan and shouted, "Boy, if you don't want to die, hand over the treasure of the West Palace obediently and apologize to the disciples of the West Palace. I'll spare your life." "Spare my life." Su Yan slowly stood up from the ground and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. His eyes were like torches. There was no trace of fear in his eyes as he looked at Guan Xiaojie. Instead, there was a bright light. There was a burst of unswerving determination in that light. "Guan Xiaojie, the West Palace, is it? I, Su, am here today. I'm not as strong as you, so I can accept this humiliation. But if you want me, Su Yan, to surrender, that's simply a fantasy. You're courting death." When Guan Xiaojie saw that Su Yan was still so stubborn even though he was about to die, a wave of anger immediately surged in his chest. With a cold shout, his body suddenly surged out violently. He was as fast as lightning. In an instant, he was in front of Su Yan. He waved one hand and his palm formed the shape of an eagle's claw. He went straight for Su Yan's throat. "Boy, since you're so arrogant, don't blame me for being rude. You can only blame the people of the East Palace for not being able to save you. Die." As Guan Xiaojie spoke, a burst of powerful spirit qi burst out from his body. His palm also went directly for Su Yan's throat. Although Su Yan wanted to resist, he didn't have enough strength. The spirit qi in his body was deficient, and he was seriously injured. There was no way he could dodge Guan Xiaojie's attack. He could only watch helplessly as Guan Xiaojie closed in on his throat. What an arrogant disciple of the West Palace. Do you really think there's no one in the East Palace? Suddenly, a threatening voice came from the horizon. Chapter 193. Then, a beautiful figure descended from the sky. Her white robes fluttered in the wind like a fairy descending to the mortal world. All the disciples of the Western Palace were taken aback. Even Su Yan was stunned. Of course, Guan Xiaojie was no exception. Looking at the sudden appearance of the white-robed figure, he was also stunned. All of a sudden, he let out a blood-curdling scream, and his entire body immediately flew out. The person who came was none other than the Princess of Chu, the palace master of the East Palace, who had been observing Su Yan. What an arrogant West Palace disciple. Do you really think there's no one in the East Palace? In the dock, Su Yan had been in danger several times, but the Princess of Chu had not saved him. That was because the Princess of Chu thought that Su Yan asked for it. But now that Su Yan was being bullied by other disciples, it was not something that the Princess of Chu could tolerate. What's more, the Princess of Chu had just seen Su Yan use the strength of a saint of the 4 bloodlines to defeat the 2 saints of the 5 bloodlines, Zhou Chen and Li Feng. He even fought to a draw with the saint of the 7 bloodlines, Wu Yang. This made her, who already admired Su Yan, have a good impression of Su Yan. How could she allow Su Yan to die in the hands of a West Palace disciple? Palace Master? All the disciples of the West Palace were stunned when they saw the Princess of Chu. Then, all of them trembled and hurriedly knelt on the ground and shouted respectfully. "Who dares to secretly hurt me?" Although Guan Xiaojie saw the figure of the Princess of Chu fluttering in the wind, he did not see the face of the Princess of Chu. As one of the best disciples of the West Palace, he was humiliated. But before he could finish speaking, he saw Princess of Chu's frosty face. His entire body suddenly trembled, and with a bang, he immediately fell to his knees. Palace Master Chu. The Princess of Chu didn't even look at Guan Xiaojie. Instead, she looked into the distance and snorted coldly, "Western Palace, what arrogance. My Eastern Palace's disciples were just passing by, but your Western Palace's disciples tried to kill them. Do you really think that my Western Palace doesn't have anyone capable?" Ha ha ha. Just as the Princess of Chu finished speaking, a laugh sounded from the horizon. Then, a black figure appeared in front of everyone. This person's face was filled with wrinkles. Adding on his mottled white hair, it was obvious that he was old. His skinny body gave off the feeling that he would collapse at any moment. But it was this kind of old man. His eyes faintly emitted an oppressive aura, and there was an irresistible force between his brows. Palace Master Chu of the Eastern Palace has graced us with your presence. Forgive me for not coming out to meet you. The old man came out and said to the Princess of Chu. Although he was polite, his words were filled with disdain and mockery. Palace Master. When the disciples of the Western Palace saw the old man, the fear they felt in front of the Princess of Chu immediately lessened. They all greeted him with joyful smiles on their faces. That's right. This person was none other than the Palace Master of the Western Palace of the Monster Palace, the Celestial Pig Monster King. The Celestial Pig Monster King nodded slightly in response to the greetings of the disciples of the Western Palace. His eyes focused on the Princess of Chu again. He maintained his mysterious smile and said, Palace Master Chu, it's normal for disciples to fight. There's no need to be so calculative. The Princess of Chu looked at the Celestial Pig Monster King. Her expression became colder, and her eyes were filled with disdain. She said coldly, Celestial Pig, if there was only one disciple of the Western Palace, I wouldn't care about a fight between disciples of the same level. But you have so many disciples of the Western Palace, including Emperor Tianxiang, bullying a saint disciple of the Eastern Palace. Isn't this bullying? Haha. The Celestial Pig Monster King chuckled again and said slowly, Palace Master Chu, you're wrong. Your disciples of the Eastern Palace trespassed into the territory of the Western Palace and took our treasures. Of course, our disciples of the Western Palace had to stop them. Moreover, Guan Xiaojia, a disciple of the Western Palace, gave your disciples a chance to ask your disciples to come. It was your disciples who didn't come. The Celestial Pig Monster King smiled mysteriously again. Palace Master Chu, if you really think that my disciples of the Western Palace are bullying your disciples of the Eastern Palace, our two palaces can hold a competition. What do you think? The Princess of Chu couldn't help but feel angry when she heard the Celestial Pig Monster King's words. She yelled, Celestial Pig, don't think that you can talk to me like this just because you have a few talented disciples in the Western Palace. The Celestial Pig Monster King saw the Princess of Chu's anger and smiled proudly. Palace Master Chu, you're wrong. We both belong to the Monster Palace. Isn't it a blessing for the Monster Palace that we have such talented disciples? Humph. The Princess of Chu snorted and didn't answer the Celestial Pig Monster King. After all, although the Eastern Palace was the leader of the four major palaces in the Monster Palace, the disciples of the Eastern Palace were the weakest. This had always been a sore point for the Princess of Chu. However, this was an indisputable fact. The Princess of Chu didn't know how to respond to the Celestial Pig Monster King's words. The Celestial Pig Monster King was even more proud when he saw the Princess of Chu's deflated expression. He said, Palace Master Chu, it just so happens that the Eastern and Western palaces don't have any major events. Why don't we hold a competition between the disciples? What do you think? The Celestial Pig Monster King knew that the disciples of the Eastern Palace were weaker than the disciples of the Western Palace. That was why he said this to the Princess of Chu. He wanted to make fun of the Princess of Chu. The disciples of the Western Palace were all in high spirits when they saw the Princess of Chu's deflated expression. They stood behind the Celestial Pig Monster King in high spirits. Guan Xiaojia, who had just been pushed back by the Princess of Chu, was especially proud. Celestial Pig Monster King, are you trying to bully the Eastern Palace? The Princess of Chu was furious when she heard the Celestial Pig Monster King's words. This old fellow clearly knew that the disciples of the Eastern Palace were weaker than the disciples of the Western Palace. Yet, he still made such a suggestion. The Celestial Pig Monster King looked at the Princess of Chu and smiled proudly. Palace Master Chu, look at what you're saying. How could I, the Celestial Pig Monster King, dare to bully the Eastern Palace? With you around, who would dare to say that there is no one in the Eastern Palace? It's good that you know. The Princess of Chu immediately shouted when she heard the Celestial Pig Monster King's words. A powerful spiritual energy surged from her body and exploded. All the disciples of the Western Palace could not help but tremble. Celestial Pig Monster King, let me tell you this. No matter what happens in the Eastern Palace, I, the Princess of Chu, am here. Don't even think about shaking the Eastern Palace's position in the Monster Palace. The Princess of Chu's voice was not loud, but it contained spiritual energy. It was majestic and domineering. When the Heavenly Pig Demon King saw the majestic spiritual energy emitted from Chu Wangfei's body, he couldn't help but be stunned. His smug expression froze at this moment. Humph! After the Princess of Chu finished speaking, she snorted coldly. Ignoring the ugly expressions of the Celestial Pig Monster King and the others, she waved her hand and carried the unconscious Su Yan into the clouds and disappeared from the Western Palace. She left behind the stunned disciples of the Western Palace and the furious Celestial Pig Monster King. Princess of Chu, as long as the Princess of Chu is here, don't even think about shaking the Eastern Palace's position. Good, good. After the Princess of Chu left, the Celestial Pig Monster King roared angrily, Princess of Chu, just you wait. Just you wait. I, the Celestial Pig Monster King, will make you submit to me one day. Although the Princess of Chu already had a daughter, her face had not changed for 100 years. Her beautiful face still retained the skin of a young girl, which did not diminish her beauty at all. She was favored by countless powerful figures in the Monster Palace. If it were not for the Princess of Chu's amazing strength, there would be countless people in the Monster Palace who would want to make the Princess of Chu submit to them. The Celestial Pig Monster King was even more so. He had been lusting after the Princess of Chu's beauty for a long time. He had been suppressing it in his heart. Su Yan was brought back to the Eastern Palace by the Princess of Chu. Although Wu Yang had fainted in the end, Su Yan himself had not fared much better when a 4-bloodline saint fought a 7-bloodline saint. Rather than saying that Su Yan had defeated Wu Yang, it was more accurate to say that the two of them had only fought to a draw. If it were not for Su Yan's strong will, Su Yan would have fainted long ago. When Su Yan saw the Princess of Chu arrive, he knew that he was safe. His will that had been holding on finally relaxed and he fainted. Consort Chu saw all of this with her own eyes. Looking at the unconscious Su Yan, the Princess of Chu could not help but mutter to herself, not only is this child's strength amazing, but even his will is not something that ordinary people can endure. The Princess of Chu had checked Su Yan's injuries and knew that Su Yan had not only exhausted his spirit qi, but he was also seriously injured. If it had been an ordinary person, they would have fainted long ago. But this person was able to hold on until I arrived and only fainted when he knew that it was safe. This will. The Princess of Chu looked at Su Yan with more and more admiration. However, when she thought of the secret contained in Su Yan's body, she fell into a melancholy. To think that in the hundreds of years that I have been in charge of the Monster Palace, there has never been such a talented person. As a saint of the 4 bloodlines, he was able to fight a saint of the 7 bloodlines to a draw. If this child is allowed to grow, his future will be immeasurable. I'm afraid that he will be able to enter that legendary realm. If Ling were to be handed over to this person, it would obviously be the best choice. However, this person has too many secrets. I don't know if he is truly loyal to the Monster Palace. Thinking about it, the 100-year agreement is getting closer and closer. Sigh. Thinking about the agreement, the Princess of Chu could not help but frown and sigh. At this time, Su Yan opened his eyes and saw the Princess of Chu's melancholy appearance and the 100-year agreement that the Princess of Chu had mentioned. Su Yan could not help but be stunned. A 100-year agreement? What kind of agreement does this Princess of Chu have? Looking at her helpless appearance, it seems that she is very reluctant. Looking at this Princess of Chu's spirit qi, although I am not sure what realm it has reached, it is still the Boundary Realm. Boundary Realm. Thinking of this, Su Yan could not help but tremble. He really could not think of anything that could make the Boundary Realm feel helpless. Chapter 194. This is, although Su Yan did not open his eyes in order not to let the Princess of Chu know that he had woken up, Su Yan could feel a wave of power spreading throughout his body. Although there was no pain, Su Yan could clearly feel that his meridians had been shackled. However, this shackle disappeared very quickly. Secret technique, restriction secret technique. Su Yan quickly thought of something and his heart skipped a beat. Although Su Yan did not know what kind of restriction the Princess of Chu had placed on him, Su Yan was no stranger to this restriction secret technique. If a person was placed with a restriction secret technique, then the person who placed the restriction would be able to control the person at will in the future. When Su Yan thought of being controlled by the Princess of Chu in the future, his whole body could not help but tremble. Immediately, a wave of anger surged in his chest. However, when he thought of the Princess of Chu's strength, Su Yan still endured it. The Princess of Chu did not know that Su Yan had already understood. She just looked at Su Yan and smiled with satisfaction. Although this child has many secrets, with these 2 restrictions, even if he wants to go against my wishes in the future, I'm afraid that it is not his choice. What? 2 restrictions? When Su Yan heard the Princess of Chu's words, he was even more shocked. He had not expected that the Princess of Chu had not only placed 1 restriction on him, but 2. What is the Princess of Chu afraid of? Su Yan was shocked and even more puzzled. I am only a 4 meridian saint, while the Princess of Chu is at the square boundary. Not only that, but she is also a disciple of the Monster Palace. Why is she afraid of me? While Su Yan was puzzled, he didn't dare to make a sound because of how powerful the Princess of Chu was. He could only hide all his anger in the bottom of his heart. The Princess of Chu glanced at Su Yan again. She didn't know that Su Yan had already woken up. She thought that Su Yan hadn't woken up yet, so she didn't bother with Su Yan and turned to leave. Su Yan was left alone on the bed, unable to figure out what had happened. Why is the Princess of Chu so afraid of me? Why did she place 2 layers of restrictions on me? Could it be that she wants to use me to do something? Su Yan kept thinking about it. Unfortunately, Su Yan was left to his own devices. He couldn't figure out the Princess of Chu's true motive. No, I can't let this restriction exist. I, Su Yan, have never been threatened by anyone, not even the Princess of Chu. Su Yan said in his heart. His unopened eyes suddenly flashed with a determined light. Of course, Su Yan knew that the restriction placed on him by the Princess of Chu's strength couldn't be broken so easily. Now, Su Yan could only endure it. Only when he reached a certain height could he break it. Cough, cough, cough. Cough, cough, cough. Su Yan felt that he had pretended enough. He coughed a few times and woke up. Although the Princess of Chu had left the room, she had been watching over here. When Su Yan woke up, the Princess of Chu walked in. She looked at Su Yan and said expressionlessly, "Awake?" Su Yan nodded and hurriedly got up. He cupped his hands to the Princess of Chu and said, "Thank you, Palace Master, for saving my life. It's fine. You are a disciple of the East Palace. How can I allow you to be bullied by the people of the West Palace?" The Princess of Chu waved her hand and said casually, as if she was talking about something unrelated. If Su Yan didn't know that the Princess of Chu had placed a restriction on him, Su Yan would definitely be grateful to the Princess of Chu. But now that Su Yan knew that the Princess of Chu had placed a restriction on him, how could he be grateful to her? He only felt anger. The trip to the Monster Palace. This wasn't Su Yan's purpose. Su Yan came to the Monster Palace only for the secret of the Taiyao ancient seal. Su Yan, you can fight a saint of the 7 bloodlines to a draw with the strength of a saint of the 4 bloodlines. I didn't misjudge you. Of course, the Princess of Chu didn't know that Su Yan had already known that she had placed a restriction on him. She still maintained her coldness. Although Su Yan was angry, he still restrained himself. He didn't show the slightest trace of anger on his face. Instead, he smiled and said, "Palace Master, I'm sorry. If you hadn't saved me, I'm afraid I would have died in the West Palace. That's just because you're too weak." As the Princess of Chu spoke, she waved her hand and a pill with a delicate fragrance fell on the palm of the Princess of Chu. "Su Yan, this is the energy gathering pill. It's very helpful for the cultivation of a saint. I'll give it to you now." "Give it to me?" Su Yan looked at the fragrant pill in the Princess of Chu's hand and couldn't help but be stunned. Energy gathering pill. Su Yan naturally wasn't unfamiliar with it. This pill was a level 5 pill that was refined by gathering all the rare herbs in the world. When a saint bloodline expert swallowed the energy gathering pill, he could gather the spirit chi of heaven and earth and forcefully open a saint bloodline to condense. Level 1. Although it was only level 1, this level of the saint realm was difficult for many people to cross in their lifetime. Now, it could be done with just one pill. From this, one could see the importance of the energy gathering pill. If Su Yan didn't know that the Princess of Chu had placed a restriction on his body, Su Yan would definitely take the energy gathering pill without hesitation and would be very grateful to the Princess of Chu. However, Su Yan now knew that the Princess of Chu had placed a restriction on him. Now, she had rewarded him with such a precious pill. How could Su Yan not be puzzled? The Princess of Chu placed a restriction on me and rewarded me with such a precious pill. Clearly, she isn't trying to suppress my cultivation. Then, why is she doing this? While Su Yan was puzzled, his expression didn't change. He said with a slightly agitated tone, Palatial Lord Chu, how can I accept such a precious pill without doing anything? Accept it. The Princess of Chu maintained her cold demeanor. As she spoke slowly, she handed the pill to Su Yan. Thank you, Palatial Lord. Although Su Yan was puzzled, he couldn't bear to reject such a precious pill like the energy gathering pill. Thinking of the effects of the energy gathering pill, his hands trembled as he took the pill from the Princess of Chu. Seeing Su Yan take the pill, the Princess of Chu said, Su Yan, I naturally didn't give you this energy gathering pill for no reason. It's to give you the right to enter the Great Fei Ancient Pagoda to cultivate. The right to cultivate in the Great Fei Ancient Pagoda. Su Yan could not help but be taken aback. Clearly, there was nothing in the Princess of Chu's memories regarding the cultivation of the Great Fei Ancient Pagoda. Okay. The Princess of Chu was not surprised by Su Yan's puzzlement. Instead, she nodded and said, Su Yan, the Great Fei Ancient Pagoda is a secret cultivation pagoda that the 4 great palaces have. The pagoda is divided into 10 levels, and each level has its own special effect. Cultivating in the pagoda is 100 times faster than cultivating outside. 100 times faster. Su Yan could not help but be surprised. His eyes immediately surged with a glint as he yearned for the Great Fei Ancient Pagoda. Compared to Su Yan's surprise, the Princess of Chu was still as cold as ice. She did not even look at Su Yan as she continued, of course, due to the limited resources in the pagoda, not all disciples can enter to cultivate. Only the top 10 disciples of the Eastern Palace have the right. So what I want you to do now is to obtain the right. The Princess of Chu said to Su Yan. Finally, her frosty face immediately turned serious. Under this powerful pressure, Su Yan's body trembled, but he quickly recovered. Thinking of the cultivation speed of the Great Fei Ancient Pagoda, his eyes surged with a glint. Palace Lord, I will definitely not disappoint and obtain the right to enter the Great Fei Ancient Pagoda. Okay. The Princess of Chu nodded. With a wave of her hand, a domino landed in Su Yan's hand. Su Yan, this domino contains the information of all the disciples of the Eastern Palace. It also records how you obtained the right to enter the top 10. I will give you a month's time. You must obtain the right to enter the Great Fei Ancient Pagoda. Yes. Su Yan nodded seriously. At the same time, he vaguely felt the blood in his body begin to boil. The right to enter the Great Fei Ancient Pagoda, 100 times faster cultivation speed. I, Su Yan, will definitely obtain it. After the Princess of Chu explained these matters, she let Su Yan leave. Su Yan did not stay for long. He left the Eastern Palace main hall and returned to his younger brother hall. The younger brother hall did not have a real name. However, he had heard from Yu Xiang that because he was the ruler of this hall, it was named after him. Now, Yu Xiang had lost to Su Yan. The hall naturally had to change its name. Of course, Su Yan could not be bothered with such trivial matters. When he returned to the palace and thought about how he was a palace master, he felt that it was a wonderful thing. At least when he was cultivating here, he would not be disturbed by others. Su Yan returned to the hall, but he did not see Yu Xiang and the others. Clearly, they were busy with some missions. There were all kinds of missions in the Monster Palace. For example, going out of the East Sea to train, going to some of the great phase martial arts halls to do missions could be exchanged for benefits in the Monster Palace. Su Yan did not care about them. He went back to his room and took out the domino that the Princess of Chu had given him. The Princess of Chu gave me the energy recovery pill and this domino. Clearly, she wants me to become stronger quickly. But why did she put restrictions in my body? Su Yan thought about the 2 restrictions in his body and felt uncomfortable. Su Yan activated the Great Sun-colored glaze sword manual and searched his body. Unfortunately, he could not find the location of the restriction. He helplessly shook his head and said with a bitter smile, "Forget it, forget it." Obviously, Chu Wangfei does not have any ill intentions towards me now. After all, with her strength, she does not need to place any restriction in my body. Thinking about it, Su Yan stopped thinking about it. Instead, he looked at the bone tablet in his hand, and a bright light surged in his eyes. The top 10 disciples of the Eastern Palace, the ancient Fei Tower. Su Yan bit his lip and crushed the domino in his hand. When the domino broke, a memory suddenly appeared in Su Yan's mind. The domino clearly recorded how to obtain the right to cultivate in the ancient Fei Tower. There was also a list of all the Eastern Palace disciples. Of course, it was a list of all the disciples, but it was only a list of the stronger disciples.
Chapter 2850. Ling Xiao, why did you let the Destiny Shrine off? I think the Destiny Shrine is as despicable as the Chinese. These bastards are like rats hiding in the dark. They only know how to hurt people. The white dragon horse said angrily. It did not like Xiao Kun. If it was not for the moon god, it would have stomped on Xiao Kun's face. The Destiny Shrine is indeed despicable. However, the moon god is the saintess of the Destiny Shrine after all. Consider it as giving her face. As long as the Destiny Shrine does not provoke me in the future, I will not bother with them. If there is a next time, don't blame me for being impolite. Ling Xiao sighed softly. Ling Xiao, don't make it sound so nice. I think you are just worried about your old lover. Aren't you afraid that Jin Sei and Xue Wei will settle the score with you? Ah, the white dragon horse sneered and could not help but say something. However, before it could finish its sentence, it let out a pitiful cry and was sent flying by Ling Xiao's kick. Everyone thought that it deserved it. The white dragon horse was an old ruffian, a scoundrel who took advantage of the situation. Everyone had wanted to beat it up for a long time. Ling Xiao, it seems like the Samsara Temple, 9 Imperial Gates, Heavenly Curse Sect, Space-Time Heavenly Gate, and 5 Elements Celestial Sect haven't arrived yet. I'm afraid they've made the same choice as the Chinese. Pangu Celestial Handle said to Ling Xiao. Forget about the Samsara Temple. For Xue Wei's sake, I will not pursue the matter further. However, I think the 9 Imperial Gates, Heavenly Curse Sect, Space-Time Heavenly Sect, and 5 Elements Celestial Sect are just like the Chinese. They are tired of living. Ling Xiao sneered with a trace of cold killing intent in his eyes. Are you really going to punish them? Pangu Celestial Handle asked. 3 days. If they do not come to apologize within 3 days, we will have no choice but to punish them. Let's wait for another 2 days. Ling Xiao said calmly with a trace of darkness in his eyes. Over the next 2 days, the Darkness Heavenly Sect and the Nirvana Temple delivered copies of the Immeasurable Light and Darkness Scripture and the Nirvana Scripture, which contained the true meaning of the Imperial Scriptures, as well as 100 billion origin pills and those who had attacked Ling Xiao and the War God Temple. However, when those people were sent over, they were already corpses. As for the Heavenly Thunder Sect, Pill Seal Mountain, and other sects, clans, and divine kingdoms, they also sent various rare treasures, even more than what they had promised. This time, in order to seek Ling Xiao's forgiveness, they had paid a huge price. When had the War God Temple ever seen so many treasures? The War God Temple had been in a miserable state for the past few years. They were extremely poor, and they were about to fall out of the ranks of the 12 immortal Holy Lands. The disciples of the sect were already struggling to make ends meet, let alone treasures like the Pill River. Lu Bai and Celestial Master Zhan Feng were extremely excited when they saw the treasures sent by the immortal sacred grounds and powerful sections. With so many resources, the cultivation of the War God Temple's elders and disciples would definitely improve by leaps and bounds. On the third day, an uninvited guest appeared in the War God Temple. At the peak of War Mountain, a sea of clouds floated in the air. An old man with white hair and a beard walked over. His robes fluttered in the wind, and he looked like an immortal. He had an aloof and otherworldly temperament. His entire body exuded a pure and natural aura, as if he had become one with the surrounding heaven and earth. In particular, his eyes were deep and bright, as if the sun and moon were rotating, and the strange scene of the reincarnation of all living things appeared in his eyes. Someone from the Samsara Temple. Ling Zhao's eyes flashed as his gaze fell on the old man. He felt the same aura from the old man as the Samsara Master. Moreover, the old man's cultivation was far superior to the Samsara Master's. The Samsara Temple had 2 imperial emperors. Ling Zhao was secretly on guard, but he did not show it on his face. He asked indifferently, "Who are you?" "Ling Zhao, my young friend, I am Shui Wei's master. If you don't believe me, you can call Shui Wei out and ask her," the white-haired old man said with a smile. His smile was gentle and he looked very amiable. Shui Wei's master. Ling Zhao was slightly stunned. "Master? You're really back?" At this moment, Shui Wei sensed the old man's aura and immediately rushed out. When she saw the Samsara ancestor, her eyes were filled with incomparable joy. The Samsara ancestor, the most powerful person in the Samsara temple, was also Shui Wei's master. No one knew how old the Samsara ancestor was. When the Samsara master was very young, the Samsara ancestor had already been the Samsara ancestor. This was why Shui Wei had such a high status in the Samsara temple. "Shui Wei, my little girl, I've let you suffer during my absence in the divine world for 200 years. The Samsara ancestor looked at Shui Wei and sighed softly. His eyes were filled with tenderness. "Master, it's not hard for me to see you. Could it be that you came here today because of the palace master?" "Master, this is all the temple master's fault. He was the one who wanted to kill the young master. Please don't blame him." Shui Wei looked at the Samsara ancestor with some concern. On one side was her beloved young master, and on the other was her most respected master. Shui Wei did not want the two of them to become enemies. "I know the cause and effect of this matter. Qin Wuji and Qin Miesheng plotted against you and became enemies with the heaven's chosen child. This is their destiny. Even I can't stop it. I'm here today to ask you to go back and become the Samsara master." The Samsara ancestor sighed softly. "Samsara master? Master, I can't do it. My cultivation is too weak. Master, you're more suitable to be the Samsara master. Moreover, I want to be with the young master." Shui Wei was a little surprised. She blushed and said shyly. Ling Zhao was also taken aback. The Samsara ancestor's cultivation was unfathomable. Ling Zhao felt that perhaps even the ancestors of the 4 sacred clans could not compare to the Samsara ancestor. If the Samsara ancestor attacked, Ling Zhao would not be able to kill Qin Wuji. However, the Samsara ancestor seemed to know everything. He did not stop Qin Wuji or attack Ling Zhao. Now, the Samsara ancestor wanted Shui Wei to be the Samsara master. Ling Zhao could not understand the Samsara ancestor's intention. "Shui Wei, the Samsara temple is now without a leader. You have the Samsara sacred being and are the most suitable candidate. As for me, I can't stay in the divine world for too long. The Great Tribulation is coming. Lord Kunwu and I have many things to do. We have to plan for the future of the human tribe. You and Ling Zhao are not ordinary people. You have your own responsibilities and missions. If you can survive this great tribulation, you will be able to live together in the future. But if you can't, everything will be over. I hope you can become the samsara master, but I won't force you. I hope you can consider it carefully. The samsara ancestor looked at Ling Xiao and Xue Wei seriously. His voice was full of vicissitudes and contained the fluctuations of endless time. End of chapter. Chapter 28:51. Xue Wei's eyes revealed a hint of struggle. She was extremely disappointed with the samsara temple. Qin Wuji wanted her to marry Qin Miesheng with ill intentions. He wanted Qin Miesheng to devour the samsara origin in Xue Wei's body so that he could break through to the Supreme Emperor realm. Moreover, Ling Xiao had finally expressed his feelings for her. She and Ling Xiao had gone through a lot together. Xue Wei did not want to leave Ling Xiao. She only wanted to be with him. Xue Wei, no matter what choice you make, I will support you. I will always be by your side. Ling Xiao looked at Xue Wei and said seriously. Reincarnation ancestor looked at Xue Wei calmly and waited for her reply. After a moment of silence, Xue Wei said slowly, "All right. Master, I promise you that I will become the samsara master." Xue Wei, you don't have to force yourself. Reincarnation ancestor said with a sigh. I am not forcing myself. Master, you are right. I have my own responsibilities. I cannot be too selfish. I am indebted to the samsara temple. Now that the samsara temple has no leader, I should return to take charge. Moreover, if I become the samsara master, I will be able to mobilize more resources. My cultivation will be able to break through faster. I do not want to be a burden to young master. I want to help him. He is under too much pressure. I hope that I can follow in his footsteps in the future. Xue Wei said seriously. Although she was struggling in her heart, she made her choice in the end. A large part of her life was for Ling Xiao. She was willing to do anything for Ling Xiao. She felt that if she was in charge of the samsara temple, it would become Ling Xiao's most solid backing. Moreover, if she could quickly make a breakthrough in her cultivation and even become an imperial emperor, she would be able to help Ling Xiao even more. Although Xue Wei wanted to stay by Ling Xiao's side, she knew that she could not do that. She had to work harder. Reincarnation ancestor was right. The Great Tribulation was coming and no one could stay out of it. She could only try her best to become stronger and protect the people she cared about. Xue Wei, have you thought it through? Ling Xiao took a deep breath and said. His eyes were filled with gratitude. How could he not understand Xue Wei's thoughts? This silly girl, no matter what, the first thing in her heart would always be her young master. Young master, don't worry. I've made up my mind. I've decided to become the master of samsara. From now on, the samsara temple will be the most reliable ally of the war god temple. Xue Wei said with a smile. All right. Since that's the case, I'll respect your decision. Ling Xiao nodded as a warm feeling welled up in his heart. Thank you, Ling Xiao. I apologize on behalf of the samsara temple for offending you in the past. I can also lend you the Reincarnation Sutra. Reincarnation Patriarch said. In that case, thank you very much. Ling Xiao nodded and did not reject Reincarnation Patriarch's offer. The reason why Reincarnation Patriarch lent Ling Xiao the complete Reincarnation Sutra was not only to apologize to Ling Xiao, but more importantly, he wanted to form a good relationship with Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao walked the path of integrating all skills and nurturing 100 scriptures. It was a great opportunity for him to be able to comprehend the complete Reincarnation Sutra. It was a great accumulation of experience and knowledge that would allow him to go further in the future. Ling Xiao, are you sure you want to go to the immortal sacred grounds like the Chinese and the 9 imperial gates to denounce them? They have a strong foundation and are protected by a complete imperial formation. If you want to force your way in, you'll suffer heavy casualties. I hope you can think about it carefully. Reincarnation Patriarch said slowly. Thank you for your reminder. Whether it's the Chinese or the 9 imperial gates, they've tried to kill me time and time again. We're already at odds with each other. Since they've chosen to put up a resistance, they can't blame me for annihilating their sects and clans. So what if they have a complete imperial formation? I'd like to see it for myself. Ling Xiao said with a faint smile and a sharp glint in his eyes. In that case, you'd better be careful. Reincarnation Patriarch said with a nod. Seeing Ling Xiao's determined attitude, he did not continue to persuade him. Although the Chinese, the 9 imperial gates, the spacetime heavenly sect, the heavenly curse sect, and the 5 elements celestial sect had suffered heavy casualties, they had no intention of reconciling with Ling Xiao. Although Reincarnation Patriarch did not want a war to break out, he could not stop it. Everything would depend on one's own luck. Reincarnation Patriarch left. He still had some matters to attend to. After that, he promised Shui Wei that he would bring her back to the Samsara temple in a few days and become the Samsara master. Naturally, Shui Wei could not leave Ling Xiao at this time. She still had to follow Ling Xiao to the ancestral lands of the Chinese and the other immortal sacred grounds to denounce them. 3 days passed quickly. In these 3 days, other than the powerful sacred grounds, sects, and families such as the Annihilation Temple and the Darkness Heavenly Sect who came to the War God Temple to apologize to Ling Xiao and offer precious treasures, the Chinese and the other immortal sacred grounds chose to remain silent. This was especially so for the Chinese. After hearing Ling Xiao's 3 conditions, they were furious. They immediately summoned all the experts of the Chinese and prepared to fight Ling Xiao to the death in their ancestral lands. The experts of the 9 imperial gates and the other immortal sacred grounds began to spread rumors in the divine world. They said that Ling Xiao was a spy of the demon race and that he was colluding with the monster race. He was leading the experts of the monster race to destroy the powerful forces of the divine world and achieve his goal of unifying the divine world. The 9 imperial gates and the other immortal sacred grounds even declared that they would not give in and would fight Ling Xiao to the death. It seems like they don't know what's good for them. In the War God Temple, Ling Xiao stood at the top of the sea of clouds. He was surrounded by dazzling rays of light and his eyes were filled with cold killing intent. 3 days had passed. Since they had chosen to resist to the end, Ling Xiao had no choice but to denounce them. Rumble. In the sky above the War God Temple, in front of Ling Xiao, figures with terrifying auras floated in the void. They were silent like an army and exuded a terrifying aura. Vast Saint Tao auras intertwined and thousands of rays of divine light shot out. Many experts looked indifferent and murderous. They all looked at Ling Xiao with eyes full of fanaticism and worship. In the lead were 30 figures with terrifying auras like the sun. They were 30 heavenly venerables. 30 heavenly venerables, over 1,000 saint kings, and an army of 100,000 saints. This was all the forces that Ling Xiao had mobilized this time. Since the Chinese and the various immortal sacred grounds had made their choice, Ling Xiao would not show any mercy. He wanted to use this battle to tell the entire divine world his attitude. Those who offend me will be killed without mercy. Those who offend my War God Temple will be exterminated. End of chapter. Chapter 2852. Rumble. Many of Ling Xiao's subordinates gathered in the sky above the War God Shrine. The 30 heavenly venerables were as dazzling as the sun, emitting a dazzling radiance. Vast saintly way pressure rose, surging endlessly like an ocean, causing the War God Temple to be enveloped in brilliant light. Ling Xiao is really going to punish us. Someone exclaimed, and his voice began to tremble. There were many spies from the immortal sacred grounds around the War God Shrine, as well as many experts who were watching the show. They were all watching the War God Shrine's every move, wanting to see what Ling Xiao would do. However, they didn't expect that Ling Xiao would actually choose to gather his army 3 days later and come knocking on their door to denounce them. 30 heavenly venerables and an army of 100,000 sages. This terrifying force was far more powerful than any immortal sacred ground, causing everyone to be amazed. Ling Xiao had announced his choice to the entire divine world in an incomparably domineering manner. Ling Xiao has many experts under his command, enough to crush any immortal sacred ground. However, the immortal sacred grounds have hundreds of millions of years of history. Perhaps their experts are not as strong as Ling Xiao's subordinates, but they have the Supreme Emperor formation to protect their sect, the Supreme Emperor weapon to suppress their destiny, and all sorts of powerful trump cards. Someone analyzed objectively. That's right. Even if Ling Xiao can destroy an immortal sacred ground, I'm afraid the experts under his command will suffer heavy losses. If he is forced into a corner, the immortal sacred grounds might be able to turn the tables. He's still too arrogant. As far as I know, the 9 imperial gates inherited the ancient heavenly court and has a puppet army of heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals. All of them are Sage Realm experts, and their strength is unparalleled. There's also the Heavenly Curse sect. The Heavenly Curse sect's supreme Tao of curses can kill people without leaving a trace. The area within 100,000 miles of the Heavenly Curse sect's mountain gate is a cursed area that even sage kings can't cross. The 5 elements ultimate formation of the 5 elements heaven sect is also incomparably terrifying. It's said that it once killed an emperor realm expert 1,000,000 years ago. There's also the Chinese. The 12 divine fiends formation in the ancestral land of the Chinese was personally set up by Emperor Tiandu. It contains the supreme power of Emperor Tiandu. If Ling Xiao really dares to attack the Chinese, he will definitely kick an iron plate. Everyone discussed animatedly. They were guessing the outcome of Ling Xiao's visit. At the same time, some people felt that Ling Xiao was too vengeful. In the face of the great enemy of the demon race, Ling Xiao actually chose to have internal strife, wanting to destroy the pillar of the human race. Some of the more radical human powerhouses even began to curse Ling Xiao, saying that he was the real demon race spy. Ling Xiao, you don't care about the overall situation of the human race. You only care about your own interests. How can you be considered the chosen one? The chosen one? He has already become the lord of myriad demons in the demon realm, the master of the chaos wilderness. When has he ever cared about us humans? It's really hateful to let such a despicable person wield such great power. If I had such an expert under my command, I would definitely kill my way into the devil world and slaughter all the devil race experts. Those people were all filled with righteous indignation. Their eyes were cold, as if Ling Xiao had become an unpardonable villain, a scum of the human race who didn't care about the big picture. The enmity between Ling Xiao and those immortal holy lands has long been irreconcilable. On the other hand, those immortal holy lands had no intention of repenting at all. If I were Ling Xiao, I would slaughter all of them to prevent future troubles. To resist foreign aggression, one must first pacify the internal situation. There were also people who raised different opinions and expressed their understanding of Ling Xiao's actions. The entire celestial realm was shaken by Ling Xiao's deployment of troops. Everyone's gaze fell on Ling Xiao, wanting to see where he would go. The first battle is to destroy the 9 imperial gates and purge the Shangqing celestial domain. Ling Xiao's gaze was indifferent as he spoke slowly. Rumble. His voice was like a thunderclap that exploded in the void. A group of people flew towards the 9 imperial gates. There were a total of 4 immortal holy lands in the Shangqing celestial domain. They were the War God Temple, the 9 imperial gates, the Heavenly Curse sect, and the 5 elements celestial sect. The 9 imperial gates used to be an ally of the War God Temple. However, it later betrayed the War God Temple and sided with the Chinese, the Heavenly Curse sect, and the 5 elements celestial sect. It could be said that other than the Chinese, the people of the War God Temple hated the 9 imperial gates the most. Speaking of which, the War God Temple and the 9 imperial gates both obtained the inheritance of the ancient heavenly court. The 9 imperial gates possessed the lightning imperial scripture and the heaven's punishment secret technique. However, the 9 imperial gates had besieged Ling Xiao many times and even went to the mountain gate of the War God Temple to denounce Ling Xiao. Since Ling Xiao had decided to denounce them personally, he naturally wouldn't show any mercy. He was prepared to destroy the 3 immortal holy lands and purge the Shangqing celestial domain first. The 9 imperial gates was naturally the first. The 9 imperial gates was located in the extreme north of the Shangqing celestial domain. It was formed by 36 ancient lightning mountains that interweaved with terrifying lightning. It was like a heaven's punishment domain. On top of the 36 ancient lightning mountains was a vast imperial gates. It was like the 9 heavens beyond the heavens. Its aura was ethereal, and there were tens of thousands of rays of light. Numerous palaces and pavilions stood in great numbers, looking majestic and solemn. The 9 imperial gates was known as the Orthodox of the heavenly court. Their greatest ambition was to rebuild the ancient heavenly court. When Ling Shao arrived at the 9 imperial gates, he couldn't help but marvel at the grandeur of the 9 imperial gates. Rumble. The 36 ancient lightning mountains of the 9 imperial gates were all spewing out blazing light. Dazzling lightning bloomed in the void, containing incomparably powerful energy fluctuations. A vast thunder world enveloped the entire 9-layered imperial obelisk. This was the supreme imperial formation of the 9 imperial gates, the 9 heavenly punishment formation. The 9 heavenly punishment formation was the strongest offensive imperial formation. It contained the origin of heaven's punishment. It was incomparably terrifying and could destroy everything. Even imperial emperors wouldn't dare to barge in. Needless to say, the formation eye of the 9 heavenly punishment formation was guarded by the extreme Tao Emperor weapon, the heavenly punishment saber. It could even activate the extreme Tao Emperor aura within, and its power was incomparably terrifying. The 9 heavenly punishment formation had been completely activated. The moment Ling Shao led the army out of the War God Palace, the 9 imperial gates had already received the news. They weren't willing to compromise with Ling Shao, so they prepared a 9 heavenly punishment formation to resist Ling Shao's Saint Tao army. Ling Shao, do you really want to fight to the death with the 9 imperial gates? An incomparably cold voice rang out. An old man in a purple robe soared into the sky from the 9 imperial gates. The aura around him was ethereal and unfathomable. Cold lightning filled his eyes as if he could pierce through the void at any time. It's the first supreme elder of the 9 imperial gates, Heavenly Venerate Zi Luo. Lu Bai transmitted his voice to Ling Shao. Heavenly Venerate Zi Luo and Heavenly Venerate Zhanfeng were figures of the same generation. Now, they were like old antiques in the 9 imperial gates. Their strength was unfathomable. It was said that they were about to break through to the imperial emperor realm. After the imperial lord of the 9 imperial gates died in battle, Heavenly Venerate Zi Luo became the leader of the 9 imperial gates. End of chapter. Chapter 2853. Figures with powerful auras appeared behind Heavenly Venerate Zi Luo. All of them had cold gazes as they exuded powerful killing intent and fury. The people of the 9-layered imperial gate had never expected that Ling Shao would actually dare to charge into the 9-layered imperial gate. Haven't we already decided to fight to the death? This is your own choice. Don't blame me. Ling Shao said indifferently with a calm expression. He and his Sacred Path army stopped just before they were about to enter the 9-layered Sky Punishment Great Array. Ling Shao, this is the 9-layered Sky Punishment Great Array of the 9-layered Imperial Gate. Even an Emperor Lord will die if he enters. If you aren't afraid of death, come in and fight. Heavenly Venerate Zi Luo sneered. Rumble. As if to prove his words, blazing lightning rose within the 9-layered Sky Punishment Great Array. Divine chains of order intertwined and powerful thunderbolts formed all sorts of mysterious scenes that made people feel a terrifying destructive aura. Furthermore, Ling Shao could also sense that there was an extremely sharp blade light within the 9-layered Sky Punishment Great Array that seemed like it would pierce through the void at any time. That was the 9-layered Imperial Gates Emperor weapon, the Sky Punishment Blade. It seems like you guys still haven't given up. Could it be that you think a mere 9 levels of heavenly punishment formation can stop my footsteps? Ling Shao sighed softly as he stepped out of the void. The aura around him was ethereal and mysterious. Crack. When Ling Shao opened his eyes, it seemed as if resplendent thunderbolts were bursting out like divine punishment. It was majestic and mysterious. Ling Shao, if you aren't afraid of death, you can give it a try. Heavenly Venerate Zi Luo sneered. The 9-layered sky punishment great array was one of the great protective arrays of the ancient celestial court. It was extremely terrifying and contained the origin of the sky punishment. Since the great protective array of the 9-layered imperial gate had been created, countless powerhouses had died within it. Even an emperor lord had not been spared. Heavenly Venerate Zi Luo did not believe that Ling Xiao could break the 9-layered sky punishment great array. On the contrary, he hoped that Ling Xiao could enter the 9-layered sky punishment great array. That way, they might have a chance of killing Ling Xiao. The 9-layered sky punishment great array is an array formation left behind by the Thunder Emperor after all. I really can't break it. Unfortunately, the 9-layered sky punishment great array won't attack me. Ling Xiao said faintly. Rumble. He took a step forward and directly entered the 9 levels of heavenly punishment formation. Blazing lightning flashed in the surroundings as streaks of heavenly punishment light intertwined, containing the aura of great destruction. It was as if they wanted to turn Ling Xiao into dust. Boom! Ling Xiao's expression was incomparably calm. Suddenly, a mysterious light spread out from his body. That was the aura of heavenly punishment, which came from the same source as the 9 levels of heavenly punishment formation. Heaven's punishment secret skill. The sky punishment secret technique was an origin source secret technique that contained the origin of sky punishment. It was originally a secret technique of the 9 imperial gates, but now that it was in Ling Xiao's hands, it began to shine. Ling Xiao's heart pounded violently as it emitted a mysterious light. Lightning circled around him, making his entire presence seem to have become a part of the heavenly punishment, becoming one with the 9-layered heavenly punishment formation. Boom! 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 Bolts of lightning that were as thick as mountains descended, but they seemed to have lost their target and direction. They caused huge waves, but they did not affect Ling Xiao in the slightest. Ling Xiao strode forward from within the formation. His footsteps were incomparably firm, and his entire body exuded a vast aura. What? Damn it! He used the sky punishment secret technique and the wordless heavenly book to block the Emperor formation's perception of him. The Zi Luo Heavenly Venerate's body trembled. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something, and his expression became extremely unsightly. The Heaven Punishment secret art was the cornerstone treasure of the 9-layered imperial obelisk. This was because the Heaven Punishment secret art contained the essence of heaven punishment. If one could comprehend the Heaven Punishment secret art, not only would they have a supreme path to becoming an imperial emperor, but they would also be able to break through most of the 9-layered imperial obelisk's lightning Dao secret arts. Although the 9-layered heavenly punishment formation was a supreme emperor formation, it was still an array formation set up by the Thunder Emperor with the origin of sky punishment. Ling Xiao wielded the wordless heavenly book and comprehended the sky punishment secret technique. At this moment, it was as if he had become a part of the origin of sky punishment, so the formation could not harm him at all. Boom! Ling Xiao's aura rose, and his eyes were bright and sharp. He strode towards the Zi Luo Heavenly Venerate, and the lightning around him converged, turning into a majestic and mysterious lightning dragon that let out an ancient dragon roar. Ling Xiao's aura grew stronger and stronger, as if an ancient great emperor had awoken. There was an invincible aura about him. For some reason, the Zi Luo Heavenly Venerate and the other powerhouses in the 9 imperial gates all changed their expressions when they sensed Ling Xiao's aura. They all revealed looks of extreme fear. Ling Xiao, you're courting death. The Zi Luo Heavenly Venerate's eyes were filled with killing intent. In an instant, he waved his hand and the sky punishment blade flew out from the 9-layered heavenly punishment formation. It turned into a huge blade aura that was tens of thousands of feet long and slashed towards Ling Xiao. Extreme Emperor Weapon, Sky Punishment Blade. The brilliance of the heavenly punishment saber had reached the pinnacle. A wisp of divinity had been awakened. Endless lightning was blazing and dazzling. The terrifying saber intent rose. The lightning was as vigorous as the sea. A mysterious figure seemed to have emerged from the saber. His aura swallowed everything in all directions. He was overbearing and invincible. The Ziluo Heavenly Venerate did not want Ling Xiao to pass through the 9-layered Heavenly Punishment Formation and enter the 9 Imperial Gates. Thus, he took out the Sky Punishment Blade and launched a brazen attack. Sky Punishment Blade? How elegant was the Thunder Emperor back then? It's a pity that you've lost the magnanimity of the Thunder Emperor. Instead, you've become a group of obstinate, self-opinionated, despicable and shameless villains. Ling Xiao sighed softly. Rumble. The Sky Punishment Blade rose up like a prison monument, and a chaotic mist filled the air. It was vast and mighty, as if an ancient hell had appeared in the void. The aura was extremely terrifying. Ling Xiao blasted out a punch, and the shadow of a great emperor appeared behind him. The terrifying power merged with his body, making this punch extremely overbearing. Heavenly Emperor Prison Suppression Technique. This was the Supreme Emperor technique of the Heavenly Prison Scripture, and it was also a Peerless Fist technique. At this moment, Ling Xiao used the Sky Punishment Blade as a guide. It was as if the Heavenly Prison Great Emperor had come back to life. The imposing manner was majestic and overbearing. Kacha! The Sky Punishment Blade was dazzling, and the Peerless Fist instantly collided with the Sky Punishment Blade. Endless divine light gushed out, blooming with dazzling brilliance. Boom! The Ziluo Heavenly Venerate's body shook violently. He felt as if an immemorial divine mountain had collided with the Sky Punishment Blade. Furthermore, the unparalleled divine power was used, causing his entire body to shake violently. His arm went numb, and he was sent flying with a loud bang. Ling Xiao's figure did not change, but his imposing manner grew stronger. He took a step forward, and his eyes were filled with cold killing intent. Then, he blasted another punch towards the Ziluo Heavenly Venerate. The mighty fist intent erupted like a great river flowing into the sea. Every punch was more terrifying than the one before. It was majestic, as if it could destroy everything. Even though Ling Xiao was still in the 9-layered Heavenly Punishment Formation and had not rushed out of the formation to kill his way into the 9 Imperial Gates, his invincible imposing manner still caused everyone in the 9 Imperial Gates to tremble. Their eyes were filled with incomparable horror. End of chapter. Chapter 2854. Ling Xiao and Ziluo Heavenly Venerate were both at the Heavenly Venerate realm. However, Ling Xiao wielded Heavenly Venerate and fought against Ziluo Heavenly Venerate, who was wielding the Heavenly Punishment Blade. His 2 punches had a peerless aura that could shatter the void. If Ling Xiao really charged out of the 9 levels of Heavenly Punishment Formation, what kind of terrifying scene would it be? Wang! The Heavenly Punishment Saber trembled violently. Ling Xiao's fist landed on the Heavenly Punishment Saber. Using his flesh to resist against an extreme Dao Emperor weapon, the Heavenly Punishment Saber instantly emitted a blazing light. The extreme Dao Emperor's might rose and intertwined. In an instant, Ling Xiao's flesh and blood were reduced to nothingness. Only the crystal-clear fist bone was left. Ling Xiao's fist bone was filled with purple gas and immortal fluctuations. It was actually able to contend with the Heavenly Punishment Blade. The unparalleled divine power erupted and sent Ziluo Heavenly Venerate flying once again. Ling Xiao didn't seem to feel the slightest bit of pain. His expression was indifferent as majestic vitality surged around him. The injury on his fist was instantly healed. Crack! Blazing lightning rose as Ling Xiao charged through the vast 9-layered Heavenly Punishment Great Array and appeared directly above the 9-layered Imperial Obelisk. Rumble! A mighty aura erupted from his body. Blazing purple gas spread for 30,000 miles and dyed the sky above the 9-layered Imperial Obelisk purple. Ling Xiao looked majestic and domineering. His eyes were as bright as the sun and no one dared to confront him. As expected of the immortal sacred land that obtained the inheritance of the Thunder Emperor. I killed 3 Heavenly Venerates, but there are still 4 Heavenly Venerates left. Not bad, not bad. Ling Xiao's gaze landed on Ziluo Heavenly Venerate and the 3 black-robed elders behind him. Their auras were vast and unparalleled. They were all Heavenly Venerates who stood at the pinnacle of the sage path. There were still 4 heavenly venerates left in the 9-layered imperial obelisk. Ziluo Heavenly Venerate and the 3 black-robed elders had ugly expressions on their faces as they stared at Ling Xiao in bewilderment. Ling Xiao had actually charged into the 9-layered imperial obelisk unscathed. Ling Xiao, although the 9 layers of heavenly punishment formation can't kill you, killing all your subordinates is a simple matter. Do you really think you can make the 9 imperial obelisk lower its head by yourself? The purple heavenly venerate said coldly. I've never thought of asking you to lower your heads because I know that you're all very unyielding and won't lower your heads. I alone am enough to destroy the entire 9-layered imperial obelisk. Ling Xiao smiled indifferently, his voice incomparably calm. Arrogant. Ling Xiao, my 9-fold imperial obelisk also has an imperial monarch ancestor. He is currently in the battlefield in the foreign realm. If he knows that you dare to act so presumptuously in my 9-fold imperial obelisk, he will not let you go. Ziluo Heavenly Venerate roared, his eyes filled with cold killing intent. Imperial Emperor Patriarch? It's not like I haven't killed one before. If you want to make a move, then hurry up. I've already given you so much time. Could it be that you haven't prepared your killer move yet? Ling Xiao said indifferently. Ziluo Heavenly Venerate narrowed his eyes and revealed a trace of sharp killing intent. Ling Xiao, I don't know if you're too conceited or too stupid. Since you dared to kill your way into my 9-fold imperial obelisk, then you can die. Rumble. As soon as Ziluo Heavenly Venerate finished speaking, 36 blazing light beams shot out from the 36 immemorial sacred mountains at the same time. They were as dazzling as divine chains of order. In an instant, they intertwined to form a large lightning net that enveloped Ling Xiao. Kill! 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 Ziluo Heavenly Venerate and the 3 Heavenly Venerate elders looked at each other with killing intent surging in their eyes as they charged towards Ling Xiao at the same time. Boom! At the same time, an incomparably huge figure appeared in the dazzling imperial obelisk above, exuding a terrifying emperor's aura. Its huge fist was like a mountain that directly suppressed Ling Xiao. This seemed to be a killer move that the 9-layered imperial obelisk had been preparing for a long time to completely kill Ling Xiao. At that moment, even the many powerhouses outside couldn't help but tremble as a trace of worry appeared in their eyes. Boom! Ling Xiao's fist was like a dragon that wanted to break through the lightning net in the void. However, he discovered that the lightning net was extremely tough. His unparalleled fist mark simply couldn't break through the lightning net. Instead, the lightning net rapidly descended and firmly imprisoned him. The 4 heavenly venerates all unleashed their strongest killing moves and charged towards Ling Xiao. What shocked Ling Xiao was that the figure in the void was actually a statue that was hundreds of feet tall and was wearing purple armor. At that moment, it seemed to have completely awakened as a powerful emperor's aura emanated from it. An imperial lord-level puppet? A thought surfaced in Ling Xiao's mind. However, in the next moment, his entire body was engulfed. Rumble. The lightning net intertwined like a blade that wanted to cut Ling Xiao into countless pieces. The 4 heavenly venerates simultaneously wielded the heavenly punishment saber. The heavenly punishment saber's power was even greater, and the saber radiance even shattered the void. Although the face of the statue was blurry, the mountain-like purple fist print could suppress everything. It contained an unparalleled emperor's might and directly slammed into Ling Xiao's body. Boom! Ling Xiao's entire body seemed to have exploded, instantly erupting with blazing light. The void around Ling Xiao actually seemed to distort as the mysterious river of time flowed around him, making him look like an emperor that controlled time. He was incomparably mysterious. The attacks that were originally as fast as lightning actually became incomparably slow at that moment. Above Ling Xiao's head, the chronological compass spun as the power of time intertwined, forming an incomparably resplendent light screen that adhered to the surface of his body. It made him seem as if he didn't exist in this spacetime, becoming ethereal and mysterious. Not only did all the attacks become incomparably slow, but their power also gradually dissipated. What? Heavenly Venerate Ziluo and the other 3 heavenly venerates found it hard to believe. They felt the power in their bodies rapidly depleting and their lifespan rapidly disappearing. Their majestic life source seemed to be uncontrollable as it rushed frantically into Ling Xiao's body. Chronological finger. Ling Xiao's expression was calm as he shouted softly and pointed a finger at Zi Luo's forehead. Pfft! A blood-red light blossomed in the void, as if a river of time had penetrated the heavens and earth. Zi Luo's head instantly exploded, and even his primordial spirit didn't have time to escape. It was turned into fine powder by Ling Xiao's finger. Zi Luo had fallen. P.S. The third update is over. Everyone, rest early. I was busy yesterday and missed 2 chapters. I've made up for it in the past 2 days. End of chapter. Chapter 2855. Everyone was dumbfounded. Ling Xiao's domineering attitude was still out of everyone's expectations. Not only had Ling Xiao been able to move through the 9-layered sky punishment great array unimpeded, but he had also been able to deal with the killing moves laid out by the elites of the 9-layered Imperial Obelisk. He had even managed to kill the purple heavenly venerate. Such terrifying and powerful fighting strength was probably no different from an Emperor Lord's. Even the Supreme Emperor array of the 9-layered Imperial Obelisk can't do anything to him. Who else in the entire divine world can stop him? Could the 9-layered Imperial Obelisk really be destroyed? Someone said in a trembling voice, his eyes filled with disbelief. Ling Xiao has the wordless sky book, which means that he has the 12 sky art secret techniques. These 12 sky art secret techniques contain the origin of the 12 supreme great paths. In that case, wouldn't the Supreme Emperor array of the 12 immortal sacred grounds be unable to do anything to him? That's hard to say. How difficult is it to cultivate the 12 sky art secret techniques to the great perfection stage and comprehend the origin of the great paths? Ling Xiao must have comprehended the origin of the sky punishment great path by chance. That's why he was able to move through the 9-layered sky punishment great array unimpeded. No matter what, the 9-layered Imperial Obelisk is in danger today. Boom! Ling Xiao's entire body was also sent flying. Although he had killed the purple heavenly venerate with a single finger, the divine puppet statue in the void erupted with unparalleled divine power. The power of time surrounding his body couldn't be completely neutralized and exploded with a loud bang. He had been sent flying by the divine puppet statue. Could this be the divine puppet of the Thunder Emperor? Ling Xiao's eyes flashed with light. The divine puppet statue in front of him looked ancient and a little shabby, so its face wasn't very clear. However, Ling Xiao could still feel that it was a domineering and majestic man. Its entire body exuded an invincible aura that could swallow the world. Terrifying lightning curled around it. This divine puppet statue seemed to be the origin of the Thunder Dao and was able to erupt with powerful attacks. This was a divine puppet statue that possessed the fighting strength of an Emperor Lord. Even Ling Xiao couldn't completely neutralize that unparalleled fist mark, which was why he had been sent flying. Rumble. At the same time, the 36 ancient thunder mountains below the Imperial Obelisk once again spewed out blazing beams of light. They intertwined to form a giant lightning net that covered the sky and enveloped Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao, you actually dared to kill Heavenly Venerate Purple Sun? My 9-layered Imperial Obelisk will not rest until you die. The remaining 3 heavenly sovereigns were furious. Killing intent surged from their bodies, and they were filled with hatred. They could only watch helplessly as Heavenly Venerate Purple Luo died in front of them. This feeling was driving them crazy. At that moment, the 3 heavenly venerates and the puppet statue were lunging at Ling Xiao in a frenzy. Fight to the death. You're right. Today, the 9 Imperial Obelisk will be erased from the divine world. Ling Xiao's gaze was incomparably sharp, and a blazing light erupted from his body. Boom! 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 His fist was like a dragon, like a rising purple sun, blooming with incomparably gorgeous light. The unparalleled fist mark erupted, as if it had enveloped the entire sky. The 3 heavenly venerates shook violently, and they couldn't help but be sent flying. Meanwhile, the divine puppet statue charged towards Ling Xiao, its body surrounded by purple lightning. Unparalleled fist marks were constantly smashing towards Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao could feel that this puppet god statue contained a majestic lightning origin. When it erupted, it was as if it was endless, causing Ling Xiao to feel extremely pressured. What a strange divine puppet! Ling Xiao exclaimed inwardly, but his eyes were filled with a strong fighting spirit. He attacked from the sky, and the chaotic light around him rose. The mysterious scene of the birth and destruction of an era appeared. Ling Xiao executed the epic fist, and the mighty fist mark was like a surging river or an eternal starry sky, constantly colliding with the divine puppet statue. Wang! 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 The divine puppet statue's body was incomparably sturdy, and it contained a strange immortal substance. When Ling Xiao's fist mark landed on the divine puppet statue, there was the sound of metal clashing. Sparks flew in all directions, causing the surrounding void to tremble violently. The divine puppet statue seemed to be tireless, and it charged towards Ling Xiao without fear of death. Its powerful combat strength was even stronger than the Samsara Master's. Blazing lightning rose in all directions, and the dazzling light beams seemed to be able to penetrate everything, constantly shooting towards Ling Xiao's vital points. Rumble! Ling Xiao's body gushed with purple light, and the primordial immortal body seemed to have completely awakened. It made his physical body crystal clear, and it emitted an immortal light. When the light beams hit Ling Xiao's body, they shattered, turning into a dazzling rain of light. The giant lightning net intertwined, trying to imprison Ling Xiao, but it was blasted apart by Ling Xiao's fist. Ling Xiao's fighting spirit surged, and his aura rose to the extreme. His eyes were dazzling, and his fighting spirit was high. Every time he collided with the divine puppet statue, it was as if a level 12 storm had been set off, causing a scene that could destroy heaven and earth. The three heavenly venerates of the nine-layered imperial obelisk were both shocked and furious. They realized, to their dismay, that although they were heavenly venerates, they were actually unable to intervene in the battle between Ling Xiao and the divine puppet statue. Furthermore, Ling Xiao's ferocious fist was not something they could withstand. Facing Ling Xiao, they actually felt a deep sense of helplessness in their hearts. If Ling Xiao hadn't placed most of his energy on the divine puppet statue, the three of them would have followed in heavenly venerate Purple Sun's footsteps and died at Ling Xiao's hands. Rumble! The battle between Ling Xiao and the divine puppet statue was extremely intense. The thunderbolt origin that erupted from the divine puppet statue was vast and mighty, as if it had turned into an ancient lightning pool that suppressed Ling Xiao and refined him. Even though Ling Xiao's physical body was unparalleled, in the face of such a terrifying thunderbolt origin, his flesh was still lacerated and his flesh was badly mangled. He had suffered considerable injuries. Sky Punishment Secret Technique. Is this the power of the Sky Punishment Great Path? Ling Xiao's heart trembled, and a trace of enlightenment appeared in his eyes. The battle with the divine puppet statue had allowed Ling Xiao's comprehension of the Sky Punishment Secret Technique to advance by leaps and bounds. The Sky Punishment Secret Technique contained the origin of the Sky Punishment Great Path. The Sky Punishment Great Path was a supreme great path, so it was naturally much stronger than the ordinary Thunderbolt origin. Furthermore, the Thunderbolt origin itself was a part of the Sky Punishment Great Path. Ling Xiao returned to the origin. Through the Thunderbolt origin, he gradually came into contact with a trace of the Sky Punishment Great Path's power, causing his aura to become majestic and domineering. P.S. Today's update is 1. In addition to the 2 updates the day before, I owe 4 updates. I will make up for it at least 7 tomorrow. Everyone, rest early. End of chapter. Chapter 2856. The remaining 3 heavenly venerate patriarchs of the 9 imperial gates all revealed shocked and angry expressions. That puppet statue was said to be the statue of the Lightning Emperor. After countless years of faith, it contained the power of the Lightning Emperor's great Tao and gradually gained sentience. It had already become the guardian statue of the 9 imperial gates and was also one of their strongest trump cards. The Lightning Emperor statue, together with the 9 levels heavenly punishment array, had once killed many powerful imperial emperors. But now, it seemed that the lightning emperor statue couldn't do anything to Ling Xiao. Moreover, Ling Xiao was actually comprehending the heavenly punishment origin contained in the statue. As Ling Xiao circulated the heavenly punishment secret technique, the aura around him became mysterious and unfathomable. It was as if a strange connection had been formed between him and the lightning emperor statue. The 3 heavenly venerate ancestors knew the relationship between the lightning emperor's statue and the heaven's punishment secret technique. If Ling Xiao used the heaven's punishment secret technique to control the lightning emperor's statue, then the 9 imperial gates would truly fall into a state of eternal damnation. We absolutely can't let Ling Xiao control the lightning emperor's statue. No matter what, we have to kill Ling Xiao. If he doesn't die, it will be the end of the 9 imperial gates. Let the heavenly punishment army move out. Take advantage of the fact that he's the only one who has barged in. Even if we have to self-destruct one after another, we have to completely kill Ling Xiao. The 3 heavenly venerate patriarchs intertwined with each other, their eyes filled with cold killing intent. Boom! As the 3 heavenly venerate patriarchs activated their seals and condensed runes, the 9 imperial gates above the void seemed to have opened an ancient door. In an instant, billions of rays of light bloomed. It was gorgeous and dazzling, containing an incomparably mysterious aura. Incomparably powerful figures rushed out from the ancient door. Their auras were incomparably cold, and their eyes were incomparably cold. Their bodies emitted a monstrous murderous aura. A total of 3,000 figures were all wearing black armor. Terrifying and blazing lightning surrounded their bodies, as if they were peerless ferocious beasts that had walked out of hell. The Heavenly Punishment Army. The strongest foundation of the 9 imperial gates. Every expert of the Heavenly Punishment Army was at the Saint King realm. Their auras were terrifying and monstrous. Moreover, the Heavenly Punishment Army was extremely loyal to the Imperial Obelisk. They were not afraid of death, and each one of them had experienced hundreds of battles. They were like puppets, terrifying to the extreme. The Heavenly Punishment Army was made up of the geniuses that the 9-layered Imperial Obelisk had plundered from all over the universe. From a young age, they had been trained in the 9-layered Imperial Obelisk's secret realm. They never saw the light of day, but they had the best resources and cultivated the most powerful secret arts. Legend had it that at the beginning, the Tian Fa army had a total of 30 million people, but in the end, only 3,000 were left. Every expert of the Heavenly Punishment Army had to kill each other. They had to carve out a path of blood from tens of thousands of experts. Only then could they become true experts of the Heavenly Punishment Army. When the 3,000 Heavenly Punishment Army soldiers appeared in the Imperial Obelisk, it was as if a terrifying storm had been set off. It was as if it could destroy everything. The baleful aura was incomparably dense, and it was mixed with an incomparably dense demonic aura. 3,000 saint rulers, and they've already condensed military souls. With such dense demonic chi, are they experts that the Imperial Obelisk nurtured in the demon world? Ling Xiao's eyes flashed, and his expression became slightly solemn. The pressure that the 3,000 Heavenly Punishment Army soldiers gave Ling Xiao was even more terrifying than the pressure from the Lightning Emperor's statue. There was a kind of crazy battle intent that could sweep across the universe and never die. Heavenly Punishment Army, attack! A heavenly venerable ancestor of the 9-layered Imperial Obelisk held the Heavenly Punishment Saber and roared. Rumble! The Heavenly Punishment Saber emitted a dazzling radiance. Endless lightning interweaved in the void, forming a huge purple flag. It danced in the air before the 3,000 Heavenly Punishment Army soldiers. Silver snakes danced in the air, and thunder dragons roared. The aura was incomparably terrifying. The eyes of the 3,000 Heavenly Punishment Army soldiers instantly turned blood red. In the next moment, the 3,000 Heavenly Punishment Army soldiers' gazes fell on Ling Xiao. Their killing intent condensed, and a crazy baleful aura spread out. Boom! The 3,000 Heavenly Punishment Army soldiers attacked at the same time. They all held purple spears in their hands. The spears were dazzling, and as they interweaved with each other, they exploded with an incomparably terrifying power of lightning. 3,000 heavenly punishment army soldiers were equivalent to 3,000 saint rulers. 3,000 saint rulers attacking at the same time. How terrifying was that scene? The entire sky was filled with blazing lightning. Streaks of terrifying spear radiance pierced through the void, containing vast great Tao laws. That destructive power seemed to be able to tear everything apart. Even a heavenly venerable expert would be torn into pieces in front of the 3,000 heavenly punishment army soldiers. No one would be spared from such a terrifying power. The 3,000 heavenly punishment army soldiers attacked at the same time. The terrifying power that erupted from them had even surpassed that of an imperial emperor expert. Good timing. Ling Xiao's eyes were also filled with fighting spirit. That powerful pressure made the blood in his body boil. He did not take out any supreme emperor weapon. Facing the 3,000 heavenly punishment army soldiers, he only threw out a punch. One man against an army. Under the lightning that filled the sky, Ling Xiao leaped up. The blazing fist radiance bloomed in the void. The youth's spirit and sharpness were all displayed at this moment. It was the most magnificent picture. Boom! Chaotic light bloomed. Ling Xiao's punch seemed to have opened up a vast world. The evolution and destruction of civilizations, the cycle of eras, and the rise and fall of the world appeared in this punch. It seemed to encompass all the worlds in the universe. At the same time, it also integrated the attack of the 3,000 heavenly punishment army soldiers into it. Crack! The void shattered with a loud bang as dense cracks appeared. Terrifying turbulence of the void surged as if it was going to strangle all life force. Even though the space in the 9 imperial gates was incomparably sturdy and had the support of the ancestors' Daoist rhymes and the supreme emperor array, it still cracked in the face of this terrifying attack. Endless thunderstorms swept out in all directions, and the terrifying thunderbolts submerged the 36 immemorial thunder mountains. Rumble. The 9-layered heavenly punishment array emitted a dazzling radiance. Runic barriers rose up and protected all the buildings in the imperial obelisk. If it wasn't for the protection of the Supreme Emperor array, this attack would have turned the entire 9 imperial gates into ruins. 3,000 heavenly punishment army soldiers are actually so terrifying. I'm afraid Ling Xiao won't be a match for 3,000 heavenly punishment army soldiers, right? Someone cried out in alarm, his face turning pale. Although the 9 levels of heavenly punishment formation was in the way, the terrifying ripples still made their hearts palpitate. Their eyes were filled with horror. Peak. Chapter 2857. The Heavenly Punishment Army, an army that only existed in legends, the guardians of the 9 imperial gates, had actually appeared. It's not just the Heavenly Punishment Army. There's also the Lightning Emperor's statue and the various killing moves in the 9 imperial gates. Ling Xiao was too careless. That's right. Although the experts under him are terrifying, they don't dare to enter the 9 heavenly punishment array. Ling Xiao is in a difficult position this time. If Ling Xiao dies in the 9 imperial gates this time, it'll be the biggest joke in the world. With so many experts under him, they'll probably scatter like monkeys when the tree falls. Everyone was discussing softly. They all felt that Ling Xiao was going to be in danger in this battle. Outside the 9 imperial gates, 30 Empyrean powerhouses and an army of 100,000 saints surrounded the 9 imperial gates. Although there was worry in their eyes, no one said a word. Battle intent gathered around them, and killing intent surged in their eyes, intertwining like a vast ocean. They were all waiting for Ling Xiao's orders. Although they could feel the danger Ling Xiao was in, they were full of confidence in the Demon Lord. The Demon Lord would definitely win this battle. Kacha! Blazing lightning flashed. Ling Xiao's epic fist was ferocious and domineering. After clashing with the 3,000 heavenly punishment army, he suddenly retreated. The blood in his body churned, but his eyes became brighter and brighter. The aura around him began to rise violently. To be able to combine the strength of the 3,000 heavenly punishment army into one. This kind of battle formation and tacit understanding is unheard of. If such an army was placed on the battlefield against the demon race, it would definitely be able to create glorious results. What a pity. Ling Xiao muttered to himself softly. His heart was filled with love for talent. The 3,000 heavenly punishment army experts were all one, and their hearts were connected. Although they were all saint kings, they could fight against celestial emperors. However, Ling Xiao also knew that they were all loyal to the 9 imperial gates. It was impossible for him to subdue the heavenly punishment army. Whoosh! 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 At the same time, the Heaven's Punishment Army swept over like a tsunami after unleashing their killing strike. The presences of the 3,000 saint rulers intertwined and surrounded Ling Xiao. All of their eyes were filled with crazy and determined killing intent. These guys can't be that crazy, right? Seeing their gazes, Ling Xiao couldn't help but have a thought. A strange look appeared in his eyes. Rumble. The eyes of the heavenly venerate patriarch holding the heavenly punishment blade were filled with killing intent and madness. The heavenly punishment saber gave off a dazzling radiance and slashed down towards Ling Xiao. It contained a peerless Tao will, and a vast emperor's aura erupted as if it wanted to kill Ling Xiao on the spot. The Thunder Emperor's statue also burst out with blazing lightning, exuding an extremely mysterious heavenly might. Mysterious heavenly punishment light gathered in its fists as it pounced toward Ling Xiao. The most important thing was the 3,000 Tian Fa soldiers. Tian Fa army, self-destruct. The heavenly venerate patriarch, who was still wielding the sky punishment blade, roared furiously. The 3,000 Tian Fa soldiers were like moths to a flame as they pounced toward Ling Xiao. The terrifying aura around them gathered and erupted like a volcano. Boom! 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 The Tian Fa army actually chose to self-destruct. When they rushed in front of Ling Xiao, they directly burned their primordial spirits, flesh and blood essence, life source, and everything about them. Then, with a loud bang, they blew themselves up. In just an instant, 500 Tian Fa soldiers chose to self-destruct. If a saint ruler burned everything and chose to self-destruct, the terrifying power would be enough to injure a heavenly venerate expert. If 500 saint rulers self-destructed at the same time, how terrifying would the power be? Rumble. The heavenly punishment saber was blocked by the heavenly might. The Thunder Emperor's statue burst out with blazing heavenly punishment light. After clashing with Ling Xiao, the Thunder Emperor's statue broke through the void like a ghost and appeared behind Ling Xiao. It then hugged Ling Xiao tightly. The terrifying heavenly punishment light drowned Ling Xiao and surged toward Ling Xiao's vitals. The terrifying power from the self-destruction of the 500 Tian Fa soldiers also enveloped Ling Xiao and the Thunder Emperor's statue. It was like a raging sea that swallowed them whole. Boom! The void above instantly exploded into a terrifying black hole. Terrifying divine light surged and intertwined, forming all sorts of mysterious phenomena. Tian Fa army, self-destruct. The heavenly venerate ancestor, who was wielding the sky punishment blade, bellowed once again. His eyes were filled with pain. Rumble. Another 500 heaven's punishment army soldiers charged forward without hesitation. They ignited everything in their bodies before exploding with a loud bang. These Tian Fa soldiers were the accumulation of the 9 imperial gates over hundreds of millions of years. Losing one was unbearable for the 9 imperial gates. But now, 1,000 Tian Fa soldiers chose to self-destruct in order to deal with Ling Xiao. This was the 9 imperial gates burning the Sex Foundation and using all their strength to fight Ling Xiao. He even regretted it now. If he could lower his head to Ling Xiao, how could there be such a huge loss? But now, the entire 9 imperial gates couldn't back down. They had to kill Ling Xiao. Only by killing Ling Xiao would the 9 imperial gates have a chance of survival. Everyone stared blankly at the sky above the 9 imperial gates. Their minds were blank. This battle was too tragic. Thousands of saint kings self-destructing. Such a terrifying scene hadn't appeared in the divine world for hundreds of millions of years. And all of this was to kill Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao might be dead, right? Everyone thought inwardly. Under such a terrifying self-destruction, heavenly venerates would definitely die. Even monarchs wouldn't be able to escape. How could Ling Xiao possibly survive? Maybe Ling Xiao isn't dead yet. Do you remember that 200 years ago, Ling Xiao once self-destructed the wordless heavenly book and survived? Someone suddenly said. Everyone couldn't help but tremble. Then, they abruptly raised their heads and looked at the center of the self-destruction. The wordless heavenly book was a primal chaos treasure. Even the demon race's Yuanlu demon monarch's body was destroyed by its self-destruction. Ling Xiao didn't even have a corpse left. Its power was probably even more terrifying than the self-destruction of the Heaven's Punishment Army. However, Ling Xiao had survived the self-destruction of the wordless heavenly book. But this time, rumble. The void violently distorted. Blazing divine light rose. The terrifying power of the self-destruction slowly dissipated, and two figures appeared. The Lightning Emperor statue looked even more tattered. However, its body emitted an immortal light, as if it didn't suffer any serious injuries. Ling Xiao's face looked a little pale. A trace of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. However, his eyes were unprecedentedly bright and sharp. He was injured. However, he held a huge black banner in his hand. It emitted a dazzling light. There were thousands of auspicious colors, and behind Ling Xiao, there seemed to be a vast and ancient world emerging. 10,000 Demon Banner. Ling Xiao unleashed the supreme power of the 10,000 Demon Banner and summoned the will and projection of the demon realm. With this supreme treasure, he dissolved the power of the Heaven's Punishment Army's self-destruction. However, that power was too terrifying. Even with the 10,000 Demon Banner in his hand, Ling Xiao still suffered serious injuries. Peak. Chapter 2858. Ling Xiao was still alive. The three heavenly venerate patriarchs of the 9 imperial obelisk had ugly expressions on their faces. Their eyes were filled with unwillingness and fear. This heaven's chosen son actually had such terrifying providence. Even the self-destruction of 1,000 heaven's punishment soldiers couldn't kill Ling Xiao. The three heavenly venerate patriarchs' eyes were filled with incomparable madness. It was as if they wanted to order the last 2,000 heaven's punishment soldiers to self-destruct and deal a heavy blow to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao seemed to have seen through their thoughts and sneered. Self-destruction. If 3,000 heavenly venerates self-destruct, it might be of some use. Today's 9 imperial obelisk shall be destroyed. Rumble. As soon as Ling Xiao finished speaking, the time compass spun and rose into the sky, releasing a dazzling light. The vast river of time flowed, containing the power of time. In an instant, an incomparably mysterious domain of time spread out. The 2,000 heavens punishment soldiers seemed to have been frozen by the time compass. The vast power of time continuously surged into their bodies, freezing their auras and preventing them from self-destructing. Ling Xiao was prepared this time, so he naturally wouldn't allow them to self-destruct again. The self-destruction of 2,000 heavens punishment soldiers might not be able to kill Ling Xiao, but it might really cause him unbearable injuries. Everyone, listen to my orders. All troops, attack and destroy the 9 imperial obelisk. Ling Xiao's eyes were incomparably cold, and his voice was like divine thunder that exploded in the void. Kacha! The heavenly might was like a prison monument, releasing a dazzling light. In an instant, an incomparably resplendent spatial tunnel appeared, directly connecting the inner and outer regions of the 9 imperial obelisk. Ling Xiao had already comprehended a trace of the 9 heavenly punishment array's power. In addition to his heaven's punishment secret technique, he could finally use the heavenly might to forcefully open a spatial tunnel and summon an army. Rumble. Outside the 9 imperial obelisk, the numerous experts under Ling Xiao's command roared in agreement. Their eyes were filled with an incomparably powerful battle intent as they passed through the spatial tunnel and descended into the 9 imperial obelisk. Terrifying auras intertwined, as vast as the sea. Ling Xiao's army of saints had descended. The 30 celestial venerables were as dazzling as the sun. The aura of the pinnacle of the Saint Dao erupted from them without the slightest bit of concealment. On the other hand, the army of 100,000 sages obeyed every order. These powerful and ferocious demon clans all possessed ancient bloodlines. After 200 years of training by An Shang, not only did their powers improve by leaps and bounds, but they also formed a powerful army. Annihilation of sects and clans. The 3 heavenly venerate ancestors of the 9-layered imperial obelisk instantly paled as they recalled Ling Xiao's words. Even the 9 levels of heavenly punishment grand array could not stop Ling Xiao's footsteps at all too. At this moment, everyone in the 9 layers imperial obelisk was filled with despair. Outside the 9 imperial gates, the faces of the spectators were also pale. Their eyes were filled with deep reverence. Ling Xiao used an incomparably domineering method to tell everyone that slaughtering sects and exterminating clans was not just empty talk. And today, the 9-layered imperial obelisk was truly going to disappear from the god world. Ling Xiao, stop. We submit. We only beg you to spare the 9-layered imperial obelisk. We are willing to pay any price. Ling Xiao, we were wrong. We shouldn't have attacked you. We shouldn't have betrayed the war god temple. As long as you are willing to spare the 9-layered imperial obelisk, the 3 of us will be at your disposal. Ling Xiao, you can't destroy the 9-layered imperial obelisk. This is the orthodoxy of the Celestial Emperor. Aren't you on good terms with the son of the Celestial Emperor? We are willing to serve the son of the Celestial Emperor as our master. We only beg you to spare us. The 3 heavenly venerate ancestors of the 9-layered imperial obelisk instantly panicked. Their faces were filled with struggle, but they still opened their mouths to beg for mercy in the end. They really felt the threat of death. Ling Xiao's domineering strength and dominance made them tremble in fear. At this moment, they no longer cared about their dignity. They only wanted to survive and protect the 9-layered imperial obelisk. You only want to beg for mercy now. It's too late. I gave you a chance, but unfortunately, you didn't cherish it. Do you really think that I don't dare to slaughter sects and exterminate clans? Don't flatter yourselves. You even want to kill the son of the Celestial Emperor, and now you say that this is the orthodoxy of the Celestial Emperor? Ling Xiao sneered. His eyes were filled with ice-cold killing intent. He saw the panic in the eyes of the 3 heavenly venerate ancestors of the 9-layered imperial obelisk, as well as the many elders and disciples. That kind of fear and despair. But what he saw was even more hatred. The hatred between him and the 9-layered imperial obelisk had long been irreconcilable. Let them go. Not only would they not be grateful, but they would also hate Ling Xiao even more and want to take revenge on him. The great tribulation of the era had arrived. Ling Xiao didn't have so much time to waste with them. He had to clear out all his enemies in the divine realm and build a strong rear. Only then could he focus on his next plan. Everyone, listen up. In the 9-layered imperial obelisk, those who surrender will be spared from death. Those who resist will be killed without mercy. Ling Xiao coldly ordered. We obey the orders of the demon lord. The many experts under Ling Xiao roared in response. Their voices shook the clouds. Rumble. Many experts covered the sky and covered the earth. Their killing intent surged, and their eyes were incomparably cold as they charged toward the people in the 9-layered imperial obelisk. It's over. The 9-layered imperial obelisk is finished. The 3 heavenly venerate ancestors were filled with despair. Their bodies trembled violently, and their hearts were filled with boundless regret. At this moment, An Shang, Cypress Pine, Peony, and 8-Pole King were already charging toward the 3 of them. 30 heavenly venerate experts and 100,000 saints attacked at the same time. Ling Xiao even blocked the heaven's punishment saber with heaven's might. Who else in the 9-layered imperial obelisk could contend against them? As for the lightning emperor's statue, it became even more tattered after the self-destruction of the 1,000 heavens punishment army soldiers. It seemed to have lost more than half of its power, and was directly imprisoned by Ling Xiao in a prison that was as mighty as the heavens. The entire 9-layered imperial obelisk was engulfed in a blood-red massacre. The experts under Ling Xiao strictly carried out Ling Xiao's orders. Those disciples with low cultivation were trembling all over. After they chose to kneel and surrender, no one harmed their lives. As for those who stubbornly resisted, they were all killed. There were over 1 million people in the 9-layered imperial obelisk, but almost half of them died in this battle. They were all loyal to the 9-layered imperial obelisk, and they wanted to live and die with the 9-layered imperial obelisk. Rumble. The 9-layered imperial obelisk became like a Jura hell. The thick smell of blood filled the air and dyed the 36 immemorial lightning mountains red. A thought appeared in everyone's mind. The 9-layered imperial obelisk was really destroyed. Apex. Chapter 2859. The 3 heavenly venerate ancestors of the 9 imperial obelisk were all killed as expected. Almost all the experts above the sage realm were dead. These were the elites of the 9 imperial obelisk and were loyal to the core. They couldn't have chosen to surrender. Even if they did, they would have been disloyal. They were all killed by Ling Xiao's subordinates. As for the disciples below the sage realm, they were all kneeling on the ground, trembling as they waited for Ling Xiao's punishment. The majestic and imposing 9-layer imperial obelisk was now covered in a layer of bloody mist, looking extremely miserable. Buzz! In the void, the heavenly punishment saber trembled slightly, emitting an incomparably sharp saber intent. It wanted to break through the void and escape. The heavenly punishment saber seemed to be extremely intelligent. After seeing the 9 imperial obelisk destroyed, it wanted to leave immediately. However, Ling Xiao blocked the heavenly punishment saber's path with the prison steel and time compass, trapping the heavenly punishment saber in the void. Ling Xiao used the heavenly punishment secret technique. His body was resplendent and lightning intertwined, emitting an incomparably strange aura. He wanted to create a domain that would stop the heavenly punishment saber from rejecting him. In the end, the heavenly punishment saber finally calmed down and was caught in Ling Xiao's palm. What a sharp heavenly punishment saber! Ling Xiao exclaimed in his heart. As expected of the Lightning Emperor's weapon, it contained the power of heavenly punishment. It was incomparably terrifying and seemed to be able to destroy everything. Ling Xiao could feel an incomparably strong tearing sensation when he held it in his palm. However, he could only make the heavenly punishment saber no longer reject him. If he wanted to completely refine the heavenly punishment saber, he had to cultivate the Lightning Emperor scripture. Ling Xiao, how should we deal with the surrendered disciples of the 9 imperial obelisk? The old goat looked at Ling Xiao and asked. Bring them all back to the war god temple and organize them into the new heavenly punishment army. Ling Xiao said indifferently. Although he didn't want to implicate others, these disciples of the 9 imperial obelisk would be a disaster if they were released just like that. Ling Xiao might as well be overbearing for once and organize them into an army. They would become the war god temple's heavenly punishment army. As for the 2,000 heavenly punishment army experts, they were all killed by Ling Xiao. They were all loyal to the 9 imperial obelisk and would never surrender to Ling Xiao. But the new heaven's punishment army was different. They would become the sharpest blade in Ling Xiao's hands. Next, Ling Xiao led the group and charged into the 9 imperial gates in the sky. The majestic palaces looked majestic and magnificent. They were surrounded by auspicious qi and dazzling divine light. Now that the 9-layered imperial obelisk was destroyed, it was time to collect the spoils of war. There were a total of 9 origin source elixir rivers in the sky, emitting a dazzling light. They floated like dragons, containing a vast amount of origin source energy. Naturally, Ling Xiao did not stand on ceremony and kept the 9 origin elixir rivers. He sent the experts under his command to the alchemy hall, weapon forging hall, treasure hall, herb garden, beast palace, and other important places of treasures in the 9-layered imperial obelisk to search for treasures. As for the old goat, Daoist Wuyang, and the white dragon horse, these 3 fellows could not wait any longer. No one knew where they had gone to search for treasures. Ling Shao, on the other hand, headed towards the scripture depository in the Imperial Obelisk alone. His goal was the Thunder Imperial Sutra. The Thunder Imperial Sutra was the supreme celestial realm left behind by the Thunder Emperor. It contained the Thunder Emperor's great Tao origin and was the key to controlling the heavenly punishment saber. The Thunder Imperial Sutra was also an extremely powerful offensive Tao. It was also an extremely important reference for Ling Xiao's cauldron nurturing scriptures. In fact, Ling Xiao was looking forward to the inheritance of the 9 emperors of the human race. He had obtained the Heavenly Emperor scripture from Zhao Ritian. As the head of the 9 emperors of the human tribe, the peerless Heavenly Emperor who had swept across the heavens and myriad worlds, he was naturally filled with admiration. However, although he had cultivated the Heavenly Emperor scripture, he had rarely used the Supreme Emperor techniques in the scripture. The Tao of the Heavenly Emperor was the Heavenly Tao. It was the path of invincibility. It was the great Tao that could kill all enemies in the world. The Thunder Emperor was also one of the 9 emperors of the human race. He was known to be second in terms of killing, second only to the Heavenly Emperor. The Thunder Imperial Sutra comprehended the Heavenly Punishment Great Tao. The Heavenly Punishment Great Tao was one of the supreme Great Taos. It contained a peerless offensive power. It had the extreme yang of the Thunder Tao and also the majesty and dominance of the Heavenly Tao. Ling Xiao had just searched the souls of the Heavenly Venerate Patriarchs in the 9-layered Imperial Obelisk and confirmed that the Thunder Imperial Sutra was in the Hidden Scriptures Hall. The Hidden Scriptures Hall was a grey palace that looked very ordinary. It was filled with chaotic mist and strange Tao marks. When Ling Xiao entered the Hidden Scriptures Hall, he saw a pedestal where a divine statue was placed. At that moment, the divine statue was already gone. So the Thunder Emperor's divine statue has always been placed here. Ling Xiao's heart skipped a beat. He took out the Thunder Emperor's divine statue that he had put away. The Thunder Emperor's divine statue looked tattered, but it was intertwined with an immortal luster that contained the mysterious power of heavenly punishment. Ling Xiao placed the Thunder Emperor's divine statue in its original position and then began to use the heavenly punishment secret technique to communicate with the Thunder Emperor's divine statue. This was also the information he had obtained from the 3 Heavenly Venerate Patriarchs. The Heavenly Punishment secret technique was the key to unlocking the Thunder Imperial Sutra. Rumble. As Ling Xiao used the Heavenly Punishment secret technique, the blazing light around him became dazzling. Streaks of lightning intertwined and resplendent runes appeared. The Hidden Scriptures Hall trembled slightly. The Thunder Emperor's divine statue suddenly released a blazing light. The void in front of him rippled like water, and a strange space appeared in front of Ling Xiao. In that strange space, resplendent stars floated. They intertwined with each other like a dazzling galaxy. Those stars revolved around an eternal sun. At that moment, the sun emitted a blazing light. Rather than calling it a sun, it was more accurate to call it a ball of lightning condensed from lightning. It looked majestic and mysterious. Ling Xiao could sense that those stars were all incomparably mysterious cultivation techniques. This was the Hidden Scriptures Hall of the 9-fold Imperial Obelisk. It was also the foundation of the 9-fold Imperial Obelisk. It contained the powerful cultivation techniques and supreme secret techniques that the ancestors of the 9-fold Imperial Obelisk had created or obtained over hundreds of millions of years. And the most precious one was naturally the Thunder Imperial Sutra. Ling Xiao's eyes revealed a trace of anticipation as he reached out to grab the sun in the center. Rumble. When Ling Xiao's palm came into contact with the sun, a blazing bolt of lightning shot up like a waterfall, spreading out and enveloping Ling Xiao's entire body. Ling Xiao felt as if chaotic lightning had exploded in his sea of consciousness. An incomparably mysterious scripture appeared in his mind. Thunder Imperial Sutra. This was the Thunder Imperial Sutra, a supreme imperial sutra left behind by the Thunder Emperor, one of the 9 emperors of the human race. It contained the Thunder Emperor's Tao. As Ling Xiao used the Heavenly Punishment secret technique, it was passed down to him without any hindrance. Chapter 2860. The news of Ling Shao destroying the ninefold imperial obelisk quickly spread throughout the entire divine realm as if it had grown wings. In the divine world, everyone's attention was on Ling Shao. He could be said to be the center of attention. Everyone wanted to see how the grudge between Ling Shao and the various immortal holy lands would be resolved. However, they didn't expect that Ling Shao would really come to question them and destroy the 9 imperial gates first. The ninefold imperial obelisk was definitely not the weakest among the 12 immortal sacred grounds. Moreover, it was one of the most powerful and domineering immortal sacred grounds. The ninefold imperial obelisk, which claimed to have obtained the legacy of the Celestial Emperor and the Thunder Emperor, had always considered itself the orthodox. The Lightning Emperor's Sutra was even more famous in the God world. It was the supreme legacy of the Lightning Emperor. However, this 9 imperial obelisk was still destroyed by Ling Shao. It's too tragic. The 9 imperial gates originally thought that by relying on the heavenly punishment saber and the 9-layered heavenly punishment array, they would be able to block Ling Xiao's attacks. However, they didn't expect Ling Shao to possess the heavenly punishment secret technique. He actually killed his way into the 9 imperial gates and killed many Empyrean powerhouses. Even the heavenly punishment army was completely annihilated. Someone who experienced the battle at the 9 imperial gates explained slowly. His eyes were filled with undisguised reverence. The 9 imperial gates was destroyed just like that. So Ling Shao really did it. Now that the 9 imperial obelisk had been destroyed, who would be next? The Heavenly Curse sect? The 5 Elements Celestial sect? Or the Chinese? The Supreme Emperor Array and the Sect's foundation are the last things that the immortal Holy Lands can rely on. Now, the Supreme Emperor Array is useless against Ling Shao. Those immortal Holy Lands are probably panicking. I wonder what they'll choose. Will they bow to Ling Shao or fight to the death? Next, there's still the Chinese, Heavenly Curse sect, 5 Elements Celestial sect, and Time Heavenly Gate. These 4 immortal holy lands have always been in an alliance. I wonder how they'll deal with Ling Xiao's fierce revenge. Ling Shao has 30 heavenly venerables and 100,000 saints under his command. If there's no Supreme Emperor Array, it's enough to destroy any immortal holy land. I think they'll choose to compromise. Ling Shao is too terrifying. He's indeed the chosen one. I'm afraid he'll replace the 9 imperial gates and become another immortal holy land. From now on, no one in the divine realm would dare to disregard Ling Shao. However, Ling Shao is a cruel and bloodthirsty person. He doesn't care about the big picture and he's so powerful. I really don't know if it's a blessing or a curse for the human race. Everyone was discussing the battle at the imperial obelisk and guessing Ling Xiao's next move. The 9-layered imperial obelisk was destroyed. Although everyone was shocked, they didn't think too much about it. This was mainly because the 9 imperial obelisk was used to being arrogant and despotic. It didn't have a good reputation in the divine realm. Everyone held a wait-and-see attitude towards the destruction of the 9 imperial obelisk. On the other hand, Ling Xiao's reputation grew stronger and stronger, becoming an existence that attracted the attention of the entire God realm. His every move would attract the attention of the entire God realm. Damn it! Ling Shao was actually able to dissolve the 9-layered heavenly punishment array and directly charge into the imperial 9-layered imperial obelisk. I'm afraid even our supreme monarch formation won't be able to stop him. He has the wordless heavenly scripture and the 12 heaven arts. If he has comprehended the 5 elements, our supreme monarch formation won't be able to do anything to him. Many of the higher-ups of the 5 Elements Celestial sect had panicked expressions on their faces. The destruction of the 9-layered imperial obelisk had also completely frightened them. There were a total of 4 immortal sanctuaries in the Shangqing celestial domain. They were the War God Temple, the 9-layered imperial obelisk, the Heavenly Curse sect, and the 5 Elements Heaven sect. Now that the 9-layered imperial obelisk had been destroyed, it would probably be there and the Heavenly Curse sect's turn next. If we continue to stay, only death will await us. We will never lower our heads to Ling Shao. Now, Take all the sect's treasures and bring all the elders and disciples to the Daluo territory to find the Chinese. That's right. Although Ling Xiao is strong, he definitely won't be able to break the 12 divine fiends array of the Chinese. If he dares to go to the Chinese, only death awaits him. Let's go, we will fight Ling Xiao to the death in the Chinese. The higher-ups of the Five Elements Heaven sect finally decided to go to the Daluo territory to seek refuge with the Chinese. They couldn't stay and wait for death. In addition to the Five Elements Heaven sect, the Heavenly Curse sect and the Spacetime Heavenly Gate had also received the news of the destruction of the nine-layered Imperial Obelisk. In the end, they chose to go to the Daluo territory to seek refuge in the ancestral land of the Chinese. They were allies, and it could be said that they were bound together for good or ill. Moreover, they had the deepest enmity with Ling Xiao. They knew that if they gave in to Ling Xiao now, it would be difficult for him to let them go. Moreover, they were unwilling to lower their heads to Ling Xiao. They had placed all their hopes on the Chinese. They hoped that the Chinese would be able to defend against Ling Xiao's attack and even kill him. Soon, everyone in the divine world was shocked to find that the three immortal sanctuaries, the Heavenly Curse sect, the Heavenly Curse sect, and the Spacetime Heavenly Gate, had abandoned their sections. Everyone had chosen to flee to the Daluo territory. Are they going to fight Ling Xiao to the death in the Chinese? They are also afraid of Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao has destroyed the nine-layered Imperial Obelisk. If they stay, they will only end up like the nine-layered Imperial Obelisk. Ling Xiao hates the Chinese the most. He will definitely lead the experts under him to the Chinese. I'm afraid this will be an earth-shattering battle. I wonder who will win between Ling Xiao and the Chinese. Let's go to the Daluo territory. We can't miss such an earth-shattering battle. In the divine world, after many experts received the news, they were extremely excited and wanted to witness the battle with their own eyes. Everyone rushed to the Daluo territory. The nine-layered Imperial Obelisk. Ling Xiao had obtained the complete inheritance of the Lightning Imperial Scripture from the Scripture Depository. The Lightning Imperial Scripture was indeed a supreme Imperial Scripture. It contained the heavenly punishment Great Tao, and it was an inheritance that led to the supreme Imperial realm. Moreover, the Lightning Imperial Scripture was fierce and domineering. Its power was unparalleled, and it was a powerful offensive technique. There were a few supreme imperial techniques in it that made Ling Xiao very tempted. Most importantly, the Lightning Imperial Scripture was the key to controlling the heavenly punishment saber. After obtaining the inheritance of the Lightning Imperial Scripture, Ling Xiao would be able to refine the heavenly punishment saber. There were countless treasures in the treasure vault of the nine-layered Imperial Obelisk. All of them were plundered by the experts under Ling Xiao and sent to Ling Xiao. There were various treasures, powerful weapons, elixirs, and runes. It was a dazzling sight. Ling Xiao was even more convinced that the nine-layered Imperial Obelisk had obtained the treasure vault of the ancient heavenly court. This was because there were even a few incomplete supreme imperial weapons. Other than that, Ling Xiao had also obtained two powerful supreme metals. These were treasures that could be used to refine supreme imperial weapons. He was very tempted. Top. Chapter 2861. The old goat, Taoist Wuyang, and the white dragon horse were also grinning from ear to ear. It seemed like they had also gained a lot. Ling Xiao, now that the nine imperial obelisk has been destroyed, shall we go and destroy the Five Elements Celestial Sect? There must be more treasures in the Five Elements Celestial Sect. The white dragon horse was almost drooling as it spoke with shining eyes. The Five Elements Celestial Sect. Ling Xiao smiled faintly as a sharp glint flashed in his eyes. I'm afraid we can't go to the Five Elements Celestial Sect. At this moment, Lu Baiyi flew over from afar, and his voice rang in everyone's ears. Why is that? The white dragon horse's eyes revealed a trace of doubt. Everyone in the Five Elements Celestial Sect has abandoned their mountain gate and gone to the Daluo territory to seek refuge with the Chinese. Not only the Five Elements Celestial Sect, but even the Heavenly Curse Sect and the Spacetime Heavenly Gate have made the same choice. Lu Baiyi said slowly. They have escaped. The white dragon horse and the old goat looked at each other. They did not expect the destruction of the 9 imperial obelisks to have such a terrifying deterrent effect that even the 3 immortal sanctuaries, the Heavenly Curse Sect, and the Spacetime Heavenly Gate, fled. Are they afraid that I will break their Supreme Emperor array and end up like the 9 imperial obelisk? Ling Zhao's eyes flashed as he spoke slowly. That's right. Everyone in the realm of the gods knows that you have the wordless heavenly book and the 12 sky skills. The 3 immortal sanctuaries are completely afraid. What do you plan to do next? Lu Bai nodded and said. Originally, I thought that it would be troublesome to destroy the sects one by one. I didn't expect them to all go to the ancestral land of the Chinese. Do they really think that I can't do anything to them? Fine, this is good too. Let's kill our way to the Daluo territory and kill them all. Ling Xiao smiled faintly as a strong murderous aura spread out from his eyes. That's right. These guys are still stubbornly resisting. Let's kill our way to the Daluo territory and kill all those bastards. This will save us a lot of trouble. The old goat's eyes brightened as he sneered. Among the Chinese, there is the 12 Divine Fiends formation personally set up by Emperor Tiandu. It is not comparable to the Supreme Emperor formation of the Immortal Sacred Grounds. Its power is unparalleled and extremely terrifying. Are you confident? Lu Bai looked at Ling Xiao and said. The 12 Divine Wraith formation was also known as the number 1 monarch formation in the divine world. Emperor Tiandu had become a monarch through the Tao of Arrays. The 12 Divine Wraith formation that he had created was incomparably terrifying. It had killed countless monarchs. During the era of Emperor Tiandu, he had used the 12 Capital Heaven Divine Wraith Array to kill Emperor Realm experts. 12 Capital Heaven Divine Wraith Formation. I've long wanted to experience the power of the number 1 Emperor formation in the Divine Realm. Gather the army and follow me into the Great Haven Law Domain. Ling Xiao smiled faintly, the sharpness in his eyes unparalleled. Yes. Everyone's eyes lit up. Every one of them was filled with an unparalleled fighting spirit. The annihilation of sects and clans was not only to settle the scores with the immortal sanctuaries and settle the grudges between them, but also to train his troops. After the 2 great battles, the aura and sharpness of the experts under his command had become more and more intense. Their cohesiveness had also become stronger. Rumble. In the sky above the 9-layered imperial obelisk, Ling Xiao opened a void passage with his heavenly might and headed towards the Great Haven Law Domain. The Great Haven Law Domain was the center of the 33 heavens of the divine world. The Great Haven Law Domain was vast and boundless. It was the ancient battlefield of the Great Divine Demon War. Previously, the Demon Clan had attacked the divine world from the Great Haven Law Domain. There were a few monarch clans guarding the Great Haven Law Domain. Other than the fact that they were the descendants of the 9 emperors of the human clan and deserved to enjoy the best resources in the divine world, they also had their own responsibilities. They had to stand on the front line against the Demon Clan. Once the Demon Clan attacked the divine world again, they would be the first line of defense that the Demon Clan had to face. The ancestral land of the Chinese was located in the north of the Great Haven Law Domain. On a vast mountain range, towering ancient trees stood in great numbers. Ancient vines and herbs could be seen everywhere. It emitted a desolate and ancient aura, as if it was from the ancient mythical era. The 12 primordial sacred mountains were located on the ground. They were millions of feet tall and were like primordial ferocious beasts that were hibernating. They were connected to the heavens and earth, and their auras were powerful and terrifying. On the 12 primordial sacred mountains, there seemed to be a mysterious and ancient world. That was the celestial capital domain, the true ancestral land of the Chinese. The 12 primordial sacred mountains were said to have been moved by the celestial capital emperor from the myriad worlds. They were the foundation of the 12 divine fiends array. At the same time, they were branded with supreme monarch aura. As for the celestial capital domain, it was a world that the celestial capital emperor had created. It was vast and mysterious. Roar! Roar! Within the 12 primordial sacred mountains, there was a terrifying aura that burst out. Those were powerful primordial ferocious beasts, which were also the divine beasts of the Chinese. They all had incomparably long lifespans and were extremely powerful. The entire ancestral land of the Chinese looked majestic, just like the heavenly palace of the antiquity times. It showed that it had an extremely powerful foundation. Rumble. Ling Xiao led the many experts under his command to the ancestral land of the Chinese. Looking at the 12 primordial sacred mountains that were connected to the heavens and earth and hidden in the clouds, Ling Xiao was amazed. He could vaguely feel the powerful monarch aura from the 12 primordial sacred mountains and the incomparably terrifying runic array. It was the 12 divine fiends array that the celestial capital emperor had left behind. It was known as the number 1 emperor array in the divine world. Rumble. With Ling Xiao as the leader, the 30 heavenly masters were like 30 brilliant suns, exuding a mighty and terrifying aura. The 100,000 sage legion spread out and surrounded the ancestral land of the Chinese. In the void, the auras of the experts intertwined. Their sage aura filled the air and surged like a vast ocean. It instantly alarmed the people in the ancestral land of the Chinese. "It's Ling Xiao!" someone exclaimed in surprise. In the ancestral land of the Chinese, many Chinese experts looked indifferent and their faces were filled with anger. Ling Xiao had really killed his way into the ancestral land of the Chinese? Many experts from the 5 Elements Celestial Sect, the Heavenly Curse Sect, and the Spacetime Heavenly Sect also appeared in the ancestral land of the Chinese. Their faces were gloomy and their eyes were filled with hatred and killing intent. If it were not for Ling Xiao, how could they have fled to the Chinese like stray dogs and even lost their sect? All of this was caused by Ling Xiao. "Ling Xiao, how dare you offend the Chinese? Are you tired of living?" An extremely cold voice sounded. Rumble. In the celestial capital realm, a group of figures with terrifying auras appeared. The leader was a young man in a purple robe. He looked heroic, and his eyes were cold and indifferent. His entire body was filled with killing intent as he stared at Ling Xiao. End of chapter. Chapter 2862. Hua Tianchong. Ling Xiao was also slightly stunned. He did not expect the leader of the Hua clan to be Hua Tianchong. Moreover, Hua Tianchong's cultivation had already broken through to the heavenly master realm. Moreover, the weapon in Hua Tianchong's hand was the symbol of the Hua clan's patriarch, the supreme divine fiend flag. A few days ago, Hua Tianchong was only at the supreme divine king realm. However, he had now broken through 2 realms and directly broke through to the heavenly master realm. It seemed that the Hua clan had also exhausted a huge amount of resources to forcefully push Hua Tianchong to the heavenly master realm. "Hua Tianchong, we meet again. The Hua clan is so powerful that the 3 immortal holy lands are competing to rely on you. Are you all prepared to fight to the death with me?" Ling Xiao smiled faintly with a calm expression. However, his words were extremely harsh in the ears of Hua Tianchong and the people of the 3 immortal holy lands. It was as if he was mocking them, causing their faces to instantly turn gloomy. "Ling Xiao, you have killed many experts of the Hua clan and several immortal holy lands. You must seek revenge for the smallest grievance, causing the human clan to suffer a huge loss. Now, you are so aggressive. Do you really think that the Hua clan is afraid of you? What kind of God's chosen one are you? I think you are the scum of the human clan. Everyone has the right to kill you." Hua Tianchong said coldly. He hated Ling Xiao because his father, the previous patriarch of the Hua clan, had died in Ling Xiao's hands. Moreover, his old ancestor was also captured by Ling Xiao. He did not know whether he was alive or not. "That's right. Ling Xiao, if you know what's good for you, quickly retreat. Do you want the demon clan to laugh at the internal strife of the human clan?" A heavenly master old ancestor of the 5 Elements Celestial Sect also sneered. "You are still used to standing on the moral high ground to criticize others when you are about to die. How hypocritical. Today, all of you have gathered together. It saves me the trouble of going to each of you one by one. I can kill all of you in one fell swoop. Ling Xiao sighed softly. The murderous intent in his voice made everyone's heart tremble involuntarily. Arrogant. Ling Xiao, you have many experts under your command, but do you dare to break into the 12 Supreme Divine Fiend formation? If all of you were to enter the grand formation of the 12 Divine Wraith, then all of you would be buried within it in an instant. I advise you to get lost quickly. Otherwise, when you die later, there will be no one to collect your corpse. Hua Tianchong said coldly. He desperately hoped that Ling Xiao would be able to barge into the Great 12 Divine Wraith formation, so he was even trying to goad him. He was full of confidence in the Great 12 Divine Wraith formation. This was a supreme imperial formation that had killed even a great emperor before. It was known as the number 1 imperial formation in the divine realm. He did not think that Ling Xiao would be able to survive the 12 Divine Wraith formation. A bunch of cowards. Do you only know how to rely on the might of the monarch formation? Come out if you have the guts. Even without the great Lord Ling Xiao, your grandfather can slaughter all of you. The white dragon horse beneath Ling Xiao laughed coldly. Its eyes were filled with arrogance and defiance. That's right. The Chinese are the descendants of the great Emperor Tiandu. Now, they have become a bunch of cowards, hiding in the monarch formation and not daring to fight. If the great Emperor Tiandu was still alive, I'm afraid he would be angered to death by you unfilial descendants. The old goat sneered and said. Grandson of the Chinese, your grandfather Yu Yangchen is here. Don't you want to kill me? Your grandfather is standing right here. Come out and fight with me if you have the guts. Do you believe that your grandfather can slaughter all of the Chinese elites alone? Yap Liangchen also stepped out and taunted arrogantly. The white dragon horse, the old goat, and Yu Yangchen, these 3 old rascals, came out and talked nonsense. Instantly, the Chinese were so angry that their bodies trembled and they shouted loudly. Their eyes were filled with anger. Ah! I'm so angry. These bastards, I can't wait to pull out their tendons and skin them, and their souls will be sealed in the netherworld forever. Do you really think that the Chinese are easy to bully? Patriarch, let me fight. I want to kill these 3 bastards. Yu Yangchen killed the genius of the Chinese. He deserves to die. Patriarch, I request to fight. Among the Chinese, everyone was filled with righteous indignation. They were so angry that they shouted loudly. Their eyes were filled with rage and killing intent. They couldn't wait to rush out and kill the old goat, the white dragon horse, and Yu Yangchen. Everyone, don't be rash. This is their provocation. They want to provoke us to fight. Although Hua Tiancheng's eyes were filled with anger, he still suppressed the killing intent in his heart and said. He knew that without the 12 divine beings' wraith formation, even if the 4 superpowers joined forces, they would not be a match for Ling Xiao and his subordinates. Ling Xiao's strength was too terrifying. Ling Xiao, who had the combat strength of an imperial emperor, could be restrained by 5 people. Among the entire Chinese, no one was a match for him. Ling Xiao, didn't you say that you want to annihilate the entire sect? The Chinese and the 3 immortal sanctuaries are right here. Kill your way in if you dare. I'd like to see if you can break the 12 divine beings' wraith formation. Hua Tianchong stared at Ling Xiao and said coldly. At this moment, outside the ancestral land of the Chinese, many experts from the divine world had gathered. Everyone was looking at Ling Xiao, wanting to see how he would react. After all, this was the number 1 emperor formation in the divine world, the 12 divine beings' wraith formation. It was a peerless formation that had once killed great emperors and imperial emperors. Even if Ling Xiao were to barge in recklessly, he would most likely die. However, Ling Xiao had said that he wanted to annihilate the entire sect. Now that he had entered the Daluo territory and besieged the ancestral land of the Chinese, if he couldn't break the 12 divine beings' wraith formation, he would have to retreat in the end. Demon Lord, I'm willing to explore the formation. The 8-pole king suddenly stood out and cupped his hands at Ling Xiao. He had the spatial talent, and his understanding of the spatial Tao had reached an extremely profound level. At this moment, facing the 12 divine beings' wraith formation, a hint of competitiveness appeared in his heart. Demon Lord, I'm willing to go as well. At this moment, Ni Shang also stood out and said seriously. Her beauty was unparalleled in her generation. Demon Lord, I'm willing to go. The heavenly venerables under Ling Zhao's command stood out and wanted to enter the 12 divine beings' wraith formation to check out the situation. They all felt the danger of the 12 divine beings' wraith formation and didn't want Ling Zhao to be in danger. Therefore, they all wanted to explore the formation for Ling Zhao. Although you are strong, you will be killed immediately after entering the 12 divine beings' wraith formation. Therefore, it's better for me to do it personally. Let me try this legendary number 1 emperor formation in the divine world. Ling Zhao smiled faintly and rejected everyone's good intentions. A strong fighting spirit surged in his eyes. Blazing divine light rose around him as he strode toward the ancestral land of the Chinese. Peak. Chapter 2863. In the ancestral land of the Chinese, the 12 immemorial sacred mountains were millions of feet tall. At this moment, they were emitting blazing rays of light. Black baleful aura filled the air and intertwined to form a terrifying array. The 12 divine beings formation was created by Emperor Tiandu and had once killed a great emperor. Its power was unparalleled. Under the suppression of the 12 divine beings formation, it was extremely terrifying. This was the foundation of the Chinese. No matter when, as long as the 12 divine beings formation existed, the Chinese would be immortal. Although Emperor Tiandu was not controlling the 12 divine beings formation and could unleash the supreme power that could kill a great emperor, it was still a piece of cake for it to kill an imperial emperor. Seeing Ling Zhao walking towards the ancestral land of the Chinese, Hua Tianchong and the others sneered. They really didn't know if they should say that Ling Zhao's courage was commendable, or that he was ignorant and fearless. When Ling Zhao entered the array, he would have to face the terrifying attack of the 12 divine beings formation. By then, no matter how strong Ling Zhao's physical body was, he would be torn apart. Even if Ling Zhao had a supreme emperor weapon, how long could he last in the 12 divine beings formation? Rumble. Ling Zhao's aura rose and purple light surged. Every step he took shook the heavens and earth as he walked towards the array. The 12 divine beings formation was one of the strongest treasures of the Chinese. If one wanted to kill his way into the Chinese, he had to break this supreme emperor formation. Ling Zhao did not want all his subordinates to rush into the emperor formation. It was meaningless and would only cause a large number of casualties. Therefore, he chose to break the array alone. Everyone was looking at Ling Zhao. They wanted to see if he could break the 12 divine beings formation. All eyes were on him. Rumble. Ling Zhao stepped into the void of the array formation as the sky was filled with thunder and lightning. Buzz. The 12 immemorial sacred mountains trembled slightly. In an instant, blazing rays of light bloomed and black mist rose. The vast array began to tremble violently. Ling Zhao entered the range of the 12 divine beings formation of the terminus. Immediately, the black air around him surged. Bolts of chaotic lightning intertwined with a terrifying killing aura that enveloped him. Ling Zhao narrowed his eyes and immediately felt the surging killing intent from all directions. It was as if it could completely shatter the world around him. The Great 12 Divine Fiends formation was known as the number 1 Emperor formation in the God realm. It was said that not only could it condense the true body of Emperor Tiandu, but it also contained primal chaos divine lightning that could split heaven and earth apart and destroy everything. At this moment, Ling Zhao seemed to be in the midst of chaos. Earth, water, wind, and fire surged around him in an incomparably chaotic manner. Blazing light intertwined and wrapped around his body. Rumble. Ling Zhao punched out, and purple divine light bloomed. The unparalleled fist instantly shattered all the terrifying light beams around him. He leaped up and moved through the vast void of the formation. He wanted to find the weakness of the formation and the life gate. Even Ling Xiao had to admit that the great formation of the 12 divine beings' wraith was indeed extremely terrifying. Even he felt an intense threat from it. You're courting death. Even an imperial emperor would die without a doubt. Do you really think that you can break the great formation of the 12 divine beings' wraith? Hua Tianchong sneered, and his eyes were filled with disdain. Ling Xiao has already fallen into the trap. What should we do next? A heavenly venerable old ancestor of the 5 elements celestial sect looked at Hua Tianchong and asked. What should we do? He's courting death. Of course, I'll fulfill his wish. Next, let him have a taste of the primal chaos divine lightning and the power of Emperor Tiandu. Hua Tianchong said indifferently. Rumble. Light flashed in his hand, and the heavenly fiend's flag split into 12. The 12 black flags fluttered in the air, and terrifying lightning intertwined around them. In an instant, they landed on the 12 immemorial divine mountains. A vast and terrifying aura erupted. It was as vast as the sea, surging violently. The 12 heavenly fiends' flags fluttered in the wind, and blazing primal chaos divine lightning burst out from them, enveloping Ling Xiao. Crack! The primal chaos divine lightning was the lightning that could split the sky. It was intertwined with destruction and vitality. It was mysterious and unfathomable. In an instant, it blasted on one of Ling Xiao's arms. The flesh on Ling Xiao's arm disappeared at a speed visible to the naked eye. Only his bones were left, emitting a purple radiance. What a terrifying primal chaos divine lightning! Ling Xiao exclaimed. His primal chaos immortal body was extremely powerful, and it was even tougher than an imperial emperor's body. However, it could not withstand the attack of the primal chaos divine lightning. Only his bones, which not only contained the immortal substance, were transformed from the primal chaos treasure. Therefore, he could withstand such destructive power. Swoosh! 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 Ling Xiao traversed the void, and his speed was as fast as lightning. He constantly dodged the primal chaos divine lightning that descended from all directions. At the same time, his fist was like a dragon. Purple divine light bloomed, and chaotic mist lingered around. The epic fist seemed to be able to split the sky and earth. It constantly collided with the primal chaos divine lightning, and blasted the destructive light beams that were surging from all directions. However, the primal chaos divine lightning became more and more intense. In the end, the primal chaos divine lightning streaked across the void and gathered together. It was like a vast sea of lightning that was about to drown Ling Xiao completely. Rumble. At the same time, the 12 celestial divine slaughter flags emitted a blazing light at the same time. Vast extreme emperor's aura burst forth. Rays of divine light intertwined and finally formed a figure with a terrifying aura in the void. The figure seemed to be an ancient great emperor who had awakened from the primordial age. He exuded a peerless and invincible aura. Although one could not see his face clearly, the vast extreme emperor's aura seemed to be the embodiment of the great Tao. It could suppress the heavens and make people tremble. That's the real body of Emperor Tiandu. Someone exclaimed in a trembling voice. The reason why the 12 divine fiends formation was so terrifying was that even without Emperor Tiandu controlling it, as long as the divine fiend's flag was present, it could form Emperor Tiandu's true body and unleash the power of an emperor to destroy everything. No one had expected the Chinese to be so fierce that they could even form the real body of Emperor Tiandu. Even if the 12 celestial divine slaughter formation was suppressed by the celestial divine slaughter flags, it would take countless years of accumulated origin energy to form the real body of Emperor Tiandu. It seemed like they wanted to kill Ling Xiao completely. Ling Xiao is dead meat. He can't withstand the primal chaos divine lightning, let alone the real body of Emperor Tiandu. The heavenly venerate ancestors of the 5 elements celestial sect, the heavenly curse sect, and the spacetime heavenly sect looked at Ling Xiao coldly. End of chapter. Chapter 2864. The aura exuded by the Emperor Tiandu's real body made them tremble. They couldn't even think of resisting. Not to mention Ling Xiao, who was in the 12 divine beings' wraith array. No matter how strong Ling Xiao was, how could he block an attack from the Emperor Tiandu's real body? The Emperor Tiandu's real body? A bright light flashed in Ling Xiao's eyes, and his expression instantly became extremely solemn. This was the most terrifying power of the 12 divine beings' Wraith array. It gathered all the power of the array and used the Emperor Tiandu's divine being's Wraith flag as a guide to form the Emperor Tiandu's real body and destroy everything. Ling Xiao could feel the gaze of Emperor Tiandu's true body landing on him. It contained a monstrous killing intent that locked onto him. So what if it's the Emperor Tiandu's real body? I'd like to see if you can kill me. Ling Xiao's eyes flashed with a hint of madness as his fighting spirit soared to the heavens. Boom! 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 Blazing purple chi rose from his body and spread across 30,000 miles. The power of the primordial immortal body had been completely awakened. Under Ling Xiao's control, the prison steel, time compass, and 10,000 demons flag appeared in the sky and released a mighty Supreme Emperor's aura. Using these 3 Supreme Emperor weapons at the same time was Ling Xiao's limit. However, he knew that he had to take on this attack. Rumble. The Emperor Tiandu's real body faced Ling Xiao and slammed his palm down. The black palm print looked ethereal and mysterious, but it was like a waterfall. It contained a turbulent and unpredictable power as it slammed into the prison steel. Bang! A muffled sound rang out in the void. Millions of rays of light shot out from the heavenly monarch's body, causing the void to tremble violently. But in the end, the heavenly monarch was still sent flying by the heavenly monarch's true body. The time compass was surrounded by the endless power of time. A vast river of time ran through the past, present, and future, forming a mysterious time boundary. However, when the Emperor Tiandu's real body slammed his palm down, the time boundary shook violently and exploded into a dazzling rain of light. In the end, Ling Xiao, who was holding the 10,000 demon banner, was completely exposed to the true body of Emperor Tiandu. Rumble. The 10,000 demon banner trembled violently, and divine chains of order appeared one after another. Dazzling runes intertwined with each other, and chaotic light gushed out. On the 10,000 demon banner, hundreds of millions of phantoms of ancient divine beasts appeared. They roared and fought with each other. It was a boundless and ancient scene. However, in the middle of the hundreds of millions of divine beasts, there was an invincible figure that could swallow the world and sweep the heavens. That figure exuded a domineering, mysterious, and majestic aura that looked down on the world. It was like the 10,000 demons' sovereign master, accepting the worship of billions of divine beasts. At this moment, as if stimulated by the aura of Emperor Tiandu's true body, the figure suddenly raised his head. His eyes seemed to pierce through the endless space and time, containing the power of life and death. With a loud bang, he collided with Emperor Tiandu's true body. Roar! 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 In an instant, it was as if hundreds of millions of divine beasts were roaring at the same time. That terrifying figure made everyone tremble. It was deafening. The myriad demon banner emitted a boundless light, and 360 dazzling stars emerged from it. In an instant, they formed an incomparably terrifying formation. The 360 supreme stars exuded an immortal aura. On each supreme star, there was a peerless divine beast overseeing it. Their auras were extremely terrifying. Beams of light shot out, intertwining with destructive fluctuations. In an instant, they pierced through Emperor Tiandu's true body. Rumble. In the 12 capital heaven divine fiends array, divine light surged, and a dazzling galaxy bloomed, causing heaven and earth to tremble violently. With Ling Xiao as the center, the 10,000 demon banner shone with a mysterious light. The 360 supreme stars formed the power of Zhou Tian, forming a vast array. Zhou Tian's star array. The aura around Ling Xiao was terrifying. It was as if he had merged with the figure of the 10,000 demons' sovereign master, completely controlling the Zhou Tian star array. The number 1 emperor array in the divine world? Let's see if it can block my Zhou Tian star array. Ling Xiao sneered, and his eyes were filled with cold killing intent. What? Zhou Tian's star array. Hua Tianchong's body trembled, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. Zhou Tian's star array was known as the number 1 emperor array in the divine world. The origin of Zhou Tian's star array was incomparably ancient. Legend had it that it was created by the demon sovereign of the divine world. It contained an unparalleled power that was terrifying and could destroy everything. In the past, Emperor Tian Du was inspired by the Zhou Tian star array. In the end, he created the 12 capital heaven divine fiends array. These two peerless emperor arrays were like a battle of fate. Now, they had appeared at the same time. Rumble. Above the 9 heavens, it was as if 360 bright stars had lit up. Beams of bright light shone down, connecting the heavens and earth, forming a strange resonance with the 10,000 demon banner. Although the 12 capital heaven divine fiends array was powerful, the unparalleled power that erupted from the Zhou Tian star array still firmly suppressed the 12 capital heaven divine fiends array. The battle between the two peerless emperor arrays was like a battle between two emperors, and it set off a monstrous aura. The surrounding void was annihilated, and chaotic fog filled the air. Earth, water, wind, and fire intertwined, as if to destroy this world and return everything to chaos. Ling Xiao held the 10,000 demon banner and used it to activate the power of the 360 supreme stars in Zhou Tian. He summoned the spirits of 360 ancient peerless divine beasts and set up the Zhou Tian star array. The 12 capital heaven divine fiends array could no longer do anything to Ling Xiao. However, Ling Xiao was also amazed. The 12 capital heaven divine fiends array was indeed terrifying. If he did not hold the 10,000 demon banner and set up the Zhou Tian star array, even if he had 3 supreme emperor weapons, he would have died under the real body of Emperor Tian Du now. With the 2 peerless emperor arrays, the power of the 12 capital heaven divine fiends array was completely restrained by the Zhou Tian star array. The ancestral land of the Chinese was instantly exposed to Ling Xiao. Damn it! How could you set up the Zhou Tian star array? The complete Zhou Tian star array has been lost for a long time. How could you? Hua Tianchong was trembling all over. His eyes were filled with shock and anger as he pointed at Ling Xiao and roared. Everyone from the 5 elements celestial sect, the space-time heavenly sect, and the heavenly curse sect turned pale instantly. They had never thought that Ling Xiao would break the 12 capital heaven divine fiends array in such a way. It could not be said that he had broken the array. It was just that Ling Xiao had set up the Zhou Tian star array inside the 12 capital heaven divine fiends array. The collision of the 2 emperor arrays and the intertwining of the supreme emperor aura temporarily sealed the power of the 12 capital heaven divine fiends array. The Chinese and the 3 immortal sanctuaries lost the barrier of the 12 capital heaven divine fiends array and were completely exposed to Ling Xiao. End of chapter. Chapter 2865. The 12 capital heaven divine wraith array was broken. Everyone stared blankly at the scene in front of them. They were completely stunned. After all, the 12 capital heaven divine wraith array was known as the number 1 emperor array in the divine world. It was created by Emperor Tiandu and could condense the true body of Emperor Tiandu. It had slaughtered great emperors and imperial emperors. It had left behind many legends in the divine world. Although Ling Xiao had been unimpeded in the 9 heavens punishment array and even destroyed the 9 imperial gates, no one thought that Ling Xiao could break the 12 capital heaven divine wraith array. Everyone even thought that if Ling Xiao really led his subordinates into the 12 capital heaven divine wraith array, they might be wiped out. However, they did not expect Ling Xiao to use such a method to break the 12 capital heaven divine wraith array. The Zhou Tian star array is known as the number 1 emperor array in the demon world. Legend has it that it was created by the demon monarch. Ling Xiao was known as the Lord of Demons. Could it be that he has inherited the demon monarch's legacy? It's very likely. I remember that the demon monarch's ultimate emperor weapon is the 10,000 demons banner, right? That's a supreme treasure that can suppress the fate of the demon world. Could it be that Ling Xiao has the 10,000 demons banner? 10,000 demons banner. Hiss. No wonder he could set up the Zhou Tian star array. The 10,000 demons banner is the core of the Zhou Tian star array. The Chinese are in danger now. The power of the 12 capital heaven divine wraith array has been broken. There is no longer any obstacle in front of Ling Xiao. Could it be that the bloodline of Emperor Tiandu is really going to be wiped out today? Everyone trembled and their hearts were in their mouths. They could not believe what was happening in front of them. Hua Tiancheng and the people from the 3 immortal holy lands were extremely pale. Their eyes involuntarily revealed a look of panic. Break! Hua Tiancheng roared crazily. Blazing light rose around his body. He wanted to activate the Divine Fiend flag and activate the 12 Divine Fiend formation to break the Zhou Tian star formation. However, with the suppression of the 10,000 demon banner, the Zhou Tian star formation was able to continuously draw in the power of the stars in Zhou Tian. Together with the marks of the 360 divine beasts, an extremely terrifying power erupted and completely restrained the 12 divine beings killing formation. Chinese, 5 elements heaven sect, heavenly curse sect, and space-time heavenly gate, from today onwards, all of you will be erased from the god realm. Ling Xiao said indifferently. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. Everyone, listen up. Charge into the ancestral land of the Chinese and kill all the overlords of the Chinese and the 3 immortal holy lands. Ling Xiao's cold voice was like thunder, rumbling in the void. Yes, Lord of Demons. Many of the overlords under Ling Xiao's command responded at the same time. Their voices were in unison and burst out mightily, causing everyone's expression to change drastically. 30 heavenly masters and 100,000 sages erupted with a monstrous fighting spirit at the same time. Their eyes fell on the Chinese with unparalleled sharpness. Ling Xiao, do you really think that you can kill us without the 12 divine beings killing formation? The foundation of the Chinese is not something you can imagine. Today, I will kill all of you. Hua Tiancheng's eyes revealed a trace of madness as he stared at Ling Xiao and roared. Ling Xiao, you destroyed the 9 imperial gates and killed so many overlords of the human clan. You are a sinner of the human clan. Today, we will enforce justice on behalf of the heavens. The heavenly master old ancestor of the 5 elements heaven sect also roared. Ling Xiao colluded with the demon clan and killed the innocent. He has completely betrayed the human clan. Everyone has the right to kill him. Ling Xiao, today is the day you die. The heavenly master old ancestors of the heavenly curse sect and the space-time heavenly gate also roared. The ferocity in their hearts was also stimulated. The 12 divine beings killing formation was blocked, leaving them with no way out. All of them began to go crazy. Rumble. With Hua Tiancheng as the leader, a total of 25 heavenly masters from the Chinese, the 5 elements saint sect, the heavenly curse sect, and the space-time heavenly gate soared into the sky, blooming with dazzling brilliance. This was already the most powerful foundation and strength of the 4 superpowers. The 25 heavenly master old ancestors joined forces to attack, each of their eyes revealing an incomparably resolute killing intent. Tiandu army, attack. 5 elements army, attack. Heavenly curse guards, attack. Space-time guards, attack. As the 4 roars resounded, dazzling light bloomed in the void. 4 incomparably vast void gates emerged, and figures with incomparably terrifying auras rushed out one after another. Similar to the heavenly punishment army of the 9-fold imperial obelisk, the Chinese and the 3 immortal saint lands also had their own legions. These were all the loyal soldiers they had cultivated. They were their foundation and the most powerful force that suppressed the fate of their clans and sects. Now that they were facing Ling Xiao, they did not hold back at all and summoned all of them. The Tiandu army of the Chinese had 5,000 saint kings, 5,000 great sages, and 10,000 sages, a total of 20,000 people. The 5 elements army of the 5 elements heaven sect had 3,000 saint kings, 5,000 great sages, and 5,000 sages, a total of 13,000 people. The heavenly curse guards of the heavenly curse sect were all saint kings, a total of 4,000 saint kings. The space-time guards of the space-time heavenly gate were all Saint Kings, a total of 4,000 Saint Kings. The experts in the 4 legions were all exuding towering killing intent. They had experienced hundreds of battles and were the most loyal people. Moreover, they had been refined by a secret technique, so they were not afraid of death. Each of them had an immortal body, and their strength was incomparably terrifying. These were the forces that the 4 superpowers had accumulated over hundreds of millions of years. It was a powerful force that they would never use until the very last moment. Now, in the face of the powerful threat of Ling Xiao, they chose to give it their all and fight with their backs to the river. In terms of Saint Kings, the 4 superpowers combined had more Saint Kings than the Saint Army under Ling Xiao. Comparing the strength of the 2 sides, it seemed that they were evenly matched. It was foreseeable that if there was really an earth-shattering battle, whether it was the 4 superpowers or the many experts under Ling Xiao, they would definitely suffer heavy casualties. Ling Xiao, today, even if our 4 superpowers are annihilated, we will drag you and all your subordinates down with us. Hua Tianchong was completely crazy as he stared at Ling Xiao and growled. Be buried with us. With just you guys. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. His smile looked incomparably cold, and his eyes were incomparably deep, containing a blazing killing intent. The forces of the 4 superpowers were indeed astonishing. Ling Xiao could also feel that there was a kind of power that made his heart palpitate in the depths of the Chinese. That might be the ultimate power of the Chinese. Was it related to Emperor Tiandu? Ling Xiao guessed in his heart, but he did not have the slightest hesitation or intention to retreat. So what if the Chinese still had a trump card? In this battle, whether it was the Chinese or the 3 immortal holy lands, they had to be completely annihilated. Apex. Chapter 2866. Rumble. Above the void, it was as if 2 torrents had collided with each other. In an instant, a dazzling light burst out. The experts under Ling Xiao's command charged into the ancestral land of the Chinese. Their eyes were cold and murderous as they charged into the ancestral land of the Chinese. The experts from the Hua clan, the 5 elements celestial sect, the heavenly curse sect, and the spacetime heavenly sect were naturally unwilling to wait for their deaths. Hence, they went all out. The gap between the heavenly masters and sages between the 2 sides was not large. Hence, when they collided, an earth-shattering bloody battle instantly broke out. Sages fell one after another. Blazing divine light filled the air and blood rained down. It was like an Azura battlefield. It looked extremely terrifying. Ling Xiao's eyes were indifferent as he charged towards Hua Tianchong. Crack! The heavenly punishment saber appeared in his palm. It contained boundless power and was surrounded by purple lightning. It was extremely domineering and sharp as it slashed towards Hua Tianchong. Ling Xiao. Hua Tianchong's face was extremely ugly. His eyes were filled with anger, killing intent, and fear. He knew how terrifying Ling Xiao was. Even if he had broken through to the heavenly master realm, he would not be Ling Xiao's opponent in a real battle. Boom! Hua Tianchong's legs emitted a dazzling light. The surrounding void trembled slightly. In the next moment, he disappeared into the void and reappeared tens of thousands of feet away. The pair of worn-out boots on his legs emitted a strange light as if it could penetrate the void. It was extremely strange. It actually broke the lock of the heavenly punishment saber on him. An extreme Dao Emperor weapon? No. It's an incomplete extreme Dao Emperor weapon. Ling Xiao's eyes flashed as his gaze fell on Hua Tianchong's legs. The pair of worn-out boots were black in color and looked tattered. They exuded an ancient aura, and when Hua Tianchong activated them, they exuded a faint emperor's aura. It was incomparably strange. Ling Xiao discovered that the pair of boots was actually an incomplete extreme Dao Emperor weapon. Moreover, it seemed to have lost more than half of its power. However, such an incomplete extreme Dao Emperor weapon could still escape the lock of the heavenly punishment saber. This aroused Ling Xiao's interest in this pair of boots. Ling Xiao, don't be so arrogant. Hua Tianchong's face was incomparably cold, and his eyes were filled with killing intent. Rumble. A blazing light rose from his palms, and in an instant, 2 pitch-black puppets flew out from his sleeves. They were 6 feet tall and exuded ancient fluctuations. There were many saber and sword marks on them. The 2 puppets were like stone men. They were extremely rough, and their faces were blurry. However, they exuded an extremely ferocious aura. The moment they appeared, they opened their blood-red eyes and pounced towards Ling Xiao. An Empyrean realm puppet? Ling Xiao's eyes flashed. The 2 black puppets both exploded with the combat strength of a celestial venerable. Moreover, they seemed to be unafraid of death and their bodies were incomparably sturdy. However, even though the 2 puppets were powerful, they were still a far cry from the Lightning Emperor statue that Ling Xiao had encountered in the 9-layered Imperial Gate. Crack! Blazing saber light swept across the void. Ling Xiao slashed down with the heavenly punishment saber in his hand. The saber light was incomparably sharp, and it instantly slashed the 2 black puppets. The 2 black puppets trembled violently, and then they were sent flying by Ling Xiao's saber. Hua Tianchong, is this the foundation of your Hua clan? If that's the case, then you can go to hell. Ling Xiao said coldly. His voice was like a thunderclap that exploded in the void. Although the Empyrean realm puppets looked incomparably sturdy, they couldn't pose any threat to Ling Xiao. They were sent flying by Ling Xiao as soon as they pounced on him. Rumble. Blazing lightning rose from Ling Xiao's body as he charged towards Hua Tianchong. The surrounding void was trembling violently. A peerless killing intent bloomed and completely locked onto Hua Tianchong. Hua Tianchong's face couldn't help but change drastically. Ling Xiao, you forced me to do this. Hua Tianchong said sternly. There was a trace of incomparable madness in his eyes. Rumble. In an instant, he soared into the sky. His body trembled violently. All of a sudden, blazing blood light gushed out from the pores all over his body. Endless blood qi surged as if the blood in his body was completely boiling. Unfilial descendant Hua Tianchong, I only used the blood in my body to summon the true body of my ancestor to kill those who offend my Hua clan. Hua Tianchong's incomparably shrill voice resounded in the void, causing the surrounding sky to tremble violently. Rumble. As soon as his voice fell, blazing divine light bloomed in an instant. Endless blood qi gathered in the void. Heaven and earth trembled, and the wind and clouds surged. An ancient and terrifying wave spread out from the center of the Hua clan. Bang! 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 It was like the sound of a heartbeat. Every heartbeat was incomparably clear, reverberating between heaven and earth. Everyone couldn't help but feel their blood boiling. They were terrified. One by one, they looked up and stared at the sky above the Hua clan's ancestral land with a shocked expression. The boundless blood light converged, and the purple divine light condensed into an incomparably mysterious figure. The figure didn't look clear and was somewhat blurry, but it exuded an invincible aura that could devour the 8 desolates and sweep through the heavens. This is the true body of Emperor Tiandu. Ling Xiao's body trembled, and there was a trace of surprise in his eyes. The figure in the void looked somewhat similar to the true body of Emperor Tiandu in the 12 divine beings killing formation, but it wasn't exactly the same. The figure in front of him was more ancient, and its aura was more terrifying and powerful. Although it was similar to the true body of Emperor Tiandu, there seemed to be an essential difference. Could there be another great emperor expert among the Hua clan? Ling Xiao's heart trembled, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. However, it was too late to think because the purple figure had already locked onto him. The aura was even more terrifying than the true body of Emperor Tiandu. It was as if an ancient great emperor had descended. Just the aura alone made people feel that they couldn't resist it. Ling Xiao felt that the surrounding void and the great Tao of the heavens were rejecting him. He became incomparably small, like a small boat in a storm, as if he would be completely destroyed at any time. Although Ling Zhao's face was a little pale, his eyes became unprecedentedly bright and sharp, and an incomparably terrifying aura erupted from his body. Kill! Ling Zhao suddenly roared, and the blazing divine light around him soared into the sky like a bolt of lightning. A fierce fist mark burst out mightily. Epochs were created and destroyed. Chaos filled the air and the surrounding void was destroyed. The vast fist print seemed to be able to destroy all life and completely enveloped the figure in the void. End of chapter. Chapter 2867. That purple figure was like an ancient great emperor that had been revived. That vast emperor's aura was too terrifying, as if it could suppress everything. However, in the face of such a figure, Ling Zhao still chose to take the initiative to attack. He had to make a move. Otherwise, when that figure completely erupted, the peerless emperor's aura would erupt. At that time, it would probably be able to kill more than half of the experts under Ling Zhao's command. Therefore, no matter what the origin of that purple figure was, Ling Zhao still chose to make a move. Rumble. The epoch fist erupted. It contained Ling Zhao's Tao, as well as the great spirit of the epoch reincarnation. This fist seemed to have a life of its own. It bloomed with the most dazzling light, illuminating Ling Zhao's eyes. Boom! The purple figure was incomparably indifferent. It only slapped down a palm that contained unfathomable power and destructive aura. In an instant, it seemed as if the world had been turned upside down, colliding with Ling Zhao's epoch fist. A terrifying divine light erupted in the void, causing the surrounding sky to tremble violently. Ling Zhao's body trembled as if he had collided with an indestructible immemorial divine mountain. He was directly sent flying. Puff! Ling Zhao suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. His aura instantly weakened. His face was incomparably pale. His internal organs had suffered unimaginable damage, as if they were about to collapse at any time. If it weren't for Ling Zhao's incomparably sturdy body that contained immortal matter, he was afraid that his entire body would have fallen apart under this blow. Ling Zhao, go to hell. Hua Tiancheng's eyes were filled with incomparable resentment. His entire body exuded a blazing purple light, and he actually merged with the purple figure. The surging killing intent once again locked onto Ling Zhao. With such a terrifying power, Hua Tiancheng became incomparably intoxicated, even though he knew that he had to pay a great price and couldn't maintain it for too long. At this moment, Hua Tiancheng seemed to have become an ancient great emperor that swept across the heavens and thousands of races. His words were the law of the world, and he was invincible. He hated Ling Zhao to the extreme, and there was only one thought in his mind. And that was to kill Ling Zhao. You've been weakened by my attack. It seems like this is just a one-time eruption, unlike the true body of Emperor Tiandu in the Great 12 Heavenly Divine Wraith Formation, which can be strengthened by the power of the formation. Ling Zhao wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his eyes bright. Although he was severely injured from this attack, he had also managed to probe out some things. That purple figure looked more like a trace of power left behind by the great emperor. It could only be activated by the bloodline in Hua Tiancheng's body. Once the power was unleashed, although it was unparalleled, it was quickly consumed. It's not the real body of Emperor Tiandu. Could it be the mark left by the ancient emperor? But why did Hua Tiancheng say that it was the descent of the Chinese ancestors? Ling Zhao thought to himself. His mind spun rapidly as he tried to guess the origin of the purple figure. Rumble. At this moment, Hua Tiancheng and the purple figure had merged into one. Blazing divine light rose from his body, and he unleashed the most terrifying power as he charged towards Ling Zhao. Ling Zhao's body gushed out a vast amount of life origin, and the injuries in his body healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. He held the heavenly punishment saber in his hand, and at the same time, activated the prison steel and time compass, and charged towards Ling Zhao. The three Supreme Emperor weapons unleashed a vast amount of Supreme Emperor aura, and they intertwined with each other, containing an incomparably terrifying energy fluctuation. Boom! 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 Every time Ling Zhao and Hua Tiancheng collided, it was like the end of the world. Terrifying divine light fluctuations erupted, and it was as if the sun had exploded, the galaxy had turned upside down, and heaven and earth had collapsed. All kinds of mysterious scenes appeared. Everyone felt goosebumps all over their bodies, and their eyes were filled with incomparable horror. The mark of the great emperor that Hua Tianchong has merged with doesn't seem to belong to Emperor Tiandu. Whose mark is it? Someone exclaimed. He had seen some clues, and his eyes were filled with incomparable shock. The Hua clan was a supreme sovereign clan, and they were dazzling. However, their ancestor was only Emperor Tiandu, and there was no second great emperor. However, the mark of the great emperor that Hua Tianchong had activated with his bloodline was different from the aura of Emperor Tiandu. Many people had noticed it. It seems like there are still many secrets in the Hua clan that we don't know. However, it seems that even if Hua Tianchong has merged with the mark of the great emperor, he's just putting up a desperate struggle. Ling Zhao's strength is too terrifying. It's only a matter of time before Hua Tianchong is defeated. Someone said slowly. At this point, no one thought that Ling Zhao would be defeated by the Hua clan. This chosen one had bloomed with peerless brilliance, and had created one miracle after another. From today onwards, would the Hua clan and the 3 immortal sacred grounds be completely erased like the 9-layered imperial obelisk? Rumble. Above the void, Ling Zhao and Hua Tianchong were fighting fiercely. Although Hua Tianchong had merged with the mark of the great emperor, and his strength was monstrous, he had been suppressing Ling Zhao in the beginning. He had even beaten Ling Zhao into a bloody mess, and only a skeleton was left. However, Hua Tianchong still failed to kill Ling Zhao. Ling Zhao relied on the primordial immortal body and 3 powerful extreme Dao Emperor weapons to fight against Hua Tianchong. In the end, he managed to hold on. Damn it! How can his vitality be so strong? Hua Tianchong was a little flustered. His eyes were filled with disbelief, and he could even feel the strength in his body draining away. If this continued, it wouldn't be long before the powerful strength given by the mark of the great emperor disappeared completely. Kill! Ling Zhao's eyes were incomparably cold as he suddenly roared. Blazing light rose from his body. The 3 extreme Dao Emperor weapons, the Time Compass, the Heaven's Might Prison Steel, and the Heavenly Punishment Saber, struck across the sky and suppressed Hua Tianchong. The 3 extreme Dao Emperor weapons seemed to have completely awakened. The void was distorted, and incomparably terrifying figures vaguely appeared. Hua Tianchong's body trembled violently, and the strength in his body drained away rapidly. His eyes were filled with incomparable horror as he coughed out blood and was sent flying. Boom! Ling Zhao's figure was like a bolt of lightning. His speed was extremely fast, and he appeared behind Hua Tianchong directly. Then, he grabbed Hua Tianchong's arms, and an unparalleled divine force erupted from his body. He suddenly tore them apart. Blood rained down in the void, and Hua Tianchong was directly torn apart by Ling Zhao. A purple mark that was as bright as the sun appeared. It seemed to contain an incomparably mysterious figure. It trembled slightly in the void, as if it wanted to fly out. Ling Zhao did not hesitate. He opened his mouth and activated the sky-devouring secret technique. The mighty aura enveloped the mark of the great emperor before he swallowed it into his stomach. Boom! Like a sudden clap of thunder, Ling Zhao's body instantly gushed out billions of dazzling celestial lights. Auspicious qi rose into the air, and thousands of rays of multicolored light shone. A mysterious celestial sound spread out, and all sorts of mysterious phenomena appeared around Ling Zhao. It's him! Ling Zhao's body trembled. His eyes were filled with radiance, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. Peak. Chapter 2868. His Highness of the Immortal Race. Ling Zhao did not expect that the figure he saw in the great emperor's imprint after devouring it was the immortal race's highness. Ling Zhao was still wondering where Hua Tianchong got the great emperor's imprint, but he did not expect it to be related to the immortal race. Has the Chinese been infiltrated by the immortal race? Ling Zhao's body trembled and his eyes became extremely serious. This matter was even more important than his intention to exterminate the Chinese. There was no doubt that the immortal race was powerful. They were the first epoch lord and had been standing strong for countless years. They had accumulated a lot of resources. Even the demon race was far inferior to the immortal race. The great emperor's imprint of the immortal race had appeared in Hua Tiancheng's body and the immortal race's highness's shadow. Did this mean that the immortal race had begun to set up a trap in the divine world? Rumble. Blazing divine light rose in the void and blood rained down. Hua Tiancheng was torn apart by Ling Xiao and even his primordial spirit was devoured by Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao's body emitted dazzling immortal light. It was ethereal and mysterious. The dazzling light fell from the 9 heavens and poured into his body, making him feel like he was going to fly into the sky. Everyone's face was extremely pale and their eyes were filled with disbelief. Hua Tiancheng, who had the great emperor's imprint, still died in Ling Xiao's hands. Looking at Ling Xiao's monstrous aura, the 3 powerful extreme Dao Emperor weapons, and the panicked faces of the Chinese and the 3 immortal sacred grounds, everyone's heart sank. Today, the Chinese and the 3 immortal sacred grounds would probably be exterminated. Rumble. The great emperor's imprint contained a trace of the great emperor's origin energy. It was extremely terrifying. With Ling Xiao's cultivation base, it was impossible for him to refine the great emperor's imprint. However, Ling Xiao had the wordless heavenly book, so the great emperor's imprint was devoured by the wordless heavenly book. Ling Xiao closed his eyes. As he devoured Hua Tiancheng's primordial spirit, he began to extract Hua Tiancheng's memories. He wanted to know why Hua Tiancheng was related to the immortal race's highness. Ling Xiao could faintly see that in Hua Tiancheng's memories, within the endless primal chaos space, there was a mysterious immortal palace. Hua Tiancheng was kneeling in front of the immortal race's majesty, and the immortal race's majesty was saying something. However, before Ling Xiao could hear what the immortal highness had to say, the immortal highness suddenly raised his head. A pair of bright and mysterious eyes seemed to pierce through the layers of space and met Ling Xiao's gaze. There was a hint of mockery in his eyes. Crack. Hua Tiancheng's memory instantly exploded into powder. Ling Xiao's expression was somewhat cold. Although he didn't discover any more secrets, the actions of the immortal race's royal highness allowed Ling Xiao to see that Hua Tiancheng was indeed a pawn of the immortal race's royal highness. It seems that we have to kill all the Chinese. We can't let the immortal race stir up trouble in the God realm. Killing intent flashed in Ling Xiao's eyes as he thought to himself. At this moment, the faces of the Chinese, the 5 elements heaven sect, the heavenly curse sect, and the space-time heavenly sect turned pale. Their eyes were filled with panic. They felt a strong sense of threat from Ling Xiao. Who could stop Ling Xiao now? Not to mention, the Chinese and the 3 immortal sacred grounds only had 25 heavenly venerables. They were already at a disadvantage. Now that Ling Xiao was unrestrained, he was like a ferocious tiger that had come out of the mountains. How long could the 25 heavenly venerables withstand Ling Xiao's attacks? Could it be that the heavens want us to die? Everyone from the 4 super forces felt an incomparable sadness and despair in their hearts. The Chinese even began to regret. If they had known that Ling Xiao was so domineering and powerful, they would have agreed to Ling Xiao's conditions and lent him the heavenly capital scripture. So what? It was much better than the current situation where their clans were wiped out. Rumble. At this moment, a vast and ethereal aura suddenly appeared above the 9 heavens. It was as if there was an immemorial sacred mountain in the void, exuding an ancient and boundless aura. A white-robed figure stood on top of the immemorial sacred mountain. His aura was ethereal, like an emperor descending to the mortal world. It was a spirited and handsome middle-aged man. He looked like a scholar of the mortal world. His appearance was strange, and his gaze was deep and gentle. It was as if it contained boundless space and time, and the mysterious scene of the chaos being split apart appeared. When he appeared in the void, everyone could not help but tremble. They suddenly felt as if they had been seen through from head to toe. Beside the white-robed man stood an acquaintance of Ling Xiao's. Jiang Yuyang. However, at this moment, Ling Xiao's gaze was completely attracted by the white-robed middle-aged man. Senior Kunwu. Ling Xiao's body trembled, and a trace of incomparable surprise appeared in his eyes. Who else could it be other than the Emperor of Kunwu Mountain? Previously, Ling Xiao had heard from Jiang Yuyang that the Emperor of Kunwu Mountain had left the realm of the gods to attend to important matters. He felt extremely regretful. He did not expect the Emperor of Kunwu Mountain to come here today. To Ling Xiao, the Emperor of Kunwu Mountain was both a teacher and a friend. He was Ling Xiao's guide on the Great Tao. Ling Xiao had always been extremely respectful to the Emperor of Kunwu Mountain. It's Lord Kunwu. Greetings, Lord Kunwu. Someone exclaimed. Immediately, an extremely excited and fanatical look of worship appeared in his eyes. Lord Kunwu. The supreme expert of the realm of the gods, the protector of the human race, Lord Kunwu. I never thought that I would be able to see Lord Kunwu in my lifetime. Greetings, Lord Kunwu. Greetings, Lord Kunwu. The arrival of the Emperor of Kunwu Mountain immediately caused everyone to tremble. Their eyes were filled with endless worship as they bowed to pay their respects. Many young people were at a loss. They didn't know who Lord Kunwu was and why he had such great prestige. However, as the older generation explained, many of them gradually understood. Their eyes were full of respect. Lord Kunwu, Lord Kunwu, Lord Kunwu, Lord Kunwu. The Emperor of Kunwu Mountain was a legend in the realm of the gods. Legend had it that the Emperor of Kunwu Mountain was a figure from the beginning of the human race. He was even more ancient than the 9 emperors of the human race. Even the Heavenly Emperor had once studied under the Emperor of Kunwu Mountain. The Emperor of Kunwu Mountain did not belong to any power. However, he was the protector of the human race. During the 9 emperors of the human race, the 9 emperors dominated the ancient times and led the human race to glory. The Emperor of Kunwu Mountain was not famous. However, after the 9 emperors of the human race, the Emperor of Kunwu Mountain was the true protector of the human race. He had resolved the crisis of the human race many times, saved the human race from disaster, and repelled the invasion of the demon race several times. His strength was unparalleled and unfathomable. Some people said that the Emperor of Kunwu Mountain's cultivation had reached the peak of the Emperor realm. He was only a step away from becoming a great emperor. Chapter 2869. As for why the Emperor of Kunwu Mountain was unable to break through to the great emperor realm, there were many different theories, but no one knew the reason. However, the older generation were all fanatical admirers of the Emperor of Kunwu Mountain. However, this was the first time the Emperor of Kunwu Mountain appeared in front of everyone. Previously, the Emperor of Kunwu Mountain had never shown his true form in public. Everyone was extremely excited, and the experts of the Chinese and the 3 immortal holy lands looked as though they had seen their savior. Their eyes were filled with excitement. Lord Kunwu, save us. Ling Xiao colluded with the monster race and killed our experts. He has already destroyed the imperial obelisk, and now he wants to destroy the Chinese and the 3 immortal holy lands. He's going to destroy the pillars of the human race. Lord Kunwu, please kill Ling Xiao. Lord Kunwu, if Ling Xiao doesn't die, the human race in the divine realm will never have peace. The heavenly venerables of the Chinese and the 3 immortal holy lands bowed to the Emperor of Kunwu Mountain with pleading eyes. At the same time, they looked at Ling Xiao coldly. Ling Xiao would definitely die if the Emperor of Kunwu Mountain arrived. The Emperor of Kunwu Mountain was not a great emperor, but he was even more powerful than one. They did not think that Ling Xiao would be a match for the Emperor of Kunwu Mountain. The Emperor of Kunwu Mountain valued the human race greatly and had always been the guardian of the human race. He would definitely not allow Ling Xiao to behave atrociously here. A strange look appeared in everyone's eyes. Did the Emperor of Kunwu Mountain really come because Ling Xiao attacked the ancestral land of the Chinese and wanted to stop him? If that was the case, Ling Xiao would be in danger. Emperor. The white dragon horse trembled when it saw the Emperor of Kunwu Mountain. Its eyes were filled with excitement, and it instantly turned into a bolt of lightning and shot toward the Emperor of Kunwu Mountain. The white dragon horse was extremely excited, and its eyes were filled with admiration. It rushed to the front of the Emperor of Kunwu Mountain and rubbed its head against the Emperor of Kunwu Mountain's arm intimately. "Emperor, I finally get to see you again." The white dragon horse's voice was choked with emotions. It was like a wanderer who had left home for a long time and was excited to see his parents again. "Little White, I haven't seen you for a few hundred years. I didn't expect you to have grown to such a level." "Not bad, not bad." The Emperor of Kunwu Mountain stroked the white dragon horse's head and smiled. Everyone was slightly taken aback. The white dragon horse was actually an old friend of the Emperor of Kunwu Mountain, and they seemed to have a close relationship. What about Ling Xiao? Everyone's eyes fell on Ling Xiao, and some guesses surfaced in their hearts. Ling Xiao's expression was calm as he took a deep breath. He stepped through the air and arrived before the Emperor of Kunwu Mountain. He bowed respectfully and said, "Junior Ling Xiao greets Senior Kunwu. It's been more than 200 years since we last met, but Senior is still as elegant as ever." Ling Xiao's words made everyone's heart sink, especially the Chinese and the people from the three immortal holy lands. They looked as though their parents had died. Their faces were extremely ugly, and their eyes were filled with disbelief. Ling Xiao is actually an old friend of the Emperor of Kunwu Mountain. How was this possible? Ling Xiao, you did well. You did better than I expected. The Emperor of Kunwu Mountain said with a smile, and there was a hint of emotion in his eyes. More than 200 years ago, Ling Xiao was not even in the divine realm. He was only in the mortal realm. When the Emperor of Kunwu Mountain met Ling Xiao, he gave Ling Xiao a lot of pointers. However, even the Emperor of Kunwu Mountain did not expect Ling Xiao to grow to such a level in just 200 years. Ling Xiao was indeed the chosen one. He was right about Ling Xiao. "Thank you, Senior. May I know why you're here today? Is it because of my attack on the Chinese and the three immortal holy lands?" Ling Xiao asked curiously. "That's right. I'm indeed here for that." "Ling Xiao, why don't you let me handle the feud between you and the four forces?" The Emperor of Kunwu Mountain nodded. "All right. I'll leave it to you." Ling Xiao nodded without hesitation. He believed that the Emperor of Kunwu Mountain would not be here for no reason, and he also believed that the Emperor of Kunwu Mountain would give him a fair explanation. "All right." The Emperor of Kunwu Mountain smiled faintly with a hint of admiration in his eyes. He slowly turned around and looked at the people of the Chinese and the three immortal holy lands. His gaze was extremely gentle, but it made the people of the four forces nervous. Even the Emperor of Kunwu Mountain was an old friend of Ling Xiao. Could it be that they really had no way out today? However, with the Emperor of Kunwu Mountain's magnanimity and benevolence, he should leave them with a slim chance of survival, right? "I didn't expect that Hua Tianchong, the young genius of the Chinese and known as the Heavenly King, would actually collude with the immortal race. I'm really disappointed." The Emperor of Kunwu Mountain revealed a trace of disappointment in his eyes as he spoke slowly. The Emperor of Kunwu Mountain's words were like a sudden clap of thunder that instantly shocked everyone. Their eyes were filled with incomparable shock. Hua Tianchong colluded with the immortal race. This news was too explosive. For a moment, everyone was so shocked that they couldn't react. What was the immortal race? Although many people felt unfamiliar with the immortal race, as more and more foreign races invaded the heavenly realm, many ancient secrets were revealed. Many people gradually understood the other races in the myriad worlds. The immortal race was known as a race that was more powerful and ancient than the devil race. They were the first lord of the era. However, for the human race, those who were not of the same race were bound to have a different heart. Whether it was the immortal race or the devil race, they were all foreign races. If they colluded with the foreign races and harmed the human race, they would be traitors to the human race. Hua Tianchong betrayed the human race. The Chinese were the descendants of Emperor Tiandu. How could they do such a thing? However, The Emperor of Kunwu Mountain seemed to have no intention of explaining to everyone at all. His gaze was incomparably deep as it fell on the people of the Chinese and the three immortal holy lands. Now, I suspect that there's a spy of the immortal race among you. So next, I will use the secret technique to illuminate the heavens. Don't resist. Otherwise, you will either die or be injured. The Emperor of Kunwu Mountain said indifferently. The people of the Chinese and the three immortal holy lands were in an uproar. All of them had a panicked look in their eyes. Not only did the Emperor of Kunwu Mountain not stand up for them, but he even suspected that there was a spy of the immortal race among them and wanted to investigate them. This made them feel as if their parents had died, and their faces were incomparably ugly. Lord Kunwu, you must be mistaken. Hua Tianchong is the current patriarch of the Chinese. How could he collude with the immortal race? The Chinese are the descendants of Emperor Tiandu. No matter what, we would never betray the human race. A Chinese heavenly venerable ancestor cupped his hands and bowed to the Emperor of Kunwu Mountain. It's precisely because you are the descendants of Emperor Tiandu that some of you colluded with the immortal race. That's even more disappointing. Whether it's a mistake or not, we'll know after the investigation. The Emperor of Kunwu Mountain said indifferently, showing an unprecedented strength. The attitude of the Emperor of Kunwu Mountain was that he would rather kill the wrong person than let them go. I didn't expect that the immortal race would make Lord Kunwu so cautious. Ling Xiao was also shocked. He knew that the immortal race was powerful, but he didn't expect the Emperor of Kunwu Mountain to be so cautious, as if he was extremely afraid of the immortal race. End of this chapter. Chapter 2870. Although the experts of the Hua clan and the three immortal holy lands looked terrible, they could only agree in the end. The Emperor of Kunwu Mountain had unimaginable prestige in the immortal world, so they did not dare to resist. Rumble. The Emperor of Kunwu Mountain radiated a dazzling light, and a mysterious chaotic mist spread out. There seemed to be a mysterious scene of the birth and death of the world in his eyes. An immeasurable light rose up. It was pure and mysterious like flowing moonlight. It bloomed above the ancestral land of the Hua clan, enveloping the Hua clan and the people of the three immortal holy lands. The light seemed to be a mysterious force at the beginning of the world. It could penetrate time and space and illuminate everything. It was extremely powerful. After being illuminated by the light, everyone trembled slightly. They seemed to have become transparent, and no secrets could be hidden. All of them were exposed to the eyes of the Emperor of Kunwu Mountain. What a powerful heaven-illuminating technique! Ling Xiao thought to himself as a bright light flashed in his eyes. The heaven-illuminating technique was mysterious and unfathomable. It contained a kind of origin power that Ling Xiao could not understand. It seemed to be able to see through everything, and any power appeared clearly. Moreover, the heaven-illuminating technique was cast on so many people at the same time, which made Ling Xiao feel that the Emperor of Kunwu Mountain was unfathomable. Are there really spies of the immortal race among the Hua clan and the three immortal holy lands? It's very likely. Even Lord Kunwu has confirmed that Hua Tianchong became so powerful just now. I'm afraid it's because of the imprint of the immortal race's great emperor. If there are spies of the immortal race among the Hua clan, then the Hua clan is really a disgrace to the Emperor of Tiandu. Everyone secretly guessed in their hearts. If Ling Xiao pointed out this matter, perhaps everyone would be skeptical. However, Lord Kunwu said that Hua Tianchong was colluding with the immortal race. Moreover, it was very likely that there were spies of the immortal race among the Hua clan and the three immortal holy lands. Almost everyone believed it. The prestige of the Emperor of Kunwu Mountain was too high. It was so high that no matter what he said, no one would doubt it. Whoosh! 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 At this moment, a few figures among the Hua clan and the three immortal holy lands suddenly burst out with dazzling immortal light. Propitious chi rose, and runes intertwined. Each of them burst out a supreme power and were about to escape. Are there really spies from the immortals? Someone exclaimed, his eyes filled with disbelief. No one had expected that the Emperor of Kunwu Mountain would actually find a Chinese spy among the people of the Hua clan and the 3 immortal sacred grounds after using the heaven illuminating technique. Almost all of those figures were at the Saint King realm, and their strength was unparalleled. However, at this moment, their bodies were shrouded in celestial light, and a strange energy was erupting from them. Under the heaven illuminating technique of the Emperor of Kunwu Mountain, those figures could no longer conceal the immortal energy in their bodies and were instantly exposed. They all knew how terrifying the Emperor of Kunwu Mountain was, so they didn't even think about it and wanted to teleport away. "You'd better stay here." The Emperor of Kunwu Mountain sighed softly. Boom! With a wave of his sleeve, a resplendent light bloomed. There seemed to be another universe within his sleeve. It was like a vast world, and an incomparably powerful devouring force erupted, sucking those figures into his sleeve. The many experts of the Hua clan and the 3 immortal sacred grounds looked extremely gloomy at this moment, and their eyes were filled with panic. They had really been infiltrated by the immortals. Although there were only a few of them, almost all of them were at the level of supreme elders. They were powerful and influential, and they had access to the secrets of the various immortal sacred grounds. Even such people had become spies of the immortals, which showed how terrifying the immortals were. Only a few spies of the immortals. It seems that the immortals are still extremely cautious. Ling Xiao's eyes flashed as he muttered to himself softly. Originally, he thought that the Hua clan and the 3 immortal sacred grounds might have been infiltrated by the immortals. After all, Hua Tianchong had become a subordinate of the immortals. However, it seemed that Hua Tianchong hadn't had time to take action, or the immortals were more cautious, so only a few people had become spies of the immortals. The Hua clan, the 5 Elements Sacred Sect, the Space-Time Heavenly Sect, and the Heavenly Curse Sect have even been infiltrated by the immortals. How sad. The Emperor of Kunwu Mountain sighed softly. The people of the Hua clan and the 3 immortal sacred grounds panicked. The 4 heavenly venerable ancestors, who were the leaders, bowed deeply to the Emperor of Kunwu Mountain and said, "Lord Kunwu, please understand. We also don't know how the immortals managed to infiltrate us. We will never betray the human clan. Please be lenient." They were completely flustered. Their eyes were filled with panic, and their bodies were trembling slightly. The immortals had infiltrated all the supreme elders of the 4 superpowers. The 4 superpowers couldn't absolve themselves from the blame. If Lord Kunwu was really furious, the 4 superpowers wouldn't be able to bear it. As the pillars of the human clan, you didn't think about protecting the human clan. Instead, you repeatedly coveted Ling Xiao and targeted Ling Xiao and the War God Temple. Your crimes are unforgivable. However, since it wasn't easy for you to cultivate, you can be spared from death, but you can't escape punishment. All the experts of the Sage Realm and above from the Hua clan, the Space-Time Heavenly Sect, the 5 Elements Heavenly Sect, and the Heavenly Curse Sect will be incorporated into the Demon Suppression Army to support the extraterritorial battlefield. The 4 superpowers will seal your mountains for 100 years to reflect on your mistakes. You are not allowed to roam the realm of the gods as you wish. In addition, you have to lend Ling Xiao the Heavenly Capital Scripture, Void Scripture, 5 Elements Scripture, and Heavenly Curse Scripture. Do you accept this? The Emperor of Kunwu Mountain's voice boomed like thunder in the void. Instantly, the faces of the people from the 4 superpowers turned ugly. Their eyes were filled with fear. All the experts of the Sage Realm and above were going to be incorporated into the Demon Suppression Army. This was a devastating blow to them. The Demon Suppression Army was a powerful army formed to fight against the Demon Clan. They had been stationed in the extraterritorial battlefield and weren't allowed to return to the realm of the gods. The Demon Suppression Army had suffered heavy casualties, and the United States had to replenish their strength from the realm of the gods for almost 100 years. Now that the Emperor of Kunwu Mountain wanted all the experts of the Sage Realm and above from the 4 superpowers to be incorporated into the Demon Suppression Army, it was a drastic move. From now on, although the 4 superpowers were still preserved, they wouldn't be able to pose any threat to Ling Xiao and the War God Temple. Compared to this, sealing the mountain and even lending the 4 flawless imperial sutras to Ling Shao was not a big deal at all. If you agree, the 3 Holy Lands and the 3 Holy Lands will still have a chance. The Chinese and the 3 Immortal Holy Lands still have a chance to survive. If you don't agree, then I won't interfere in today's matter. The Emperor of Kunwu Mountain said calmly. The faces of the Chinese and the 3 Holy Lands turned ashen. Their eyes were filled with despair, and their hearts sank. If the Emperor of Kunwu Mountain didn't interfere, with Ling Zhao's powerful strength, he would definitely kill them all. The 4 superpowers would be reduced to ashes in an instant. The Emperor of Kunwu Mountain was telling them that they only had one choice. End of chapter.